Happy Tuesday morning. We're the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. You can visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team right in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I am Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on the Instagram. Please go give a follow if you're not already. It is appreciated. Jason Bishop is sitting across from me.
Good morning, John.
Hello.
Good morning, John.
Hello. John Paul Flame is right there.
What's up, Cakesy?
What's up? And Eric Bickle.
Good morning. How are you,
To my
bud?
right. What's up?
How was your Monday?
It was fine. I just accompanied my daughter to a doctor's appointment in Baltimore. Mm-hmm. So I was in Maryland's largest city yesterday.
I saw some reports that like the Inner Harbor, a lot of the businesses around the Inner Harbor are like not there anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you seen any of that? You didn't
I
go by
haven't
the
been
Inner
to
Harbor?
I did not go. Why it's so popular. Like 60% of the menu items feature Valdez's favorite food on the planet, crab. So I mean, it draws a crowd. The place is massive. I mean, I've only heard about it online. I've never been. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've been to Dundalk, but we went and we thoroughly enjoyed it. Would like to go back.
Were you up at the Bayview Medical Center?
We were like University of Maryland Medical Center.
Okay.
About 5 miles away from Dundalk.
Yeah, because I used to be in that area with my mom a lot. It's funny that you mentioned food this early.
Yeah.
I woke up thinking about Roy Rogers' Hush Puppies.
Roy Rogers serves hush puppies?
At least right now they do. On
Interesting.
Friday, when I bought my car over at Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg, it's right by Roy Rogers, and I went and got 2 pieces of chicken, and the lady says, "Would you like hush puppies instead of your fries?" I was like, sure would.
That sounds like a great,
They're so good.
like a great alternative.
So you were craving
Why
the hush
aren't
puppies?
hush puppies available in more spots?
I don't know.
It's a great question.
Maybe
I mean,
they're not in demand.
It's just fried bread, which is just delicious, and then you can dip it in like butter and or like honey or a cinnamon combination, and all it is delicious. It should be offered in more locations.
Hush puppies are so good.
They're fantastic.
So you were craving that. You're going to eat some today?
The
stop by
problem
Roy Rogers
is
today?
that in Rockville, the closest location to me, where I live in Gaithersburg, the Rockville location closed.
That's tragic. That hurts.
I could make a special trip to Germantown, I guess.
I think that's a little bit extreme.
Well, if you really want me to, I can go to the Leesburg Roys and pick some up for you. And I mean, they would be in the fridge all night, but give them to you tomorrow.
Yeah,
You could pick some up and give it to them at Honor Brewery,
that's Honor
That's
Brewery.
true.
Yeah, we'll be
You can
there for
actually
our
get some
draft
that are kinda
coverage.
hot.
That is correct.
right?
I could
Maybe
do that.
they have hush puppies on their menu.
Then you
might.
can ask. You
They
can
might.
join 106.7 The Fans Draft Night Watch Party at Honor Brewing in Loud, and that's this Thursday. We're going to be hosting live from 6:30 until 8, leading you up to the start of the draft, and then Grant and Danny take over live 8 until 11 p.
It's funny, EB always talks about his algorithm and what shows up on his feed. Now, this isn't on my
constantly
social
changes.
media feed,
Constantly changes.
but on my computer, it's set up like its default is MSN News, right? So clearly, my algorithm has to do with food. It's one of the things that shows up all the time. And one of the articles that I clicked on today was the unexpected reason why McDonald's doesn't have onion rings like Burger King. And so what I
Interesting.
gather is what it came down to, they used to have something called the onion nuggets, but
Well,
some CEO...
I don't remember those at all.
Got no file.
Must have been
Well,
in the 60s or something.
yeah, I mean, if you look at the picture, it just looks old as heck, right? So
Yeah.
there's onion nuggets.
Maybe in the 70s.
But some guy basically said in the company, I don't know if it was the CEO, he was like, I think we should do chicken.
Yeah.
Chicken instead
Oh, so
of
that's when they-
onions.
that's when they
And then they
switched?
pivoted to chicken nuggets, and the rest is history.
I'd say it's probably a pretty sound business decision on their part.
But that doesn't answer why they
Probably
couldn't just
solid.
add onion rings
I
or
don't know.
onion nuggets. You could have both. They've added many items to the menu.
They
over the
said it
years.
was an offhand pivot sparked the creation of the Chicken McNugget, which launched in 1983.
Chicken McNuggets amazing. It's great. Love it. But
mean,
they
I'm
could
a-
add onion rings. Why not?
I don't see Hush Puppies on the Honor Brewing menu, but I do see two items under snacks that are jumping out of me.
right.
One, this is a criminally slept on item, deviled eggs. I'll be ordering some of those. You
And
guys
I've had those there, and they're awesome.
eggs are amazing. They're always
love
great.
deviled eggs.
You know what? 2 orders.
Yeah.
And brisket cheese dip. Just sounds fantastic.
That's intriguing.
I think I've had that.
Queso mixed with brisket and jalapeno
I think
peppers.
I've had that at Honor Brewing. Yeah.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
And those are just the snacks.
Yeah.
We haven't even gotten to the main menu yet.
I feel
That
like
should be fun
brisket
on
has been
Thursday.
rising through the ranks lately.
Brisket's just all it is just mouth-watering, delicious barbecue. Just enjoy it, slather it with barbecue sauce, and you're good to go.
You know, like sourdough bread is kind of like a chick thing. I mean, there are guys that have since tweeted me that they're into the sourdough bread too. Cool, no biggie. I think brisket's a big guy thing, a big pride thing.
One of my buddies has, smoker, and he'll prepare it for 18 hours.
You got some brisket going. And all
I
that.
mean, 18 hours?
It's a lot of preparation.
A lot of work.
Comes out great.
Look, that's dedication to your craft, is what that is.
Right.
Anyway,
I just
it's
don't know if I
weird.
have that.
I don't know if it's
All
a
right, well, you
craving,
just- you
but
just
I
let me
woke
know.
up
You let me
thinking
know.
of Hush Puppies. So maybe I will make the trip
Well,
to
I'll tell you what.
Germantown today.
I woke up this morning and I actually verbalized to my wife. Actually woke up. I said to my wife, "I slept awesome last night." Let me tell you something. That doesn't happen very often.
You told her?
And
Oh, you told her that
I
this
woke
morning.
her up.
Oh.
I was just talking as I was.
So you wanted to
changing.
pummel her sleep.
Yeah, selfish. I just said I had an amazing. She said, "Huh?" I said, "Amazing sleep last night."
Why is
here's-
that?
Here's why. I've been really working on it. So obviously I've really worked on my diet. I won't bore you with the details on that. Yesterday, and most humans don't have this kind of time. I acknowledge it. I had a light lift.
Yeah.
I did a sauna. I hit balls for 90 minutes. I went for an hour-long bike ride later. I walked with the girls after dinner. I took a hot bath at night. By the
man.
time I got to bed,
Your day was filled.
I was wiped out.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, but it did whatever it needed to do to get all my levels right, and I slept for me incredibly well.
Fell asleep at what time? 9:30ish.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. And then
And didn't wake up once?
no.
Oh.
I believe me. I woke up a few times, tossed and turned a little bit, one bathroom run, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
For me, an incredible night. It's always better when the alarm wakes me up. And it was just incredible. So I'm just blessed to be here. Thankful.
Yeah.
I'm thankful.
Well, congrats. You had a great night's sleep.
But that's for me at my
Unlike
age,
I did.
that's what it takes.
Takes
I gotta-
all of that, all those things falling in line.
And diet. I stopped
Yeah.
eating at 5:30. It's crazy what I have to do to try to get back on track.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, your diet, did your diet change a little bit last night?
No, I've changed it for quite a while.
Oh, okay. All right.
But it's also been changing because I got a stupid tooth diet I got to do.
Oh, I know. We know all
Believe
about
me.
that.
I know. Not going to bore you with it. But anyway,
Well,
great.
good.
Feeling grateful this morning that I'm not wiped out, feeling like I'm on the verge of death. First time in a long time.
That's good.
Long time.
It's solid.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, how'd you guys sleep last night behind the glass? And Mike Moore.
Fantastic.
You guys did
10:30
all
to
right?
4 or so.
Like a baby.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my
It's
classic
amazing.
8:30, 4:30.
8:30 to 4:30?
Getting
Oh,
bed
yeah.
at 8:30, that's impressive discipline.
I
Man.
try to be
Yeah,
as
for a
disciplined as
25-year-old.
That's great. It feels amazing when you get a good night's sleep. It's
You know,
it's a
you know what
game
it is?
changer.
It's the cold. Being all
personally,
bundled up.
Oh.
Silly.
yeah,
It
Helps
is
you
good.
being cold helps you fall asleep.
Sure, nice
it's
crisp.
true. It's true. You guys
coldness
won't
in the
believe
room.
this, and I won't bore you with the details. But I've been taking my pants off in the middle of the night, just sleeping in my underwear, and I'm butt cold.
Just
Yeah, you're
progress
one.
because I'm
Hey,
too
you're
hot.
You're one step away from being naked. It'll change your life.
Yeah,
You still sleep in the buff, Valdez?
Yeah, it'll
Every
change
night?
your life.
Wow.
I mean, I've done it before, but
quite a
I'm,
thing.
There's nothing restricting you. Nothing's cumbersome about
Yeah.
it. You're free.
I did not put the heat on last night, though. It was 62 degrees
It
in
was
my room.
really cold in my house last night.
So you didn't put the heat on.
I let my wife generally
All
handle
right.
it.
Well, if it was really cold, she probably didn't. But it was 62 degrees in my bedroom.
That's kind of frigid. That's
Little-
pretty chilly.
Yeah, but it felt so
Do you
good
have a
last night.
thermostat in your bedroom so you could see? Well, our thermostat's in
Yeah,
the hallway.
as I walk out, yeah,
Yeah,
just right by the door. but it was 62, and I said, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Because today will be in the 60s, low 60s, and then I'll get into the 70s tomorrow. Didn't have to put the heat on the last 2 days.
Lucky you.
I love it.
Your heating bill thanks you.
Yep.
All right, coming up on the show today on a Tuesday, we've got Paul Datino. He covers the New York Giants for WFAN. They are major players in this upcoming NFL draft, holding picks number 5 and number 10 after their deal with the Cincinnati Bengals. And we'll talk about the Commanders' draft plans with Ben Standing coming up at 9:25. That's all coming up here on the Junks on a Tuesday. We'll be right back.
ZB here. FanDuel serving up a happy hour every day during the playoffs. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss. From profit boosts to bonus bets and so much more. And the best part? It's every single day. So whether you're betting the early game or you're gearing up for prime time, make sure you open the FanDuel app and see what's waiting for you today. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C., Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think Valdez would have been disappointed that I ordered an oyster po' boy sandwich instead of something crab related. But we did have a crab-based appetizer yesterday, Valdez. Pretzels with cheese and crab baked in as an appy. So that was delicious.
Nice.
So I didn't disappoint you by not getting crab as my main. Fried oyster po' boy. It's hard for me to pass it up when I see it on a menu at Jimmy's Famous yesterday. All right, let's get into the Juck's sports page here. Break down what happened in the World O Sports last night.
Yep.
During the break, Jason asked me who won the Boston Marathon because I just mentioned I saw a story that Chelsea Clinton finished in 3 hours and 40 minutes. A Kenyan won in 2 hours, 1 minute, and 52 seconds.
And what's that
2:01?
average? What's that
Oh my gosh.
mile per hour average? Anybody broken that down?
No.
The mile per hour.
That seems like that's
Yeah, how
a
many
world
miles?
record.
Yeah,
Could do the math.
doing it like 4:40, 5 minutes, 5-minute miles.
Oh, that's what you mean. Not like
2:01,
he
so
was
basically-
running 8 miles per hour type thing.
Like, what's his pace? I guess this is what I should have said.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
was his pace?
Yeah,
So
it's
just
probably
threw me
about.
with your
I think
verbiage.
you're right that it's about 440, 445.
That's
Crazy.
absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
it's basically a sprint for 26 miles.
Yeah. They're unhuman. I don't know how those guys do it. All of
And
them.
then the woman finished first place, 2 hours, 18 minutes, and
I mean,
51
that's
seconds.
I mean, that's-
absurd.
I know it's
I mean,
stupid.
it's crazy. And by the way, I'm no Chelsea fan, but that's a pretty impressive time by her too. Right? She's got a couple
3
kids.
hours, 40 minutes.
3 hours,
yeah,
40?
that's-
Yeah, I mean, it's super impressive.
Said she did that even though she fell at some point.
Yeah, I mean, good on her. Super impressive.
Anyway, the sports page is brought to you by our good friends at Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Spirits, locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. I was there for dinner last night.
Very good.
Brought the wife and daughters to the distillery for dinner.
What'd you have?
Had the birria quesadilla. Make sure you get that.
Birria, so good.
It's phenomenal.
Hadn't heard of birria before like 3 or 4 years ago.
What does that mean? And I've
It's
never
just
heard
like
that.
a
Just whatever
cheese,
the-
like cheese baked in with the meat
Yeah.
a certain way, and then you dip it like in a gravy.
The
That could
sauce
only be
is
good.
The sauce is so good.
So good.
It really is. Of course, you can find the Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, and the Independence
Now you
Bourbon.
like that because it's
ABC
melted
stores.
cheese. You're fine with melted cheese.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay,
Everybody
gotcha.
knows that.
All right,
Everybody
all right.
knows
Just
my
trying to figure
cheese
it out.
weirdness.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but
I had to
if
explain
you-
it to Mike Marr the other day.
Yeah.
But if you go, get that. It's freaking
Okay.
ridiculous.
Sounds like a good suggestion.
All right, NBA playoffs last night. The Cavs took a 2-0 lead. They win by 10 over Toronto.
Donovan Mitchell with 30.
He had 30.
James Harden had 28.
Yep. So they're fine. They will win that series, but they're up 2-0 heading to Toronto for Game 3. The Hawks were down 12 heading into the fourth. Outscored the Knicks by 13. They win by 1. C.J. McCollum had 32.
Still waiting on that case of wine he's going to send us. That
Keep
CJ
waiting.
McCollum. I'm waiting on it.
That game was amazing. I was kind of watching it on and off, and I just thought the Knicks had that game.
Yeah.
And then I went away from it for a while, put it back on, and all of a sudden the Hawks had the lead. Brunson hits a three-pointer, though, that cut it from 4-1 with roughly 7 or 8 seconds left. Mm-hmm. They put McCollum on the line. He missed his free throws.
Right.
Josh Hart gets the rebound, pushes the ball up the court, hits Bridges, who has
Missed
a
the
pretty
jumper.
good look at a game winner.
And missed it.
It would have been a huge choke job for the Hawks
Yeah.
on C.J. McCollum's missed free throws, but props to C.J. McCollum still getting it done.
That's
Puts up
amazing.
32 points.
Right.
Yeah,
Now, on the
that's
other end of the spectrum, Zach Risachet, DNP.
Wow.
Coach's decision. Number 1 overall pick
Yeah, he's
2 years ago.
been a buster-rooney
That is
so far.
brutal.
Had our guy Corey
But-
Kispert play.
He only played about 9 minutes.
Yeah, he's not really heavy in their rotation.
It's all right.
No.
He's going to have a 10, 12-year career.
I mean, he was in the regular season. He's just, in the playoffs in a huge game. He just didn't play a lot.
But that wasn't the biggest choke job. The biggest choke job was the Denver Nuggets.
The Denver Nuggets lost at home by 5 to Minnesota.
They had an 18-point lead.
18-point lead. Anthony Edwards had 30 and 10. Joker, a couple dimes short of a triple-double. But they lose by 5. That's a huge lead you just can't lose 18-point leads at home. But they did. And that series is tied at 1. The Hawks-Knicks series also tied at 1, heading down to Atlanta.
Anthony Edwards with 30 in the game. He's had a bunch of 30-point games in his playoff career, his young playoff career. I saw a quote this morning. I don't know if it's legit, because you just never know, and I didn't have time to check to see whether it was fake or not. But it rang true. Jaden McDaniels was asked something about the defenders on the Denver Nuggets, and he said none of them play defense.
Oh, really?
Like some trash talk. He said we just went right at them.
He's probably
Well,
right.
Apparently, he was right last night.
Yeah.
Anyway, late in that game. So tonight you've got game 2 in Boston, Philly, and the Celtics. Celtics are up 1 zippy. Portland is in San Antonio for game 2. Spurs are up 1-0, and then the Rockets, Lakers. I assume Durant's back tonight in LA. Game 2. Lakers are up.
Saw
1.
reports they said he was moving better.
Yeah. So I would expect to see him playing tonight, especially since they're down 1-0. Cakes, if you're paying attention to the NHL playoffs, there were 4 games last night. The Flyers are up 2-0 on the Pens.
That's kind of shocking.
Yeah, they've
The
won
Penguins have
both
only
games.
scored 2 goals through the first 2 games.
Flyers won both games in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
They won 3 zippy last
And the
night.
Flyers were the last team in.
Yep.
Yep, they were.
Could have been the Caps. Just wasn't meant to be.
Hurricanes won in, I believe, double overtime
Double
last
OT,
night
yep.
over the Sens 3-2. So they're up 2-0.
They're the Eastern Conference favorite.
Yes. Maybe Buffalo, but I would assume Carolina is. And
Frederick Anderson, 37 saves
That's
in
big.
the dub.
Stars beat the Wild, and the Oilers beat the Ducks, and they are up 1-0. Baseball last night, the Nats, they've lost 3 out of 4. Took an early lead over the Braves, who are red hot. The Braves
I
came
turned
in.
it on right when Poulin came in and gave up.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yep. I mean, look, the Nats didn't hit the ball. They only had 3 hits. Lyle did hit a home run, I believe his second. But, Woody is cooled off a little bit. Garcia went over. They only had 3 hits. They did have a 3-2 lead, but then the Braves
when I
scored
was
5 in the 6th.
C.J. Abrams having a great year. I learned this nugget when I was just listening to
But let me just
to the
say
radio.
this. He's struggling defensively.
Okay.
He is struggling. Offensively, yes, but he is struggling defensively.
I think he has 6 or 7 home runs. He's hitting 312.
Yep.
He also likes to do, this is old school, what Don Baylor loved to do.
Okay,
do
hit
you know
by
what
pitch?
Don Baylor loved to do? EV just gave it away.
Yeah.
I think he's leading majors with 6 hit by pitches.
Does he lean into them?
I don't know.
Or does he just crowd the plate?
Don Baylor
Probably a
used to.
little both.
Don Baylor was just big
Yeah.
dude,
Yeah.
muscular, just boom, would just kind of lean his shoulder
Especially,
in
they
there.
allow these guys to armor up the way they used to, or
Yeah,
is
if
that
you get
been,
hit by a ball and you're wearing
reduced?
elbow and shoulder pads
It's
or whatever
kinda
you're
lean
wearing,
into one, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not going to affect you.
Well,
Get a base.
you better be careful because Acuna got hit twice last night and had
Right.
to lead the game.
Well,
So that's not smart to get hit by pitches.
I think he got hit.
Got hit on the hand.
He got on in the hand. I was watching.
yeah.
Was it Jacob Young a few games ago where he got hit up on his shoulder and then
Yeah.
it bounced up in his
Yeah, I
chin
mean,
and his cheek?
Better be careful.
It can be dangerous.
But the Braves win. They've won 6 straight. They're 16-7. And tonight, the 6:45 start. I believe it's Foster Griffin pitching.
We knew this
against,
going in.
Lopez.
The starting pitching is going to be very shaky for the Washington Nationals.
Dude,
Yeah, it's
they're
shaky,
hanging
but
in way better than I
I mean,
thought.
Irvin wasn't horrible. I mean,
But his ERA is at 6.
It is at 6. But last night he was fine for the
I'm telling you,
first
Poulin
3
came
innings.
in and butchered it.
Yeah, Poulin he gave up 2 runs and got 1 out. But Irvin was fine for the first 3 or 4 innings. But I mean, eventually, if you're not going to score runs, the Braves are going to get to you.
But I mean, if you look at the guys on the team in terms of innings pitched, so the starters,
Yeah.
Jacob Irvin's got a 6 ERA. Foster Griffin's been a great surprise, 3.05 ERA. Cavalli's at 4.12. Michaelis is at 9.15, and Littell's at 7.11.
Yeah. And
Michaelis is
of
coming
course,
down.
Michaelis
He's
coming
coming
out of the
down.
bullpen. Yeah.
Because this was at 14,
But
last week.
My point is,
Well,
those
he
are your
also
starters.
hasn't. Well, Michaelis hasn't really started the last two
Right.
games. He's come out of the pen. They've opened with Poland probably.
Yeah.
So, but you're right. Pitching ain't great. Everyone knew that, but the offense had been carrying them. But 10-13,
And they're much more aggressive, it seems
but the
like,
Braves,
on the bases.
look, the Braves lineup is ridiculous. I mean, they've got
True.
a great
But
lineup.
Can your pitching be great when Miles Michaelis is a late add to your staff and he's supposed to be one of the better pitchers
No,
on your team?
it's not.
It's going to be tough.
It's not.
It's going to be a long year.
It's going to be a long year. Just get to 65 wins for me.
But you look at swipers, Nunez has got 8 stolen bases, Abrams got 5, James Woods got 4. I do think they are playing a different brand of baseball.
Yeah, I would say they're probably more aggressive. They're just limited in terms of talent.
Correct.
And man, Taboni's made a bunch of moves on the pitching staff. Mm-hmm. They brought that guy Andrew Alvarez up or purchased his contract. He came in on Sunday and beat the Giants, and then they optioned him the next day. And they brought this other guy in who pitched last night. Mm-hmm. It's kind of crazy. You have to ask Taboni about that when we have him on tomorrow. All right, so the Nats will play Game 2 against the Braves, who have a 5-game lead in the NL East.
I'll tell you, for the first time in a couple of years, that they're at least somewhat competitive, and I'm intrigued to watch again. Kind of check on them every day.
Yeah, well,
it's been a while since I've been doing that.
Let's get a win. In the NL East, the Phillies lost to the Cubs. They've lost 6 straight, and the Mets have lost 11 straight. They didn't play last night. They'll play at home. They start a 9-game homestand tonight. But the Phillies and Mets combined have lost 17 straight games, which is crazy if you take a look at what those two payrolls
Those
are.
are the top 2 payrolls in the NL East, if not the entire National League, aside from the Dodgers. Dodgers, too.
They're probably
But
2
they're
and
up
3.
there.
But they're combined 15 and 29. Mm-hmm. And just kind of reading some things online on the Philly papers and the New York papers, they're just killing them. They're killing them. They're just, what's going on? So kind of keep an eye on that. But the Nats are third, and they're 6 games back, but they're third in the NL East right now, which isn't horrible considering what their payroll is and what the Phillies and Mets is.
Right.
Sad story, man. Really sad. Coach K's grandson, Joe Savarino, has been charged with a misdemeanor DWI after he hit a 15-year-old riding a bike over the weekend, killed him.
How's that only a misdemeanor?
I don't get it.
Seems weird.
Yep,
That's
Savarino
the charge.
admitted drinking. He's 26 years old. He had a blood alcohol level of 0.11, and he did tell the cops that he was drinking before he got into the car.
He's certainly over the legal limit.
I think he had an issue when he was in school. If I remember correctly, there was an issue when he was in school. I can't remember what it was. It was some sort of disciplinarian issue.
Really?
Yes.
Well, his brother, Michael Savarino, who was a walk-on on Duke, also had a DWI in 20.
That's who I'm
his
referring
brother.
to.
Yeah.
That's who I'm referring to.
His brother was charged with a DWI in 2022, sentenced to 12 months of probation. But the victim was Jack O'Shea, 15 years old, riding a bike, killed in Durham by Coach K's.
That's like your worst nightmare.
Oh,
yeah,
your worst nightmare.
Get that call. I mean, it just destroys your life.
Yeah,
if you're the parent.
I mean, I can't even imagine.
Yeah,
right.
You try to. All you could do is instill in your kids: pay attention, do the right things. Even let's just take the drinking part out of it, which is outrageous. Still worry about them, paying attention and being locked in, and not, I know I was driving the other day, and there's like a parked car on the side of the road and a guy working on it. And, he was really close to the friggin' highway. You really shouldn't be doing a lot of stuff when you're facing the traffic. You know what I'm saying? It was on the driver's side.
Right.
And I'm whizzing by the guy. It's dark. And I'm like, I came within a couple feet of this dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I probably would have been my fault on some level. I don't know. It was dark. I couldn't see him.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I mean, it's
got to be so careful.
You've been drinking. You probably had 4 or 5 drinks, whatever, and you got a 0.11.
0.11. We can tell you from experience. It's pretty hammered.
You're pretty hammered.
You're pretty hammered at a 0.11. I mean, that's like at the end of a drinking show for cakes.
Yeah, it might be a little low.
Think about it.
He's way higher.
I was way past that number, but yeah,
you were. What was your number? You found
like a 0.2 or something. Like it was.
It
was up there.
I think I was around the 0.11. He was like 0.18, 0.19.
But
sometimes that could depend on when he had his
point
last
is,
drink.
like a 0.1, like you shouldn't be anywhere near a vehicle.
You're
like,
drunk.
Well, you know it.
People should be like, "Hey, let's get you a lift, or let's get you a ride home."
Yeah,
You
should
somebody
know
needs
it
to step
yourself.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, you need to be responsible yourself. But I mean, are you out with friends? Can somebody help you out? Take your keys away so you don't kill some 15-year-old kid on a bike. It's terrible.
I was just watching a video of a girl who killed a wife and a husband and wife and their 2-year-old daughter. Can't remember what state it was in. Driving. She was drunk. 50 years she got.
Yeah. Speaking of
50 years.
I can't imagine.
Basically,
kill 3 people.
Basically, the death penalty.
Yeah. Speaking of awful videos, and I did verify that it happened yesterday. It showed. It was one of those things I didn't. I just clicking. I didn't know what I was seeing. I'm sure you guys may have seen it because it was a viral video of a guy he got on the tarmac in Italy.
Oh, I did see it.
And I'm like, what are
terrifying.
they chasing this guy for? Like, what is he doing? And then he jumped into the engine, and it just spit him out.
Yeah.
Ooh, I didn't
Killed
see
him
that.
instantly.
I got to
It
check that out on
was-
YouTube.
It was haunting.
Yeah, I
and I was
saw
like,
it.
I can't believe there's no warning on this video because that actually wasn't on my reels. That was just on Twitter.
Yeah.
It was a haunting video.
I got to YouTube that one.
The guy's just kind of jogging. They're chasing him, get him off the tarmac. Who knows what he's going to do? He's trying to find a way. He climbs up on the end. Then he runs around the other side. He just throws himself into the engine. And then it spits him right out. And then you see the people around him. They just get down on their. They're just.
Well,
They just witness a tragedy.
yeah, they know he's dead.
Yeah, I mean, they are scarred.
How about the two planes in Nashville that almost hit each other right above the airport?
Again? I
did-
saw that happen like a week
I
or so
did
ago.
hear that.
happened again?
It happened, I don't know, just a couple days ago?
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrifying.
All right, so the CBS Sports crew did their 7-round mock draft for each team.
Nice.
We're almost there, man.
We're getting there. We're
I
close.
know we talked about
So
mocks
close.
pretty much every show, a different mock, but this is the 1,462nd mock draft that's been released. And there'll be more in the next couple days. But the Washington Commanders select at 7, David Bailey,
Pass rusher,
one of the
Texas Tech,
Texas Tech.
at 14 and a half sacks.
Making it to
Yep, they are now. Look, the guys at CBS, they're getting a little fuzzy headed because they've done so many.
Yeah, they're delirious. They're
Because,
draft delirious.
because on the Washington Commanders mock draft, just their team mock draft, they have David Bailey coming out of Ohio State.
Okay.
All right, so they've got to get
they're
clear
doing
heads.
so many.
They're doing
you know
so
what-
many.
You know what they need to do? They
Yeah.
need to lock in.
They got to lock in.
Lock in. It's a few days away.
Do you want the NFL.com's latest
Yeah,
Commanders selection at number 7?
go.
With the number 7 pick, the Washington Commanders select cornerback LSU Mansour Delaney.
Yep,
Been hearing his
Delaney
name a
coach.
lot
I'm
of late.
warming up to it. I have to just wrap my head around it.
yep. Well, he's a stud. And it's a defensive player. But
Yeah.
anyway, so the Commanders select in the 3rd round at pick 71, Davison Igbensoon, who's the corner from Ohio State.
Okay.
At number 147 in the 5th round, they take Nick Singleton, RB from Penn State. In the 6th round, they got 2 6-rounders. They take Pat Coogan, a lineman from Indiana.
Can't pretend to know these names. I'm sorry. I just can't.
In the 6th round, they also take Cade Klubnik,
I've heard that name.
who's been quarterback at Clemson
I
forever.
know that name.
And then 7th round, they take Devin Eastern, who's a defensive lineman from Minnesota. So there you go. That's
Very
the
good.
Washington Commanders draft.
Odyssey
For
Sports
2026.
Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. And draft coverage brought by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. We'll talk more draft with Ben Standig coming up at 9:25 right here on the Junks. Have you guys seen this trend at any restaurants or establishments that you've visited recently where restaurants and bars are asking some people to stash away their phones or even lock them up as part of a push for more memorable nights out?
Haven't seen it.
And about.
I've not.
Haven't seen it, but I think it actually would be helpful in some ways.
Apparently,
I was reading an article about couples that go on vacations, and there was like a psychologist recommended putting your phones away for an entire day. They said the first day it'll feel painful, but by the second or third day, your bonding will be more than it would normally be if you had the phone. So if you had a restaurant now, it seems a bit invasive. If you had a restaurant do that deal where they take your phone and put it in a pouch, which happens sometimes when you go to a concert, if you go to see a comedy show, certain acts will say, hey, you got to put your phone away. Maybe it will be an enhanced experience.
Apparently,
no doubt.
the trend is gaining traction across the U.S. with more spots experimenting with restrictions, incentives, or locked pouches to put your phone in, like
I mean,
you
there's
mentioned.
no doubt about it. I think we're all addicted to our phones, and yet I think we all know inherently that if you took it out of our hands and we were forced to interact more with each other, it would be better for society, for humanity, of course.
First
No
time
brainer.
I had that happen where they put it in a pouch was when I went to the Bruno Mars show at MGM National Harbor. I was like, what
had
are they
that-
doing? And
yeah,
they
I
took
had
that
that
away.
happen once.
I think they did it at Dave Chappelle's show, which was a Capital One.
Years ago, they used to do it at golf tournaments. Now, pretty much the only one they do it, I guess, is the Masters. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I find myself even sometimes going to dinner with my family, and there's a game on, and it's understood that Dad's going to have the game on his phone, like by his water. You know, a certain game on. It's like, and it's terrible. I admit it's terrible, but the compromise is I wouldn't go to dinner if I'm going to miss the game. So if you want to go to the game, if you want to go to dinner, I got to watch the game. So, you know.
I didn't think this would distract me from my phone in the waiting room yesterday in Baltimore, but it kind of did. And I was surprised that it did. Let's Make a Deal with Wayne Brady was on the TV in the waiting room.
Did you
and I found
you
myself.
watched it for 10 seconds?
I watched it for more than 10 seconds. I found myself looking up from my phone and watching and seeing if people were going to make good deals or bad deals. I'll be honest.
And then
I was
that's
kind
the
of intrigued.
That's the show where often you have to pick between two doors.
Yes.
And one door might be a car, and the other door is like 10 goats.
Yeah, it
You've
could be-
won 10
They
goats.
give you weird options. It could be a trip to Italy, or it could be like $110 on a big cartoon check. Like,
Right.
I was kind of intrigued. Now I'm not going to watch it every day. I'm not going to record it, but it did catch my attention, and it was also followed up by The Price is Right. I mean, which is
a
my
gold standard.
go-to
Gold
game
standard.
show as a kid.
Well, this showed up on my feed yesterday. My wife said, "Oh yeah, that showed up on mine too." I'm watching old Family Feud with Three's Company star, like Heyday. John Ritter,
Oh, my
Joyce
God.
So, like
DeWitt.
Richard Dawson
There's
is
a clip.
the host.
Richard Dawson is the host.
The OG.
And as my wife commented, it is unbelievable. He's like groping these women. He's like trying to kiss them on the lips.
It's a different time.
It is.
I mean, can you
If
imagine?
you watch that in today's mindset,
That's what he did, and he'd stare at him.
yeah. I mean, he's like, and I don't
was
think he meant
weird.
any harm. It's just the way it was.
just
But
the
he has his arm
times.
around him, and he's trying to kiss him on the
Like,
lips.
But the content itself was much more innocent. If you watch Steve Harvey, Family Feud,
Oh, yeah, those are
I mean,
It's so-
he's talking about sex acts that we can't even talk
Yeah, but
about
it's
here.
different because he's talking like that's been ratcheted up, but
Right.
he's not creepy with the
Oh,
contestants.
yes,
Like
right.
he's
That's
very
different.
like
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
hands off.
He's
Like,
hands
he's
off.
a pro.
But
He's
if
just
he's
funny.
setting them up to say something funny,
Yeah, of
You know,
course.
where's the last place you put your fingers? And then
Right.
it was a hilarious answer from the guy, and the wife is cheering.
Right.
The wife is, yeah, buddy. You know, that kind of stuff's hilarious. But yeah, it's wild when you look back at different eras, what's acceptable was. It also got me the feels just seeing John Ritter. And my wife was like, is he still alive? No.
No.
His
Oh,
heart
no,
exploded.
he's
Been
remember?
gone for a while.
His aorta exploded, which
yeah.
is horrible. If that happens, you're gonna die.
Well,
Do you guys have a rule with phones during like a dinner with the family at home?
I mean, generally, try not to. We try to pay attention to
No
each other.
rules,
I
but
mean,
I
it's
think
no
for the
rule,
most
but-
part, like if we're sitting down together, like,
Yeah, well, nobody has their phones with them.
but I'll tell you what is on is Jeopardy is on. Jeopardy, it's a lot.
Going in the background.
But don't you guys eat early?
Yeah,
Jeopardy's
you don't
like
eat at
7,
We
7:30.
watched the previous night tape before. We're only
They got
a day
a whole
behind.
thing. They got a whole
We
thing.
got a whole system, JP.
Yeah.
I mean, and now that I think it's Jamie Ding is the reigning champion. He's won like 26 or 27 straight games. Like
What's his deal?
Yeah. He just knows
he's
everything.
He's just a nerd that knows everything. And I think he's won like over 600 grand. It might be like 700K at this point.
So is he getting to the point
He's a
where
machine.
where he's gonna like what's the record? Like over 100 or something?
I don't know what the record is, but
Like the guy-
it's
remember
either
the guy-
James
Jennings or-
Holzhauser.
Yeah, that guy that was like betting max every time.
Yeah.
and he went super viral.
Holhauser or Holzhauser. I can't remember.
Whatever it was. Yeah,
He was always billed as a professional gambler.
right. Well, he knew what
From
he was
Vegas.
doing. He knew what he was doing.
Definitely knew what he was doing. His system was pretty damn good.
So Jamie Ding, he might become synonymous
Jamie
with those
Ding
guys.
is gaining on him.
Says he's got a 27-day total of 753,000.
I mean, that's pretty damn good.
Needed 6 more wins to pass James Holzhauer.
Yeah.
For
that's
fourth
it?
most all time.
Oh, okay.
Ken Jennings is still the winningest Jeopardy contestant ever with 74 victories
mean, 74
in 2004. He earned more than
context is
2.5
crazy.
million.
I think 74. That's like Cal's streak. Like I don't think
Right?
anybody's catching Ken Jennings.
Well, think about it. 74 divided by 5. What is that? That's like 13, 14, something like that.
a little more than that.
All right,
It's like
Jamie
15
Ding.
Yeah.
I mean, props.
Ridiculous.
Graduated from Princeton, degree in molecular biology.
Yeah, I mean he's butt smart.
Yeah.
Part-time law student, now a public housing bureaucrat.
You're not going to get a guy like Mike Marr who went to like Radford
I mean,
on this show.
he's like, this
it's
dude
just
is-
never going to happen.
Like he's not only like brilliant, but he's answering questions about like categories you wouldn't even think about. Like 18th century French like historians or
Yeah.
composers.
Yeah, it's
And
ridiculous
they'll
that someone
show-
knows all
they'll-
that.
they'll
But they
show-
know it in
Well,
point
not a-
seconds.
like-
they just know it like that.
They'll show
ding,
a-
ding, ding, ding.
Good zing because his name is Ding.
Yeah.
They'll show a guy's picture, okay, an old school picture. It almost looks like a painting. You didn't know pictures were even around at this point. And he's like, yeah, it's this French guy that wrote whatever piece of music in like 1870. Like,
Right.
how would you know that?
I wouldn't. I don't
You have
watch
to,
that
like-
show.
Well, we don't watch it either.
I don't watch it. It makes me feel dumb. I don't need
Oh, it
another
definitely
reason to
makes you
feel dumb.
Definitely makes you feel dumb.
I just don't watch it. I could get like one right. Like one.
Yeah,
Depending on
one
the
per
category.
show.
I usually get more than one right, but like
No,
there's
you're way
there's
better at
certain
it.
categories where I just know that I'm drawing dead through the whole category.
But I've never been to a restaurant where they emphasize or encourage putting, leaving your phones in your car.
I mean, it's just common sense. It's trifling when you're around people to be on your phone. My daughters are very sensitive to it. When I pull my phone out, my daughter will go, "Dad," pay attention.
Right.
They're very sensitive to it.
I want you to
And-
be in the moment.
yeah, and I appreciate it.
But when I was out last night with my wife and daughters at Open Road, I mean, unless someone's sitting by themselves at the bar,
Yeah.
okay, they'll probably be on their phone. But people were talking.
Mm-hmm.
No one was on their phones. We weren't.
What you end up doing is, what I find is that you're talking, and then there might be a lull, and then when there's a lull, you look at your phone, and somebody starts talking, and you put it down, and then, you know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
a lull. We're just so used to constant stimulation.
Yeah.
That's what I find to be the issue, to be honest.
I'll be honest. I'm much more susceptible to checking my phone during NFL season. If I'm out and
Yeah,
about,
you're so
like
wired with
if
fantasy.
I'm out at dinner, say at 5:00 or 5:30, probably 5:15 during the NFL, like week 10, I'm gonna be checking my phone.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just being honest. I will be checking my phone throughout.
Right.
That won't be blatant. I'm not gonna have it out in front of my face this whole time, but I might have it down here. I do a little peek down here, down near
my daughter would
groin.
bust you. She would bust you.
She would definitely bust.
Yeah, she would bust you.
Yeah.
Be pretty obvious. But of course, it's obviously healthy to not be so tied to our phones. Like, I don't think anyone in the world could argue it.
Yeah, but we're all addicted, and it's never going to change.
I don't know what restaurants
hopefully
that
it
were
does.
doing that. I know that article said that more restaurants are doing it. Can we name one?
No.
Nobody's been in one.
I mean, it did-
where they've taken your phone.
Not taking it, but this
Putting it in a
article,
pouch?
This article mentions that a Chick-fil-A tested the tactic in Maryland with the location offering free ice cream to families who kept their phones off the table while they ate.
I know there are certain nice restaurants I've been in before where you just get the sense, if it's not spoken, it's kind of a rule you're not supposed to be on your phone in here. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, yeah, you shouldn't be on your phone,
well,
like talking on your phone.
well, that's obvious. But I'm talking about you probably shouldn't even pull your phone out. Like it's such a nice restaurant.
There's a bar in D.C. where your phone is not allowed in the restaurant.
Nice.
Oh, really?
They take it at the door and put it in a slot, and you can get it when you walk
And
out.
people still go in.
I generally
Of course,
put my
it's part of-
phone.
it's part of their gimmick.
I mean, I do it here, and this is what I do at restaurants. I put my phone in my wallet just like this because I hate having them in my pockets. And I don't have a man purse. If my wife has a purse or something, then I'll put my phone in her purse. But it'll usually be on the table like that because I still have
I don't
old
know.
school wallet.
I don't know if
have a clip.
I don't know if I'd walk into a restaurant if they took my phone at the front door.
You feel a little.
Well, I just wouldn't want someone else having my phone.
You're just such
not
a
that I'm going to
control
be
guy.
on the phone
Yeah,
during
yeah.
dinner. I don't know if I
Afraid
want
you're
someone
gonna
else having
lose
my
it.
phone for an hour. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe they'd have to prove that they got it locked up or something.
Look, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure they're not going to lose any phones.
Do you give them your coat if they have a coat closet?
Yeah, but you didn't care about his coat. There's no information in his coat.
Yeah, and I haven't been to a restaurant where they've taken my coat in a long time.
No, probably not. Not that fancy.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I probably wouldn't love it if they asked me for my phone. To be honest with you, I probably would say, I don't know if I want to go here.
Yeah, right.
You dog walkers.
I'd rather leave it in my car.
Yeah.
Do you walk
Correct.
with the phone?
No.
Sometimes.
No.
Sometimes I'll leave it.
My
just
wife-
charging
So it's
in my
just you
house.
and your dog bonding.
Well, my wife does. If my wife and I go for a walk, which we do pretty much every day, she brings her phone but plays music. But I don't bring my phone.
It's actually good time. I like sometimes when my wife and I go for a walk, hey, let's call mom. Knock out a phone call.
Oh, yeah,
with my
yeah,
mom
there you
or
go.
Something, while you're walking together.
Killing two birds.
Yeah, killing two birds. You get a
Plus,
little
you got the
exercise
exit point.
and you're checking in on your mom.
Yeah, you're like,
Yes.
walk's done. Got to check out. Heading back home.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, we're going to get into the NFL draft. What does Chris Sims have the Commanders doing in his latest mock draft? We will take you through that coming up next here on The Fan. When it comes to your money, what's more valuable than peace of mind? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors know that your financial journey is personal. Whether you're looking for a second opinion on your portfolio or want to build a plan for steady income in your retirement, Trajan Wealth has got you covered. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps vet who knows the meaning of true independence, founded Trajan Wealth so their advisors could always put your interests first. Turn to the pros at Trajan Wealth for a custom-tailored plan to reach your goals on your timeline. Schedule your complimentary introductory meeting today at TRAJANWealth.com and start working toward the retirement you've always imagined. That's TRAJANWealth.com. You owe it to yourself to get a second opinion on your financial future. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We'll start with baseball. Nationals beginning a 4-game series against first place Atlanta Nats, beaten by the Braves last night 9-4, despite a home run early from Dalen Lyle and a couple of RBI for Jacob Young. Nats led 3-2 until Atlanta broke it open with 5 runs in the 6th inning. Nats have now dropped 3 of 4. The 4-game series with the Braves continues tonight, 6:45 first pitch here on The Fan. Stanley Cup playoffs, Carolina got by Ottawa 3-2 in a double OT thriller last night to take a 2-0 lead in their series. Philadelphia won again in Pittsburgh, so Flyers lead that one 2-0. NBA playoffs, Atlanta rallied to stun the Knicks 107-106 to tie up their series at 1 win apiece. Cleveland beat Toronto to take a 2-0 lead in that series, and Spurs star Victor Wembanyama was named the NBA Defensive Player of the Year. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Later in the show, Paul Datino will join us. That's at 8:45. We'll talk Giants draft with him and Ben Standing at 9:25. We will focus on the Commanders and their draft plans with him coming up at 9:25. Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is brought to you nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. And draft coverage brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
On Thursday night at the draft, when we're Honor Brewing, how many of the new jerseys do you think we will see?
Ooh, you'll see a decent number.
You think?
I think you'll see a decent number.
I hope so.
I was wondering, will I be ridiculed if I wear my last year's, jersey of
No, you'll be
Jaden?
fine. You'll be good.
It feels like it's not cool anymore.
You're fine. You got a vintage Jaden Daniels
It's
jersey.
vintage? All right.
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
You're good to go.
God, I feel so behind the times.
I think you're good. My wife got me some sort of Commanders hoodie. I can't remember what it was for recently, so I guess I can whip that out.
I have to say, I know we're going to talk about Chris Sims here, but just get back to the jersey reveal for a second. Maybe it's just because I have it. I kind of like, I'm the only person in the country, apparently. I kind of like the black one more than the last black one more than this black one.
You like the previous Battle Blacks instead of the Hail Razor, I believe is what they're called.
I know it seems like I'm not doing a bit, and maybe it's just because I have it.
But you like the newer helmet.
Yes.
I mean, you're not wearing the helmet. The jerseys, I don't know. How much did they change on the black jersey?
The black jersey just looks kind of plain to me. I thought the other one looked kind of cool. But I know people didn't like it because it said Commanders, which, of course, I don't like the name. But I actually don't
I think
mind
you're
that
fine
black.
wearing that black jersey.
All right.
I think there's some nuance, and most people won't even pick up the nuance, the difference between last year's black jersey and this black jersey. The helmet, way different.
The uniform nerds
you're
are going
wrong.
to they're going to realize.
I said the uniform nerd,
Yeah,
sure, but I think there's nuance that
But
your
I'm not a
average
uniform
Joe
nerd.
won't necessarily notice
No,
that.
I think you
Will you
know
wear it
right away.
Will you wear it on Thursday?
If I remember, yeah. I want to. I know I got to work out my daughter before I'm heading straight from a workout, but if I throw it in my car, I will. Yeah.
Put that note in your phone.
Yeah.
All right. So
Remind yourself.
what is Chris Sims saying about the Commanders?
All
What's
right,
his prediction?
I'm going to give you the top of his draft board. He's of course has Fernando Mendoza going 1 to the Raiders. Everybody assumes that's going to happen.
Right.
He's got Arvell Reese from Ohio State being the first Buckeye off the board at number 2 to the Jets. He's got Arizona taking Jeremiah Love at
By the
number
way,
3. There's been buzz.
Ton of buzz about that.
A lot of that because it
Ton
seemed
of
like
buzz.
he was locked in for the Titans at the number 4 pick. But it seems like, I saw yesterday on Twitter, like some prominent voice in the Arizona room is lobbying for Jeremiah Love. I don't know if that's the owner. I don't know if it's GM.
A lot of the mock guys, somebody's telling them somewhere.
Yeah.
that Love to Arizona is a very viable option.
Right.
A lot of mock guys are putting that out there.
So Chris Sims' mock has Love going 3 to the Cardinals. At 4, the Titans take David Bailey, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech.
Yeah.
He had 14.5 sacks last year after getting 14.5 sacks the previous 3 years at Stanford.
Love that production.
Yeah,
So, now here's where the curveball comes in from Chris Sims. He has the Commanders trading up 2 spots with their division rival, the New York Giants, who currently hold the number 5 spot.
It just, on the sheer face of it, seems insane.
And selecting
Not if you want your guy.
Carnell Tate.
They don't want him that bad. They don't care that much. He ain't that
Wow.
special. They're not going to do it. You're not going to trade with a division rival to move up 2 spots, especially when the division rival is linked to Tyson. Was Shane going out to dinner with him, working him out? Everybody's saying how he's their top target. It just makes no sense.
Right, they could probably get Tyson at 10 because that's the second pick they have in the top 10. You would figure the Giants take some sort of defender, maybe Sonny Styles at number 5.
But couldn't the
Tyson to be there at
Commanders? Couldn't the
10.
Commanders get Tate and stay where they are?
You would think.
If they don't get Tate, you could take Tyson.
It seems like a rash move to trade up, especially with the division rival, to give them any sort of edge.
I'm almost
to move
willing
up
to
2
bet a
spots.
large amount of money that will not happen. It's just
look
it's one of the more implausible trade options I've seen.
Well,
What if you
look
really
look
love
at the
Tate?
title of the page?
Yeah.
Chris Sims releases insane mock draft.
predicting
Right.
6 first-round trades.
Yeah.
But what if you love Tate?
Yeah.
You want to fill that spot at receiver. You value Tate more than the other receivers.
Yeah.
And the Browns, who select at 6, will also want Tate. So you jump ahead of them to 5 to get your
I
guy.
reject the premise. I don't
I
think
don't
they're
see that happening.
sold that much on any of these guys. I think they'll be happy with 5 or 6 of them.
Man, I
I
can't
just
wait.
don't think they're that sold on him.
We talked at length.
Would you be okay with them trading up for anybody?
Be hard pressed.
What if they traded up for Jeremiah Love? I know that would tantalize you.
I know. I just.
I'd be cool with Love falling into your lap at 7. I don't know if I want to move up.
I'm not really
3 or
into
4
trading up.
spots to
It'd be
pick
hard.
him.
I mean, listen. I'm sure I'd support it the next day, but it would be hard for me to wrap my head around it.
I mean,
Just
you
don't see it as a viable.
You don't want to give up
possibility.
next year's number 1 to go up that far to get Love.
Yeah, I just think there's so many like impactful potential players. Like it's a can't miss. Now these guys might miss, but on paper, I think we're gonna get an impactful player at 7.
I agree.
Just stay there.
We talked at length yesterday about trading down.
Yeah, I think it's much more plausible that they trade down.
They're not
at 2
gonna
or 3
trade up.
spots than trading up into the top 5
they're
or
not,
top
they're not
3.
a candidate to trade up, and they're definitely not going to trade up with their rivals.
What are you going to offer to move up 2 or 3 spots? Like,
I mean, maybe it could.
you don't have a second-round pick. You can offer a future second or third to move up.
Why wouldn't you
that
trade with
amount?
the rival? They traded with the rival last season.
It just doesn't happen as often. It's something that doesn't happen as often. Does it happen? Sure.
I mean, they made a trade with the Eagles.
It just doesn't happen that often.
It doesn't happen that often in the top 7.
Now,
Yeah.
in this mock, in between where they have the Commanders picking and the Giants swapping, this is a name that's been gaining buzz for the Browns. Offensive tackle Monroe Freeling.
Good.
Out of Georgia.
Good. Take them. That's great.
Like him leapfrogging Malagoa and Spencer Fano. Like those
Yeah.
are the 2 names you've seen offensive tackle wise, like falling in the top 10 or 12.
Mm-hmm.
But Freeling's name has shot into like the top 10 in a lot of these mock drafts.
As a Skins fan, we want as many tackles to go as possible before us at 7. That just gives us another guy that we make sure we're getting our highest ranked guy.
So in Sims's mock, he has the Giants. Then at 7, the Commanders' initial slot taking Sonny Styles. So they get their guy. They trade down a couple spots, get more draft capital from a division rival. I mean, it's a huge win for the Giants.
I really want Styles to be available there, and I want to see what they're going to do.
Right.
I'm totally intrigued by it because I know, obviously, everybody in the world knows how much they value athleticism, but I also know that they value the tape too, and I'm not sure that the tape matches exactly the athleticism. I'm just very curious to see what they do there.
Well, also, you keep hearing rumblings that Styles is Dan Quinn's guy. Mm-hmm. Like you've seen that.
I've heard
Dan
that too.
Quinn's guy.
But you
if
think
he's
that
there.
that's true? Is Dan Quinn telling everybody that's my guy?
I mean, I would.
I'm guessing they do like him a lot.
I'm telling you, I have question marks about Styles. That's what
But
I
you're
want to see.
But you're only basing that off the stats.
No, also just the body type. It just doesn't look normal to me. Like he looks like he should be in the NBA.
Like
for a linebacker, it just doesn't.
6'5", can run.
I know he has, but it's like
Versatile.
they're receivers that can do all the things, but they can't catch or they can't, go over the middle. They don't have the toughness or whatever. I don't know. He's got a great body. I'm not saying he doesn't, but it doesn't look like a linebacker.
Got great genetics.
He does.
Yeah.
But I have questions about. I would love to see them. I want to see him available, and I want to see what they do because I'm not convinced they would take him.
It seems like there's also buzz on Styles going to Dallas if Dallas can somehow move into the top like
6.
7 or 8 because they hold picks 12 and 20. So the buzz is that they move up the board by packaging, I don't know, if both 12 and 20 to move up that amount or 12 and maybe one of their second or third round picks. Like expect Dallas to be a mover on draft.
A lot of people expect them. The Jets potentially. There are 3 or 4 teams that people are suggesting. If anybody's going to move up, Dallas, Jets, there are 3 or 4 that
Gosh,
would do it.
no one's talking about Bain.
No one's talking about Bain.
They're just not talking about him.
He's in the second tier.
But I mean, if you look at the mocks, I don't know where
I
Chris
see him
Sims had it.
selected 8 a lot.
Sims has him going 9 to the Chiefs.
It's weird because
so most mocks have him in the top 10 to 12,
right?
If not, 13ish. But man, it's just like no one's talking about it. They're
Before
talking
the
about Styles. They're
he was
talking
in the
about
top 3.
Bailey and Reese and all these.
Before
guys.
the arm stuff, he was in the top 3.
Yeah.
Arm and car stuff.
The car stuff.
Yeah, the car stuff was.
It's been on the last couple days. But I think even before then, he was down in that second tier. The arm thing really, and to me, I actually think it's one of the dumbest things in history.
By the way, what does Chris Sims have? The Giants doing it 10 and then with the 7th pick.
I mentioned they took Sonny Styles with the 7th pick,
and then what do they have at 10?
and Jordan Tyson, the wideout from Arizona State, going
Maybe
10
a nice
overall.
haul for the Giants.
I heard a guy yesterday on with JP&B Mitch, and he's convinced Tyson's going to go 5 to the Giants. Giants are going to mess around. They want him, and they're going to take him at 5.
Well, I mean, if the Commanders really love Carnell Tate, which is what Peter Schrager says, then they would love for Jordan Tyson to go 5.
Peter Schrager,
They
by
would
the way, is
love
now
that.
backing off.
Not if the Browns
Really
snatch
like him.
Tate at 6.
Well, then you have to go to a backup plan.
Yeah.
Then you have to go to whoever the next best player on your board is. Then you say, Caleb Downs,
Yep.
come on down. You're the newest member of the Commanders.
Right.
I would guess that would
But like
probably
you
be
said,
the case.
At 7, they're going to get a stud.
They're going to get a stud if they stay. If they move,
I mean, I
guess
even
it's
think
good, but
I know you're not high on Styles anymore. I think if they get Styles at 7, they're getting.
I'll embrace it,
They're
and
getting
I'll
a
root
stud.
for him. And the one nice thing I like about Styles, beyond the absurd athleticism, is he's another one like Downs, who they say is just like really cerebral, smart guy,
Right.
gets it. So I love that.
I mean, he grew up in the football house.
Great pedigree. His
Yeah.
brother's a stud. His dad was a stud. I just don't think he's going to make it down into that 7 territory at this point. I think he's going to be gone like by 5 at the latest.
I wish that he had the all-world production that matched the all-world combine. That's the only thing. You look at the guys, like the fastest guys, we've talked about it before, like a receiver, none of them have done anything.
Yeah, but like I said yesterday, if he would have put up the numbers that he did his junior year and his senior year, you'd be all about it.
It would be different. Yeah, we'd match it.
Yeah.
Do you want your last 10 number 7 picks in the NFL draft?
Sure.
Ooh, I can pull that up too.
I like that.
2016, DeForest Buckner, defensive end.
Really good player.
Mike Williams, wide receiver.
There's so many Mike Williams receivers, I get confused.
Not great.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, quarterback.
Yeah, that's a massive hit.
Josh Allen, linebacker.
Hit.
Derek Brown, defensive tackle.
Maybe one of the better defensive tackles in the game.
Penei Sewell, tackle.
Stud.
Evan Neal, tackle.
Issues.
Massive bust.
Yeah.
Tyree Wilson, defensive end.
Oh, I think he's a huge bust so far.
J.C. Latham, tackle.
I think he's been
Hasn't
decent.
he moved around a little bit?
Decent, I would say, at
And
best.
then last year, Armand Membu.
He's just a
He's
big
a
fat
tackle.
offensive lineman for the Jets. I
Yeah.
think he's
So
pretty good.
mainly tackles are going 7.
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to happen
But I
this
think
year.
on the
Washington
whole, more good players than not, which you would expect that high up in the draft.
State. Isn't that funny?
I'm convinced they're going to get a very good player.
Isn't that funny? What are the odds that Josh Allen goes the same pick in back-to-back
It's
years.
weird. It's weirdness.
Other great number 7 picks include Adrian Peterson, Champ Bailey,
Pretty good one.
Eddie George,
You're talking about Hall of Famers, those guys.
but also busts like Mike Mamula.
Yeah, there's
That's
plenty
gonna
of
happen.
those. Throw it in.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the listeners involved when we come back. Would you be happy if the Commanders traded up out of 7, like Chris Sims has happening in his mock? He's got the Commanders doing business with their division rival, the Giants, who are sitting at number 5.
Can you
They
play
also have the number
music?
10
I want to
pick.
get fired up here. We're just, 48 hours away or so?
Which
Roughly.
you want this
Roughly.
music?
Yeah, I just want to hear that. I want to get fired up for the draft.
Or do you want the draft
You have
music?
draft music?
Ding, ding, ding.
Oh, that would be
can do
Valdez.
that.
Valdez can
You can
find
have
draft
that coming back. 800-636-1067. Would you be happy if the Commanders moved up from 7? Most people have them moving down from 7. Would you be happy if they moved into the top 5? 800-636-1067 is the number. We'll take your calls on that next. You can join 1067 The Fans Draft Night Watch Party at Honor Brewing in Loudon this Thursday. We'll be hosting live from 6:30 until 8 p.m., followed by Grant and Danny. They'll have all of your live coverage of the draft from 8 until 11 p.m. That's at Honor Brewing in Loudon. We hope to see you there in just about, let me look at the ticker on the bottom of the screen, right about 60 hours from now.
Right.
On a Thursday evening.
Yep.
But we were discussing Chris Sims's latest mock draft where he has the Commanders moving up from 7 to number 5 to grab their guy, Carnell Tate, before the Giants can get him.
The problem with moving up, just the perception is, and I'm part of that, is it feels desperate. It feels desperate when you move up, right?
Or you're just fixated on a guy, and you want to make sure you land that guy.
Part of the desperation that you think that you've identified one guy that you must have.
Right. And it doesn't necessarily have to be Tate. It could be Jeremiah Love. If you feel like other teams, and we're hearing buzz that Arizona wants to move out of that, or they want to pick him, and other teams might want to jump into the number 3 spot to get Jeremiah Love. Like, are you into that for any of these players that are coming out? 800-636-1067 is the number.
I'm just so convinced that they're going to get a very, very good player if they just stick. That I'm kind of against it, but I'll support it if they do.
If Washington had 9 picks or 10 picks in the draft,
exactly,
and they had a boatload next year,
then you're more of a candidate.
Correct. But since they only have the 1, the 3, the 5, the 2 6s, and the 7, I mean the two 6s and the 7, I don't know. Even they may not even make the teams, but I wouldn't be that anxious to move up.
Yeah, not having the number 2,
even if I really loved a guy,
definitely hurts them. Now,
because I guarantee they love more than one guy.
100%. But you got Laramie Tunsil as part of giving up that second-round pick, which is great, but you'd still love to have the second-round pick. So I think they're much more in the business of, let's move back off of 7. If we have a group of guys that we really like, that we can get at 10 or 11, let's try to get that second-round pick back. I think that's a much more likely scenario than moving up.
I really don't think that they're in a position where they're like, we got to get a corner. We just got to get a corner, like in the first round. You know what I mean?
Right.
First pick has to be a corner, or first pick has to be running back, or first pick has to be wide receiver. Yeah. I don't think they're in that position, so that does lend you more to move. Now, if there was a huge hole in it, we got to get a quarterback. Okay, then you move up.
Right.
Then you move up. All right, 800-636-1067. Want to hear from you. I am that guy that I will question it, but I'll support whatever they do. I will support whatever they do, but I will question it. Let's go to Ron. Ron, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Good morning, fellas.
What's up?
First of all, this year's draft is probably the most intriguing draft that I can recall being a Washington fan. What are we going to do? What if?
Why is that?
I don't see. I mean, there's so many players that we could get at that particular position at number 7. I don't agree with going up. Absolutely not. We need the draft picks. What we do have. There was a mock draft that I don't know who it was said that we could possibly trade with Dallas and move down to 12 and get to 20. Absolutely not. We do not trade with the enemy to get them their best pass rusher to go after our franchise quarterback. I don't agree with that at all. Even though we do need the picks. Now with the Jeremiah Love situation, great player. We've got a stacked running back room. My concern is how well is he going to do with an offensive line in the NFL compared to the offensive line that he had at Notre Dame and the number 2 running back that's projected coming out, that's from Notre Dame too. So that's telling me them Hogs was doing their job for those running backs. Not taking nothing away from Love. But my personal opinion, I don't have a problem moving back a little bit to get a cornerback. Where Sonny Styles is there, you got to get Sonny Styles at number 7.
People love Sonny Styles.
Thank you. Yeah, I just don't
It
think
might happen.
I don't think Styles is falling to 7.
You actually think he's be way on?
I think if he's, I don't think he's falling out of the top 5.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
You might be right.
If Adam Peters and Quinn really want Sonny Styles, that I feel like that's a guy that they have to move up for. I don't think they have to move up for Carnell Tate. I just feel like there's a good chance if you stay at 7 and keep it in your pants, Carnell Tate, there's a good chance he's there for you. Now that could blow up in your face if Cleveland wants to pick, like a stud that went to Ohio State. It's a good story. Stays in Cleveland. Okay, then you have to pivot. But these groups of personnel people, they don't just have their heart set on one player. Like they've been war planning and war gaming this for months.
Yeah.
Like if somebody snakes a player away from them, it's not like
they're going to be
us
ready.
having somebody snaked away from us in a goofy fantasy draft.
Oh, what do we do?
You know what I mean?
They're going to be fine.
They're not going to panic. They have a plan.
Well, if everybody's all in on Styles, I almost feel like Bailey's a can't miss.
Well, here's exactly
if he's like a guy like him slips.
Yeah.
Here's why I sit at 7.
Because
Bailey.
he's gone 2 or 3 in every mock that I've seen.
If I'm Peters, I know that I get one of these 6 guys. If I
That's what I said yesterday.
Yeah.
Styles, Love, Tate, Downs, Reese, Bailey.
Yeah.
I get one of those 6.
You're getting a stud.
Yeah, I don't have to do anything.
Guaranteed.
And one of them
Throw
falls
in
into my
Delane
lap.
too, the number 1 corner in the draft. Throw
Yeah,
him
Mansour
in.
Delane. Like I didn't even put him on the list.
Yeah.
But I know I'm getting one of those 6 studs.
That's why I said
know
stick.
it's a certainty.
That's why I stick.
Why would I move?
Stick and pick.
Why would I move off of 7?
Stick
if
and pick.
anything,
Stick and pick. Stick and pick.
If anything, I'm moving down to 9 or 10
Stick and pick.
and getting more
or
picks.
move down a couple picks.
I mean, if
Two
three
or
of those
three.
guys are available, and,
Maybe.
and the Jets are calling.
Look, I said yesterday I wouldn't want to go past about 10. JP said he'd go down to 16 to get the Jets pick and then to get a second rounder and a fourth rounder.
Okay.
I said that would be the furthest I would go. But
That was the Daniel Jeremiah mock
I
trade.
wouldn't. I don't think I'd go down to 16.
I would do that. Look, I was looking at last year's draft. There were 4 draft day deals in the first round. The Jaguars moved up to select Travis Hunter. They swapped picks with
The Browns.
the Browns, who got the number 5 pick. They swapped like a second rounder and a fourth rounder and a future first rounder. So they paid a hefty price to be able to get Travis Hunter. They drafted Tootin and a safety in the 6th round. You had the Giants move up to take Jackson Dart. Now that was the 25th pick, but they traded a second round pick and 2 third-round picks to move up to the first round. You had the Rams always trade away their first round pick. The Falcons traded up to get the number 26 pick in the first round. And then the Eagles moved up just a pick.
Right.
They were 32nd. They moved up to 31 to draft linebacker Jahad Campbell. So we know there are going to be teams that move up in the draft because they covet certain players.
All right, let's go to Mark, and I think he's calling from Clinton.
Hey, Mark, what's up, buddy?
What do you think?
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Good morning. I was just talking to Drab, and I think everybody's talking around this. I think it's going to be Downs.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to change their life as a
I've
defensive
thought that
player.
for a long time. Downs would be a great pick.
Yeah, EB, you and I think alike. But we got to stop talking around this thing. They're not drafting a wide receiver at 7. It's not happening, okay? But I'll call back and mea culpa. I can do that. But I think
All
it's
right, what
going to
if
be
Downs
down.
is gone? Then where do you go to?
If Downs is gone and the defensive players are gone, then we got to take Tate if he's there.
You just said,
You just said they're not
gonna
take
be
a
down.
wide out.
You just said they're not taking a wide
No,
out.
but I give him the benefit of the doubt. He's
No,
saying,
no.
Yeah.
No, hold on, guys. I want Downs, but I said they're not going to take a wide out. They might love Tate at that spot because what's left? We don't know what's going to be left.
Right.
Well, there's still going to be a really good player left at 7, even if Downs goes.
So
I mean, most of these drafts have Downs going later than 7.
So
No, but I like them at 7. EB, what do you think?
of what?
Of Downs at 7?
Downs at 7
You
would
like
be.
Downs
I
at
mean, I
7.
think unless like a Bailey's there or somebody that's just maybe a little bit more impactful, it'd be hard for me to have an argument against Downs. They say he'd be the leader of your defense right away. He's instinctive. He's ahead of everybody else. He's a stud at 2 different huge programs. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me.
And that's what I was saying. And I was talking to Drab, and I'll get off. I'll let you guys go. But I mean, ask Valdez. What did Ed Reed do for Baltimore?
Of course.
That could happen for us.
Of course, we saw what Sean Taylor did here. I mean, safeties can be. I think a lot of times we sleep on safeties. I know I do at times, no doubt about it. But I was really See, everyone's saying Sonny Styles is Dan Quinn's guy. I remember early on in this process, Dan Quinn raving about Caleb Downs. Now, he raved about all the Ohio State guys, but the stuff he said about Downs really resonated with me. That he's like, right away, he's your smartest guy on your defense. Right away, he's the leader of your defense. They don't really say that about rookies very often.
Yeah, this is what Todd McShay said about the Commanders at 7. If Sonny Styles is sitting there for the Commanders, I'm told on pretty damn good authority that Dan Quinn, that's his guy. Styles is going 7 to Washington if he's on the board. And I actually believe that's if Jeremiah Love were on the board too. That's what I'm hearing strong. End quote.
So I'm sorry, who's
pretty
saying
strong.
McShay.
that? Oh, McShay.
Todd
Okay.
McShay.
Just getting back to Chris Sims's possibility, and I don't blame these guys for throwing this stuff out there in mocks. This is what they're doing. They're putting out different mocks all the time, throwing out different scenarios. It's fair. I think traditionally, though, when they've researched it, trading up in the first round has more often than not backfired. If you use Pro Bowl as a metric over a 5-year span, teams that traded up in the first round 28 times, okay, only 4 of those players went on to make a Pro Bowl, right? I mean, certainly you can point to instances where you trade up and you get a Pat Mahomes, maybe you trade up and get a Tristan Wirfs, but then there are also the Trubiskys, the Robert Griffins, the Trey Lances.
Big bust.
Yeah. I think they moved up big time to get Julio Jones. That works. But wasn't it Jones that they
That one
traded
definitely
up?
worked out.
That
for
one
Atlanta.
works.
Big trade
But
with Cleveland, I
I
believe.
think on the whole, trading up more often than not backfires, and teams are aware of that. They know sort of the history of that kind of thing. But if you're desperate, what are you going to do? You don't have a quarterback. You got to go. Now, this is not a quarterback-driven draft, so we may not see a lot of that. Although some teams are potentially going to trade up maybe into the later part of the first round to get like a Ty Simpson.
Yeah, and I think that's going to hurt Peters and company that there aren't a bunch of quarterbacks to be selected in this draft.
Yeah,
But
because someone would like to
Yeah,
get up to
because if
7.
you're sitting at 7 and there's 4 quarterbacks that people love and want in the top 15, then that 7 pick becomes more valuable than
No
it
doubt.
already is.
But if there's one running back that's head and shoulders above everybody else in your mind, like if there's a cliff at another position, then you might trade up.
I'd be stunned if the Commanders traded up into the top 5 or top. Like, if you hear on draft
I would
night
be stunned
that
too.
the Commanders have jumped from 7 to 3 to
I
get
would be-
Jeremiah Love,
I would be very
I'll
surprised.
be stunned.
I'll be
Yes.
stunned, but it would tell me, man, they must think this guy's the next Barry Sanders.
Right.
I'm all in. I would.
Yeah.
I'll find a way to get.
Well,
behind
he better
it.
be because you're probably giving up next year's 1 to move up 4 spots.
And if you're Adam Peters, that could be like a job-defining type of moment for you.
Correct.
Like it either keeps your job for another 3 or 4 years, or it loses your job if it doesn't work
But
out.
that's a long shot that would ever happen.
Totally.
But if they did it, just know that means they think that guy is clearly the best fit for them, and they cannot afford to pass up on him. So at that point, I just got to be all in.
Yeah.
I got to be excited.
Yeah, you got to trust him.
If that happens, then the crowd at Honor Brewing on Thursday night would definitely go wild if the Commanders jumped into the top 3. Because if they jump into the top 3, it's to take Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
It's not to take Carnell Tate. It's not to take Sonny Styles.
What if it was to take David Bailey?
I don't think they would do that.
I don't know. You might be able to sit at 7. Bailey could just fall down the board to
If
you.
David Bailey's there at 7, that's going to be hard to pass him up, too.
I mean, 14 and a half sacks in one season. If you could do anything close to that,
Out
as
of
a
all the
rookie-
teams that could possibly trade out in the top 7, I think the number 1 team that would do that would be Arizona.
Arizona's a prime candidate.
Yeah, I would. If I had to rank the teams that would do that, I don't think the Jets would trade out of 2, but I think that the Cardinals could trade out of 3.
All right, coming up later, we'll continue our draft coverage. Paul Datino covers the Giants for WFAN. He will join us coming up at 8:45. And Ben Standing, he'll talk Commanders draft with us at 9:25. Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905, is expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability, on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up the junks with hoodies, long sleeve shirts, and graphic tees. I love my brown hoodie and my brand new boots. Both are comfortable to wear in studio during the show, when I'm working around the house, or just out and about. Visit FanDuel.com/apparel today to see the new collection. Remember, you want to kick off your summer with the Junks live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. Friday, May 22nd is the date, Memorial Day weekend. It all gets started at 6 a.m., gets going super early and doesn't slow down all day. B. Mitch and Finley take over at 10 a.m. It's presented by our friends at Main Street Bank.
Mm-hmm.
So that is just about a month away. A month and a day, according to my math.
Awesome.
Yep. So
Lot
it's
coming up.
coming.
Got the NFL draft. Once we get past the NFL draft, we'll be honed in on the NBA lottery,
That is
which I
correct.
believe is May 10th.
It is May 10th. That is correct.
And then
Yeah,
we'll be
we'll-
heading to the Starboard later in the month.
We'll shift from NFL draft to NBA draft like that.
Yep.
If you
Hopefully the
remember,
Wiz
especially
get
if they're
lucky in the
getting-
lottery.
Yeah, especially if they're getting the top, 2 pick or
not gonna
they get the
happen.
one pick.
If you see Will Dawkins, he's just like he's locked in on 5, and anything above that is and that's how it should be.
It's gravy, I know.
Yeah, anything above that's gravy.
At 5, you still get a really good player.
Well, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
We're very comfortable.
This
at
is a
5.
good
We don't-
draft. That's
yeah.
why all these teams are trying to get into the. I mean, what the Sacramento Kings did in one of those games was just outrageous. Towards the end of the game, they were fouling on purpose because they had a lead.
Right.
Think about that.
It's so dumb. Yeah,
They're that desperate to lose the game.
Yes.
I've been against it, but we're in it, and then we're at the end of it. So let's be done with it. Let's do it right, and let's move on. Let's try to win games. That's what I'm excited about.
Speaking of the NBA, just for a second, I saw something during one of the breaks that the Cleveland Cavaliers are doing, which just had me LOLing. So you know how there's the kiss cam at most arenas.
Yeah.
And I know the Lakers did a kiss cam between Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic because they have a blooming friendship. But the Cavaliers, and I don't know what their mascot is. I think it goes by CC.
Okay.
You can look it up.
All right.
Was doing this business. Instead of the kiss cam, they have a don't blink cam. And they have people, I don't know what they're giving away, but they have people getting on to the middle of the court.
Yeah.
And the mascot takes a leaf blower and blows it at their face.
And they have to
and
not
these
blink?
people are like
Yeah.
trying, like bugging out their eyes, trying not to blink.
Probably impossible.
The Cavs mascot is named Moondog.
Okay.
Just in
Moondog.
case you're wondering.
Moondog. God, I hate mascots.
So whoever it is who doesn't blink the longest wins the prize. Is that the deal?
Yes, it looks like
It
that.
seems physically impossible.
Yeah.
How,
could-
how
They're
would you-
all doing. They're
how
all
would you not-
blinking.
yeah,
Yeah,
how would
right.
you not blink with a leaf blower is blowing wind at 50 miles an hour
Right.
directly into your eyeballs?
Yeah, they're all blinking.
I'll retweet it.
Right.
I mean, you definitely have to sign a waiver for that, right? Like, there's no chance you go out there and don't sign a waiver. They're going to blow a leaf blower right into your eyeballs.
Yeah. Yeah, the one guy who won, he definitely blinked.
Okay, but I guess he did
just
better than
blinked.
everybody else.
No, he blinked right away. He
Dude, the
blinked.
leaf blower is 6 inches from his eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually forcing him to blink, but
You know, though, I give the promotions team credit. 'cause
Maybe
they,
we should do this bit in Dewey.
They came up with that out of thin air. It's not like they're ripping that bit off of somebody else. I mean, at least
No, but we can rip it off.
We can certainly rip it off. Why wouldn't we do that? It's a great idea.
Look at that guy's mouth. It's just
yeah, he hated it. Okay.
Depends on how strong your leaf blower is.
Well, this one looks pretty strong.
Yeah.
It looks like pretty heavy
I know
duty.
when mine's dying of a battery, then I could probably pull it
kind
off.
of weak.
But when it's at full strength, unlikely.
I need to take my leaf blower up on the ladder and blow out my gutter.
That sounds super dangerous. Because if you're on
My
a ladder,
gutter has so many leaves or little helicopters.
I'm telling you,
that were left over.
We have guys that come every quarter, and they go. And I'm just sitting there chilling. All of a sudden, I hear a guy jumping on the roof.
Yeah.
They just go up there and they just blow them
You guys
out.
don't have the silly leaf gutter or leaf guard. That
A
keeps
leaf
the-
helmet.
Yeah, whatever it's called. I mean, it
No.
goes by a bunch of different names.
No,
not
I've got
sure.
the old original
you,
gutters.
You need to get a deal.
Oh, it's on my list of things.
You need to get a deal. Get that on your
course.
house with the quickness.
I've got a
I'm
lot
not
of
even
things I
sure.
need to fix in the
I'm not
house.
You're not sure?
I'm honestly not sure. I know I have guys that jump up there. We could actually have some sort of protection, and guys go up there on
Okay.
top of it. Yeah, I'm not sure.
You have the gutter helmet?
I do.
It's nice.
Because even though I don't have trees,
little
it's not really like
jealous.
giant pine tree, which doesn't have real leaves. Like leaves show up in my backyard and house My neighbors.
Well, sure.
They have trees.
Well, the things that
The
are
leaves
bothering
blowing
everybody right now.
everywhere.
I know I don't have the gutter helmet or whatever, some name brand thing.
Yeah.
I might have some sort of thing like
a screen, a nub screen.
Yeah, I might have something like that.
I've got nothing.
I'm not sure. But the things the little helicopter things, those are what's annoying right now, currently. I don't know if you guys have those in your backyard.
They're everywhere.
But they're everywhere, and they are fantastically annoying. They get stuck in your deck. And I just, it puts me on. It's a good thing I'm not that neat or whatever, or that organized, because I can imagine a guy like JP. I don't know how you could do it. I don't know how you could, because you like to be neat and ordered about everything. I get those little helicopters, they're stuck in all the grooves of all the deck. Like, it makes me a little uneasy. And I'm kind of I'm not that anal.
Yeah, it
We
doesn't
have an
matter.
old
That much.
Not that anal.
decrepit deck. I mean, I've got a list of things to do. Like if money just fell out of a tree, I would get a new deck. I would get the gutter helmet. I have one door of the car of the garage doesn't open, so the garage door only opens on one side.
Yeah. I need,
But it all costs money.
I need a new paint job on the exterior of my house.
Oh, you do?
I don't want to say the name of the
You can
company.
do it.
Yeah.
You've done it before.
Yeah,
No
right.
chance.
I'm not going to say the name of the company that did it. They did an awful job.
Wow.
Awful.
Better you don't name them.
I can't.
Yeah.
But it looks terrible. And it was only done right before COVID. There's no way it should look this bad 7 years after the fact. So, yeah, so I got to find a company that wants to do the
That's the only
exterior.
problem with like painting your house. Like you do have to maintain paint jobs on your house versus like having like a nice siding.
Right, but I
necessarily
would think that a paint job for what I paid for it should look good for longer than 6 years
I'm not sure.
or
I don't-
7 years.
I don't know
think-
the answer to that.
I would guess
I
yes.
think it would. Yeah,
Depends
But
on
you know
what color. Like if it's a lighter
It
color.
was just a gray. It was just a gray.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It was. I mean, it looks bad.
Yeah.
I'll send you pictures. You can see how bad it looks.
This discussion kind of dovetails into this topic that messy homes are ruining Americans' free time, according to a survey. In the past 3 months, the average American has missed out on 2 fun events, avoided hosting guests twice, and had 2 arguments in their household due to their home's messy state. According to a new survey of 2,000 nationally representative Americans, the stress of needing to clean their home before they can relax is ever present for 2/3 of respondents, 64%.
I can relate to that. Now I don't necessarily get in the fights and the things that you broke down there, missing fun events and not inviting people over. But I do like to have an organized home.
Can you imagine how messy
I don't clean toilets.
Mike Marr's house is?
But I like to make sure everything's put away and put in its
I gotta
spot.
tell you.
Oh, do the boys keep the
My
house
house is
not-
spotless.
spick and
It
span?
is?
Oh yeah. Stay ready. so
5
you don't gotta
guys
get
keep
ready.
a spotless house in
Oh, yeah.
Arlington?
Well, we also get cleaners. We get cleaners once a month.
Oh, wow.
So that
month?
helps a lot.
Look at you guys.
I mean, if I did something once a month, I mean,
But then we
Yeah.
stay on top of it as
Yeah.
well.
yeah, you must stay on top of it.
Yeah.
I like to have-
You guys grab.
Like blankets need to be put back in its spot. I don't like the
What do you
dishes
guys-
in the dishwasher.
See, we have so much laundry that we use our dining room table as the folding spot.
Okay.
So it's often, folded clothes, maybe some clothes that needs to be filled. And then when, every night we try to put it up, but it's constantly got clothes in it. So where do you guys fold your clothes? Do you do it in your laundry room or
on our bed.
you do it on your bed?
Yeah. And we have baskets.
I wish, if I could do it all over again, I wish I had upstairs washer and dryer. That's such a huge
It would save
asset.
a lot of carrying big ass laundry baskets.
Oh, you know, I hate carrying everything associated with, and believe me, my wife handles 99% of it. But I hate being associated with laundry. It's just a pain in the ass. It's literally never. As long as you're alive,
It
you gotta do
never
laundry.
ends.
It never. You never
Laundry
get on top of it.
Never ceases.
Sometimes I tell my wife, I feel like we're on top of it. Do me a favor. Don't do any laundry for a couple days. Please, let it pile up. Because I don't want to deal with it.
But then you're going to have to do even more.
It's fine. I want a couple days of peace. I want a couple days of not folding laundry.
Same thing with
Not carrying
dishes.
laundry. Yeah.
You got to load and unload the dishwasher every day.
If I were
Bane of my existence.
if I were-
Sometimes twice in a
if
day.
I were obscenely rich, I would never wear the same piece of clothing twice. I would just throw it away.
you do the Allen
Do a
Iverson.
ditty of Jermaine
I would
Dupri.
I would unwrap fresh clothing every single It'd be fantastic.
Just hire an Alice. Have a live-in maid who cleans
I have thought
and
of
does
that.
your laundry.
I have thought of that.
It'd be worth it.
No. I'm talking about JP being grotesquely wealthy.
I know, but
Like,
you still have to go through the process of now
Obscenely wealthy.
buying all that clothes, which is a pain in
I
the
wouldn't be
ass.
buying it. Have somebody bringing it to me. It would
Yeah,
show up
just
at my
have
doorstep.
Service. You have a
Right. Well, you
service.
know what? Doesn't matter. That's never going to happen.
I'm well aware.
But you should see how awful my daughter's house is in Arlington. 4 girls.
Oh, is it bad?
It's like 4 homeless people living there.
Oh no.
Not one of them is particularly.
I mean, I guess my daughter is probably the best out of the 4 because her bedroom is the cleanest, but the house is grotesque. You walk in the living room, it smells.
That's
It
usually-
smells like Mar and his dudes.
That's
are up there.
usually a guy thing.
It's usually a guy thing.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, the kitchen's a mess. There's stuff everywhere.
It tilts you.
It
Massively
tilts me.
you.
Yes, it tilts me. She should be better at
Do you
that.
start cleaning it up?
No, because she
You don't
gets
wanna be
pissed.
embarrassed?
She gets pissed at me.
Yeah.
You know what tilts me, which is a great thing that my wife does, but let's say we have taco night. She will have because I then do the dishes, she cooks, right? She's using like 2 pans, then she's using like 4 little dishes one for cheese, one for guacamole,
Of course you need to do
It's
that.
so much work to clean that up
I mean,
afterwards.
If you're doing tacos, you're gonna have bowls for all your fixins, your taco fixins. What are you gonna have?
I might just mix them all up and just put them in one bowl to do less work.
Can't do
you
that.
can't do that.
Can't do
That's
it.
absurd.
Again, he's not a food guy.
What is he
Remember.
talking
Yeah,
about?
Minimalist. No, I would have the same food. I just don't need to put them all into little
No,
individual
they need
little
to be
cups.
nice and neat, so you can pick your hand in it and take the exact amount that you want for your taco.
Those are ramekins.
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 Nice.
Need them.
Nice Jeopardy word about these.
That is a Jeopardy word. Well done. All right, when we come back, just how bad was DC sports in the year 2025? We're going to tell you where DC sports ranked as far as futility. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
The Nationals in for a test this week against the first place Atlanta Braves. Series starting last night. Nats were beaten by Atlanta 9-4. Braves 6th straight win. Nats have now dropped 3 of their last 4. They will try again tonight. The 4-game series with Atlanta will continue 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. We're only a couple of days away now from the NFL Draft. Commanders with the 7th overall pick on Thursday night. The draft starts at 8 p.m. Things will move a bit more quickly this year with only 8 minutes instead of 10 between picks now in the first round. Commanders did begin their offseason program as well. Monday, OTAs start May 20th. In Nashville, Tennessee. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
#2026 is all about celebrating 30 years of the Junks on the air. Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, so at this time tomorrow's Wednesday, we will be hosting our NFL Draft Insiders Draft here on the show. We will pick names out of a hat. We'll get a draft order, and then we will draft who we feel is going to have the closest mock draft to the actual NFL draft that is happening on Thursday night. And we're going to put some money in the middle and see who picks the best insider. We're going to back our horse, and we're going to hope they have the most accurate mock draft and collect some money at the end of it.
I didn't want to be argumentative on the text. Drab, I don't know if you want to put your headphones on, but I would almost rather just put my mock against your mock, against your mock, against your mock. You know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
thinking the same thing.
My own mock, but I'll pick a guy if you want. I'll pick a guru.
I like backing a horse. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. It's okay. I'll find one. I got a couple of guys that I have in mind. That
It's
I know
all
that
about
do-
where
You guys can
pick.
do what I just think it's just funny for that you guys just back some random Mel Kiper, Todd McShay.
Well, I'm not taking Chris
Jeremiah,
Sims.
whoever you want, and then
we should almost have a draft.
it's like
for
the
it.
golf.
We are.
We are, Rick. That's what
We
you
are.
just said. It's like the golf pool. $10. Whoever gets the most accurate between the
Right,
seven
but so
that are
what-
picked.
But in other words, we're gonna
You can do a mock draft. Just nobody wants to go around the room and ask all seven guys here who they pick at this. It's just too much.
So
And we're
you
doing
don't have to do
we're
that.
doing the Junkies mock draft on Thursday anyways.
yeah,
No. I'm not saying we don't have to do that. I'll just turn in my mock draft. Turn in your mock draft. Turn in your mock draft. Post it, and whoever's got the best mock draft. But if you want to do it your way, so you're saying we're going to draft guys. So like if Ben Standing
Yes.
is known for being the guy,
You've
He
been
would go
hyping up
one.
Ben. You've been hyping up his mocks, and he's the best of the best. So if you get 1-1 tomorrow, you pick Ben Standing.
Okay.
Well, what if they put out multiple mock drafts? It's got to be the most
Their
It's gotta
last
be
recent.
one.
their
Yeah,
last
the
one.
most-
their final mock draft.
Any mock drafter worth their salt, they have a final mock before. It's
gonna be a final mock.
before the actual thing happens.
All right.
All right.
That's fine.
So that is tomorrow.
So
at 8 a.m.
all 7 of us are
We're
in?
all doing it.
I think so.
We're all in the mix.
And how is that scored?
1 point for the correct team, 1 point for the correct slot. So I guess you could get 2 points if
You
there's
get
a
2
trade
points.
up,
So if
then-
Mendoza goes 1 to the Raiders and you picked them, you get 2 points there.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Right, but if the Packers, for example, traded up,
Right.
and it picked Mendoza,
So you get 1.
you get 1 point.
Gotcha.
I'm guessing Daniel Kelly's mock draft won't be selected with Carson back at number 1.
Probably
No,
not.
it's
I mean,
You missed that case.
Well, hold on. That wasn't his number one. That was his number one play. That's different than his mock.
I get
Be
it.
fair. Be fair.
Oh, I
I'm
didn't,
just taking a shot.
actually turned the corner on Kelly a little bit.
I didn't
yesterday.
see his
I'm
mock.
going to guess he goes undrafted tomorrow.
I don't mind
Or
a
only being
guy.
7 picks.
I don't mind a guy having his own ranking. Like it's fine for me.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But maybe he's purposefully going outrageous with his quarterback stuff every year.
For clickbait, it's possible. Or he just,
Maybe
I don't
he
know.
really believes it.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think most of his when he had him on, He had a couple outliers, but most of the things were very reasonable, actually, what he was saying. The Beck thing is an outlier for me. Maybe saying Mendoza's a fifth rounder, but if that's what he believes.
All right, so
I just saw somebody
I think if you
rank.
looked at Mendoza a year or two ago, you looked at the number. I did this. I may have closed it, but the top three quarterbacks going into the draft prior to last season was like the guy from Oklahoma, was Arch Manning, and some other guy. I can't even remember who it was.
Maybe Klubnik.
I think it might have been Nussmeier. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But in other words, it was
Sure.
nobody that it is right now.
Yeah.
So that's all.
it was probably Nussmeier. It,
Might have been.
definitely Arch Manning.
Definitely Arch
Klubnik
Manning.
was up there. Nussmeier was up there.
Definitely the Oklahoma guy.
Who, Mateer?
Yes. And they cited like 10 different rankings prior to the season.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think I've got a dark horse guy that I'm trying to figure out. who I'm gonna
Draft
pick.
guru?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Got a late comer to the party.
Right.
Might be my guy.
I know you. It's probably from Walter Football. Look at him.
Charlie Campbell.
Possibly.
Is that your guy?
might
Take
be
2
my
This
seconds.
is a Walter Football guy.
I am
2
a Walter
seconds.
Football. I don't know how Walter Football got so popular in the mock draft game, but they did.
They've been around a long time.
Apparently, he's super accurate.
Yeah.
So you
I'm
want
tipping my hand. What am I doing
So
here?
you wanted to talk about DC sports futility and where it ranks. I mean, I brought this up a couple weeks ago. All 4 major sports teams missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
And 2 are just in massive rebuilds in the Nationals and the Wizards.
So PFT commenter recently on Pardon My Take, his quote was, I think that the last 12 months in DC sports has been a top 5 all-time bad sports year for a city. Okay.
I'd agree.
Apparently, according to a guy that does stats for Barstool Sports, it wasn't even close to being a top 5 worst 4-sport city season.
It was number 1.
He has a model that goes back, I think, like to the 60s. I feel bad for Detroit. The 2 of the 3 worst ever 4-sport year cities were Detroit in 2020 and Detroit in 2019. Detroit in 2019 is the all-time worst.
So the Lions were terrible.
Well, the Tigers were 47-114. The Lions were 3-12. The Pistons were 20-46.
Wow.
And the Red Wings were
That's good context.
17-49.
Cakes. I like it. That's
so
good
worse.
context.
But this is what I'll say right now. If you look right now and you go through all of the U.S. cities with 4 major sports teams, Washington is by far the worst. So just alphabetically, Boston got the Patriots were in the Super Bowl, Red Sox, Celtics contender, Bruins. Chicago, they've had some lean years, but the Bears all of a sudden are contender. Bulls kind of stink. Cubs are pretty good. White Sox and the Blackhawks. Dallas, you got the Cowboys. Okay, they underachieve. Rangers, Mavericks got Cooper Flag, Dallas Stars. Denver, Broncos pretty good. Nuggets pretty good. I don't know much about hockey, so you got to fill me in on the Avalanche, the Rockies.
They're very Washington's 2025 season as only the 39th worst since 1950.
Where does
for
it
the 4
rank?
major sports.
All right, I appreciate
So
that.
it's not an all-timer.
All right, but
So
where
in
does it rank?
75 years, it's 39 worse.
New York
Yeah.
has been up there a bunch.
New York has a lot of entries.
Isn't that
on this
crazy
list.
that New York has been up there? Let's see. In the top 39, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like 20 times.
So how many
here's
are
what-
recent? Because the Yankees
I'd have
have
to go
been
back
good
and look.
really for the last 20, 30 years.
Yep.
The Knicks have been pretty good.
But context is important too, as far as relative to us. Is that the worst Washington year
No.
in recent times?
In 2023, Washington had the 19th worst all-time season for a city that
so
has 4
even
teams.
just a couple years ago, it was worse.
In
than
2023,
Because the Nationals still stunk.
The Nats
Yeah.
were 20 games under 500.
The Wizards were
The
terrible.
Commanders were 4-13.
Yeah.
Wizards another 15-67
Yeah.
season, and the Caps
Caps missed the
were
playoffs
they
that
were
year?
kind of mediocre, 40-31.
Yeah.
But very similar.
Similar, but
Yeah.
statistically, 20 spots worse.
20 spots, yep.
I don't know, man. I just look at the current
So those two, is there
context.
another one?
'Cause I
In the
could keep
top
going
35.
through the major cities.
Seems to be it.
Most cities have at least one team that's popping, usually two. Washington to have 4 teams, just dreadful.
I guess my bar is just way lower than you guys. I just assume most of our teams will be mediocre. Maybe every once in a while we'll pop. That's how I'm just beaten down. I'm beaten down.
Yeah, but it's just rare that all 4 teams
Missed
the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, look at Philadelphia right now. You got the Eagles, won a Super Bowl a couple years ago. They're a contender. Phillies were in the World Series. They're a contender. Now I know that
It's not DC.
they're struggling.
Not DC.
Sixers.
Flyers.
Okay,
That's
they're not
our
as
identity.
okay.
We're
Flyers.
losers.
Flyers.
We're losers.
Yeah, but it really shouldn't have anything to do with the city.
It is.
It's
It is what it is.
It goes to the owners
It is what it is.
Yeah, but that's how you
Not a
get
great-
ranked.
and the organizations.
This is not that great.
We have terrible luck.
Most teams beat us.
You know
As
what?
sports radio hosts, we have terrible luck.
I'll give Philly credit on this list. I think I only see one entry, and that was back in 1972. Mm-hmm. They had the 13th worst in 1972, but that's 50 plus years
That's
ago.
a long time ago.
That's a
Yeah.
long time ago. I mean, Detroit had 2 of the top 3 worst, and those were back in 19 and 2020.
And LA hasn't been in there that much. I see 3 times LA in the top 39.
Right.
It's not bad.
There's a lot
Because they've got the Lakers.
I know.
How many times have the Lakers had bad years where they missed the playoffs? I know some during like the Kobe years, let's say recently.
Yeah, but that's not how they rank them. They take the worst since New York has 2 baseball teams, the LA, two basketball teams. They take the worst of the 2.
Okay.
So they don't factor both teams in.
Well, I mean, the amazing thing is in the NBA and the NHL, it seems like everybody makes the playoffs. In the NBA, literally 2/3 of the team make at least the play-in game. So 20 out of 30 teams. And the NHL, it's 16 teams in the playoffs, and we can't get one of those teams in. I know the Caps have had a lot of success.
Yeah, I'm giving them a pass. If they were better at shootouts, they were in the playoffs.
And then the Nationals win a World Series and haven't had a winning season since.
By the way, on this list,
That fall has been shocking to me.
this
to
list,
not have one winning season
And that's-
after you win a World Series.
And that's strictly ownership, too.
Yeah.
this list has
That's ownership.
39
They just kinda gave
entries.
up.
They give up. They don't wanna
39
spend.
entries on this list. Of the 39, 20 are New York City Metro.
That's what I said.
Half.
yeah, but a lot of those are really old.
Okay, but
How many in the
20
last 10 years?
2025.
I mean, they're the 38th worst was
Last year.
2017.
They took the Mets, the Giants, the Nets, and the Rangers.
New York City
Okay.
Metro 16th in
So they
2018.
skipped over the Yankees and the Knicks.
They take the worst of the 2
Yeah.
teams. Yes, that's what they do. No, they had the Brooklyn Nets in, not the Knicks.
Man, the 1962 through 65 stretch for New York City Metro is very lean. They have 3 of the top 8.
I know
But
that.
if you're
all time.
if you're kind of picking and choosing, because the Mets were spectacularly bad, the Yankees have generally been good.
I know
Well,
this
it's
as a
it's-
lifelong Washingtonian, as you guys are, but I actually, you guys have different favorite teams. Mine are always the local teams. I'm a local guy. I had a swagger from the 80s that lasted probably until about mid 2000s. Mm-hmm. And then, with the Dan Snyder era and everything, it just finally just beat it out of me. I've just accepted mediocrity.
Well,
but I
for-
had a swagger for probably 15 years. Just, oh yeah, of course, we're going to be in there. We're going to be in the mix. We're going to be in the mix. Even for quite a while after we weren't. But eventually, it's gotten knocked out of me.
But it's good that I know it's been bad recently in the last 3 years, but they're only in there twice. There's only 2 Washingtons in there in the top 39.
Right, it's actually not.
And
so
one
we're
of
gonna
that's
get
because
to
the
be-
is
Caps-
39. Like,
And one's 39. So
Because the
it's
Caps have
been
kept us
bad
afloat.
Caps and the Nats before
Yes.
before they
and that's
traded
had a
off the
10-year
players.
run where they
Yeah,
were
but-
always relevant.
Yeah.
Right now, just in the last year, you can't find another city even close to as bad as Washington.
Right now,
Yeah. The closest you
I
might
would agree.
find,
I
and
would
it's
agree with
not
that.
necessarily a city, is Arizona.
Okay.
So you have the Cardinals, the D-backs, the Suns.
but they're not a force. They're not
They're
a
not a
force
yeah,
sport,
and they're not even a
city
four-sport team
Yeah,
anymore.
because their hockey team left.
If you were going just bad teams, I guess Oakland, but you got to kind of mix in the 49ers,
yeah, you can't do them.
but the Oakland Raiders, who are now in Vegas, so that wouldn't even count.
They've been there for several
so
years
you throw
now.
if you go San
No, you gotta
Francisco
toss them.
/ Oakland.
You got to toss them out.
Well, the easiest way to change all this is to hit on this draft and have Jaden stay healthy,
Yes.
and then we'll be riding high again.
Well, and then the Wizards need to get significantly
Wizards are,
better.
They're making a turn. The Caps, I think, will be relevant. Whether they make the playoffs or not, I don't know. I'd probably bet they would. I think next year will be better.
Speaking of the Commanders draft, when we come back, we will get Peter Schrager's latest intel on where he thinks the Commanders are going to go at pick number 7. We will do that next. Also, Ben Standing joins us at 9:25 to talk Commanders draft, and we'll get some enemy intel from Paul Datino from WFAN in New York. That's coming up at 8:45. So lots to get to here on the Junks. All right, let's get Peter Schrager, who recently started working for ESPN, longtime NFL Network, NFL insider. Let's pick his brain and see what he thinks the Commanders are going to do
Now,
at number
before you play it,
7.
Can you give people a little back? Because I don't think Peter Schrader's as big a name as necessarily as we might think. Like, his claim to fame is what? He's buddies with, like, guys like Cliff Kingsbury. That's one guy in particular.
I think he's tight with Kingsbury.
I think he's tight with him.
I don't know
Yeah.
who else he has, super
I'm sure he knows.
close
But he was the host
relationships
of
with.
Good Morning Football for years.
I know exactly who he is. I'm not sure the general public does, but okay. He's definitely a big name in the NFL world.
Yes.
Okay. And he usually has some insight. Yeah.
My latest intel is I've heard Cornell Tate is their guy. Again, this could change. Cornell Tate could be sitting there at 7. And then you have your reliable wide receiver. You have another Ohio State guy. You pair with Terry McLaurin and you go to work. If Sonny Styles is sitting there, I believe Adam Peters would love to have his future Fred Warner, and that would be Sonny Styles, a guy. Adam Peters, of course, had Fred Warner in San Francisco and is trying to reshape and rebuild this thing in that mold. The wild card in that 7 pick for the Commanders, obviously a trade back is a possibility for them. They have no second round pick, so we've heard them linked many times to be a trade back team. The wild card for the Commanders would be David Blau, the new offensive coordinator. And based on how the first 6 picks go, there's a very strong possibility that Cornell Tate is not on the board anymore. And you go back to David Blau when he played with the Detroit Lions and who his guy was, or a guy that he watched, or a guy that he knows well, and it's Amon-Ra St. Brown. Who is the Amon-Ra St. Brown avatar in this draft? It's the Blitnikoff winner, Mekhi Lemon, out of USC. So 2 names for the Commanders that I would just put in the back of your mind on this one. Cornell Tate, if he's there, and then don't be shocked if it's Mekhi Lemon.
Mekhi Lemon.
Mekhi
I would
Lemon.
find at 7.
I would be surprised.
I just feel like if all those guys that they're targeting at 7 are gone, including Tate and Styles, do you really sit at 7 and take Mekhi Lemon?
I mean, I could see
I feel
them.
like you have to trade back there.
I could see them trading back and getting Lemon. I would be shocked if they took him at 7.
That's where you use all of the conversations that you've had leading up to that point, because they only have 8 minutes between picks this year. It's not 10; it's 8.
Right.
You're gonna get on the horn with the quickness and try to consummate a deal and move back to 10 or 12, where I think you'd still be able to grab Lemon and you get some extra picks in the process. Would you be comfortable with them picking Mekhi Lemon at number 7? I mean, maybe it's just from all the mocks that I've seen, I haven't seen him anywhere near being a top 10 pick.
It feels like you could maybe slide down a few spots and still get him.
Right.
Which is what you're getting at. But if he's by far and away your guy, then you just take him. You would say, okay, maybe I missed a little value here, but he's by far and away our guy. Sometimes the guys do that.
It sounded like, though, according to Schrager, their first choice is Tate.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I'd like to do as an exercise, is take Mendoza out of it, okay? And let's just take because I think we can all agree, as Cakes had this exact same names, Reese, Bailey, Love, Styles, Downs, Tate.
Yep.
Right? Those 6.
That group of 6.
When you add Mendoza, they're guaranteed one of them to be there.
Correct.
Okay? So let's take Mendoza out of it. I want your personal ranking of those, not who you think's going to go where. Like, who's your number 1? I'll tell you right now, my number 1 would be, I think, Jeremiah Love. Most talented player of that bunch. My number 2, I think, would be David Bailey. Okay? Number 2. Yeah. My number 3 might be Caleb Downs. Okay? Out of that bunch. After that, Reese. After that, who do I have left? I have Styles and then Tate, I guess. Styles and then Tate. That would probably be my order. So if that's my board. So if I see Love available at 7, I'm racing up there. If I see Bailey available, if Love's already gone, I see Bailey there, I'm racing up there. I want your board.
Mine would be similar to yours. I just might flip Tate and Styles. Styles is actually my last.
I'm kind of with you. I'm
just nervous about the production.
Me too. And being a combine freak doesn't necessarily always translate. That kind of, for some reason, is almost a red flag for me. And the body type, he just doesn't look like a linebacker to me. I'm stupid. You can attack me.
Well, he's a former safety.
Yeah. He's even big for safety.
I mean, he put up stats 2 years ago as a junior.
He did.
He had 100 tackles and he had 6 or 7 sacks.
They have so many great players at Ohio State, so many great ones, and he's certainly an unbelievable.
So it's
athlete.
not like he can't put out or didn't put up numbers. He didn't put them up that you expected for his most recent season, but 2 seasons he did. I would probably
so how
go.
dominant is he?
I mean, every mock's got him going top 7.
I know, based on athleticism. And,
well, I mean, he
Ohio
obviously
State,
did something. I mean, he was there for 4 years.
Yeah,
His dad was a stud. I mean, he's going to be a good player.
I just have my questions.
I know you do. All right, so you're asking for the ranking.
I want your
on that.
number one. Who's your number one? Mendoza's gone. Give me your number one.
Because if you're going to base it off numbers, it's got to be either Reese or Bailey.
I'm not basing it off numbers. I'm basing it on
Production.
who you think is the best player.
What you're saying is you want to see the production and the numbers, and the Baileys and the Reeses gave you that last year. Certainly Bailey did.
I've got Bailey as my number 1.
I would go Bailey 1, Reese 2. Hold on. I'd probably go Styles 3.
Wow, you got Love way down there. I think
just because running backs are. I mean, they've got 3 pretty damn good running backs, and you could win with those guys.
Yeah, I just think he's the best. He might be the best player.
This
in the
will
draft.
shock you guys. I actually have Love and Tate ranked 5th and 6th on this list.
That is shocking from
I've
you.
got all the defensive guys ranked above them.
Yeah,
I might not be feeling okay.
yeah.
I might need a
So
checkup.
you think those guys will have better careers in all likelihood? They're better players than Love.
Well, I just feel like I have to take a guy who every year is going to give me a chance to have double-digit sacks, and that I feel Bailey just jumps off the page with that.
I like Bailey. He's my number 2.
And
Can
Bailey's
you bring
my
in
number 2.
3 defensive ends?
Yes.
Yeah, but you can never have enough.
You can rotate.
I
They
need
rotate
as
those
many
guys.
But you know
of
what?
those
You
guys
brought
as
in
possible.
3, and you got Armstrong coming back.
Yeah, but if they
In terms of
if they
need-
drafted a Bailey or Reese or whoever, they might be better than those guys. Might be better than Owe and Armstrong and whoever else.
Chason
Chason might be better.
They can rotate. I don't think you can.
That's a deep rotation.
Imagine going from like the worst pass rush in football to
Or-
like something that's like really good.
But you might be totally right. They might think, and we have no idea what they're thinking
Right.
over there in Ashburn. They may think we're fine at edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
They may think
could
we're
be the
fine.
case.
We don't
And
need
that could affect
we don't
their
need
rankings.
Bailey or Reese or Style. Well, Styles not edge, but
Yeah.
we don't need that stud defensive guy, front 7 defensive guy.
I mean, right now-
we need help in the secondary, or we need that receiver.
At defensive end, you got Owe, you gave $100 million to. And then Chason, you gave him a bunch of money. You have Aminahu, who they brought in from Kansas City, depth guy. You have Dorrance Armstrong. And then you still have in the depth chart, you still got Dietrich Wise.
I like him. Can I
You
bring
got
up,
that guy, Drake Jackson.
Can I bring up a point to complement your point? When you give a guy like Owe $100 million, you don't necessarily want to draft Bailey and not get your $100 million production from him, because then you're going to look like a dope. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want to give him an opportunity to shine. And I'm just thinking off the top of my head here, so don't attack me. But if you give Owe $100 million.
Way to have 12 sacks.
You're right.
Like, it helps.
Okay,
Maybe
if you
it
think
helps.
that's how it works, good.
I mean, you have got 2 fierce pass rushers.
But you got other guys.
Well, look,
too.
Chason would be the bench guy, right?
I think
you would
so.
start Owe, Chason, who they gave $7 million for 1 year.
Yeah.
So they'd just be like, okay, he's depth. But Dorrance Armstrong when he was playing, was your leading sack guy. Like, I got to believe
I
he's in
think
the
a stud.
rotation.
Oh, 100%. He's a
So
stud.
it could be Owe Armstrong, and then, Bailey works his way in. I just don't think it's as big a need, so I would not have that hype. I kind of liked your ranking.
But I had Bailey just as who I think. I ranked it on who I think the best players in these drafts.
I get that. 14 and a half sacks.
Yeah, I mean, he's
That's
really
production.
I think also I saw the
He's really, really good.
athleticism numbers. I saw 35-inch vertical for him. I think vertical is a huge. I mean, for a guy that big.
I don't know.
love
I
that
just
metric.
they may think we're fine on the defensive end, spot. They may think we don't need that at 7, but they might say we really need another offensive piece for JD to throw to. So they might go receiver at 7,
They can pretty much.
or they might say we really need help in the secondary. We sucked in the secondary.
And that would be Downs or Mansour Delane.
Correct.
There's another name that's been linked to the Commanders more and more, like in the last 3 to 5 days.
But they did bring in the corner from Detroit. I know his PFF numbers
but
were
he's more of a
horrible.
slot corner.
That's a role player.
Okay, but
he's
you've
a role player.
drafted
Yeah, but he's a role player.
corners in the last couple of seasons with Sanders still and then Amos.
Yep.
True.
Yeah.
And then at
But
linebacker, you generally only play 2 linebackers nowadays, right? Everybody's up in line. Now, Sonny Styles might be a guy that you wanted to rush the passer and you put as like a defensive end, but they brought in the guy from Kansas City. I don't know.
Chenault, yeah.
I'm high on Chenault.
I may have wavered, but
big things.
currently, I think they're going offense in the first round.
I don't know.
It would be
I
exciting.
go back and forth, man. Because you guys,
Yeah, I do too.
You guys brought up good points and kind of convinced me that they may think we're fine at defensive line or edge.
So what does that make you think?
we don't need if Reese falls or if Bailey falls. So they may think we need another.
I mean,
stud.
Dietrich Wise right now.
Because Terry McLaurin, I'm sorry, he's not the Terry McLaurin of 2 years ago.
You guys were
He's just
so
getting
I'm not
older.
ready to say that yet.
you guys
I'm
were
okay with saying that.
all really high on Dietrich Wise, who barely played for this team.
Well, he got injured like in the first week or
I
two
know.
last year.
He's like their 5th defensive end right now on the depth chart.
Right.
Good. That's good. That's a good problem.
Perfect.
Starter last season.
Fine with that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a good problem.
You might be right.
Yeah.
They might feel like we got plenty
I
of
mean,
those
I don't
guys.
think it's a secret that receiver and corner, if you had to just rank need, it's the number one need. Those are the top 2.
Yeah.
Receiver and corner. At this point, what is the most glaring need on this football
Or
team?
maybe they say safety because if you have Downs and Cross back there, that's pretty good.
Okay, okay. You could say safety too. I'm telling you, I think Downs is very, very much in play.
I hope they
think you're
draft the centers.
Oh, it's impossible.
No.
It's
A
impossible.
center?
Impossible.
This is not going to happen. They may draft a center like in the 6th round.
I mean, they
But that
wanted a
was the 7th
center.
pick.
That was the first target they wanted in free agency was Linderbaum.
I haven't seen one center in one mock draft.
Of course not.
And I've looked at 150 mock drafts.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one center in one of
People
them.
value the position. How about the Cowboys giving $7 million a year to Aubrey? Well, I think it's a weapon.
The kicker.
I mean, he's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But you kind of go, wow, okay, you're gonna give him $7 million.
Wasn't the
for 4
story that
years?
he wanted $10 million?
Yeah.
A few weeks ago.
Hey, we
He
settled
got
for
7. That's not
settled for 7. Not
that ain't
bad.
bad. Well, he's gonna kick 70
What
yarders.
was he doing before he decided to kick? He was like a sales guy.
I don't know. His girlfriend told him you could do this.
I mean, I think he was an ex-soccer player, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty accomplished soccer player,
Yeah,
but
but
I
she's
think he
like,
had to
you
get a
can do
Joe
this.
job as like a sales guy.
Yeah, the guy started kicking like literally when, like a couple years ago when pickleball got popular.
And now he's
Like
like
a couple
7
years ago.
milli.
I'm in my car, or I'm in my car. I listen to all the pods, all the different. I want to hear all the experts. I'm constantly listening. I'm reading. I can't get enough. Drabby was kind of arguing with me a little bit because he's like, "Oh, these guys aren't going to hit." Okay, fair, but I think on paper, we're going to get somebody who we're going to feel really good about, and you don't always feel that way. When we drafted Connolly, I was like, "Okay."
Well,
You
that
know,
was late.
okay.
Way later. That was late
Well,
in the first
later.
round.
It's
too.
an
Way later,
offensive
but-
lineman. You're always going to say that about a lineman.
Yeah.
Defensive lineman, you get excited about. Offensive lineman, not really.
Not as much.
Even if it's
I just wasn't
a desperate
thinking that
need,
position.
you still don't get excited about.
And
it.
I think it's going to end up working out. I just know I had a different idea going into the draft than what ended up. I think here I'm going to be pretty darn happy.
It's just amazing how spectacularly bad Ron Rivera was at drafting
He's so
players.
bad.
I mean, particularly with the first round. Now, Chase Young, his rookie season,
You
showed
can't
promise.
argue that pick. We all would have taken Chase. So I would have taken him. You would have taken him.
No, at the time, I was arguing quarterback.
Which was who?
I can't
Justin
even remember.
Herbert.
Tua.
Yeah,
Tua.
Yeah, Tua was up there.
I mean, those were the two
I would
popular
have
names.
I would have had a hard time taking Tua over him.
Yeah.
But Jamin
Because of the
Davis,
size.
Jahan Dotson, Emmanuel Forbes.
But look, if
Now,
you're-
none of those were the 7 pick. Those were all in the teens.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like that was the 32nd
yeah,
pick.
but JP, if you were basing it off of, and Eric was saying you want numbers and production, Chase Young had stupid production when he was at Ohio State.
Now the problem is
and
a
it was
lot of
and it was a team need.
A lot of it was in like clumps against.
True. I mean, I know he had like 5 against
Right.
Wisconsin,
Right,
but
right.
overall, the overall numbers, when you have those numbers, you say, okay, he's the guy. And it was a team meet.
Coming up next, we'll be joined by Paul Datino. He covers the New York Giants, who are power players in this upcoming draft with picks number 5 and 10 in the first round. He works for WFAN. He will join us next here on The Fan. Let's head out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, where we're joined by Paul Datino, covers the New York Giants for WFAN. Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Hey guys, good to talk to you. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going well.
How many mock drafts have you looked at? Do they are they like 1,000 like us?
No, I'm actually very anti-mock draft.
Oh, you are.
I don't like to deal with all the BS and the smoke and the garbage and the Pinocchio lies that everybody likes to tell. I actually do cut up film study on about 140 guys every year.
Nice.
And try to come up with my own opinions. I mean, I've been doing this now for over 40 years, so I kind of think I can trust myself.
Very nice.
So how many mocks do you put out? Personally?
I don't.
Oh, you don't put any out.
I don't believe in mock drafts.
He doesn't
so you don't-
participate in
The
the
reason that they're
process.
called mock drafts is because they should be mocked.
Oh, okay.
All right, so here's a question for you then. Take Mendoza out. We know how people rank quarterbacks higher, whatever. Who's your number one? Who's the best player in this draft?
Caleb Downs.
Okay. And who's number two? I could see that.
Arvell Reese.
Okay. Give me. I want to hear your top five. Where's Love? Is he not in there?
He wants to hear where Love and Styles come in.
I'm not huge on Styles.
Well, I don't rank the players per se. I don't make a board, and the reason I don't do that is because I crunch in about 3 months the work that I do. I basically cram in about 3 months, and I get cut up from somebody who gives me some really nice video help. So I don't actually make a board because I think it's disrespectful to anybody who spends 12 months out of the year to do this to make a board. Those guys have a right to make a board. I don't have a right to make a board.
Yeah.
But what I do when I do my research, I write down 3 key adjectives that I like or I don't like on each individual player that I study. And then I go through some of the background checks with some of their injuries and some of the research and how they were used in positioning. And then I basically decide based on where the Giants are picking and what they need, who I would pick if I was in the GM chair. So I don't even predict who they're going to pick. I say who I would pick if I was in their spot. Now, obviously, you talk about some of the top guys who are consensus players in this draft. Absolutely. Your Baileys, your Loves, your Reese, your Styles, your Downs. I understand all of that, but I don't actually have a ranking per se.
That's fair.
As far as Love, I don't consider Saquon Barkley as my standard for picking a running back that high. Okay?
Right.
I was in favor of Barkley at number 2 for the Giants. I thought he was an all-worldly type of player who could do everything.
Right.
Jeremiah Love is not that. He does not deserve to be picked that high.
You don't think he's even close? You don't think he was even close to Saquon?
I think he's a very good player, excellent player. People are talking about Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay, fine. You want to compare him to Jahmyr Gibbs? That's fine. He's not Saquon Barkley. So no, I would not. I would personally myself. I admire his talent. Okay, I truly admire his talent. In fact, what I wrote down for him, I was not necessarily thrilled with his power. I wasn't necessarily thrilled. I know he's eager to do pass pro, but I think he needs work in pass protection. And I wrote down that I was not a big fan of his patience. He was a little bit too eager sometimes to hit the hole, and it. That was not always the most productive thing to do. Sometimes you got to wait for things to develop. I think he's going to be a star running back in the league. But all world, when you've seen a Saquon Barkley, when you've seen like a linebacker, when you've seen a Lawrence Taylor, it takes an awful lot to tell me that guy deserves to be picked, top 3 in the draft.
So, Paul, how surprised were you when you saw the return that the Giants got for dealing Dexter Lawrence to the Cincinnati Bengals to get the number 10 pick in the upcoming draft in return? So now the Giants, real power players in the first round with number 5 and number 10 overall. Were you surprised that they got that sort of return for Lawrence?
Absolutely. I mean, to get the number 10 overall, very, very rich. And so it's a deal that they absolutely had to make. Now, what they do with it will ultimately determine, 3-4 years down the road if it turned out to be the right move. But today, as we look at it today, how could you not make that trade?
Are you buying the hype that they're super high on Jordan Tyson?
Well, that's interesting. Because the truth of the matter is, I'm not super high on Jordan Tyson.
Mm-hmm.
I would not pick him up in that range. But there's obviously the report that's come out that Joe Shane, the Giants general manager, apparently had dinner with him the other night. Joe Shane's not wasting his time, go and have dinner with somebody this close to the draft if he doesn't have a reason to do it. So I'm not going to be a fool and ignore that. If that report is accurate, and I do believe it is, because Mike Garafolo of NFL Network is usually very reliable and very accurate and very trustworthy. So if you're going to believe that report, you have to believe that they have interest there. Would I? Absolutely not. Carnell Tate is the best receiver in this draft, hands down.
Ooh, wow, okay.
Are you are Giants fans worried about Neighbors' injury? Or do you think he'll be fine? He'll be bouncing back and putting up, big numbers again.
Well, the Giants have been saying all along that Neighbors is on schedule, but it's only April.
Yeah.
What does on schedule in April mean? It means that there are several months to go before the season starts, and anything can happen. John Harbaugh, the new head coach, said flat out, we don't expect him to do much until maybe at the end of training camp.
Remind me when he got injured. What month did he get injured?
Oh, my. I want to say that was...
It's like middle of the season.
Yeah, it was October. I think it was October, as I recall.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so if you get 10 months
here's the thing.
That would be September.
You can't count on him, which is why they signed Mooney, okay? Because Mooney is a high-level number 2. Kind of borders on a low-level number 1.
Right.
That's why they signed Mooney, because the Giants didn't have anybody else on their roster who could potentially be a number 1 if Neighbors came back slowly. So Mooney is kind of that hedge that if they need a number 1 for the first few weeks of the season, Mooney's going to have to be that guy. Look, I look at it this way. I really like Tate a lot, and I think he'd be in for the Giants. If I'm picking for them, I think he's in for me at 10. He's not in for me at 5.
Where do you think they go with that number 5 pick? Do you think do they lean? Are they sharing the same brain with you as far as Caleb Downs? Do they go in another direction there? Where do you think they go at 5?
Yeah, I'm down. I'm all down with Downs at 5, and Styles would be my 1A pick at 5. And again, I think the interesting part when I tell you that I'm doing this for me. My frame of reference, I've been covering this team for 43 years. I'm about to enter my 44th straight season. So I have a frame of reference, if you will, and a bias toward the Giants' way. When I cut my teeth under Bill Parcells and George Young, and have been through, Tom Coughlin and Ernie Accorsi and Jerry Reese and some really good ones, who understood how to build teams. So my frame of reference is naturally going to gravitate towards some of the things that the Giants have taught me over the years. And so, yes, a lot of times, in fact, in the last 20 years, half of their number 1 picks were guys that I would have picked when I was in the seat. So, yeah, I'm definitely tainted, if you will, by the Giant way. Downs would be my guy at 5. Styles would be my second pick at 5 if Downs is gone. And I'm definitely all in on Tate at 10.
I'm curious, all those years covering the team and all the different coaches, you mentioned a couple of the greats. Who does Harbaugh feel like?
Oh, he's a lot like Tom Coughlin. Oh, my goodness. A little bit younger version, obviously. But that's no disrespect to Tom, because Tom had the energy of a 25-year-old, and Harbaugh seems to do that as well. There's no doubt that the discipline and the old-school mentality that Tom Coughlin brought to the team. And it's amazing, fellas, because I'm seeing a similar type of reaction, right? When Jim Fossil, who was a very players-friendly coach, when it was time for him to go, and then Tom Coughlin came in, the military-type guy, even though he never was in the military, the stark contrast and difference in terms of the discipline. It was like, okay, everybody button down your shirts and stand up straight and get ready, because this is going to be real. Well, I'm sensing the same exact thing now in the conversion from Dable to Harbaugh. It's very it's very reminiscent of that whole situation.
By the way, Paul, when Coughlin took over as the head coach of the Giants, he was younger than John Harbaugh is right now.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm very much aware of that. But when I say when I talk about him being a little bit younger, it just the presence, the overall demeanor. Harbaugh he looks a lot younger too. He's like Dick Clark, from American Bandstand. The guy was like 80 years old, looked like he was 50.
Are you excited about, or are Giants fans excited about just the staff that Harbaugh put together? We're big fans of Denard Wilson because he went to our high school. He's 10 years younger than us, 10 or 12 years younger than us, but he played at Maryland.
Yeah.
Went to DeMatha, bring in Matt Nagy. What about the overall staff?
Well, there's no question about the credentials of the staff.
Yeah.
And I think what's interesting about it for me is that, when some of these head coaches put staffs together, some guys just want to put people who are very cohesive and will think about the same things, and they won't contrast or buck each other very much. I suspect with the experience and the resumes of the people that Harbaugh's put on the staff, you're going to see people compare and contrast ideas. There'll be some checks and balances. Harbaugh is obviously comfortable enough, and he should be. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame. He should be comfortable enough that he can decipher those contrasting ideas, that he can go through checks and balances. A lot of younger coaches, and this is one of the things, guys, I'm always in favor, especially if you're in this New York market and there's a ton of pressure and you're putting a high standard on what it's got to be. I'm not a huge fan of hiring younger first-time head coaches or the next hot coordinator. Those guys will tend to fill out the staff with too many people who agree with them too many times. And that's not necessarily a good thing, because when the ship starts taking on water, you don't have too many ways to bail it out. And so Harbaugh's been through it all, seen it all, has his feet on the ground. Nobody's going to question, what he has done in this league. And he's confident enough where he's like, I know what my philosophy is, but if some of the other guys who I've hired, who have a lot of experience, they've been through the wars, they've been through the ups and downs, if they've got some stuff to add that may be a little bit different or something that's going to balance the scale a little bit, I'll listen to those guys. So, between Denard Wilson coming in, Matt Nagy coming in, Harbaugh coming in, those guys may have been the most important transactions the Giants made this year. We all talk about the free agents and the draft picks. This coaching staff should make at least a 2 to 3 win difference right out of the box.
Paul, thanks as always for the time. Busy time for you. We appreciate you taking some time out for us, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
Always good to talk to you, fellas.
Yes,
Take
sir.
care.
All right,
Paul
buddy.
Datino covers the New York Giants for 4+ decades for WFAN.
Hates mocks.
He definitely is not a big fan of
Well,
the
you know
mock
what it is?
draft
It's
industry.
out of respect.
Yeah.
Like, I really appreciated that. I know you got to go break, but he's like, it's disrespectful for me to look at this for a few months and then guys that do it year-round and think that mine is equal.
He does it his own way. All right, when we come back, we'll do Evie's entertainment page next on The Fan.
What's up, donks? I'm wearing my Surfside hoodie. I love it. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka. It's your go-to drink this golf season. It's light, it's refreshing, and it's made with real vodka and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation with Surfsides. No bubbles, no troubles. Try the new half and half variety pack. Includes flavors like raspberry half and half in stores now. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Nats hosting first place Atlanta to start the week. Nats were beaten by the Braves last night 9-4 despite an early 3-2 lead. The Braves broke it open with a 5-run sixth inning last night. Nats have now dropped 3 of 4. They'll play game 2 of the series tonight against the Braves, 6:45 first pitch here on The Fan. Football, a report on Monday that the 2030 Super Bowl is going to be held at the new stadium being built in Nashville, Tennessee. Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Philadelphia won again in Pittsburgh, so the Flyers lead that series 2-0. Carolina got by Ottawa in double OT to take a 2-0 lead in their series. Dallas over Minnesota, their series tied at 1. NBA playoffs, Atlanta stunned the Knicks to tie their series 1 win apiece. Cleveland beat Toronto again to lead 2-0. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks on air in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Ben Standing will join us in just about 20 minutes. That's at 9:25. We'll talk Commanders draft with him as we are now 2 days and counting until 2026. NFL draft is upon us.
Hope everybody comes out to Honor Brewing.
Honor Brewing, Loudon, this Thursday. We are hosting live from 6:30 till 8. Then at 8, we pass the baton to Grant and Danny. They've got your coverage from 8 until 11.
Was our last appearance at Par City?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
You know what I'm going to do? What I didn't do at Par City. 3 people asked to buy the book at Par City, and I didn't bring the
Bring a
books.
few
I'm going to
books.
bring books.
There you
They'll be in
go.
my trunk.
Look at that.
Bring a few books.
Faith restored. Last year, a little bump. Hopefully, you still have faith in the organization.
Very good.
You know, we never talked about the fact that the guy that we had on yesterday, mock draft guy,
Daniel Kelly.
Daniel Kelly, that ultimately he thinks Jaden's going to fail
yes.
here in D.C.
Oh, I missed that
Yeah,
yesterday.
you missed that.
Wow.
That
Yeah.
could be a topic for another
And we
day.
asked him, or I asked him, is it based on injury or performance? He said both.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, it's his opinion, but interesting. I know a lot of people actually think that. He's not the only person. All right, let me tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood and entertainment. Entertainment Pages, driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She's in charge over there. Which you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, boys. I don't know if I believe this, but according to Radar Online,
That's still a thing?
it's an online thing.
Guess
yeah,
so.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like not as many people go to it, but I'm glad that Valdez does. I just don't believe it. Tiger Woods is set to reveal his personal struggles in an explosive tell-all.
No.
Now, is there anything
What?
about Tiger and his personality that leads you to believe that
That
he would
just
actually
talk
do that?
about his life?
Now, the rationale that they give here is that he knows that part of his issues is, and I agree, is being so pent up. He doesn't, he's very much into sort of secrecy, privacy. A lot of celebrities are like that. You can understand it. Feels like he's been burned many times before, specifically with the whole incident with Elon and all of the bad memories from that. But that he recognizes since his mother passed away, she was really the only one that he could be 100% honest with, allegedly. And that it's kind of been a downward spiral since. And she died.
Maybe something penetrated him. You know how you'll hear about people that have to make amends? And they'll have to go on like an apology tour
Yeah.
if they're an alcoholic, and I don't know all the 12 steps. So maybe this is kind of a form of his amends. He's not in denial. He's putting it out there.
It would just go against everything that he's basically stood for, other than that statement that he gave, like for a day. Remember when he gave the statement after, and it was the most awkward press conference ever. He was wearing the blue jacket.
Yep.
And it was the most awkward press conference in the history of awkwardness.
Yeah.
And he was like, he was going to be nicer to fans. Remember, and like he played one tournament, he was like smiling to fans and stuff. It was like being
It was
weird.
just all fake.
It was all weird. He was trying, but it just didn't work. He went back to being Tiger. I just don't. I'm almost willing to bet a large amount of money that he'll never write a tell-all. Like
I'd be kind of shocked by that.
Would it be a book or like an sit-down interview, like a long-form one-on-one?
I guess that could possibly be. You sit down with
Call her daddy.
Diane Saw. Who?
60 minutes.
Alex Cooper. Call her daddy.
Can you imagine?
But maybe he sits down with SVP.
Possibly. He did that before with the other guy that always makes everybody cry on ESPN.
Oh, Tom Rinaldi?
Yeah, Tom Rinaldi. They had a
He's got a special skill for that?
He's well known
if I
for
see
that.
him on TV, I immediately go past it because I don't need him making me cry. No, thank you.
The X factor is the girlfriend Vanessa, right? If she's the one that's been able to like get inside. Now, the counter to it is they had stories about 3 weeks ago that he didn't care about Vanessa, and that if she gave him a hard time, he'd just go on to the next. So, who knows? I would tend to believe the latter. Like, supposedly he left the country to go to rehab. I'm almost willing to wager he's not in rehab. He's just playing golf.
He just went on a vacation.
Yeah,
just wanted to get out of the country.
Golf? I don't think he's playing golf.
What else is he going to do? He plays golf.
Yeah, but somebody would see him. They'd say he's playing golf. He's not in rehab.
Maybe he goes
And no one
Didn't he used to do a lot of other things besides golf? Like maybe they were all golf, like scuba and.
We did all that Navy SEAL stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, maybe he's spear fishing.
I don't think he can do that now.
Okay,
with his
maybe
body.
he's spear fishing, but I find it hard to believe that he left the country, and because you kind of need to be dragged to that kind of stuff if you're an addict. I think I'm not an addict. I don't.
Not if you hit rock bottom. I mean, a lot of people hit their rock bottom. They come to realization like I need to do something different.
Yeah.
I
mean,
just
people
don't
go
know
to
if he's
rehab, and
capable of
sometimes
that.
it works.
I disrespect.
You
him.
might be right on with Tiger Woods. I don't know, but I do think a lot of people hit a rock bottom and then they make a change.
100%, but I'm talking specifically about Tiger Woods.
Maybe he had an epiphany.
I
don't know.
The problem
Possible.
is a guy like Tiger, again, this is just my opinion, and I'm just a dope with opinions. You shouldn't care what I think. But a guy like him who's so rich, he can do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to do anything. You just say, yeah,
You're
I'm
right.
not going to do that.
And his lawyers will probably get him off on this one.
Exactly. I'm not going to do that. Oh, by the way, I just called the president. You know what I mean? Like, I just find it hard to believe that he is going to acknowledge how effed up I think he really is. But hopefully he does. It'd be great.
I'm going to bet on
Imagine
no.
if he did.
Oh, he'd sell all the books.
Yeah, but when you
everyone
flip
would
your
watch.
car,
Imagine how great it would be for the.
But he also
at some point
the
he
fan?
looks at his car and he's had like a major car crash where he was lucky to be alive. In this case, he's in his freaking neighborhood and he flips his car.
So crazy.
He's got to realize something's wrong with him.
I just wonder. I think when you're
It's.
so
I
rich,
understand why you're questioning it, but he could have woken up one day and just said, "All right, I got to fix it."
I do have to fix it.
Yeah.
That said,
or I'm going to die.
You're right.
That
or
said,
I'm going to die.
I hope you're right.
I'm guessing, I haven't monitored, I'm guessing Radar Online has whiffed on a few stories during their tenure.
Exactly. I'm going to bet on them whiffing on this one, but I hope it's correct. Here's a story, Cakes.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
What do you got?
I know all our kids had Pokemon cards.
Definitely.
I don't know if JP's kids did. And my daughter might not have, but our boys did, right?
100%.
There's a guy who's about to get married. He's 37 years old. And he said, you know what? He collected a lot of things, but he didn't really care about Pokemon. So he thought he'd cash in what he had to help pay for his wedding.
Okay.
Thought maybe he'd get $600 or $700 worth. How about it turns out he had over $40,000 worth of Pokemon cards?
Well, that'll pay for your wedding.
That should pay for most people's.
That'll pay for a good chunk of it
That
at
should
least.
pay for most people's wedding.
$40K worth of Pokemon cards. There's a lot of Squirtles and Charizards in his collection there, Valdez.
Well, yeah, I always hear about the Charizard. Or whatever. How do you know, like, if you had a good Pokemon card?
I don't
They all
know.
look the same to me.
Because my kids have gotten back into it, and they'll come home and they'll start ripping packs like on the
Yeah.
island.
Yeah.
And they'll give me the pack, and I'll just go through the cards, and they'll be like, okay, next. That's a good one. That like they just know. They see it, they know.
I sold a Charizard when I was in 5th grade at the Brumwell Flea Market in Pasadena
Okay.
for $350.
Wow. How much is it worth now?
I don't know. It's probably
not
worth-
wanna know?
I don't want to know.
Probably don't want to know.
Dude, if it was 350 then, dude, that was a big dog. You had a big dog. And it was in good shape.
Oh yeah, good shape. I traded Kevin Shue in class three Pokemon cards, including a Blastoise for it, and then sold it for $350 the next
Oh, man,
the
what a
next week
score.
at Brumwell's.
And how old were you?
I was in like fifth grade or sixth grade.
$350
Oh,
for
yeah.
a fifth grader? It's like
Now-
$5 million.
What's Kevin Shue up to these days?
He's probably more successful than me.
So you're very successful. You do what you love. My son, when he collected Pokemon cards, he didn't care about the condition.
No.
He didn't care about any of that stuff. They were all over his bedroom.
Yeah.
He had a drawer. We had, like
They weren't
everyone
in
has a
mint
nightstand.
condition.
I can't
No
imagine.
chance.
He had a nightstand, and you just open up the drawers, and there'd just be cards everywhere. He had under his bed.
Should go
this
in
thing
there.
he-
Might be buried treasure in there.
I'm thinking. He got rid of all that stuff.
Might
though.
be sitting on
He would
a
open up. He
one
had a
of
thing
one.
for storage where you put toys
Yeah.
under the bed. I don't know, it's like roll that thing. Just Pokemon cards everywhere.
Yeah.
Now I just have regret.
Yeah. You should have kept.
I should have gone through that. Those couldn't have been more useless and dumb to me.
I
They were
agree.
the most useless dumb things I've ever seen.
I've never had one.
I mean, the first edition Charizard is up for $60,000 on eBay.
That's insane.
I don't know if mine was a first or what edition it was, but
it was one of those.
but it was around the same time that those editions came out because '99 I was probably in like fifth grade, sixth grade. So
If it makes you feel any better, I've told this story before. When the government shut down online poker, and I had 21 grand on Full Tilt. It took me a year. Eventually, I got it. A lot of people, the way to get back in was Bitcoin, and I didn't understand it. But if I should have just. What a lot of people did is they just transferred their balances over to Bitcoin, and I'd be a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, I know.
Multi-billionaire.
I know. I did the same dumb thing in Dabble when it shot up to like 17,000. Like I bought a little bit, and then all of a sudden, boop, 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 came back down to 10. And I said, "Well, this is the stupidest ride I'm on."
Yeah,
Cakes can withstand these waves. I can't.
Yeah.
Let me get the hell out of here. Me and my buddy got out.
Yeah.
Now look at it.
76,000.
Well,
Believe me, I'm so bitter.
I'm talking about it was like at a cent.
Salty.
It was like a less than a cent.
Oh,
It was like cents.
I remember talking about it on this show back in like 2009, 2010. We were like, digital currency, Bitcoin.
I didn't understand
What a joke!
it.
What is
No
it?
clue.
We didn't
Still
couldn't
don't.
comprehend what it was, and we mocked it. There was a lot of mocking, a lot of mockery.
That's regret. That's regret right there.
There's some regrets.
But a Charizard, you might have some decent
Charizard regret, Bitcoin regret.
Some decent regret there.
Yeah.
This is. Remember how we told the story?
That's my biggest miss right
is
there.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Buying
I owned, I didn't own one full Bitcoin, but I owned.
You had 17K's worth or whatever,
Yep.
right?
If I had put just a fraction into Bitcoin of what I poured into one equity, which I won't name,
Yeah.
over many years, like EB, I don't know if I'd be a billionaire, but I'd have
You'd have
No,
a lot.
I'd be a billionaire.
several million.
I'd be a billionaire.
dollars.
But it wasn't even really. I kind of thought about it. I was like, well, you know what? I could still I could still play poker if I do Bitcoin. Maybe I should do the Bitcoin. I didn't understand the Bitcoin. I didn't understand
Are you
it.
still-
Nobody
We still
did.
don't understand
Nobody
it.
did.
Are you
I
still
kinda
buying it?
understand now.
About a little bit here and
Little
there.
bit here and there.
Little dabbling.
Yeah.
Little dabble here and there. Never hurt anybody.
All right, we talked about this. The lady from Sopranos that does the OnlyFans, and she has her son that like
Drea Di Matteo.
Yeah.
the son. He goes through the photos. He helps her post. So creepy.
That's weird.
How about this? Bonnie Blue apparently, she's the porno chick. She's famous for like having sex with like lots of people at a time.
Hundreds.
Bonnie Blue reportedly has her mother help clean up the room after she has an encounter.
That's just unsavory.
Now,
That's
can this even
I mean,
possibly be
come
true,
on.
Valdez? Could this possibly be true?
Mother always knows best.
Man.
So distraught.
I mean, do you think
Well, I don't.
cleaning up the room, got to swap out the sheets?
I was going to say condoms, but I guess they are. Probably aren't many condoms being used in those shoots.
Aren't they supposed to be mandatory? Wasn't that
I
a
don't
rule, like a
know.
law, like 10 years or so ago?
I saw your picture with the hot dog for Balls Up. Has anybody watched the show?
Yes.
What do you think?
The
Come on,
movie.
give it. Oh, that's not a good.
It's not a show.
Oh,
That's
there's no
not a
way it's
good
good.
review.
Movie.
It's not a good review.
I don't know what Mark Wahlberg's doing.
Really?
I mean,
Man,
I kind
Jeff
of
Bezos' money, man.
I kind of respected him as an actor. Not
You
so
lost
much.
a lot.
I lost a lot of respect.
How long did you last?
Well, I turned it off after like 40 minutes, an hour, and I didn't pick it back up.
Did you laugh at all?
I mean, there's some fun. Yeah, there's definitely some funny parts. But
But it's just so farcical.
But from Wahlberg's
Of course.
perspective, he did Ted, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And probably on paper, Balls Up is similar to like a Ted, where like, why was Ted a hit?
Ted's funnier. This is so stupid. It's so stupid.
This is
But
too.
Ted's stupid.
Yeah.
I know, but
Ted's
this is-
fun. Ted's funnier
Ted
too.
is funny.
No,
So
I
read-
agree. That's funny.
Yeah, but when you're
I'm
doing
just
just
saying.
like, let's be honest. I expert in like penis jokes, but when you do a whole movie about it, an over the top kind of like male anatomy joke, it's too easy.
Look, if Jeff Bezos came in here with a big sack of money and said, "Here's a script. Are you guys into doing this movie?" We would say, "Yes."
But we're losers.
Yeah, but
He's a winner in life.
But I don't know how much money he got for it. But obviously, it's something he couldn't turn away from.
All right.
I'm not even aware. I saw the picture. You didn't have. Was Wahlberg on the show, like a call-in, or
No, no,
No,
we had
it
the
was just-
sausage.
We did a whole promo thing.
You just did the
We had
sausage.
Leo the sausage.
It was the hot
We had
dog.
a mascot in here.
Yeah, I saw the picture.
Well,
So dumb.
Then they
That's
brought,
all I
and they
saw.
brought-
I assumed you had a guest associated
Yeah,
with the.
it was a
No,
big, it was
no.
a big.
And they brought hot dogs
smoked
in.
meat.
The hot dog was good. The hot dog was
and
good.
Bickle ate all of them.
Hey man, I said Leo the sausage. I'm not gonna go hang out with the junks. All right, coming up next, Ben Standing, Commanders reporter for the Last Man Standing Substack. He's going to join us coming up at 9:25. We'll break down what he thinks the Commanders are going to do in the upcoming NFL Draft. Be sure to join 106.7 The Fans Draft Night Watch Party at Honor Brewing in Loudon. That is this Thursday night. We're going to be hosting live from 6:30 till 8 p.m., leading you right up to the NFL Draft kickoff, and then Grant and Danny take over. They've got the live coverage from 8 until 11 p.m.
That's going to be packed.
Oh, I would imagine.
Yeah, because the weather's going to be nice.
Yeah.
It's going to be in the 70s. The place is awesome. Inside and out, it's going to be packed.
Perfect. Hope to see a lot of people there for our draft night watch party.
Hopefully it goes better than the last time we were there.
At Honor Brewing?
remember.
What were you guys there for?
Yeah.
because the Eagles
NFC title game.
smoked the Commanders.
Yeah, well, it was particularly one-sided.
Yeah, but you know what? At least they were there.
That's right. They made it. They
Got
made
there.
it that far. All right, let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We're joined by Ben Standig, Commanders reporter for his Last Man Standing Substack. Ben, by the way, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we're going to be doing an NFL Draft Insider draft amongst the junkies and producers. And because you have three-time NFL mock draft champion in your Twitter bio, I'm guessing you're going to be a pretty high pick. Somebody's going to pick Ben Standig early tomorrow, I would guess, if they're smart.
Wow. I don't know what to say. I wasn't prepared for this. I didn't prepare a speech. I look forward to seeing where I go.
Yeah, somebody's going to be backing the Ben Standig horse.
Yeah.
It could be me.
You're
Who
going to be a
knows?
high draft pick.
Who knows?
For sure.
All right. Well, I feel bad now. I mean, if
Why?
if Standig's up there, he's on the board, and it's my pick. I got to take him.
Oh, wait a second. I need some context. Who did you win against?
Yeah.
Good question.
Well, the huddle report. Pretty much anybody answers. Daniel Jeremiah, Peter Schrager, whoever. I don't know if they were
That's
in
big time.
what exact years, but yeah. It's a lot of randos. Of course, I was a rando when I first got into it, but yeah. It's got legit hitters in there.
Hey, you know what?
Have you ever heard of a guy-
question your bona fides? I was not. I know you're legit.
Hey, Ben, have you ever heard of a guy named Brendan Donahue from Sharp Football Analysis?
I have heard of him. I don't know him, but I have heard of him. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Why?
Well, I was just doing some research.
He supposedly does
He's
well.
on your board.
He's on my board.
Got to get our boards together tonight.
He's been one of the more consistent mock draft guys since 2017. So he's on the board.
All right, so Ben, let's talk about
Hey,
this.
you keep him off your board.
Let's talk about this draft here. I know Draft was kind of breaking my balls because he's like, look, all these guys aren't going to hit. And of course, there'll be busts. But on paper, I think, I'll be excited who they pick. If they stick and pick at 7, which I would hope that they do, actually, I think we're going to get a really, really good player on paper. Sure, they could bust. I never thought Chase Young would basically bust, but he sort of has. Do you feel the same way? That the first 7 or 8 guys that we all can kind of agree upon, at least in the media, that if they get one of those guys, you should feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, this whole draft cycle right now is breaking my brain. It's all over the place. There's no form to what's going to happen in front of them, and that's made it hard to figure out exactly what might be there. But to the broader picture that you're talking about, whether it's Jeremiah Love, whether it's Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Mansour Delane, Nate, whichever. I think that player, you're going to be like, okay, they got a good player, and we'll see what happens. It would be pretty hard for them to draft somebody that I'd be like, well, that's weird.
Right.
So I think they're at a pretty good. But honestly, even if they took an offensive lineman, which is not something we've all been talking about, would be a little bit out of bounds.
No, I think it'd be stunning. I think it would be stunning if they did.
It would be curious for sure, but even that, I'm never going to yell at a team for taking an offensive lineman. But that's further down the list. I don't think that's likely.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're in a pretty good position to get a player of need. Some years it works out where the draft, the prospects kind of fit all of your issues,
right.
And this is one of their years.
Right. So I think we're going to take Mendoza off the board, right? And they're not going to draft a quarterback. Reese, Bailey, Love, Styles, Downs, Tate. Now, listen, the media, we don't know. We're not in the real war rooms. We're just guys that study this, right? And people that do this. Of those guys, I kind of like them all, but the one that I'm the most scared of seems to be the one that everyone claims that they love, Sonny Styles. I'm scared of a guy who's a combine freak, but the production doesn't necessarily match it.
I don't hate your thinking here. Look, obviously the combine numbers are off the charts. His versatility, the athletic explosion would be really good fits for what we believe Durante Jones wants to do with this defense. Now, I will say that in talking to people over the last several weeks, I've not heard a single negative thing about Caleb Downs. I've not heard a single negative thing about Jeremiah Love, other than just like the usual running back and safeties, or you don't typically take them that high. But
right,
Styles, there's a little bit more, and sort of in the vein of what you said. It's like, okay, he was like being viewed as like a top 12 pick prior to the combine, and then all of a sudden it blew up. That there's like, you look at the tape, that there's some plays where he's not making the impact with that athleticism that you would like to think. This is again what people have said to me, but maybe nobody's like, well, this would be terrible, don't do it.
Right.
It's more like, okay, maybe the hype is just a little overcooked. So I get your trepidation for sure, but at the same time, the athletic package is pretty impressive, and
no doubt.
Yeah, and for where this defense is, to add a piece like that would be pretty fascinating.
So, since you just used the phrase "where this defense is," we were talking earlier about edge rushers and defensive line. What is your kind of assessment of what they have right now after free agency at end?
Well, I mean, look, obviously Oweh from look, the number one goal to me for them going into this free agency period was get younger, get faster. And this guy checks both of those boxes. Whether he's ultimately a true alpha number one pass rusher, we'll see. He doesn't have Khalil Mack or guys like that around him. He'll be the main guy that people focus on. But you got to like the potential there for sure. And then Chason had a really good year with the Patriots last year. Kind of a former first round pick who finally kind of found that level. It felt like last year. So I think that's a good combination. The depth behind them, they added Charles Omenihu, obviously Dorrance Armstrong coming off the injury. I mean, I think that's a pretty good group right there. So I think they're good there. And then, inside is a little interesting to me because I'm still not positive if they're really going to run a traditional 3-4 look and then everything moves around it. I'm not quite sure who the nose tackle is, but okay, with Tim Settle and some of the guys they had before, they at least have a few options. So I think it's a pretty good group. And then you add, maybe the real key is when you have Leo Chenal and Frankie Louvu being moved all over the place and running, both those guys are see ball, get ball type linebackers. That, that's maybe where the secret sauce comes in. You're going to have, 6-7 guys coming hard at the quarterback rather than just the traditional lineman. So, I'm not suggesting that they are the 85 Bears by any stretch, but certainly it looks like it's going to be a lot better, more options than they had a year ago.
Ben, on your Substack, you have an article where you have 6 mock draft scenarios for the Commanders. Let the listeners know what the thread the needle concept is, where they move down in a trade with the Chiefs and still pick a name that they're interested in.
God, I'm such a nerd. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, I think to me, the biggest needs this year is more picks, right? They only have, as we know, they only have the 2 in the top 100. Even if they nail those picks, you still could use a little bit more. So but the problem is that this is a draft that's pretty thin at top. After the top 10 or 11 picks, prospects, it does seem like there's a real legitimate drop-off in terms of tier talent, the tiers. So how do you do both? How do you get more picks and that? I think that every time I look at the 2 teams right behind them, the Saints and the Chiefs, it feels like those 2 teams are vying for similar players, whether that's Reuben Bain, whether that's Cardell Tate or Jordan Tyson. It feels like maybe there's a little bit of a bidding war there. And with the Chiefs, obviously they should be back in the Super Bowl contention. So if they want to get a guy, maybe they move up. So the deal I had was the Chiefs moving up from 9 to 7. Washington gets an extra 4th this year and next year. It's not another top 100 pick. I understand that, but it's something, and they don't fall all the way out of the top talent tier. So in that one, they would get. I think this is the one, right? They get Mansour Delane,
yeah,
the LSU cornerback, and the way I've tried to look at Washington since the last few weeks is because the rumors are all over the place. Is look at Adam Peters' track record and then try to define it that way. And they have drafted nothing but high-end athletes so far. You know, if you that RAS score that I'm sure you guys are familiar with, every single player they have drafted has been in the top part of that group. And then in this draft, that would mean Jeremiah Love, that would mean Sonny Styles, David Bailey, or Mansour Delane. So I don't know the cornerback is necessarily the number one thing that they need, but they do need one. So that's how to me, they would get an extra pick and still get a player that would help them a lot.
If they do trade down, Ben, we kind of talked about this yesterday on how far they should go down. But if they did trade out and go down, how far should they go? What's the limit? I don't think they should go to 16. I think that's a little far down to the Jets. I was saying like 9 to maybe 12 would be okay, because I still think you're still getting a good stud in those top 9 to 12 players. Once you get down to 16, yeah, you could get a really good player. I don't know. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, every time I've done a mock draft and I get to the Cowboys at 12, I'm always like, oh, poor Dallas. I don't think they've got. I think they're about to. They get the cliff here. I think they're getting, where there's a drop off. Now, again, if you like some of the offensive linemen, that could change a few things. But we're assuming that that's not Washington's top priority. I kind of feel like 11 is probably the outer limit for them. Now, I'm assuming there'll be a couple of offensive linemen picked, but every time I do a mock or you look at others, whether it's Delane or Tate or Downs, somebody still seems to be on the board. But once you get past that, it's where it gets tricky. Now, I would say this. If they do decide that getting picks is the thing, I had another draft scenario where I called it YOLO. Basically, look, if you go past that tier point, right, you get into the 12 or 13, go all the way, because at that point, the gap between picks 12, 13, 14, 15 doesn't seem to be that much different than picks 30, 31, 32, et cetera. So keep trading down would be my call to get more picks, because it just does not seem like the talent gap is that great once you get outside of that initial blue chip tier.
Gotcha.
All right, good stuff. I wanted to ask you, do you want to give us one surprise pick in the top 7 that you think could kind of upset the whole mix?
Oh, boy. Look, I think Caleb Downs is the cleanest prospect here. It's just that whole safety thing. Plus, he doesn't have these crazy athletic traits that teams would typically like to get. But in a year where there seems to be a lot of uncertainty, the most certain thing might be that he is just a stud. So the Giants now with that extra first round pick, I could see them maybe saying, look, let's just take the guy that we know will be the leader of our defense for years to go. We'd take him at 5, then worry about an offensive lineman or a receiver at 10. So Downs to 5, maybe that's not a big surprise, but it's still an odd one to take a safety that high.
Right.
Ben, I expect to hear your name called early tomorrow at 8 o'clock during our Insiders mock draft tomorrow. So that's a lot of pressure.
I'm ready. I'm ready to accept the honors, and there's a couple people out there you got to just pick me ahead of. I don't want to say who, but you know who they are.
Got it. All right, thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
Appreciate the time.
Tell
Ben.
me. Hope it's not Brendan Donahue.
All right, that's Ben Standing, Commander Support for Last Man Standing Substack.
Thanks, buddy.
We will do that draft tomorrow at 8. When we come back, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown that comes to Northwest Stadium this summer. Keep listening for your chance to win.
All right, guys. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka is your go-to drink this golf season. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. No bubbles, no troubles. Try the new half and half variety pack, including flavors like raspberry half and half, in stores now. Cheers to hitting the fairway. Cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
We're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a pair of tickets to the R&B Tour starring Usher and Chris Brown Friday, July 10th at Northwest Stadium. Tickets are on sale to the general public Monday, April 27th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com. Those tickets are courtesy of our friends at Live Nation. So 10th caller right now, you will win. Zdeno Chara, who's like 6'9". Do you know how quickly he ran the Boston Marathon? Jason Bishop.
I have no idea. Didn't know he was running the
He's 49.
Boston Marathon.
He's 49 years old. Ran it in 3 hours and 18 minutes.
And he played for
pretty good.
He played for the
He's played for a bunch of teams, but I mean, he played for the Caps for 1 year.
He played for Boston.
Played for Boston for a ton of years.
Yeah.
Played for the Islanders, Sens, Bruins, the Caps.
The only thing that doesn't
I was
surprise me
impressed by
about
the
that,
time.
the only thing that doesn't surprise me about that is that you need to have a certain time to qualify for the
Yeah,
Boston Marathon.
that is true.
So Kelsey's done 6 marathons, and I think she technically qualified for the Boston Marathon. You need to be right around. It might be different for guys and girls, but I think you have to be right around like a 320 or 325.
Well, it's also age bracket dependent.
But like that's why like when we brought up earlier that Chelsea Clinton did 340, it was I'm guessing the slow marks are right around that mark. Is there anybody that does the Boston Marathon and finishes in like 5 or 6 hours?
That I don't know.
No idea.
I don't care. If you're 6'9", 250 pounds, and you're running a 7:30 mile,
That's
you're
crazy.
an absolute freak.
He's a freak.
Oh yeah, there's no
he's
doubt you're a
freak.
freak.
That
I'm
is
just saying
insane.
it's pretty much anybody who qualifies for the Boston Marathon, though what I'm saying is they're running fast miles.
He's insane.
He ran 3:38 in 2023, 3:30 in 2024. He shaved 12 minutes off his 2024 time.
No,
Well, we both beat his
that's
3:38.
That's sickening.
Did you see?
Yeah, but I mean,
but
he's
his
older.
size,
He's
too.
older too.
It is size. It's incredible.
That's unbelievable.
You know how we were talking about Nike the other day? Did you see the Nike Boston Marathon controversy?
I did see the controversy. It kind of made me laugh.
Okay.
No,
I'm
it
trying
did
to
not.
think exactly what the phrasing was.
Nike has this billboard or huge banner like
Oh yeah, I did see.
like near the finish line.
Yeah.
And then they had the phrase. I want to get the exact phrase down. It said, was it runners welcome, walkers tolerated.
Yes.
That's not a great look.
And then
They're
they're
pace
getting
shaming.
dragged. They're getting dragged for pace shaming.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I get it. I understand the principle, but you do have people that are like, they have issues. I mean, it's a big thing for them to be able to walk the marathon. They have a lot going on. Yeah, what a great look. You should feel welcome. That's a pretty. Listen, I'm not a runner, but the few times I've been around races and I've run one or two things, it's a very welcoming vibe that you get.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's
It's
cheering
usually
everybody on.
very cool, welcoming, inclusive community.
I think that was.
It's a bunch of Chris Farleys.
I think that was a misstep. What did Baba Booey say about the iPad?
They called it a fad.
He said a bit of a misstep or something
Stumble.
like that.
Bit of a
stumble from Apple.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a stumble for Nike. I don't like it.
Well, their stock price has been stumbling too.
Oh, yeah.
You just look down, you'll find
Stock price is not good.
it's not great.
I'm telling you, Nike stuff is not great.
I just think that the 201, I understand that Kenyans are just built differently.
Yeah.
But to run that thing in 201
No,
is
it's like you can,
Well, they also train at
that's a
such high elevation.
I
They
know.
come down and
I mean, that's an
at
all-out.
sea level. They're
That's-
like, well, what
that's
is
like
this?
that's like a sprint for 26 miles.
I know it's insane.
You know, I'm sticking up for Nike. They didn't say walkers unwelcome.
Right.
It said tolerated.
right?
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I
Right?
get it. I'm not going to fight you over it, but
It's
I
just
just
a
think
little running snobbery.
it's a little- yeah.
It's a joke.
it was.
I
a
know.
joke. It was
I know it's a
People
joke.
can't
That's
take
right.
jokes in 2026.
Right.
People just don't have sense.
Right.
sense of
We should be
humor.
back. We should be backing Nike.
No, but why even broach it? Why not just say like
Just
cheers
trying to be edgy and cool, and
Yeah. Okay.
that's all. Plus, it's a big deal. Like JP said, you have to qualify for it. Like the people that are in it, I know, like you know, they have to meet some sort of qualification,
Yeah.
don't they?
Yes,
you don't
they
just
do.
show. Yeah, you don't just show up and run the
Like the
Boston
Boston.
Marathon.
Yeah, I can't just
yeah.
fly up there
You
and
gotta
go
But
run
run
it.
guys
Qualify for
also they qualify. They have a technique where they run, then they walk, then they run. Right. That's part of a training. That's what people do.
Yeah,
That's a training.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess.
but they didn't say unwell. They said tolerated. Tolerated.
If there's a marathon where you can be snobbish, it's the Boston Marathon.
It's known for that. I didn't know
Just
that.
saying,
No, it's prestigious.
yes.
Very
To me, it's no
prestigious.
different than any other marathon. Maybe the New York Marathon. I didn't know there was.
It's just that you have to qualify. You
Boston
can't
Marathon
just
is
sign up.
Boston's up there. It's got to be
It's
number
the
one.
creme de la creme.
Yeah, I'm out on running snobbery. I
Yeah.
don't.
I'm gonna say the majority of the people in the Boston Marathon, I have no idea, aren't walking.
Oh
Correct.
yeah, for sure.
No, not unless
For
they
sure.
get injured.
I'm thinking any marathon. The
So you
majority
got a bunch
are
of
running.
fat hurt things like me that are upset about it. Not, I bet you the people that are running in it aren't.
I'm okay. So I guess it's not applicable to the Boston Marathon then. But I think of those people that have, like multiple sclerosis or whatever, and it's a big deal for them. They get through the 26 miles. You know what I mean? There's a lot of walking, or that's what I was thinking about. I wasn't trying. That's just what I thought. I don't know who would enter a marathon and want to just walk it unless you had some issues. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to try to run it if you can, if you're able.
If you
to.
can, you're going to try to
If
run.
you're capable.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
So the qualifying times,
Kinda
just
out
to
on
participate in the Boston Marathon, if you were, let's say, I'll see if I can find our age group, but 2 hours and 55 minutes if you were 18 to 34.
Okay, well that's elite.
If you're our age, 50, I guess we qualify for a 55, 59. Just to qualify, you have to have run a 3 hour, 30-minute marathon,
Jeez.
which is an
That's-
8-minute mile.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
running.
that's
it.
tough.
I'm not running.
You,
an
you
8
just
mile.
missed that.
I was just short
I
of
just
that.
missed that.
Yeah.
The London
did that.
Marathon is a big one too. I don't know where it ranks compared to New York
Mm-hmm.
and Boston. Yeah. But my buddy's kid who's run all those, he ran a 2:20 in the New York
Crazy.
Marathon.
He's in the mix.
He's going to be in the top. He's not in the first group out, but he's in the next group out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he's
That's
running
sick.
in the London Marathon, which is next week.
Yeah, good
How
for
about
him.
if you're-
Actually, you
good
know
luck.
what? I think it's this weekend.
If you're 80 years old,
Yeah.
you can run the Boston Marathon. If the last marathon you did, you ran it in under 4 hours and 50 minutes. For an 80-year-old.
It's unbelievable.
Still seems like a
A
pretty high
sub
bar.
5 hour.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I wish I had it on my resume. You guys, two of us here have it. You guys have it? Multiple? Not me.
I have one. Just one.
Yeah. My brother's got 4.
Wow. That's impressive.
I got 0.
Good
I'm gonna-
work.
I'm
New
gonna
York
die with
City.
0. Yeah. That's good. Not going to have it.
Yeah.
Props to everybody
Probably
that
not
does.
going to happen. All right, we have to get out of here. We will see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next here on The Fan.
Let's tip it off for the NBA playoffs. Wizards obviously not involved, but a former Wizard was a big piece last night. Atlanta rallying from 12 down in the fourth to stun the Knicks 107-106. C.J. McCollum led the way there. 32 for the Hawks. They even the series at 1 win apiece. Cleveland over Toronto to take a 2-0 lead there. Minnesota 1 in Denver. They are tied up now at 1 each. Stanley Cup playoffs. Hockey, Carolina got by Ottawa in a thriller double OT to take a 2-0 lead in that series. Flyers won again in Pittsburgh, so Phillies in front 2-0, headed back home there. Dallas down Minnesota. They are tied up at 1 win apiece. We are just a couple of days away now from the NFL draft. Commanders with the 7th overall pick on Thursday night at 8 p.m. Commanders began their off-season program as well on Monday. And in golf, the 2 early season January events in Hawaii are being dropped from the PGA Tour schedule for the 2027 season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It's B. Mitch and Finley, but it's minus Finley. It is B. Mitch and Nick Ashley.
I'm always
today.
around, brother.
You're always here. Good to see you, buddy. It's been a long time.
Yeah, man. When the last time I saw you?
I don't know because
Your hair still your hair still perfectly in place.
Hey, man, I
Look
gotta
like you've
take
been
care
doing
of it.
push-ups for.
I got to compete with
Nick
you,
get
man.
up in the morning, come in and do 4,500 push-ups before he come in.
You know it. I got to get my pump on if I'm going to sit next to you. Come on now. I learned my lesson. Listen, I learned my lesson way back in the day when you and I first started working together, and you lowered your shoulder to me walking by me one time, and I thought, all right, I got this. And you just blew me into the wall, and I said, nope, never again. I was about 23, 24 then, and I said, this ain't happening
Pete
never
Ellie
again.
tried that. Pete Ellie tried. He ran downhill and ran into me, and he laid on the back of his head.
I watched you wrestle somebody in an office before.
Who?
You remember that?
Who was that? Andre?
Remember our web guy way back in the day over at the old station?
You talking about what's his name?
I don't remember
Pablo.
his name. No, that wasn't his name.
His name Pablo. Yeah.
No, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, then I forgot his name.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was talking about he was practicing
Jiu-jitsu or
MMA
something?
and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Bruh, you need to practice some more.
Yeah, you. I remember you hurt him pretty bad, and I said, "Well, that's the answer right there." Listen, just because somebody's retired doesn't mean that they still can't.
I have a little fun.
Yeah, just a little
You
bit.
know, every once in a while, you got to teach the young guys a little bit.
Yeah, we're a few days away from the NFL draft, so I'm sure you're excited about that. 'cause
I'm
it's
excited.
Rumor after rumor.
Yeah, I'll be going out there tomorrow.
Yeah.
But before we get, Rude is now the official sports sponsor. The show sponsor, B. Mitchell Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high efficiency HVAC and get 60 months same as cash on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner near you at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Did you watch the NBA playoffs last night?
I was watching them, Nick, and as you said, it was my fault because once I see an NBA team up 14-15 in the playoffs,
never do this.
I'm like,
Never
it's
do
over.
this.
But like I was telling you, like
Uh-huh.
my daughter for Christmas, she got everybody these Aura rings.
Yeah.
Because she had what is it, FHA or whatever, so she had all this money to spend.
Oh, nice.
So she was able to get the whole family basically an Aura ring.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So she had about $4 or $5 grand to spend, so she got everybody one.
All right.
And I was at first, I'm very skeptical of everything.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, this is some garbage. So when I start sleeping, this thing is telling me that basically it told me your sleep is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting 45 scores, 45, 50, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sleeping 4.5, 5 hours. But for me, I wake up in the morning, I'm refreshed. I'm ready to go. So I'm thinking I'm good.
Yeah.
I start sleeping with this thing now. Now I'll get 8 hours, 7 hours. You go to sleep, and it lets you know, like when you go to the bathroom, it lets you know that.
Mm-hmm.
Lets you know how well you slept, tell you your REM sleep, your deep sleep, all this stuff. Now I'm getting 88s and 95s and stuff like that.
So you're serious
and
about it now.
I feel even more refreshed, but it gives you so much information.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter got sick. She said, Dad, I don't know what this means. The whole screen was orange, and it said something is really straining your body. She was sick.
Yeah.
She went to the doctor, got checked. My other daughter, too, found out the same thing. I noticed this thing lets you know a lot of information. Now, if you're a person who don't like getting information and you get scared about everything, don't buy one.
Right.
But if you want to improve little aspects of your life to better get through your day, do it. You know, some people love the whoop. I don't. I like the ring.
Yeah.
Because I can still play golf with this.
Yeah. It doesn't get in the way with golf. I guess
No. It's on this hand.
Yeah.
So it's on my right hand, so it don't really.
Because I
bother
track stuff on my watch, but the Aura Ring is something where I'm like, that's interesting to me.
me. I'm amazed.
That's like next level.
I'm amazed that this little thing could give you so much information. Because I got the the shingles vaccine and the pneumonia vaccine. And you know, your body basically, they put some portion of that damn that virus in you, and your body fights it off, and that's how your immune system strengthens. When they gave me those shots, this thing was like, something is straining your body. And I was like, what the hell is going on? I was getting worried. And I remembered. And like 2 days later, it went away.
Huh.
You know, because like I woke up the next morning after they said the shingle virus can make you feel a little.
Yeah.
Felt like somebody beat me
Flu
with a bat.
vaccine, a lot of them do it. That's why a lot of people don't want them.
Felt like something beat me with a bat, bro.
Yeah.
But got through it, but I love it. I love it.
Damn, you sold me. I might get one. Your
Hey,
daughter got any FHA?
she spent it all.
Damn it. All right.
Bro, we got everything that you could think about health, she bought it.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's easier now than ever to like take care of yourself and know what's going on. So
totally.
if you're into that stuff, I mean, I am, but again, Apple Watch versus Aura Ring is different.
I would still wear my Apple Watch, but the ring just gives me a little bit more information than the Apple Watch does.
A little bit more is good. So I know you were focused on your sleep last night. Now I will tell you this: I didn't stay up for the whole Timberwolves Nuggets game, but we had ourselves a hell of a Hawks Knicks game last night. Here's the one thing I'll say about the NBA playoffs: they're starting to get a little more testy. Hawks and Knicks is feeling a little testy. We're starting to see over the last couple of years.
Because they're playing real basketball now.
And, like, it's also, too, the NBA has lacked rivalries for so long because you have so much of this player movement. You're not getting as much of these. Like, super teams aren't really a thing anymore. The NBA's tried to push back on that. Timberwolves Nuggets last night got a little testy. They got a little history there from playing each other in the playoffs. Knicks Hawks, even without Trae Young. Now CJ McCollum, former Wizard, became the villain last night against the Knicks, so he missed a couple of late free throws. Man, I'm watching these games going, This is what I missed in the NBA. Is it feeling more like, because I think this is what's driven a lot of people nuts, is you watch the NBA and like the knock has always been right. Oh, they're all friends. They all played AAU. If you look at the NBA now, you got a lot of guys that came from overseas. A lot of guys didn't play the AAU circuit, and they're coming in with the knowledge that a lot of people don't like, the old, like everybody's friends and everybody. You don't see that as much. Even Anthony Edwards, he doesn't want to team up with other guys. Like he's got that Jordan mentality where he wants to beat other people in front of him. I think it's really working now. You're seeing it translate.
But see, what happens is the playoffs comes around, and then everybody want to be the guy.
Yes.
And they exert more energy. They play harder. And we know, like, if you and your buddies get together right now, and y'all start going against each other playing anything, testosterone starts to flow.
Yep, that's true.
And you're going to go at it.
Yeah.
You love them.
Yeah.
Like, I tell people every time I played against best friends, cousins, I wanted to embarrass them.
You competitive? No way. I would have never guessed that.
I wanted to embarrass. I think I went harder against the people that I really, really cared about because the last thing I want to do is be there for Thanksgiving or Christmas, and they got one up on me.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, and I think when they get into the NBA playoffs, now they're really playing. They coast through the season.
Yeah.
But that playoff game now, it's about money and championship, and they're going to try to take it to each other. And then, you know, when you get teams come out and they think they get a chance against the favorite, it's going to be a problem.
And yeah, I mean, listen, the NBA playoffs are long. It drags on forever. But if you're going to have competitive games, if you're going to have good series, it's what people have been looking for. Because that's the one thing, like the Stanley Cup playoffs are always, you feel like you have fewer blowouts. It's a little bit more unpredictable. But like you said last night, you thought the 14-point lead for the Knicks was enough.
Yeah.
They blew that lead. They blew a 14-point lead. Yeah. Mikal Bridges had a chance to win it at the buzzer, missed it. So we've had a good start to the playoffs. There's always going to be some blowouts. The one thing about basketball, though, is it's such a game of runs, is that it can change so quickly like that. And I think that's a great example of it.
We can't call them zebras, but the referees, they can change the whole game.
Well, should we put tinfoil on our head a little bit here?
When they swallow those whistles and they begin to not call certain things, like, and I tell people, it's not about the actual call. It's about the fact that you call it in certain times against a team. You can either take a team's aggression or give another team the aggressive, make them be more aggressive. If they know you're not calling, they're going to do it. But if the other team just reaches, beep, all of a sudden you stop reaching. and that team has an advantage over you. That's the way the refs. That's how refs do it in every sport. They just call something early and they change your mindset.
So that's the one big thing about the playoffs. It's like getting into these NBA playoffs, and I'll say this about every team that there's like certain stages for a team as they're rebuilding that you have to break through. The Thunder are an example of the team that's gone all the way through the stages, complete rebuild. So the Thunder at one point were where the Wizards are now, where it's really young team, a lot of expectations down the road, but not there yet. And that's why I love the way the Wizards have rebuilt this team. This is the right approach. It's the right approach. But the Thunder were down that road at one point. The Pistons were there. The Pistons went from a 14-win team to now they're the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. But
and we just lost their first game.
We just watched them lose a game because the playoffs are different. The Thunder, their first year as the 1 seed in the West, lost in the second round. Almost also lost last year to the Nuggets in 7 games in the second round there too. That's why when people talk about the Spurs this year, hey, the Spurs had a great regular season. The playoffs are different. It's officiated differently. The pressure's different. Just everything about it, even the mental side
learn.
of it.
I mean, it's learning how to win. And I think everyone watching it, we was outside talking about how a lot of fans, and we'll get to those different things. But what it is everyone thinks it's so damn easy. And when you hear about learning how to win, I remember I got into this league my first year, and I have always been competitive.
Yeah.
But when we got in certain, I remember Monty Coleman saying, it changes from preseason to regular season to the end of the season, playoffs, and the Super Bowl. You got different levels. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. I noticed it. Then the next year we out there, and now we get to the Super Bowl, and these dudes, like, I'm telling you, I walked out, I was nervous as hell.
Yeah.
These dudes were calm. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with them?
But you were young, man. This was your first experience there.
I thought I had been at high competitive levels and things of that nature. But when you get to it, you have to learn the things. I had enough guys around me. A lot of these teams, everybody's young. So nobody's the guy you lean on.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards, uber talented.
Yes.
But he ain't that damn old. He hadn't been through enough of this stuff to be able to just lead the way totally. He has great athleticism, but sometimes still, he wants to take on the whole team. You got to back up.
He does have that.
Let your people help you. It'll be a lot easier for him.
He does go that takeover route at times. Now, listen, in the playoffs, you need somebody that can take over a game for you.
Yes.
That's why Prey Wizards #1 overall pick AJ DeBonsa. I'm going to speak it into existence. That's the guy, that wing that can take over a game. But yeah, it's so different because when you're a young player that's had success climbing through high school, college, and however long, whether it's 3 years in college football or a year in college basketball, whatever it is, when you get to those points, you're used to being the guy. But now you're playing the best of the best all the time, and that's where the change really happens.
For me, I always felt that if my guy is going to be that guy that takes over, he needs to do it on the defensive end first. Because if your best player plays defense, everybody's going to play defense.
Wow.
If your best player don't play defense, everybody's going to lean towards him. And your team may score 140, but you might give up a 150.
You actually need to play defense in the playoffs.
Yes,
it matters. It matters. It's more physical. I mean, there's a lot there, and that's why, when you look at where the Wizards are building now, obviously the hope is that they're going to be in this spot, either play in tournament next year or better if the team stays healthy and the lottery works out for them. To me, play-in is the next logical step. If they end up finishing in like a 6th seed and don't even have to worry about it, that's an overachievement for me. But those are reasonable expectations for a team. Yeah. But that's the goal, is to go the same way the Thunder have, the way the Pistons have rebuilt, the way the Spurs have too. It's like people love the Spurs. Victor Wembanyama is 22 years old, but he does have international experience, which does translate to a point. He's played in big games. It's like
he's a unicorn, though.
Well, he is, and I get that. I get it. It's like he's an alien. He looks like Michael Jordan, Space Jam, when he's reaching out. Like, it's just like it doesn't make sense.
Man.
But when you're building a team, like, you want to have guys that do have that level. I mean, look, same thing in the NFL. Look at quarterbacks that have had success early in the NFL. Yeah. If you look at a lot of them, even Jaden Daniels' draft class specifically, most of those guys, significant starting experience. Most of them transferred to even bigger programs to play in bigger SEC or Big Ten football games or whatever. And on top of that, it was multiple years as a starter versus, like, now we're sitting in the draft and people are talking about Ty Simpson maybe in a first-round pick. He's got 15 career starts in college. Yeah. Anthony Richardson barely had any starts high school, college. These guys need time because you're going, like you said, you were competitive. You walked out and looked at around at the Super Bowl and went, "Oh my God, it's just different."
I even remember I didn't remember the first, I would say, damn near 10 minutes of that game.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Until later.
Yeah.
Because, like, they started telling me about, you remember they kicked off twice? I'm like, huh? They didn't kick off twice?
It's all a blur.
And then when I looked at it, and, you know, when you look at something and it starts to come back, I'm like, damn, it did kick off.
Yeah.
They kicked off, they weren't ready. What if we had ran it all the way to the house?
So you don't even remember any of that. Or you
kicked off,
didn't at first.
And they kicked it to Ricky Irvins. They kicked away from me because that was a year I had a hell of a year.
Yeah, yeah.
So they kicked away from me, and I guess that's why I didn't remember because I didn't catch the ball. You know what I'm saying? So it was a weird little thing.
Yeah.
And then when I watched it because after the Super Bowl was over, I enjoyed it, but I didn't watch the actual game. So it had to be like 5-6 years later or so.
Oh, really?
And I watched the game, and I'm like, we did get 2 kickoffs.
That's funny. You didn't go back and watch it for years?
No, yeah. I didn't, because we won.
Yeah, I know. But
You know,
wouldn't, I guess I figured you would have wanted to go back like in the offseason.
Well, all
and
I
just
wanted to
peeked at
see
it.
was if did the camera catch me when I went to rip, and I was like, I knew he was getting the MVP.
Yeah.
And I'm like, when you go to say you're going to Disney World, I'm going with you.
Yeah.
And they caught all that on camera.
Yeah.
So I was like cool about all that, but I
Yeah.
did not remember the damn kickoff.
At what point in the Super Bowl did you kind of just like feel like you were settling down? Like kind of adjusting to what the moment was?
I would say midway through the second quarter.
Okay.
Because like if you watch the Super Bowl, they normally turn off the lights and they go around and you see all the camera flashes and all that stuff. And all the people just put their little now used to be cigarette lighters.
Yeah.
Now it's just the lights
Now
on
it's
the
on
phone.
the phone. Yeah, yeah.
And when I walk out and I saw that, I went into like a trance.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Because that's what I've always wanted to experience. When I walked out, I was shook. I was shook.
Yeah.
And I was like, I now see what they mean. It was weird, dude.
Well, it makes me
I
think
was talking trash all preseason.
Of course you were.
I mean, all pregame. When I walked out, I was like, oh, hell. Said some other words. Can't say them
Of
on
course
that.
you were. It makes me think of that scene in Hoosiers. Remember when they go in the big arena and he measures the rim and it's still 10 feet and his whole point is like, oh, it's the same thing, but it's like you're in that moment.
And
and
that moment is different.
I think people forget that a lot is like the mental side of sports for athletes is it like, yo, they're human. And like this
Oh,
changes
hell yeah.
the dynamic a lot. That gives a great example of like, yeah, you had all the success and you had a great season, but you still understood the moment and it was like you needed a minute to kind of like take it in because it's not like you'd been in 7 or 8 playoff games, over multiple years in your career. Like that was it.
And then I think the thing about it when you go back over and over, like Monty Coleman, that was his 4th. And he was like, hey, man, just sacrifice. And he say, if you sacrifice stuff now, we win this game, you'll enjoy it the rest of your life. And I was like, what do you mean sacrifice? I'm at the Super Bowl. We have a party. I'm going to the party. And then you start realizing what he's saying because a lot of guys, when they got ready to leave early, they made sure everybody left.
Yeah.
So that's a sacrifice. Your curfew is later, but you coming in now with everybody else. And we win the game, and this is now 30 years later.
Yeah.
Still get benefits from that.
Yeah.
Still get benefits. Bing, bing.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is, what's the saying, right? It's like your future self will thank you for your present decisions
There
or
you
whatever.
go.
There you
Totally.
go.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So, and that's why just looking at the NBA playoffs, like that's where the young teams are the teams that I don't trust them until you start to see them take those. Again, Michael Jordan would lose to the Pistons year after year early in his career.
Yeah.
Even he had to go through, and they were beating the hell out of him too.
Yeah.
So you have to go through those, and I think those are the teams that you really count on. But down the road, we'll see the Wizards in that spot if they keep going with this trajectory where it's going to be play, and it might be bypassing the play, and you got to lose in the second round. And if they're building this the right way, which again, the direction they're going is right. They can be in a spot where the Timberwolves have gone, where the Pistons are now, or the Spurs or the Thunder or whoever. That's how you rebuild a team. Speaking of rebuilding teams, we know the Commanders have still a lot of needs. The draft is finally a couple of days away. But could the Jeremiah Love train be stopping short of the Commanders station? Nick Ashewin for JP Finley. It's B. Mitch
Nick
Finley
said it,
on the
people.
Fan.
I didn't.
I'm just saying, there are rumors here on the Fan.
Brought to you by Regency Furniture. Start with some football news today. Just in from The Athletic, former Steelers coach Mike Tomlin has agreed to become a studio analyst for the pregame show Football Night in America for Sunday Night Football on NBC. Also, Report Monday says the 2030 Super Bowl is going to be held at the new stadium in Nashville, Tennessee. We're getting set. The guys getting ready to talk about the Commanders' options for the NFL Draft Thursday night. The festivities going underway at 8 p.m. Commanders with the 7th overall pick. Also, the offseason program for the Commanders started yesterday, Monday, out in Ashburn. Nationals are hosting first place Atlanta this week down at Nats Park. 1-4 last night. Nats were beaten by the Braves 9-4. 6 straight wins for Atlanta. Nats had an early 3-2 lead, couldn't hang on. Braves score 5 in the 6th inning to break it open, so they will play again, 2nd of 4 against the Braves tonight. Nats baseball, 6:45 p.m. first pitch here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
You know, it's that time of year where you believe very, very little, as we're a couple of days out from the NFL draft. B-Mitch and Finley, Nick Ashew in for JP. B-Mitch is here. Now reports are, Brian, that Adam Schefter and Peter Schrager are also saying that Jeremiah Love could be in play at 3 for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
I never thought he'd be there for the Commanders at 7.
I never thought he would be either. And I say it all the time, and fans get mad and they make their comments, and I don't give a damn. But my ultimate thing is stop making your whole draft go based off of one person and realize that you have to look at the multitude of people and understand if you like somebody that much, somebody in front of you probably like them that much too. And the chance they could be gone. The thing about what everyone talks about is the value of the running back position. And people still look at it like that. But Love makes people think differently because he could do other things.
Yeah.
But I still say one guy is not going to completely change your team.
Right.
You know, unless, and everybody thought, well, look at Saquon. Saquon joined a team that was already ready to go to a Super Bowl. Hell, they had already gone, I think, the year before or something like that, 2 years prior or whatever.
Yeah.
So when he came there, that defense was ready-made and that offense was damn potent. Once he comes into it, it's even better. You know, he was there last year too, right?
Yeah.
Things didn't look the same.
So it's funny you say that because this is something you're the right person to talk to about this because I feel I've talked about this for a little while now. It's the rebirth of the running back in the NFL, like the rebirth of the big in the NBA.
Yeah.
Like we watch, Nikola Jokic and what he's doing, Victor Wembanyama. There was a while in the NBA, remember, where it went from bigs played in the post, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, 2 point, whatever. But you had those bigs of the 90s.
Yeah.
And then the NBA changed. You had a lot of 7-footers coming straight out of high school they didn't develop. So then it was just it was gone. Remember, they got rid of it in the All-Star voting, all that. Now the big is back in the NBA, but it's evolved.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that with the running.
They're shooting threes.
They're shooting threes. They're stretching the floor. Nikola Jokic is running the floor like a point guard with a dad bod. And we're like, what the hell is this? How is it? But it's just, it works now. But it's changed so much. The position has evolved. We're seeing that now with the running back, where, for one, obviously the league has become such a pass-happy league, but now you see defenses, 2 safeties, they're taking away the deep balls, things like that. Saw it with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs for a while. They kind of changed their approach. But a lot of teams now are looking around going, if we have a Christian, again, these guys aren't easy to find, but if you have somebody that also is a more than just a running back, but a weapon out of the backfield, a Christian McCaffrey, a Saquon Barkley, Bijan, Jahmyr Gibbs. Look at Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to get a record deal because he's not just a running back. He's a weapon
he can fly
out of the backfield. And that's what makes Jeremiah Love more valuable. It's not that he plays the position of running back. I think you have to look at him as this weapon that can be used out of the slot, catching balls out of the backfield.
He's two-dimensional. And I listen, I think the value of the running back was decreased in a boardroom, not just on the football field. Because if you look at these guys that were playing back in the day, early day, 90s and all that, a lot of them, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17 years. And they were still toting that load late.
It's just crazy.
Today, these guys don't carry the ball 25, 30 times.
The amount of carries Emmitt Smith had in his
Yes!
career, unbelievable.
He played 18 years, right?
Yeah.
So they don't have 25, 30 carries a game, but they thought, they're going to get hurt. everybody gets hurt. Quarterbacks get hurt hand and fist. Joe Burrow been hurt more than any quarterback out there. They still paying him his money. You know, I just think when you start getting guys that can do multiple things like a Love, you take the chance on them. And I think there are guys that don't have as much on their team that'll take even a bigger chance. Cardinals, Titans. The Titans for sure. I know people look at Saleh saying he's a defensive coach, but you got a quarterback, a young quarterback who he can help. This team right here, you got a defensive-minded head coach too. And you had a historically bad defense last year. You have to make that better. Or the thing that helped Jaden is having some receivers. Open it up for people. Bill showed last year what he's capable of. So I think here, it's many guys they can sign. I'm going to be happy. I'm not sitting up here worried about one guy here or there. You know, you can put a lot of guys because I think still this team needs to keep adding talent moving forward, and I don't think that one dude is going to get it done.
Jeremiah Love is a luxury pick for this team, and they don't have the luxury of going out and do it. They don't need to get a Ferrari yet. They got so many other pieces that they still have to address, and I get it. Like, yes, Jeremiah Love has the potential to be a game-changing offensive weapon for this team, but for all the talk about you need to help Jaden Daniels, you need to give him weapons, you need to support him, that also means you need to have a defense that's not going to give up 14 points in the first quarter. That's then going to have you playing from behind the entire rest of the game. I know Jaden didn't play much last year, but that's all we saw last year. Those first quarters during the meat of the season were embarrassing. I mean, it was like they're missing tackles. There's no stops. They're not even holding teams to field goals half the time. And if you're, I don't care how great a quarterback is, how great an offense is, how many wide receivers you have, if you're still constantly playing catch-up in a game week after week after week, you're altering your game plan. You're playing you're chasing points the entire time.
Totally.
So if you got a defense that can't stop anybody, it really doesn't matter how talented your quarterback is.
Yeah, or your running back.
Yeah, right.
So my thing is, I've always said this. When you have a guy like a Jaden, a Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, those guys can be Superman. But you don't want them to always have to be Superman. Right. You want them to be Superman in certain situations. Or when it's like a end of a season and you're in a Super Bowl, you'll go try and do it now. If you have a defense that can stop people from scoring a lot of points and you allow that person to just be who they are, they'll probably have a greater career than they would by forcing them to be Superman every game. First year, it worked out. He was Superman a lot. We won 6 games in a row with the last play of the game. That is not something you could do every year. Then last year, some of the stuff, we start off, like you just stated, 14, 15 down, 20 down. Now you can't do nothing but throw the ball. And you have to try and force things. And when you force things, you risk. And what I'm looking for is the way to make him be able to be who he is and then step it up every once in a while. I don't want him to step it up 90% of the game. I don't want to see that, because if you see that, I mean, he's taking risks, he's taking chances, and it ain't going to work out well.
And eventually, the whole Superman thing, like with Josh Allen, that wears you down eventually, just as a quarterback. I mean, having to do everything yourself. And I'll tell you this, too. When Jaden got hurt the final time last year against Seattle, that game, remember, there were no receivers, nobody was open, he's running for his life the entire time. That was the first time I really saw him get frustrated on the field, where there's mistakes, and you could tell he's looking down the field, has nobody, slamming the ball down. There was always the smile after mistakes, right? He'd always forget. That was the first time I went, oh, he's pissed. And he started forcing things. Do I think that led to the dislocated elbow? No, but do I think that him running when maybe he didn't need to in other situations maybe contributed a little bit to that decision-making? Yeah, I think so. And that's where you, again, this team, it's a rebuild. And my biggest thing is the 12-win season nobody would ever take back in 2024. It was great. Yeah. But all it did was set the clock back on the rebuild. That team wasn't a 12-win team that would continue to win double-digit games year in and year out anymore. And what they had to do was finally figure out, oh, damn, we are rebuilding. It's time to fully commit to that actual rebuild. Now the clock has started on that. So when you talk about, hey, there's multiple guys here I'd be happy if they drafted. Yeah, they're in a good spot at 7 right now where they can get somebody offensively like a Cardinal Tate, a Jeremiah Love. I don't think he's falling there, but you can get a Sonny Styles. You can go and get, you can address corner. You can address safety. It also shows they got needs at a lot of positions because this team's not ready to sit here and be talked about as a contender yet.
I think, when they won the 12, if you can have revisionist history, you go, oh no, let's keep building. But everybody wanted to try and go for it. Mm-hmm. And hell, I raised my hand and say I was one of them too.
Yeah.
Hell, let's see what you can do. But as soon as you started getting injuries to those key guys you brought in, then that's gone.
Yeah.
And I know people say, well, you're making excuses. No. If you haven't played at this level, you don't understand. When you walk into a game, you got 22 people to go against 22 people. And 11 of your 22 best are gone. It's kind of hard to beat that. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And it's not an excuse. It's a fact.
And see, that's what always drives me nuts is people say, oh, well, it's just next man up. It's just, what if next man up is not actually, when there's a huge talent drop-off from the starter to the backup, next man up is a great phrase to put on a T-shirt, but it's not actually logical. It doesn't actually make sense.
It's like if you watch some teams where they were able to have guys drafted and sit behind a guy. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden now that next man up is in his third, fourth year.
Yep.
And that guy who's in his 12th year get hurt. Next man up might work then because you know what? He's been sitting and learning and waiting. Mm-hmm. And he may be able to go. But if the guy you have behind the starter is a first-year guy or maybe a guy who's been around a long time and he's never started, but he's just there. And you have one who's an 8 or a 9 or a 10 and other guys are 4 or 5. Mm-hmm. You're going to see a difference.
Yeah.
And yes, the next, I absolutely agree with you. Next man up, that's a great slogan. But it's not every next man is not good enough to hold. He may be good enough to do for a series, a play, or whatever. But he can't do it for the whole damn game. If he was, he wouldn't have been behind somebody on this team. He'd be somewhere else starting.
Obviously, there are lots of markets that also, whether you gauge them a lot or gauge them a little on the NFL draft, a lot of rumors can move the markets quite a bit, whether it's betting or it's the prediction markets. Kalshi has or Kalshi, I always say it wrong, it's Kalshi, but the Titans, 43% chance to draft Jeremiah Love, Cardinals, 21% chance, Commanders, 12, and Giants, 11. It's starting to lean towards an earlier. I just never thought that Jeremiah Love would go past 4 to the Titans because if you have a team that's as devoid of talent as they are as well, I mean, yeah, they kind of in a similar position with the Commanders in some way where, like, young quarterback, you want somebody in the backfield that can support your quarterback. But that's like, to me, because it's a similar situation in some ways, you could really justify the Titans making that pick. If you go back to the beginning, Jeremiah Love was linked to the Titans very early on. And we get all of this noise right in the middle of all this leading up where it's just month after month. And I'm again, thank God the draft is almost here. But if you go back and look at a lot of drafts, the rumors in between, going back to like old mock drafts, you're like, oh, the original stuff was actually what teams were thinking. If I'm the Cardinals, I make it seem like I want Jeremiah Love, even if you're not really thinking that, because even if you're the Titans, what if they call and just say, we'll offer you another pick in next year's draft or something else just to go up one? Just to want to go up one. Like, there's the lying season and muddying the waters is really, really important right now because then a team gets desperate enough and says, you know, we'll give up another asset just to move up one spot just so you don't take them or just so somebody else doesn't draft them.
The rumors don't just start from one team or just teams. Rumors start from agents.
Yep.
Rumors start from coaches. Rumors start from front offices, teams, other teams. Some families, I don't want my guy to go to this team. They'll start all kind of stuff. So you don't know. You got to, everyone that loves to just take the first thing they hit and run with it, sometimes you look like a fool. Because it was just something to get something started and you just helped it out. It's a lot of crap out there.
Well, I don't think some people realize, but a lot don't. Like, teams will literally lie about a player hoping they'll drop in the draft to them. I mean, that stuff gets thrown out too. It's dirty pool, my friend. They do this.
If a guy had been noticed to go to the team that's picking 5, you got a team behind him at 6, that team at 6 sometimes starts up some bad stuff about him. Let him slip one more slide.
I've heard he's got a knee problem. And it's like last minute. You're like, where did this come from? And then the player's fine once they're drafted.
What the guy got the back injury yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
That supposedly there are no symptoms for.
Nussmeier, yeah.
Well, how the hell
he's got a cyst on his spine.
No, this is the offensive lineman.
Oh, you're going to do.
He popped up with this back injury now.
Oh, yeah.
That they have no symptoms. Well, how the hell you knew he had a back injury?
Yeah.
It just came out though. You see what I'm saying?
It's and it's just again, this is the thing. The Commanders are in a spot where they can draft a lot of guys, but we know what Jeremiah Love could certainly bring to this offense if that's the case. But at this point now, it feels like the Jeremiah Love to the Commanders' dream is dead, and a lot of people in this town really want him. A lot of people in D.C. really want to see Jeremiah Love in burgundy and gold. 800-636-1067. Does the Jeremiah Love dream feel dead to you now, given the fact that the Cardinals and Titans, and especially now the Cardinals, are getting linked a couple days out from the NFL draft? 800-636-1067. It's Beamich and Finley. Nick Ashew in for JP on the Fan. It's Nick Ashew and B. Mitch today. 800-636-1067. A lot of reports. Jeremiah Love ain't going to be close to the Commanders at 7 in a couple of days. A lot of people have that dream, B. Mitch.
Oh, yeah.
Feels
Tons.
less and less likely that that's going to be the case, which kind of is how I was at the beginning of this. I know Peter Schrager now thinks the Titans won't take him, but now it's the Cardinals there. Again, everybody's lying now. I believe almost nothing. We'll talk to John Keim at the top of next hour. Thank God, because maybe I just feel like we get to this point now where I believe nothing anybody's saying anymore. Nothing.
Hey, I don't believe it once we start going close to the combine. Everything starts going crazy then.
Yeah.
You know, even before that, when all of the legal tampering period and free agency, you start hearing all kind of stuff starting right then. And then the draft doesn't stop it. You know, they when they're going into the draft, everybody wants an upper hand.
Mm-hmm.
And let's be real, whether they admit it or not, some reporters know that they are helping out somebody. They know when the person gives them information, this is information that's helping somebody.
It's like when Woj and Shams were both they weren't competing for NBA stories. They would have a copy and paste text message that you would see them tweet the exact same thing at the exact same time. You're like, I wonder where they got that from.
Yes.
They've got like a group text with every general manager in the NBA. So
They know what the hell is going on.
Half this stuff is fed. By the way, breaking NBA news, Billy Donovan out as the Bulls head coach. They're saying he's exiting the Bulls after 6 seasons. At some point, you can't sit and spin your tires in NBA mediocrity, and that's what the Bulls have done for years. You can't compete for the play-in tournament, and that's as far as it goes.
Yeah,
so
totally.
Billy Donovan now out in Chicago. They'll be looking for a new head coach. All right, 800-636-1067. Does the Jeremiah Love to the Commanders at 7 dream feel dead? Let's go to Cliff in Greenbelt. What's up, Cliff?
Good morning, gentlemen. To Bob B. Mitch's favorite line, this is line season. I don't, do I think it's dead? No, but it's line season. You don't know until you know, and we won't know until Thursday at about 8:30, 8:45 in the evening. Then we'll know for sure. But right now, it's line season. Don't get too down or too up either way. It's line season.
Yeah. And he's right. I mean, we'll find out when it happens. And listen, I know everybody. Listen, I get asked so many questions about the fact that, man, I know you know. I don't know a damn thing. Because you know why? The people that make the decision, half of them don't know until it pops up. Because how many times do you think it happened like, we're going to draft this guy right here? And he goes 2 picks before you.
Yeah.
You know, then you got to go to somebody else. And I think that's the way, when you're building a football team, you don't have the luxury of always getting the guy you want. You have to have 4 or 5 guys that you want and get one of those guys. And then you incorporate them into your team. But if you think you're going to go into this draft and you say, oh, I got 5 guys. I'm getting this guy in the first round, this guy in the third round, this guy. It ain't going to happen like that. That's why when I see the mock drafts, I laugh. So how the hell you know when they don't know?
So I'm going to ask you a question I think I know the answer to, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you ever do any of these mock draft sims where you can actually do the drafting for a team?
Nah.
Okay. I didn't think you would.
I will do the first 7 picks of all, like we think is going to happen. That's something we've been doing with this show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because of what you think and what you hear, you could probably, we'll get number 1 right. You know why? Because we know Mendoza going.
Exactly.
Number 2, we don't know if it's going to be Bailey or Reese or what. You don't know.
There's a chance, right? Like Arvell Reese might not won't fall to the Commanders at 7, but David Bailey maybe could, but he also could go 2 to the Jets. So I just did one because I'm a nerd and I've done like a million of these. And Jeremiah Love is available for the Commanders at 7, but that's because Reuben Bain goes 3rd to the Cardinals, Arvell Reese to the Jets, David Bailey to the Titans, Carnell Tate to the Giants. So like, it could shape out where you've got 2 or 3 guys available for you, or there's worst case scenarios for the Commanders where there's 3 or 4 of your top guys on your draft board that you think could be available that are all gone. And that's when you start talking maybe trading back, which I still want to see this team do. I would love to see them trade back and get back into the second round.
If you're not getting a guy that you want and somebody call you and offer you something, or hell, if they call and offer you something magnificent before the draft even starts, take it.
The Cardinals offer.
But if it don't, and you got your people, pick somebody.
So, like, for example, the Bucks just offered me the pick 15, 46, and a second-round pick next year for 7 and 147. Like, those are the types of things they'll have to consider at 7, depending on who's on the board there. So, I don't think I would I probably would. 15 and 46, move up a little bit.
Yeah.
You lose 146, but, you know, you're in a spot there. So, that's that's the thing too. Is like if the board looks different for the Commanders, then it's a question of do we get back into the second round or back to the end of the first? There are 6 teams now with 2 first-round picks. The Giants and the Cowboys both have 2 first-round picks. And then the Eagles have 8 total draft picks. So it's like the rest of the division has got a lot of draft capital right now, and the Commanders are sitting there with 6. I think they still end up adding picks when it's all said and done. It's just how this draft actually shapes out.
Their free agency stuff helped them out a lot.
It did.
It didn't finalize everything, but it helped them out a lot.
Well, they had a lot of holes to fill,
Hell yeah.
if we're being honest. So
yeah, the boat is still taking on water.
This is a funny one. Let's go to Bill in Clinton. What's up, Bill?
How you doing?
Hey, Bill.
What's up, Bill?
All right, listen, my thing on Love, you can take him or leave him. I really don't care about Love. All I'm concerned is protecting Jaden Daniels and maybe another really good defensive person that we need. Keep the running back. I don't care. Protect Jaden Daniels.
All right, man.
I'm with Bill.
I'm with him. Yeah, and I think Bill. One thing that's what I always say: protect the running back. I mean, the quarterback. Guess who else helps do that too? Running backs.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
One that can run it, and one that what I always say: you don't run the football till you prove you can pick up blitzes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but again, all of this just shows there's like 5 different guys they could pick where you go, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
it fits on this team. They got a lot of needs. All right, we'll talk to John Keim about this next. Nick Ash, you in for JP Finley. It's B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. 4 games against the first-place Braves this week for the Nationals. They were beaten last night by Atlanta 9-4. Nats have now dropped 3 of their last 4. They will play Game 2 of that series tonight against the Braves, 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. NBA playoffs, former Wizard C.J. McCollum had a big night for his new team as the Hawks rally from 12 down to stun the Knicks, tie their series at 1 win apiece. McCollum led the way for Atlanta with 32 points. NBA note today, news just in a few moments ago, Billy Donovan stepping down as head coach in Chicago. And NFL former Steelers coach Mike Tomlin has agreed to become a studio analyst for Football Night in America, Sunday Night Football on NBC. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, Nick Ashew in for JP Finley. B-Mitch is here, though. You got your glasses on now.
I'll put them on every time I read.
There you go.
Rude is now an official sport show sponsor of B-Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro Partner at rude.com, and if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I'm not going to lie, the face you made when you put your glasses on, you looked like a scientist that had like some big discovery they just
Well,
made.
you know, I did major in chemical engineering, so just so people know.
Hold on a minute, I've discovered something here.
You know.
Did you discover who the commander is going to take at 7? Because I'd like to know at this point.
Now I think the next guest may be able to tell us something like that.
ESPN's John Keim jumps on with us, and I'm sure you were as ready as anybody, John, to just finally see the Commanders draft at 7 or maybe trade out at this point. Who the hell knows? How do you sift through all of the lies and all of this? I mean, it's just, it feels like at this point now we know, at least on our end, know as little as we ever did before because there's like 5 or 6 names that could fit for the Commanders at this point.
Yes, there are. And by the way, I wear glasses, and it's like people think you look smart with glasses. No, I'm really just blind if I don't wear them.
I feel it too. I'm blind without my contacts or glasses, so all of us can sit here and we all got to suffer.
Yeah, and I don't like. It's easier to put on glasses and put my contacts in, so et cetera. So, but anyways, it doesn't make me smarter. And especially in this case. But there are a handful of guys who all make sense. So you could look at. I mean, there's, again, like, what if one of those edge rushers, Arvell Reese or David Bailey, falls? Is it likely? No. But is it a scenario? Yes. Sonny Styles would make sense. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would make sense. Get a big, rangy middle linebacker with speed, athleticism, and if they feel like he can impact the passer as a rusher as well at times. Jeremiah Love makes sense. Carnell Tate makes sense. Mansour Delane makes a lot of sense. Caleb Downs would make sense. So there's a lot of guys there, and I think that's the good thing for them, and it's the hard thing to really, when you're trying to pick or really kind of put the pieces together, it's why it's a little bit tougher this year because for a team picking the top 7, to have that many guys who make sense for them, like if you're the Browns at 6, there aren't as many guys that make sense for them as much as they need because there aren't a lot of high-end offensive guys to go there. The best guy might be Love, and they have Quinshon Judkins. So, but for Washington, they have some good options there.
Everybody has said, like, I know I agree. I told where when they went through free agency, they helped themselves out a lot to where when they came to the draft, they weren't forced to have to go to a certain position. But as it get closer to the draft, people start to lean. Is it more about offense or defense, you think?
I think it's more about getting a high-impact player, whatever side of the ball there is, because they don't have enough of those guys. Like, you need dudes, right? And you need to get some more of those guys. So I don't think it's an offense or defensive lean. I think it's who would make the biggest impact. So if you think it's Jeremiah Love, you're going to take him. If you think
it's Styles or Delane or someone else there, you're going to take them because you need those guys. And again, all of them make sense. So that's why you're right. Like, they protected themselves with their free agent moves, but they didn't solve every issue. Now, like receiver, we know they need a number 2 receiver. Opposite McLaurin, another good young talent there. But that doesn't mean you have to take a Carnell Tate or Lemon or whomever at 7, because there are other guys in the draft. And maybe you get Brandon Ayuk after the draft at some point. But you do need that corner. They signed a couple guys, but we know they could use another corner, a high-end guy. And so I think, defensive end, like if they wanted to go edge rusher, 3 of their top 4 edges are not signed in 2027. So, yes, that would make sense too. And the one thing that when you talk to people about like Adam Peters over the years, he was brought up in systems where there's 2 things you can never have: edge rushers and corners.
You never have enough of them.
Right.
You can't have enough.
Yeah.
You can't have enough of them.
Yeah.
I know the board has to. There's a million different ways that the first 6 picks could go. So I guess I'll frame this like this. What would it take, or what scenario would have to arise for Adam Peters and the Commanders to consider trading back?
Well, it's somebody has to want to go up to get them, obviously, right? And so they have not expected that. But let's say David Bailey falls, and there's a scenario where if the Cardinals take Love at 3, which is certainly on the table, and then I think Tennessee would go edge at that point, with the 2 best. But let's say they don't. Let's say they take Sonny Styles, and the Giants take Caleb Downs, and the Browns take a lineman. Now you're sitting there with the David Bailey. Does a team come up to get him? And, does a team want to come up to get a Jeremiah Love? But I think if you're Washington, you probably stay and just take him, right? But I do think, the scenario would be like, if you, let's say they let's say Bailey's there, Caleb Downs is there, or one of those 2 is there, and then either a Styles or a Delane or Tate, and you're like, hey, we like all these guys about the same. You can trade back several spots and still get one of them. That's the scenario where you could see that. Short of that, I think you're going to stay and take a pick because you need high-impact players. If I were them, I wouldn't want to trade too far down if you did, because I just think then you're risking, you might get some more good players, but you need some high-impact guys too. And we've seen in the past that just acquiring more picks doesn't make it a good draft.
Hey, this, everyone talks about the first-round pick. They don't have a second-round pick. What do you think they'll be looking for farther down the draft? Because you can't just have first-round picks. I've never seen an all first-round pick team, and I've seen a lot of teams have first-rounders, and guess what? The other guys play better than them. So what else you think they'll be looking for as this draft goes on?
So let's say they take defense with the first pick, whether it's Delane, Caleb Downs, Styles, whatever it is, right? Whoever it is. I think then you're looking at receiver in the 3rd round because it's going to be a good draft. It's a deep draft for receivers. I think you can get a guy there for sure. And I think, even though you can sit there and think and have a pretty good sense that Ayuk would end up here, you can't just assume where he's at with his game after not having played for a little while, right? So you need to get another young guy in here, and I think you could get it there. I think other spots that are good around there would be certainly safety is another good one. I think there's a lot of depth there. Center, at what point do you want to look for another guy who can come in? Not, and I think it'd be after the 3rd round, but could you get a guy that could come in and maybe not necessarily challenge for a starting job this year, but who could ascend to that role the following year, right, and develop, right? So you could do that. I think then you start looking at there's some edge rushers with traits that would be tempting down in that range. And again, now you're looking down the road because you're not looking when you get 5th, 6th, 7th rounds. You're not looking for guys to come in and fill immediate holes. If if they could do that, they'll be going in the first couple rounds. Yeah. So you're looking for guys with traits who could develop. And the other thing too is what everybody always tells me, you never know when a position becomes one of need. And so you don't just draft for need, but you want to get guys who can come in and develop and really kind of help you down the road at that point.
Talking to John Keim on B. Mitch and Finley, there's always 1 or 2 guys that tend to drop on actual draft day? And I know, again, this is all predicting and there's a lot of noise out there now. Is there any sense of a certain name that maybe you've heard or even just a guess in your eyes of a name that may fall farther than people expect in this first round?
I don't know, because it's so hard with this draft because there's so many guys that even usually it's going to come down to health. So would McCoy, the corner, would he drop because teams aren't sure about his health, right? I think that's one. I don't expect a Caleb Downs to fall, but it's such a deep safety draft, and there's a couple of good safeties in the first round. That do you take him automatically that high? I don't know. I think he's got a lot of special traits about him that make him very tempting, and others might see him there's some teams going to look at him I love these traits. He's so smart. He's an executive coach on the field. He knows where to speed. He's super, super smart. But what if the team that loves him like that doesn't take him, and then others see well, yeah, you say that, but I see he doesn't have the Sean Taylor traits, the measurables, right? And so, you know what I mean? But that's how this draft. I think the same thing with a lot of guys in this draft. They're going to be like that. Jordan Tyson, you might love him as a receiver, but yet the injuries scare you. So I think it's going to be such I don't want to say beauty in the eye of the beholder. I just think that there's going to be a range of opinions on a few of these guys that could cause, I don't know who, but could cause one of them to fall. McCoy is the one that you'd wonder about just because the health. With the knee, coming off the knee, that would be the one you'd wonder about, but he's so uber talented that somebody in the top half might say, we think he'll be fine, and we're going to take him now. So, yeah.
So the talk about Bain in the short arms, which is only 1/8 of an inch shorter, and you watch him play, he is probably the most destructive defensive player in this whole damn draft.
Wrong.
He's a bad dude. So do you think he does that cause him to drop?
The funny thing is, look how for any other guy who has the arm length that he does, because the history shows that does matter, right? However, I don't know if a lot of those guys throughout history had his other traits, and that's why, think of how good he has to be considered a top 10 pick, despite that arm length. You know what I'm saying? There's something. There are a lot of things I like about him. I think he can be versatile. I think he can rush inside and nickel packages. His hands are super strong.
Yeah.
And he's I also like his play demeanor, man. I think he gives you, I think there's that, Quinn loves to have that dog mentality. I think he has that. So there's a lot to like about him. That the only thing I wonder about is when you're picking top 10, does a team get a little bit concerned with the traits to say okay, yeah, we like him, but in the top 10 you want to have maybe again I'd say the same thing with Caleb Downs because he's not as big as some other safeties who would have gone that high, but he's got so many other special qualities that for both those guys, could I see it? Yeah, and could I see him stumbling out? Maybe a little bit, but I do think they both have qualities that some team I think will fall in love with. And just say I know this, I know that, but I see this, and I want that, and take them because you know what I mean? But it's so I think that draft is like this. That they're, I think even with the offensive linemen, there's guys that they're projected to go top 10, but I think in other drafts I don't think they would, But there's things that somebody might like, So but I think with Bain, I agree with you. He was really good in the playoffs, and you can't discount that.
Yeah.
It wasn't a fluke. I mean, he's strong, man.
Yeah.
He's strong. So he compensates for the arm length that way. But again, top 10, how much is the team going to be scared off by the history of players with the shorter arm length?
John, when you look at Caleb Downs, he gets compared. People start bringing up names like Sean Taylor. No, he's not that size.
No,
I look at Earl Thomas more. Remember Earl Thomas when he was with the Legion of Boom? He wasn't the biggest guy, but he was smart as hell and he made plays. And I think Caleb kind of fits that bill more.
Yeah, and I think an Ed Reed type too, where you're just you're playing chess on the field. And listen, I went to Ohio State, and the junkies asked me this last week, of those 4 Ohio State guys, who'd you like watching? And I always like watching Caleb because as a fan of the team, you felt comfortable and calm, well, Caleb's out there, something good will happen. Not that he was a necessarily playmaker per se, but it was just his presence on the field gave you a calmness because you knew how smart he was, how prepared he was, and that he makes the right play. You know what I mean? And I think there's versatility. I think the question for him will be where, as a cover guy, where would you put him? You're not going to put him on the top receiver, so you don't have to worry about that. But how will you utilize him that way?
Yeah.
And, what do you think of his versatility? And then, I don't know if some teams will be a little bit concerned about the lack of testing from the combine, et cetera, that he didn't do. But if you watch the tape, like I talked to Dan Quinn about him at the combine, and his comment was, you watch him on film and you say, whoa, and then you meet him in person and you say, whoa. Like there's a lot to like about him, and you won't have to worry about him on the field when you have him.
Talking to John Keim, we all know how bad this Commanders defense was. I don't think anybody's going out on a limb saying that. They were certainly aggressive this offseason with what they could do in free agency, but you do have you got rookie coordinators obviously on both sides of the football. From a defensive perspective, though, if they do go offense at 7, does Durante Jones's defense, in your eyes, John, and I get, obviously, we need to see what happens on the field and who maybe exceeds the expectations or their contracts, but with what they've done, does it feel like a defense that's significantly improved, at least on paper at this point? I know the ceiling is really low given where they were last year, but it's just, that's what concerns me because, full disclosure, I want to see this team go defense at 7. I just think people have forgotten. Yeah. I know there's some flashy weapons on offense, but for the love of God, they're giving up 14 points in the first quarter, and this team was down, felt like the first quarter of every single game. So, I don't know, when you just look at this defense, if they were to go offense at 7, does it feel like they've got enough for this to be a significantly improved defense, or is it more in your eyes of like they're better, but they still got a lot they still got to add?
Well, I think they're definitely better. Significantly would be tough to say without having watched them, because I'd also want to see, I think you still have, listen, man, like they believe in Mikey Sarah still, that he'll bounce back. And I think, we all know he's a very good competitor. He helps create turnovers. He's one of the few who can do that out there. But he was up and down, so they have confidence in him. But are we sure that's going to happen? I don't know. We don't know yet because you want to see it on the field, right? And they feel like in this system, the ability to play with more vision, with the with the eyes and all that, will be better for him. So we'll see. But is it a guarantee? No. And Amik Robertson, I love what that guy adds. Like when you watch him play, there's a short area quickness, but there's also a toughness. I think he's about 5'9". I think he feels like he's 6'1", 220. Like that's how he plays. Like he's not going to back down from people. I think he brings that mentality. But again, another kind of up and down year in Detroit for a couple of reasons, but that's what it was. And so, until we know how the corner play is going to be, and that's why if you go corner, I think that would be something like, okay, you've got a lot of really good choices now, but we don't know where that's going to go yet, right? And we don't know Jordan McGee. Like I think he can play, but we have to see it in full, right? And so I like the edge rushers. I think it's going to be a lot better. I think where they'll be better is it seemed like at times last year there was just too much confusion in the secondary or in the coverage, like that led to too many gaps and broken plays or coverages. And so that's a way to improve. But but we don't know. I can't say significantly at this point and I think Durante Jones, I love the defense he's coming from and what, like his coaching career, but we don't know. So yeah, and here's the other thing too, and the talk about is helping Jaden Daniels, getting more around him. But the better the defense is, the less the burden he has to score 35 points a game, right? And I think like that can help him as well, for sure. So if you went that way, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all, because I do think like offensively, how much will the change in systems help him? Being healthy will help him. Having a healthy Terry McLaurin and working together all offseason will help him. Chigo Okonkwo will help him. I think the running back room, is it any worse than it was 2 years ago? I don't think so. So I think Eckler, I really liked watching him. But, I think as depth goes, I think they're fine, right? So there's reason to believe that they can play well offensively with another receiver coming in at some point or two. Because, not to ramble, but like the two areas that I think where you say the depth, you don't want to see it tested to be corner and receiver. And especially like if something happened to your top guy.
I'm so glad you said that about defense because that's also how you support a young quarterback is having a defense
Don't let
that
the other team score a lot.
actually get some stops. Well, in a couple of days, John, we'll start getting some answers at least. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
There he goes, John Keim, ESPN. And, of course, draft coverage here on The Fan is presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need, B. Mitch. I can't wait to get some damn answers here.
Yeah.
I mean, I really can't.
You'll get them. Thursday night.
Thursday night it starts. And then after that, there's a long gap.
A lot of people are going to stop watching. I'm going to still be watching.
Yeah, but I mean, it's polarizing when you've got a top 10 pick. And not to mention, I mean, listen, the Giants pick at 5 and 10, and the Cowboys have 2 first-round picks. And you're looking around going, this division's going to get really competitive, and the Giants aren't going to be such a dysfunctional mess with John Harbaugh there. Yeah. So there's pressure to keep pace with everybody else there, too.
I'm just hoping that moving forward, we don't have any more of these top 10 picks.
God, I hope so too. Listen, it's fun in the moment, but realistically, I'd rather them picking at the end of the draft. That's the first round. That's a much better spot to be at. Peter Schrager's got some potential picks the Commanders could have too on the offensive side of the football. It's Beamich and Finley on The Fan.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its confident performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Ruud.com to learn more about the different ways you can save your home HVAC products. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
Brought to you by Regency Furniture. Hoops and hockey, the playoffs continued last night. Carolina got by Ottawa in double OT to take a 2-0 lead in their series. Philadelphia wins again in Pittsburgh, so Flyers in front 2-0 there. NBA former Wizard C.J. McCollum had 32. Atlanta rallied from 12 down in the fourth to nip the Knicks, and even that series had 1 win apiece. Cleveland knocked off Toronto, so they're up 2-0. News today in the NBA, Billy Donovan stepping down after 6 seasons as head coach in Chicago. Baseball Nationals hosting first place Atlanta this week, 1-4 last night. Nats were beaten by the Braves 9-4, so the Nats have now dropped 3 of their last 4. They try again tonight. The 4-game series with the Braves continues, 6:45 p.m. first pitch here on The Fan. NFL news today, former Steelers coach Mike Tomlin headed to the broadcast booth. Don't they all get into broadcasting after they're done? He's agreed to become a studio analyst for Football Night in America. Pretty good gig on Sunday Night Football on NBC. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, Nick Ashew in for JP. B-Mitch is here. Thanks to John Keim, who joined us. And as most of us at this point, B-Mitch, we got very little answers and a lot of rumors still around. But the Commander's going to do it 7.
Yeah, I don't think we know. I mean, and I wish people understand that. Like right now, I think this type of thing goes all the way down until they make that pick.
And I think when this, because again, the board and the tops, the 6 picks before them have to go a certain way for them to go a certain direction. There's a million pieces. They've got a bunch of scenarios that they're going to go through. But here's the thing. Whoever they draft is going to be somebody that they need because they still got a lot of needs. Like, do I want to see them go defense? Yes, I've been screaming it for months. But if they draft a wide receiver, they also need another wide receiver. So if it works out and it's a successful pick, then in the end, okay.
For me, who they pick doesn't push it for me. So once they get him, he has every opportunity to be the best he can be. Because I know every year we go crazy, somebody picks somebody. And then when they don't play well, we all call in and want to bash them and blame everybody. But you want them to pick that guy. And they pick him and then he's not good. My thing is once they land, they become what they thought they were going to be.
Yep.
If they do that, I'm cool. Don't make a difference to me who the hell he is.
If
we need a lot of good football players.
As long as it's a good football player.
There we go.
They've got needs at wide receiver.
That's what my mind is.
Yeah, and that's really, but we do know that obviously, I mean, listen, Brandon Ayuk, they're not going to sit around and just wait for him and think that that's going to fill their spot. There's a million questions around Brandon Ayuk. Also, he still plays for the 49ers at this point. But the Commanders have been linked to Carnell Tate. And I know I've talked to a couple people that also say, that they love Carnell Tate there. They love Carnell Tate. There's the Ohio State connection. There's the Terry McLaurin connection, though he couldn't wear 17. That would be a whole thing on top of that. Peter Schrager does agree that Carnell Tate is very, very high on their list.
Commanders, my latest intel is I've heard Carnell Tate is their guy. Again, this could change. Carnell Tate could be sitting there at 7. And then you have your reliable wide receiver. You have another Ohio State guy. You pair with Terry McLaurin, and you go to work.
It makes sense, right? I mean,
hey man, I know how the league is set up right now, and everything is catered to the receivers. And if he has anything like Terry, I'll take him. I'll go with that pedigree. Because I know everybody's remember. If you think back, he was drafted. And they say he was he's a top special teams player in the draft. Well, hell, look what he became. Yeah. And if he has a connect with them already, as Carnell Tate stated, he and Terry, they have that whole receiver core that came from Ohio State, they take care of each other. If I can see him get to where Terry is and do the things Terry doing, I wouldn't mind it.
There's also... And I know people don't want to think about this, but Terry McLaurin's not going to be with this team forever. And it may only be a year or 2 more. I mean, it doesn't... So you've got to start thinking about what that looks like. Totally. So you draft Carnell Tate, here's what happens. He's got to be... Eventually, you're looking at him as like, you're going to step in for Terry one day. Yeah. That's the idea if you're drafting a wide receiver this high. Yeah. But it also doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be Carnell Tate. Though, yes, Carnell Tate, this team loves him. It's no secret at this point. But there are also a couple of wild cards that are out there, especially this one that Peter Schrager had for the Commanders, too.
The wild card for the Commanders would be David Blau, the new offensive coordinator. And based on how the first 6 picks go, there is a very strong possibility that Carnell Tate is not on the board anymore. And you go back to David Blau when he played with the Detroit Lions and who his guy was, or a guy that he watched, or a guy that he knows well, and it's Amon-Ra St. Brown. Who is the Amon-Ra St. Brown avatar in this draft? It's the Blitnikoff winner, Makai Lemon, out of USC. So 2 names for the Commanders that I would just put in the back of your mind on this one. Carnell Tate, if he's there, and then don't be shocked if it's Makai Lemon.
We know nothing.
A David Blau pick. That's what we're doing. That's where we're going. That would be a big swing.
We know nothing. I mean, even Peter Schrager's like, they like him. They also like him. Maybe Carnell Tate, maybe Makai Lemon. I mean, it's exhausting.
Because David Blau was in Detroit, you're taking Makai Lemon.
Which
that's the mindset.
You're going smaller. He's only about 5'11" versus 6'2" for Carnell Tate. They could use a bigger receiver.
That to me is a stretch.
What, Makai Lemon?
That they're taking him just because of the connection with all my...
Well, if he's kind of mimicking some of that offense they had in Detroit and you want to find someone that could fit the Amon-Ra St. Brown mold, that might be your guy. But we also got to be careful with player comparisons. We do this a lot.
Yeah.
And then guys don't live up to those expectations. That's a whole other thing, too.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is, for what he's doing, it was 3rd round pick, I think it was. Second, 3rd round.
3rd. Fourth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4th. Yeah,
4th round pick.
Yeah.
He's just better than what people thought.
Yeah.
You know, my whole thing is, will these guys continue once they're drafted, like Amon-Ra St. Brown has done?
Mm-hmm.
See, a lot of people get drafted and think they've arrived. They shut down their motivation or their determination. You got to make sure that guy is going to love this thing. Because if that dude has the ticker inside of him like Amon-Ra St. Brown, I can see it. I'll go for it. But if he doesn't, and we wasting our time comparing him.
I mean, how many times have we seen first-round receivers not pan out in the NFL?
I've seen a lot of them.
That's
all
a position,
positions to me.
Yeah, that's a position a lot, though, that does tend to flame out, where, again, you can find somebody like a Terry McLaurin or an Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 3rd or the 4th round. I mean, if you look at this draft, too, there's a lot of wide receivers, and there's a lot of potential wide receiver talent that could fall to the back end of the 1st or into the 2nd round. Now, again, that doesn't affect the Commanders at this moment because they don't have a pick in late 1st or in the 2nd round at all. But this goes back to, again, why I'd love to see them get a 2nd round pick and trade back a few spots. Now, again, it's easier said than done. Where are you going to trade? But like if the Dolphins wanted to trade up and you got pick 11 and 43, you probably wouldn't get their 30th pick for 4 picks up, but maybe. Or I know this makes people sick, but here let me ask you this. If the Cowboys come calling and offer you 12 and 20 for pick 7 and you can draft a defensive player and a wide receiver with 12 and 20, you making a trade with the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Yeah, see? Who cares?
Listen,
I don't care that it's the Cowboys in the draft.
My thing is, you make those picks because you have a plan to better your team. Doesn't make a damn difference who you're picking it with. Because if you're moving back, you don't want to buy whoever they come and get anyway.
Wouldn't it be such a Cowboys pick to trade up for Jeremiah Love at 7 if he's available?
Yeah, it would be.
Oh, B. Mitch, we definitely want to get ourselves a nice running back there in Dallas.
I don't want Dak to have to throw the ball so much.
We're gonna get ourselves a running back, and it's gonna be a glorious pick for us. Yeah, I mean, this is it's tough
You
because
think you're gonna get glory hole there, boy.
I'm gonna make some glory hole. God, that will just live on forever. When you say that, and some people don't remember him saying that, they're like, "Do you know what that means?" I'm like, "Do you know what Jarrah said? This is what this is all about." Okay, you need to remember that's what it is. Yeah, but I mean,
it means something about oil.
It's about oil. Yeah. I've watched Landman. I know all about oil now. It's a great show, by the way. Great show. But this is why, because they have so many needs, it would be great to see them add that 2nd round pick. Now, I would never take back the Laramie Tunsil trade at all. I mean, that's one of the best left tackles in the NFL, especially now seeing Trent Williams sign another extension with the 49ers. You're like, good thing they found somebody else because you let that guy.
Money.
Yeah, good. And by the way, let me say this about Trent Williams: that man hustles like Kirk Cousins. They get big deals out of. You're just like, another? How does this keep happening for them? Good for him.
I tell you, those 2 agents right there, boy, they doing it.
They are.
They should be getting more players.
They are. But yeah, I mean, if the Commanders had a chance to get a defensive player and a wide receiver with either 2 first-round picks or a 1st and a 2nd, I mean that's where trading back is really valuable. Yeah. But they're not going to have that idea until they actually see how the draft looks. And look, what's also not even being talked about is a team trading up above them too. Like, what if somebody trades up and a bunch of defensive players are taken off the board where you don't have Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, or David Bailey or Arvell Reese. Like, let's say they're all off the board. There's a possibility that happens. At that point, I'm going wide receiver. Like, because you've gotten the defensive players that would make the most impact. I'm going wide receiver or I'm trading back.
See, there's this show called First 48.
Mm-hmm.
They need to have the last 48 when it comes down to the draft. Like, we talk about all this stuff, like when they follow teams around, what they call it, in preseason and all. What's the...
Oh, you're talking about Hard Knocks?
Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Following these GMs in these last 2 days, that would be must-watch TV.
That actually would be
because
more interesting.
Because we will
to
find
me.
out how much BS really happens.
Yep.
You know, just take out some of the words they're discussing, but just look at the amount of calls and all this. That right there, I'll watch that.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if they did that at some point, had an NFL draft Hard Knocks, and you had to follow certain teams.
That.
I would actually rather have that than training camp. I feel like we've seen it all in these, in the training camp, even in the offseason one, but a draft specific, because that's where the most moving parts are. That's where you're in the war room. Again, the NFL could just tell teams we're doing this and they would do it, but no teams would actually want any of that because you can then look back on it. It's like Cliff Kingsbury when they were drafting Ben Sinnott, and he's like, oh, yeah, I could use him, and then they never used him. And, you have all these, like, revisionist history things. I saw something the other day. It was it was when Mike Vrabel was with the Titans, and they they traded A.J. Brown, and you see his reaction. Coaches and GMs don't want that stuff out there, so you can look back on, like, they don't want that
they
footage
want everything out there about players.
We do. I want it. I want to see it.
I think they should be as exposed as they make the players.
Yeah.
Why they got to be protected?
Well, they're in charge. It's like politicians.
I don't care.
It's like politicians, B-Mitch. They protect themselves. The powers where they protect
they
themselves.
part of the plan. Well, look, let me see you.
I know.
Let me see you squirm a little bit.
Listen, I'm all for it. You and I are on the same page. I'd love to see a Hard Knocks around the draft. 800-636-1067. If it comes down to a wide receiver for the Commanders at 7, do you want Mekhi Lemon? He's a little smaller. Do you want Carnell Tate, Ohio State wide receiver? There's a couple of tie-ins there. If they got to go wide receiver, these names are linked to the Commanders now. Who you going with? You or Adam Peters? 800-636-1067. It's B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
You've heard JP and I talk about Paul Henry's window installation over and over again. JP told you about how he came out there and he fixed his new little room back in his house where he always sits out and watches TV. He has 3 TVs on the wall, and it's outstanding for him. I talked about how Paul came in, changed all my windows, changed the doors, and then when it's warm inside, it stays warm inside. When it's cool inside, it stays cool inside. The thing I love about Paul, he was honest, he was fair. He came in, he did the job, he did it right the first time. Many people come in and they screw it up. You have to keep getting people to come back. Actually, Paul fixed some stuff that guys did prior to me beginning to work with him. So if you want to get some windows right now, reach out to Paul and you'll receive 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Nick Ash, you in for JP Finley. B. Mitch is here. You got a snack? What you got? Let me tell you something. The barbecue Fritos. Ooh, man. Those
Honey
are
barbecue.
What's that?
Honey
barbecue. Yeah, that's the way to go, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's that. So I'm not a big snack guy with those. Those are a crack to me. They are so damn good.
We get boxes sent.
Yeah, I know. It's trouble. It's trouble, man.
Yeah.
You know, you try to stay focused. You got your Aura ring now and everything. We gotta. Oh, it's tough when those are there,
I did
man.
15 miles this morning.
Did you?
On the Peloton. I'm good.
Ah, you're fine. Yeah. I remember when you first got into really biking. Man.
I deserve this.
You know what you do for 15 miles. I think you're fine.
Yes. Let me see.
All right, so I'll ask you before we
yeah.
get to everybody calling here. Carnell Tate or Mekhi Lemon, receiver. They got to go receiver. Who you going with?
I go with the 6'2" guy.
Yep, me too. Yeah, I understand the idea of how you could use Mekhi Lemon, and if David Blau wants to use him, like Amon-Ra St. Brown. And listen, it sounds tempting when you start making those comparisons, but that doesn't mean that's the right move. You know, it is. But that also goes to there is a lot of wide receiver talent in this draft.
And
There's a lot of
you still maybe get another one later too.
And
depending on who you get.
Hey, get in that second round, you get yourself a wide receiver there. Go defense first round.
What if Bain is there at 7?
But he's got short arms, T-Rex arms. Come on.
I would take him over anybody in the draft.
Would you? You're not worried about the arms?
Nah, not the way he was destroying people.
Yeah.
You know, some people who have enough power. It's 1/8 of an inch.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand if he was 3 inches, 4 inches. 1/8 of an inch.
Conversation's getting dangerous here,
hey,
friend.
hey, I'm just saying. Stretch a little more that morning. You be good.
Right. That's like what were the hand stretches that guy's doing? So yeah, you could just do the arms too. You know, it's fine. 800-636-1067. Commanders have to go receiver at 7. That's how the board falls. You going Mekhi Lemon, or you going Carnell Tate? Because those names have been linked to the Commanders now as well. And we really know nothing at this point. Let's go to Daryl in Columbia. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, thank you for taking my call. You know, AB, I agree with you, man, with Bain, real quick. You know, and that guy, you know who he reminds me of is the guy for the Pittsburgh Steelers who had short arms. What's his name? Harrison? And,
James,
you know,
yeah.
sort of and he reminds me of Harrison, man. And I think, you know, if he's available, man, we definitely should take him. But I like both of the receivers. I would take Tate over the other guy. But who I like the most, man, out of all of them, and nobody's talking about him, but if you look at his film, man, it just stands out, and that's Omar Cooper Jr. Man, this guy looks like a faster Pierre Garçon. You know, so I don't understand, you know, why we all just lock in on certain players and nobody mentioned any of the others, you know, in the draft. Man, it's some good quality ball players outside of the ones that we always talk about.
Yeah, I think what happens is the people that you hear these reporters saying they heard from the clubs, you know, and if they're discussing those guys more, normally they're leaning that way. Now, as I stated, it's Lion season. They could be throwing us a hokey doke. I don't know.
Now, Omar Cooper Jr., he's talking about the receiver out of Indiana. He could be late first, early second, which again plays into the if you can trade back into the second round,
then he may fall in your lap.
And he could. You can get more value at wide receiver in that second round if you were again, and I throw out the Dolphins just as like an example, 11-43 for 7, if it were to go that way. Now, if you were to trade with the Jets, they got 16-44. You're not moving much in the second round, but going down to 16 from where they are, that's tough for me. I think that's a tough unless you're getting something next year in a loaded draft. Or, you know, there's other things that are there, but they have so many needs now that it's just tough to go that far back from 7 to 16. You're going to miss out on some potential value that's there. I got a tweet from Cobra Commander who says to draft Jordan Tyson just to screw the Giants out of him. And because I think a lot of people are linking the Giants now at 10 to Jordan Tyson, which would be funny. That's the thing, too.
See, that's the thing, but this is what I want people to understand. You do nothing in your draft to screw nobody else.
I know. Nobody's thinking
Everything
that
you
way,
do in
but-
your draft is to make yourself better.
But we're allowed to think that way.
Nah, man.
Come on, no. We're not ones making the picks. It is something to think about, though. I mean, you've got the NFC East right now is a very vulnerable division because the Eagles have their issues offensively, not to mention A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts and everything else on top of it. Their defense is elite, but the offense is a problem. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
gone. June 1st, he's gone.
He gone.
They're trading him June 1st, probably to the Patriots. Maybe someone swoops in. He gave him a list and said the Chargers and Bills and, whoever else. But I think the Patriots are ends up where he goes. But the Giants have 2 first-round picks. The Cowboys have 2 first-round picks. The Eagles have 8 total picks. They had 9. They have 8. So it's like there is a lot of, again, you have to draft well or it doesn't matter. But these are teams that are all kind of in flux right now. It's not the Eagles are the best team in the division on paper, but that offense was so bad last year that if it continues to play that way again, they're going to have a lot of issues, and it makes the division very vulnerable at the top.
A lot of rumors about that, the quarterback too. So
and that, well, you know what's going on there. We all know. Somebody's leaking that on purpose. They're setting up the divorce early. You start tainting his reputation. Oh, he's rigid. Oh, he's not a leader. Oh, he doesn't evolve with the coaching staff. So then you can justify when things aren't working offensively. It's the quarterback's fault, and then they end up moving on from Jalen Hurts. I don't think Jalen Hurts is that much longer.
It's the quarterback, not me.
Of course.
That's what the coach saying?
Yes. Yes. But here's the other thing, too. If you really want to put tinfoil on your head here, if you're trying to trade A.J. Brown after the worst year of his career, his stock is low. The Eagles reportedly want a first-round pick and another top 100 pick on top of that. For a receiver that's 29 coming off of the worst year of his career, if you blame the quarterback, it's not the receiver's fault, but he just doesn't get along, so we need to move on. He's worth a first-round pick. They're trying to raise his stock by blaming the court. So everything's going on Jalen Hurts now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Which is only going to make that whole relationship that much worse.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine this thing lasting.
It can't.
At all. Now, I'm not even talking A.J. Brown. I'm talking Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
But then there's Nick Sirianni on top of it, too. Nick Sirianni is a troll. And if that team's not winning, Eagles fans are going to turn on him, too. They already have.
They
about
won them
Eagles
gone
fans.
before last year. Right at the beginning of the year, they won them gone. They win the Super Bowl. Oh, no, we like him.
That's it.
They'll turn on him quickly again.
It's been an evolution. It's been a complete evolution with that. So we'll see. I think you're at a point now where this division is very vulnerable, and there's a lot of opportunities for the Commanders to take advantage of this, where the Eagles were vulnerable last year, and I think that continues into this season too. But the Giants, the floor is at least going to be raised with Harbaugh there. But they're young. They still got some stuff they got to figure out. The Cowboys are going to cowboy. It's always going to be, Dak and that offense is enough to win enough games in the regular season. But it's a very, very vulnerable division. All right, best first-round picks ever for the Commanders, and hopefully whoever they drafted 7 gets added to this list moving forward. It's B. Mitch and Finley, Nick Ashew, in for JP Finley on The Fan.
Brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. Baseball Nationals hosting first place Atlanta this week. The Nats beaten by the Braves last night 9-4. That 4-game series with Atlanta continues tonight, 6:45 p.m. for Nats baseball, and the first pitch tonight here on The Fan. NFL former Steelers coach Mike Tomlin has agreed to be a studio analyst for Football Night in America this season, Sunday Night Football on NBC. NBA news, Kevin Durant game time decision for tonight's Game 2 against the LA Lakers. And in Chicago, Billy Donovan stepping down as the Bulls head coach after 6 seasons there. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game and get an experience of a lifetime. Let your kid be a kid. Put down a screen and go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. Nick Ash, you in for JP Finley. B. Mitch, I'll let you finish that pizza. I'll give you a second here. And I will give you a potentially huge news in the NBA.
What is that?
There are rumors that Steve Kerr might be done with the Warriors. That's a big...
I read something that was yesterday or the day before where he was saying, he said, all of these come with an expiration date.
He did. He was talking like it was done, but you figured you'd squeeze out a little bit more with Steph. You got a couple years left there.
But I think, people, every coach lose their fastball.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they become a worse coach. It's just that message gets stale. And when it was the Splash Brothers and Draymond and all these guys, they brought something to the NBA that the NBA hadn't seen.
Oh, yeah.
And I think now other teams have that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something that's so can Steve Kerr reinvent himself to do something different, or he's gonna keep doing what he's doing. And now you got even over on their side in the West, you got Victor Wembanyama. He's doing what they were doing, shooting 3-pointers at 7-6.
So according to NBC Sports Bay Area, the general belief among the Warriors and around the league since the weekend is that Kerr will be comfortably jobless after meeting with the ownership and front office. So, I mean, that would be, if you got a couple years left of Draymond and Steve and Steph Curry, it's the question is, what do you do with that, and how does that look with the new head coach? Listen, all great eras come to an end, and the Warriors were a dynasty, and they built their team through the draft, other than Kevin Durant. But let's be real, nobody's going to turn that down when Kevin Durant wanted to go there and they could afford it, and they won titles with him before and won a title with him without him after. So who cares?
If Kevin Durant's trying to come to your team, you about to sign somebody, you don't sign.
Yeah.
That tell me you weren't trying to win.
Hey, we wanted him here. He just didn't want to come home. He didn't want to be bombarded with tickets and stuff. No. I get it. It's fine.
Yeah.
But
you wanted a chance to win.
Right. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, with the way that goes. But all right. So we were going to look at greatest first round picks in Redskins / football team / Commanders history. You just got to put it all the way across the entire board. We were talking about this a little bit during the break. Yeah, Washington history is fine. When you really look at it, if you're going to pick your top 3, it's actually really hard to do because you can justify quite a few names over the course of history with this team. I'll give you my 3, but I could easily slide 1 or 2 other names in this as well. I'd go Darryl Green, without question, 20 years playing a corner. How the hell could you not? I mean, an absolute legend with this team. I'd go Art Monk. Art Monk has, think of all the records he broke. Think of the career and the history that he's had with this team. Mm-hmm. And then the third one is tough for me because it's a short career, but I put Sean Taylor in there.
Okay.
But it was obviously, unfortunately, a short career. But with what we saw from him, that's an all-time great safety with what he did on the field. And again, I know there's a difference, obviously, between 20 years and the unfortunate few years we only had with Sean Taylor out on the field. But it's hard to overlook what Sean Taylor meant to this organization, to this city, to this fan base. I obviously remember where I was when everything happened. Mm-hmm. I was back in college. It was a long time ago, And but there's obviously other names in there. A Trent Williams would be in the mix. If you really want to get historic, Sammy Ball was a first-round pick in that version. But those would be the three for me. It's Darryl Green, Art Monk, Sean Taylor.
Well, for me, I think what a lot of young people have to do is don't have all of this technology at your fingertips and don't investigate what happened before you. I'm talking about people like Jeff and others. Because
I know Jeff was like, I didn't see him play. I'm like, there's YouTube,
when I hear someone say, I only saw, you have the opportunity to see everything. You all are living in a generation where everything is your end.
But see, I'm just
you're
not
saying,
connected to it.
But if you look at it, if you're a true fan of this team, and like this is why I tell when people hate on Philly and other places like that, the reason I love those teams like that, you can have a little kid will run off stats of a person that his daddy probably never saw play.
Yeah.
Because they investigate and they talk about stuff beyond. Well,
they talk about it, but they don't connect. It's different from talking about.
No. They connect because if they are going to investigate the time to learn all that stuff, that's connecting. You don't have to see something to connect with it.
But it's different when you're talking about people who played years before you were even born, and then watch it. Like it's going to be different for me talking about Art Monk and Santana Moss.
I understand that, but I'm telling you, I've sat down and talked to 7-year-old kids, 10-year-old kids about my stuff. They had me damn near in tears because they knew all this crap. And the kid would say, "Oh yeah, you're the best. You did the best at this." And I'm like, "How you know all this stuff?" Well, I look it up. My dad gave me the book. My daddy showed me this.
You can still see it and watch it on YouTube.
Yeah,
you can watch full games on YouTube.
I understand. But for me, it's Darryl Green, Art Monk, and I'm going to say, I'll go with Trent.
Okay.
Trent I was kind of hard for me to separate these two. Trent and Champ, because Champ got here while I was here still.
Yeah.
And Champ is a badass. Now, he didn't do all of his career here.
Right.
But it ain't his fault they wanted to run him up out of town. You know, Champ Bailey is badass.
Yeah.
Trent Williams, badass. Darryl Green, Art Monk, can't beat them.
Right.
Now, if I wanted to go a little farther, I could tell you Charlie Taylor was unbelievable. He was first-round draft pick here. You know, and I'm not going all the way to Sammy, but Sammy Ball, when you start looking up stuff and the things that Sammy Ball did in the 30s, some of that stuff still stand today.
They weren't throwing the football then normally like they do now. Back then, imagine him in today's NFL. Slanging Sammy Ball.
Yeah, he would pre-punt and did everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a world. When you think about like the way football used to be where you had guys playing, quarterbacks playing multiple positions like that. I mean, listen.
See, what we've done, we've made people choose and we let them develop. That's why when you were young, well, most people when they're younger, the best player on a baseball team is the pitcher.
Yeah.
Then when they start growing up, we don't let them play but one position. And we only let them pitch part of the game. And then we wonder why they get hurt so much when they get later. Because they never ever was able to fully develop.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Sammy Ball, again, we're talking the 30s, but you can still understand. That's why, like to me, you can still understand what a player meant to an organization, to the sport at that time, and not actually see them play. Yeah. There's plenty of kids that understand how great Jordan was.
Every time you bring about the greatest, they still talk about him.
Yeah.
And that's why I had to go look it up and say, what the hell did this guy do? He played in the 30s. Let me go see what he did.
You didn't have to see Wilt Chamberlain play to know how dominant he was.
Hell no.
Now, granted, you see some of the guys he played against, you're like, that's just
well,
not fair.
You need to go read up to find out how dominant he was in other areas.
Well, we know all about that too, you know. And listen, he was competitive on and off the court. All right,
that's 10,000.
That's how I still don't believe that to this day.
Jeff, I bet you were in that atmosphere.
Not at all. Not at all.
Finally, I got him to say he could do something. All right,
that's
Jeff,
a lot of effort.
Give us your top, your top three, your GOATs.
So I got to go with Darryl Green because I know I emphasize on who I watched play because when you're in those years of your youth and adolescence, when you see someone doing something on the field and then your game is Saturday, whole different ball game. So I have to go with Darryl Green, Trent Williams, and Trent. I love Trent because I was playing line at that time. So I gotta go with Trent.
A fat ass.
And for real, I ain't gonna lie, I was a part of that crazy part of the fan base. Like, we could get him back, JD here. And then, speaking of JD, I gotta go JD5. And the reason why, his impact on the area, not even just the game. Yeah, he took us to to the NFC championship, but his impact on the area, you can't dismiss that. He brought a lot of people to be like, man, I used to be a Redskins fan. He got them people saying I'm a Commanders fan now. I mean, we got to wait for him to do more. I know that, but we cannot deny the impact he had in this area 2 years ago.
The trajectory is there. The potential is there. It's hard for me to do it after one solid season and one season like last year for Jaden Daniels. But obviously, we know what the ceiling is. If the ceiling is even what he did his rookie year, that's a dynamic quarterback, and that becomes an all-time great quarterback with this franchise. I mean, we all know. So we know what the ceiling can look like. But it's hard for me to do it after really one good season and one bad. But I'm not going to rip you for saying Jaden Daniels because of all of the other impacts that are there. I just need more of a sample size.
Yeah.
I need it to continue because again, I hate
GOAT
to do
is
this.
called greatest of all time.
Yeah.
That's why I gotta.
Yeah, and again, I know
now.
Sean Taylor didn't play unfortunately as long
And
as.
that's the only reason I didn't put him there.
And I get it.
We saw what he was coming to be.
Yeah.
And I think if he had played continuing like he was, he would definitely be there for me. But at this point, when you look at the four people I put out there, look at their
Well, that's the
careers.
thing too. There are honorable mentions you can throw in this mix.
Yeah.
Chris Samuels and Trent Williams. If you're not putting him in there, or you mentioned Charlie Taylor, and you start going back, and it's like it actually shows you. I know it's a long history of this organization, but
CT even was a coach, Super Bowl winning coach with the team too. Not only just a player.
Different world, man. Different world again. We got guys that are punters and players, coaches and players. It's the whole thing.
Can we discuss how hard it is to find a GOAT from our time? Like, just think of it. Who else can you say from, let's say, 04?
Okay.
04 to now.
You got like Sean Taylor in that list.
Yeah, I mean,
but then it's like Brandon Sheriff, Ryan Kerrigan.
Ryan Kerrigan was damn
Kerrigan
good.
was really good.
If you do it from 2004, you can't leave out Kerrigan.
Yeah, I agree.
Because Kerrigan came in this thing and did some magnificent stuff.
Yeah. You also have Emmanuel Forbes on that list as well.
Stop it.
We
Stop
said
it.
GOAT.
Cut it out.
We said GOAT, not sheep.
You troll, not sheep.
I know. So, all right, here's my personal top three. I didn't see this guy play at all, but you got to go Darryl
You're like
Green.
19, so you didn't see anybody play.
I know. I'm like 12. Darryl Green is on that list. Like,
Yeah.
he's a Pro Football Hall of Famer, one of the best to ever do
you
it.
know your history. You
Yes.
understand what he means to this city and to the organization.
Exactly. I was there in Canton to watch him get the Hall of Fame enshrinement. It was one of the coolest experiences as a kid. So I respect that history. I also saw Art Monk, so I'm going to throw him in there. Now, here is where my personal bias is for my GOAT.
All right.
Trent Williams. I love Trent Williams.
Yeah.
This is one of the most talented players of all time.
I'll be honest with you. You sound like you're trying to justify. You don't have to justify why you picking Trent.
Yeah, he's so good. And I still feel as if, and it's not even people in this area, just overall, people sleep on the career that this guy has had.
No, I don't
He's
think
one of
they
the
really
best
do.
that's
It's
ever
just
done
like
it.
some people like to hate once you leave.
Exactly. And it wasn't his issue, which
Yeah,
we
it
all
wasn't his
know at
fault.
this point. It was
Everybody
Bruce Allen.
knows it was the organization that
Exactly.
screwed it up. It was a previous regime.
It was
They
terrible.
misdiagnosed cancer. I'd be pissed off too.
I probably would have been. I'd be like, why B-Miss punched him that hard? I probably would have tried. You miss that makes misdiagnosis make you want to beat somebody down.
Hell yeah. And listen, we all listen. You mentioned this before, right? He also knows that he can continue to get more on these contracts, maximizing his income. I'll never blame a player for maximizing their income, especially in football when one hit can change your whole career.
Totally.
But Trent Williams is one of the GOATs of maximizing his income and getting extensions like every year. It feels like every other year there's been a contract battle with the 49ers. They always give in. Why? Because he's one of the all-time great left tackles, which is a position that people, when we talk about the most important positions in football, we always go quarterback. Well, what's next? The guy that protects the quarterback's blind side. Unless you got a left-handed quarterback and it's right tackle, it's left tackle is so massively important. That's why the Commanders gave up a second and a fourth for Laramie Tunsil, because they needed to protect Jaden Daniels' blind side because we already had Trent Williams there. Let's also look back at the history of some left tackles with with Redskins Commanders.
They had some good ones.
I mean, they've had some really good ones.
Jim Lachey. Then you had Trent. Chris Samuels. Before that. Man, right now at Laramie. I just named those four right there.
Yeah. You can even go right tackle. Go John
Unbelievable.
Jansen for a while, and his prime was pretty damn
Jansen
good.
was
I know it was left tackle, but
he
you
was
know,
unbelievable.
Yeah, he was great too in his
Hell,
prime.
Lachey, Joe started off at tackle. Then he moved to guard. Jacoby.
Yeah.
So they've had the offensive linemen. They've had something that protected.
I mean, part of the history of this
Mark Rippon
organization
got
is
sacked basically 9 times,
which is still to
in
this
19
day
games.
An unbelievable stat to this day. I mean, you want to talk about great offensive lines.
Mm-hmm.
This organization has had a history that literally, I mean, there is a nickname for its offensive line in an era. So they, I will say this though, like if you look at it, we've named a lot of good first round picks. I know there's a long history of this organization, but it's the second round pick that's a problem. The curse of the second round pick has been a massive, massive problem for this team over the years.
You notice we didn't give White Brian a chance.
Well,
he's a Giants fan, so he can't.
We don't let Giants fans talk about that. They got 2 first round picks anyway.
So since we were in the NFC East, White Brian, where you at?
He's stuffing his face.
Who would you say is yours for the Giants? Because I played against them, and you had some dogs on that team, bro.
I mean, it's got to be Eli Manning. It's got to be Eli Manning.
What?
He won 2 Super Bowls.
Bro, you didn't even say Lawrence Taylor.
I mean, again, like Jeff said, my
say Phil
childhood was
Simms?
watching Eli Manning win 2 Super Bowls.
First off, we need to stop with the whole because you didn't see them play, they don't go on your list. This is history of an organization,
I mean,
okay?
LT's on my list, but my number one is
so
the
our
guy.
kids that are
I
Bulls
watched.
fans today not going to talk about Michael Jordan? That
Nah,
they see Michael Jordan play?
I didn't see him
Jordan
play.
so he's not on my list.
To be honest, to be honest, kids today talk about LeBron James. Like,
Well,
I hate to say
as
that,
they
but
should.
that's what it is.
As they should.
Yeah.
You want to
Well-
have this conversation? I'll have it with you.
Oh, no, hold on.
You might not want to have that conversation.
Hold on, I'm good on that conversation. I'm good on that
I'll
conversation.
be that guy.
Because you could be that guy, but
I'll be that guy.
you played 8-9 more years, and you're still trying to get to the championship. That says a lot
See?
about you.
You know what? I'm not going to go for the bait. I'm not going to go for the bait.
Okay,
Because when
we're not
everybody
going for the
goes
bait.
for championships first in a damn team sport,
No,
I ain't doing it.
because if you go for stats and you played a long time, you'll get it. I go for per average.
Yeah, I'm not going.
Average
I'm
per
not
game,
going LeBron
and
James
you
being all-time points
lose.
leader. Longevity is part of this.
Longevity is part of
Playing at the level LeBron has played. No, see, you took and maybe take the bait.
I give you
Your fault,
longevity.
Jeff. Yeah, it's your fault. Yeah, it's you.
I give you longevity, but then when we go down, we keep going down it. You're gonna be longevity. That's gonna be it.
Darryl Green's a part of that 20 years, right? That's why he's on top of everybody's list.
No, he's
Longevity.
top of the list because he was fast as hell.
Yeah, well, it's more than that.
And he would pick off balls. People wouldn't throw it to him. I watched the dude play. We call zone, he play man. We call man, he play zone. And guess what? Nobody was gonna throw the ball at him.
He's still fast, man. I've seen those fast feet he's got at 61.
Yeah, I decided, Jeff, I'm never gonna race you. I'm gonna let D Green race you.
That I love.
And he's gonna give you 5 yards on the 40.
Now I'm all for public embarrassment, but I think that's a little too embarrassing for me.
Tell you what, at 60, seeing what he's able to do is.
But I take it though.
What 61? Right, he's 61 or 63. I can't even remember the sport.
D a little older than that.
Hey B, set it
older
up.
than me.
Set it up.
I'm gonna be
You
58
raced Darryl
this year.
Green?
Yes.
They're probably about 64, 3 or 4.
Okay.
Set it up, B.
Huh?
Set it up.
I'm not gonna waste Darryl's time.
I'm about to say,
I'm gonna take care of Jeff.
I know I can lose.
Take
I
care
know
of
I'm
him.
going to lose, but how many people say they race? How many people say they race Darryl Green?
See, you're doing
before?
it for the moment. I respect
Yes.
that. You know
Yes.
you're gonna get your ass kicked and you don't even care.
Oh, but I'm still gonna try to beat him.
Well, I would hope so.
I was about to say my
What are you
pride not gonna let
walk?
me lose.
You're not gonna walk.
Hey,
I
D
mean,
Green,
it's-
if anybody get this Darryl Green, I want you to do the back pedal against him when he running forward.
I really might got a chance.
Otis has his list. Otis is jumping on. What's
What
up,
up,
Otis?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm listening to y'all talk. Number one is Darryl Green. No, number one is Darryl Green. I'm 40. I'm 47. But Mr. Brown, I looked it up. He was a weapon. He was a weapon. Charlie Brown. He was a weapon.
Charlie Taylor, you mean?
But
right?
Talk about Charlie Taylor.
Charlie Taylor.
Charlie Taylor. I'm sorry, Charlie Taylor.
Yeah,
My bad. And I had to put in. I know y'all said Monk, but I had to put the posse in there. Get the home. That's it. That's all I say. That's it.
All right.
Not Charlie Brown though. Charlie Taylor. Yeah. It's well. I mean, listen again.
Hold on. I'm going to give out the I got to give out the rules again.
Okay.
The GOAT of the first round draft picks on the team. First round draft picks.
Right.
Okay, so I don't
First
know.
rounders
I don't
only.
think any of the Hogs were first round draft picks.
Mm-mm.
And
No.
I don't think anybody other than Art that was the first round receiver from the posse.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, right? It was just,
No,
it was just our monk. Yeah, so.
I'm just putting it back out there again. First round draft picks.
Listen, if you start going all time.
Well, no, Mark May was a first round pick.
Mark May.
Mark
Okay.
May.
Right,
That's right.
I think that's it.
All right.
But again, that shows,
Charlie Tin Hitch. he had a horse named Charlie Tin Hitch. That was a play. That was one of our play calls. But he had a
I
horse.
think I actually remember this
He had
story.
a horse called Charlie Tin Hitch.
Well, let me tell you what. If they can nail this first round pick, and we're putting that number 7th overall pick on this list in a few years, and
I would say that was a success.
Feel pretty damn good. You kiss
Yeah.
again. I mean, look, this is a massively important first round pick for them because you've got Jaden Daniels heading into year 3 already. Like, this happens fast, and you got to build around him in a way that puts him in a place to succeed too, because you know what's coming, and it's not that long, B-Man.
Quickly.
It is the contract conversation about Jaden Daniels. With quarterbacks, it starts early.
They're getting paid.
It starts early.
I forgot one. Heath Schuler.
Okay. Now we're
Now
gonna
we
throw
know you
things
just
at you. Somebody take one of those pieces of pizza and slap him in the face.
They say goat.
A pizza slap. That's what we're gonna do.
Didn't say
that is your
pigs.
punishment. We're gonna throw Jamin Davis on the list while we're at it too. Let's just do that. Manuel Forbes is getting named. We're naming all the first round picks that were good. Let's just relive all the scars. That's what I want to do. Reopen the wounds. B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Mm-mm-mm.
Brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. So only 2 days now from the NFL Draft. Commanders' 7th pick overall Thursday night. Draft begins at 8 p.m. Washington, though, only 2 picks in the top 100. Picks numbers 1 and 71. That next one is a third rounder at this point. Then next year, remember, we'll be gearing up for the draft here in Washington. About 1 million fans expected to attend next year's NFL draft down by the U.S. Capitol on the National Mall. Football news today, former Steelers coach Mike Tomlin getting a broadcast gig. He'll be a studio analyst for Football Night in America this season on NBC TV. Baseball Nats continue their series against first place Atlanta, beaten by the Braves last night 9-4. Another one against Atlanta tonight, 6:45 here on The Fan. PVI Office Furniture helps bring expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. What are you looking at me for? Why are you making that face, Jeff? You look shocked.
I did not know Ryan played this song already.
Oh.
I thought you was about to say something about it.
Oh, no. I was just looking. No, you made a face at me like...
I thought you said something about it, honestly.
No. I was just looking at you like you were talking about sitting on bike seats that don't make you comfortable. The face you made looked like you sat on a bike seat that made you uncomfortable. So I was a little concerned for you.
Nah, I'm good, man.
Nick asked you in for JP Finley. We were talking about bike seats during the break, and then, it got into how much money B-Mitch spends on his bike, and they're really fancy bikes, and Jeff's concerned about his seat.
Yeah.
And I get it. You got to sit, you got to have something comfortable, man.
Though.
Well, if you're going to be riding the miles that you are, you got to be comfortable. Because if you can't walk when you're done, it defeats the purpose.
Walk.
Yeah.
You got to make sure certain stuff's still there.
That's what I mean. Well,
you're like, hey, whoa.
Walking like you just got off a horse, bareback. You're just waddling like a sumo wrestler.
We rode a ride one time to Cobb Island. We were on our way back to White Plains. And I'm riding, and I'm like, no feeling. I'm like, whoa. No. Say, hey, bro. I said, I got to stop. Use the bathroom. Use the bathroom. Yeah, I got to use the bathroom. And I came out. I said, man, you used rather quickly. I just had to make sure.
Was it number 1 or number 2?
No, it was neither. I just had to make sure my homie was still hanging there. I couldn't feel nothing. And I said, hey, I'm getting fitted tomorrow.
Yeah, and that
paid my $400 and got fitted.
That was the turning point for you?
Ooh, yes indeed.
Was when you couldn't feel yourself? I don't blame you. I would be the same way. I think that's it.
I need to see what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, that's concerning right there. It's concerning.
$400.
Yeah. I mean, if you're riding, you ride 100 miles. Sometimes.
Stupid mile.
Yeah. So you gotta be comfortable with that.
There's guys that ride way more than I do. I'm like, bro, what y'all do? We get fitted. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I know what getting fitted means.
Well, I mean, for $400 to get fitted with all that, when you got a bike that costs as much, at that point, it's nothing.
Yeah.
You might as well.
Yeah, you might as well.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when you first started riding. You've taken it to the next level.
Yeah.
You gotten.
Have a little fun with it.
Hey, why not? So are we doing this?
There with Jeff, though.
Are we going to try to sift through the rumors here now?
Yeah,
are we going to really sift through the smoke? I know you're stealing this bit, but that's okay, Ryan.
Yeah, no, we're stealing it from, I believe it's Rigo's Rag.
Okay.
So I believe they had it out there yesterday.
You're crediting who you stole it from.
Exactly.
That's all good.
And JP, B-Mitch, and I, we saw it on air yesterday. JP was the one who was like, let's steal this for tomorrow. Yeah. So we did, and now we're doing it. So it was a good idea, so let's get into it. So
just borrow it.
We're not stealing anything yet. So 1 through 10, the AP smoke meter.
All right.
1 to 10, how serious is this rumor of this player getting drafted to Washington, number 7? So let's start off with Ruben Bain Jr. B-Mitch, 1 through 10. What's the smoke index?
I'm going to go 8 because if he's there, they're not passing by him.
I'll go 7 because you'd at least hear a little bit more. It's rare that a player never linked to a team picking this high ends up getting drafted by them, but it's not unprecedented. I'll go 7.
Okay. Now, how about edge Arvell Reese from Ohio State.
The other thing, he's going to drop there. I think he won't drop there. But if he were to be there, I don't know how they can pass by him.
So what number do you give it?
I'm going to give that a 7. Because the thing about it, they talk about what the possibilities are. You know, maybe the best athlete, but they didn't tell me maybe he's the best pass rusher. So I'm going to go 7.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't think he's going to be there, I'll put it at like a 3. But that's also because I just don't trust him falling that far. I mean, again, there could be absolute chaos in this
I don't trust him to fall there,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying if he's there.
You're saying if he's there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'd love for him to fall there. He's a little bit more raw, but that's also a talent that this team could, certainly utilize. But I'd probably go 3 just because I don't think he's going to be there, and I see a team trading up even if that's going to be the case. They won't get him at 7.
Well, maybe speaking for a team trading up, you could see a team trading up for Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame running back. 1 through 10, what's the smoke index say?
I'm gonna go with about a 4 or 5, 4.5.
Oh, we can do halves. We can do halvesies?
Give it halves.
All right, I'll go with 6.5. Just because I want to do a half, just like B. Mitch did. Look, if Jeremiah Love is on the board, there's no way this team doesn't consider it. But it's, again, like I said, it's a luxury pick that they can't afford right now. When there's just, but you're talking to somebody here that is defense. All I want this team to do is draft somebody that's going to help this damn defense, because I can't watch this team try and come back from 14 down after the first quarter again. I can't take it anymore. It's embarrassing. So I'm begging them to remember how awful this defense. We're talking about a defense that could not tackle. Jeremiah Love could be amazing, but Jeremiah Love can't tackle. They need people that can do the basics defensively. Tackle. So go defense, but I'll go 6.5 because I know if he's on the board, you're Adam Peters and you're David Blau, and you're going, ooh, I don't know. This would be a shiny new toy for us to have. So I at least have to give him a 6.5 for the smoke there.
Well, you know what? There's a guy who likes to tackle. It's Caleb Downs. B. Mitch, 1 through 10, what does the smoke index say?
7.5.
Ooh, why?
I just think that position, he gets the grade as like one of the smartest and best leaders in the draft. But I just think that when you go that high, you're looking for certain numbers, like measurables, and I don't know if he has those, like a Sean Taylor.
I'm going to, if I'm looking here now, so Caleb Downs going 7 to the Commanders. I've seen, so if you're looking at a lot of these different mock draft consensus ones, you actually don't, again, I know mocks are dangerous. I get it. I feel like that's less and less likely because they could probably go Mansour Delane instead. I'll probably go.
He's more impactful.
Yeah. I think just because it's a safety and there's some. I'm going to go a 5. I feel like the name is mentioned because the Commanders need that help there too, but there's so many other names that could go higher on the list for them. Again, like this is what I hate about it. For the love of God, this just shows you how much they still need. I just wish they had more picks in this early in this draft, but I'll probably go a little bit lower with Caleb Downs because there's a strong chance that either a Sonny Styles or a David Bailey or a bunch of other defensive players are going to be on the board for them that I think they would go over Caleb Downs. So I'll probably go 5.
Okay, that's fair. And Nick, you want defense, right?
Yes, I do.
Well, here we go. How about Carnell Tate? 1 through 10.
Damn, you're the worst.
Smoke index. Wide receiver, Ohio State. What does the smoke index say, B. Mitch?
Mine say 9.
Oh.
I don't think they're letting him slide by him if he's there.
I'm going even higher. I'm going 10. Like I know this team loves him. They love him. It's really just a matter of if he's available and who else is. Like again, if it's down to the point where the most impactful defensive players that you're looking at are off the board and it's a heavy defense in the top 6, Carnell Tate, they'll just run his name up. Remember, you got 8 minutes and not 10 to make your first round pick, so they have even less time to just make that decision and run up there. It's going to be Carnell Tate if he's on the board and defense. What I question is if you've got 1 or 2 very impactful defensive players, how are you going to make that decision and what's the pitch going to look like in the war room? But in terms of the smoke and the interest, it's a 10 with Carnell Tate.
Well, JP asked me this yesterday. I'm going to ask you this. How many minutes you think it's going to take the Raiders before they pick Mendoza?
It'll be about 30 seconds, which actually would be nice. Can we just cut an extra 7?
Will they push all the way through it, though? Will they go the whole 8 minutes?
Honestly, I think they will because it's just going to be, let's see if somebody offers us something crazy in a trade last minute.
No, I just think the NFL tell them they got to throw the whole time.
Why would they do that?
Because they got all
Just to
these,
drag it?
Bro, no, they making their money. They got people. They
You got plenty of other picks to drag this thing out. It's fine. You're probably right.
They sold these damn commercials
You're probably
and all
right.
that. They got to
Yeah,
get them
I
all
know.
in.
I know. Yeah, but there's not a lot of commercials during the first pick. The 8 minutes will probably, they won't go to break at all for the first pick.
Well,
So-
they got to get their people time to talk about them.
Yeah. Well, they got plenty of time.
Like I've never seen the person already pick him. But the funny thing is, he's not going to be there.
Oh, yeah, Fernando Mendoza? Yeah. Not even going to be there. You're right. Did you give us all of them? We still have more.
Well, we have one more here, and this is actually a pretty big one. Sonny Styles, 1 through 10, the AP smoke, and next Nick was sitting on this one. Brian, we'll start with you, though.
Sonny Styles. I don't think he's going to be there. But if he's there and listening to Durante talk about how he likes that flexibility, 9.5, the highest I'm going.
I'll go 9 right there, too. If he's on the board, and again, I know this contradicts what I said, or like Arvell Reese, but I don't think Arvell Reese is going to be there. I think there's a much better chance that Sonny Styles is available at 7 than Arvell Reese is, so I'm just going to go with it. I'm going to go Sonny Styles there. I'm going to go 9. I think and listen, he fits that defense. He's so versatile. I think there are so many pieces that he can kind of fill depending on what the defensive scheme looks at that moment. I think he's a great fit for them. I would run up to the podium or hand it to the people that take it to the podium.
Let him run
in
up to
those
the
8
podium.
minutes. Yeah, you know what? I love
He'll
that.
get that quicker than damn whoever going to make the name.
Just scurrying his
I
way
think
up
Rip
there.
going to be making a call, right?
God, I can't wait for this to
I think
happen.
Mark Rippon will be doing one of the picks. I don't know if it's that one or not.
It's not the first round. It's one of the later.
He'll be doing pick 71, round 3.
So he'll be doing that
Yeah,
one. All right.
yeah. Because at that point, Roger Goodell's like, I'm done.
I think
I don't need to do anymore.
I think Styles will beat Rip up there.
We know that no matter who the Commanders pick, though, there will be people pissed off. B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. Nick Ashew in for JP
Yes,
Finley.
you can.
You know what you can do? Whatever the hell you want on social media, except when you piss people off. Did you see what the Nats did?
I saw what they did. I didn't think it was nothing bad. I thought it was funny. And I think the people that are getting mad, get over yourselves. Listen, man, I hate the damn boo squad. They want to boo every damn thing. Because you know what? They ain't got nothing else to do. Get them the goddamn life. Point blank.
So the Nationals asked players what their favorite store was on the National Mall. Now, anybody that lives here knows the National Mall is not actually a mall. The problem is there's a lot of players.
Is that not a store, though?
There's some souvenir gift shops.
That's a store.
So technically, it's a
Store.
valid question.
It's not Dior, though.
Here's how it sounded, though, first.
Favorite store at the National Mall? At the National Mall? I don't really go to the mall. Are there stores there? National Mall? Where's that? Favorite store at the National Mall? Ooh. I haven't been there in a long time. I can't think of one now. The only one I've spent any time at is the Verizon store. So that's all I can think of right now. Do they have a Dior? I'm going to say Nordstrom. Get some pretty nice stuff, pretty good prices, so yeah.
I like the grass that you can walk on.
There you go.
Yeah, I go to the smart one.
It's like the whole field in front of the monument.
All right, I'll go with that. Yeah, I'll go with that. The National Mall? Yeah. Is that just like any mall? I don't even know if I've been there. I don't think I've been yet. I just got here. Okay. I've never been there. So I got to go, and then I got to get back to you. I have no idea.
So
I love it. Because, listen, everyone does those type of things.
Yeah.
They do little jokey, fun
Yes.
things. It was about fun. And guess what? Every one of the guys now will know the National Mall is that area right there that goes all the way from when you first come into D.C. all the way up to the Capitol, okay? You'll get all that. But for people to get mad at that, if you don't live here, you don't know what the hell that is. You don't know what it's called. But if you live here, you probably should. And most of those players that come in here young, they're not trying to do nothing but make a baseball team.
I got a
Football
question,
team,
B.
anything else. Yeah, go ahead.
Because you're the only professional athlete on the show. They didn't give y'all a tour when y'all got to DC. I think all
Jeff
teams should do that.
I had my tour because I had people that lived here that I knew, like family members and stuff. And I went around and I did different things. I came up here for a presidential classroom when I was in high school, 2 years straight. So I toured all this stuff. But if you go up, okay, they asked Dan Coco. He's been here a long time. They asked him and put a mic and a camera in front of you. And he was like, are there stores there? You mean that he knows what the National Mall is, but when the question is asked and you're basically put on Front Street, you don't just jump into, oh man, ain't no stores there. You just answer the question.
Here's the thing that I think is the most insane thing about this whole thing is Nats fans are upset.
Yeah.
Like, they are actually upset right now. I'm a Nats guy. I do a Nats podcast.
They're not upset at the damn games and winning and losing?
I think they should be more upset about that. And I'm just going to be honest. Tough it up a little bit.
Get life.
It is so, like, I was watching this last night.
Sometimes we got to laugh at ourselves.
It's funny. It was funny. I was having fun. Like, oh my God, they don't know what the National Mall is. They think it's a real mall. When C.J. Abrams said Dior,
but when you ask
hilarious.
them, they are trying, some of them are asking questions, like trying to figure it out.
Right.
But you're not going to help them out. But I would say this: sometime in your toughest times is when you become smarter and you learn more. So out of this, they won't. I guess you won't get them again.
They know what it is now.
They know exactly what it is now.
It's about to say fireworks on the 4th of July.
And I'll say this: now that they know, it's how it's going to benefit their lives. Just like when I was taking the damn ACT test, and they had a question about who was the president of such and such country in 19. I say, I don't damn care.
Yeah,
I'm not living there. So, and people are like, oh, you missed that question. You know what? Because I didn't care. I don't think it's going to benefit my life in no way, shape, or form.
I think I could talk for the B. Mitch and Finley show when I say this. If you're mad about that, get a life. Get a life. You're going to mess up your heart or something. You can't be mad over little things like that.
But they're probably not even mad. They just try to make it seem like they really care. They don't care. You know what? No, they probably mad. The people that's mad at that are the ones that live here and did not know that they didn't know that they didn't have stores.
Well, I get that people
That's
are
probably the people that's mad.
are. Here's what I did see that people were mad. I get it, but I don't care. They're mad that they think it makes the players look bad. They don't care. If they're not from here, you don't know every landmark that's in D.C. And if somebody walks up to you with a little teeny mic in your face and says, your favorite store at the National Mall, and you're not from D.C.
All you think about is the mall.
You're going to think about a real mall. And if you even, like you said, if you know what the National Mall is, they got gift shops, maybe you're thinking, wait, are there stores down there? Because when people catch you in the moment like that, you're not thinking because it's a question completely out of the blue.
Yeah.
And you know what? Let me just say this. I applaud the Nats social media team because that's damn funny.
Yeah.
That is a funny bit, and not one of those players, I guarantee you, is embarrassed. It's funny. Just let it be funny. Guys don't come to teams in cities and know everything about every city.
But
If
that's
it's
assumption. That's our assumption that we think they know everything.
It's like people got
They
mad at
don't
Bryce
know.
Harper for being like a Cowboys fan. Who cares? He's not from the area.
Who was Dart when he was at
Jackson
practice?
Dart?
What he was talking about at practice?
Well, yeah, he didn't know which way New York was or whatever, and people crushed him.
But if you're standing somewhere and you really can't see certain landmarks, you will forget where the hell you are too. Not everybody can just stand there and know where north, south, east, and west is without having something around you to tell you where it's at, right?
It's just, I guarantee you not one of those players is offended. They're just not. Like, just
They
let
thought
it
it
be.
was funny.
It's funny. I would laugh too if somebody got me like that. If you could take me to another city and you ask me what my favorite store is on a random area of a city and it's like 10th on the depth, like really, how far down the depth chart is the National Mall? Now, yes, the draft is going to be there next year, so more people will know what it is.
now.
But if we're talking about monuments in D.C., how far down the depth chart is the National Mall in terms of familiarity and what people talk about when they think D.C.? It's way down the list.
Yeah. I just think that people who are here and around, we know.
Yeah.
People that's in town now, like these guys, man, they're going to other places. They're not going to the mall, National Mall.
It's just, honestly, I think it's super creative.
It was so good.
I liked it.
And by the way, how about Brad Lord, one of the Nationals relief pitchers this year? Him just answering the question straight up, not knowing anything. He was like, Nordstrom Rack. Like, I really like
He
going
went
to
with the
Nordstrom
default
Rack.
answer. He's
Got
like,
good deals.
There's probably a Nordstrom there. I'm just going to go with
If
it.
it's a mall, it got to be a Nordstrom.
Yeah. He's from like Tallahassee.
Let's be
Florida.
real though. This is where I go. When I first got here, they said that's the mall. And I was like, why the hell they call it a mall?
Yeah,
that was my question. And when you think about a mall, we think about building. When it was called the National Mall, it took me time to really constantly go, oh, okay, that's the mall. Because I'm like, why the hell they call this the mall?
Isn't there like a Mall of America or something in like Indianapolis or something?
That's in Minnesota.
Oh, they could have thought it was that too.
Yeah, but the Mall of America is in Minnesota. But I'm just saying, why do they call it the mall?
I mean, that is true. I don't know what it is.
So for all of those that were mad, if you are a Nats fan and you're listening to us right now and you were mad, please call me and tell me why do they call it the mall?
Like if you were out in Utah and somebody walked up to you with a mic and said, "What's your favorite T-shirt design at Bears Ears?" What would you say?
You say what's my what?
If you were in Utah and somebody said, "Hey, what's your favorite T-shirt design at Bears Ears?" What would you say?
I'm gonna say, what the hell is Bears Ears?
So it's not even, it's an actual, like, it's a mountain range. But my point is that like, you could convince somebody of anything by saying it. If you say that, it's like, oh, it's a T-shirt shop, Bears Ears. I'd believe it. I don't know, but Bears Ears isn't. It's a pair of buttes that rise above sandstone canyons and mesas. I looked it up. I just looked for random places. But that's my point. It's random to these guys. The National Mall is not to somebody who's never been here and either signed with the Nats or gets traded or whatever the case is. You're coming to a city and you're playing baseball. And these guys have barely any time off. It's a funny bit. Nobody is going to look and go, those Nats players are stupid. Not one fan.
Nobody cared. They laughed at it.
It's funny. And if you did it to me, I'd laugh too. I'd be like, well, I'm a dope. I didn't know that. It's funny.
So the space, I'm looking on
it's a landscape park.
Mallhistory.org says these mallets and ball were used to play Pall Mall in England during the late 1700s. The game was played on a rectangular grass lawn with 2 iron hoops stuck in the ground at either end. Okay, so they used the National Mall was designed by the mall field that's next to St. James Park in London.
Okay, but they played sports at St. James Park, right?
Yeah.
Okay, they play a lot of sports out there at the mall as well.
Yeah.
But the mall is incorporated with other stuff.
Right.
You know,
It's a word
monuments and water.
But the way you phrase it makes people think you're talking about a mall.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I think it's a brilliant bit.
And now they know.
Yeah.
The National Mall is this space with all this stuff that they're not supposed to have.
I think somebody should play a joke on like their daughter and be like, "Yeah, we're going to the mall. We're going to the mall." And we just size them up, take them outside of DC.
We're going to the gift shop, kids.
I better not do that to my daughters.
Trevor Sycamore is going to join
they
us
might
next.
feed me some arsenic or something.
Be Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. B. Mitch and Hollywood Nick talking a lot about the NFL draft today. We're only 2 days away now from the Commanders' 7th overall pick Thursday night in the NFL draft. Mel Kiper's big board is out today on ESPN. We've talked a lot about Commanders maybe going wide receiver. He has Arizona State's Jordan Tyson ranked number 7 on the big board, slightly higher than Carnell Tate of Ohio State, who would be next at number 8. NFL news today, former Steelers coach Mike Tomlin has got a broadcasting gig. He'll be a studio analyst for Football Night in America this season, Sunday Night Football on NBC. Nationals host Atlanta again tonight, beaten by the Braves last night 9-4. Nats and Braves continue the 4-game series tonight, 6:45 first pitch here on the Fan. Nothing pairs better with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka like a day in the golf course. Made with real vodka, real tea, and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. Nick Ashew in for JP Finley. Taught Brian about fertilized eggs a minute ago from chickens. That's a whole thing. There's a difference. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah. You can have fertilized, you can have unfertilized. There's all kinds there. You can eat both. So
I've had all kind of eggs growing in my house when I was growing up. So we had chickens hatching and we had eggs to eat and everything else. Root is now the official sports show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't don't melt this summer. Boy, my eyes killing me. Upgrade to high efficiency HVAC and get 60 months same as cash on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner near you at Rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
you forgot your glasses. That's why.
Yeah, I did.
Hey, it's all right, man. It's okay.
Well, I don't know where they went. There we go.
It happened. You got them now. Next time.
Are they over there?
Well, actually, that was they're turned upside down. You're gonna scratch them. All right.
No, that broke them yesterday. I need a new pair.
Oh, that's the worst. Trevor Sikkema jumps on with us now, co-host of NFL Stock Exchange. We have spent months and months trying to figure out where the Commanders are going to go at 7, Trevor, and whether they even stay at 7 at this point. The picture is no clearer than where it was months ago. So I'll throw it at you and just see if you have any of a clearer
Trevor,
picture.
help us out,
what
man.
the hell are they going to do at 7? They got a lot of needs, man.
And I think that the reason why it's hard to eliminate a lot of the possibilities that you guys and everybody have been talking about is because a lot of it makes sense, right? I mean, this is a roster that's trying to bounce back from a down year, and certainly just everybody being a little bit more healthy goes into, I think, the Commanders having a much better 2026 than the 2025. But, I mean, you look at, okay, sure, if Jeremiah Love gets there, he's on the table. All right, sure, if Sonny Styles is there, you think about that as well. The wide receivers, who complements Terry McLaurin the best in this wide receiver room? There's a lot of different directions that they can go, but the scenario that's most intriguing to me is the one that, hey, let's say a world where Jeremiah Love goes 4, Sonny Styles goes 5, or you can flip those two if you want to, but let's just say both of them are not on the board when Washington comes up at number 7. I think it's much more likely than they trade down than they pick at that point, because I think that you have teams that could be looking to get aggressive, whether it's the Kansas City Chiefs maybe moving up a little bit, trying to jump the Saints for some players because it feels like their needs are pretty similar. The Rams could continue to get aggressive, move up from 13. Obviously, the Dallas Cowboys, there's been talk about them moving up. Now, would you trade within your division? I don't know. We'll see. But it kind of we've seen that in the past. Maybe teams are a little bit more open to that if they think it truly helps them. And so that's where I start to really, really like the trade down option for them to get some more picks in this draft. So to me, it's kind of like, hey, if Styles and Jeremiah Love are on the board, I like those as the main options for them. Wide receiver potentially for them at 7, although you could get one a little bit later in the draft. And then I like those trade down options quite a bit for them to get more picks.
Is that 7th spot right there, based off of this draft, a good enough one where people may want to come and move to that spot?
I think so, especially because of the teams that you're drafting right in front of, like New Orleans and Kansas City. I think that those are teams that they're willing to take a lot of the top playmakers that might be there, right? A Caleb Downs, a Carnell Tate, a Jordan Tyson, a Reuben Bain. Like, those are a lot of the names that we hear sort of for any of those teams. So if you're looking at, again, like Dallas, the Rams, I don't think the Buccaneers are going to trade up, but like teams like that might be looking to get aggressive to jump in front of those teams and make a huge splash. I think that the draft, as we're doing mock drafts, it seems to lend itself to that being a decent pivotal spot. We've seen in mock drafts in the past Cleveland being a destination for one of those teams to trade up, but I think that Washington very much is as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's, looking at where they are, I would just love the Commanders to get back in the second round somehow. I mean, there's obviously all these teams with these first-round picks where that presents an opportunity that's maybe there. When it comes to trades, and again, I know this is all speculation at this point, Trevor, but it's, we have 1 and potentially 2 first-round picks at quarterback, and quarterbacks make teams do crazy things sometimes, but we don't have as much of that on the board. But, there's certainly a lot of other positions where there's at least depth in this. I mean, could you see a scenario here where we have a lot of trades happening in this first round? Is it going to be one of those things where it's maybe more on the back end where teams are trying to get that extra year on the contract? Where do you think that might shape out?
I think there's a lot of teams that are looking to trade back, and I think that's what has been reported pretty widely over the last, I would say, week. And an interesting element of trading back this year is that a lot of these deals have to be done already. Now, of course, like in the past, there's plenty of instances where that's the case. Teams really start to talk around April and they start to, lay the groundwork of trades. But you got to remember, we're moving back from, it used to be you had 15 minutes per pick in the first round. Then it was 10. Now it's 8. So you can't get on the clock and go, all right, who are we calling? You've already got to have these deals done. You don't have enough time. You maybe have the opportunity to field some calls from somebody, and maybe a player's on the board where you didn't exactly think of it, and you're trying to call somebody really quick to see if they're going to want to get in on the trade market. But a lot of these deals basically have to be agreed upon because there's just not the time in between picks now. So you're going to have a lot of these teams who are going to say they're going to call, whether like they're calling Washington or something, and they go, hey, if Caleb Downs is on the board, we will give you this, okay? So call us if you want to trade down if he is on the board. I think a lot of that framework, more so this year than in years past, is already going to be so advanced where I think we're going to have an opportunity for a lot of these teams to move, yeah.
Like in previous years, like was it the same way? Because I've always felt it's not enough time when they had 10 minutes to do all the stuff and have all of those different like all the different elements to a trade to happen that quick. So, I think you're absolutely right that this stuff has to go on before they ever get there.
Yeah, and I think that this has happened in years past for sure, because 2 minutes is not the biggest deal in the world, moving from 10 minutes per pick to 8 minutes per pick. But I think in a lot of teams' minds, in years past, they probably could have said, okay, yeah, we've already started the conversation. Like, okay, we're Washington. All right, we've already started the conversation with the Kansas City Chiefs. With only 8 minutes, and with you saying to yourself, hey, we got 8 minutes to get this done, you kind of already have to have the deal done. Not, we've already laid the groundwork. We've already started to talk about things. We're in a good ballpark. Like, you basically have to have it done where, hey, if this guy's on the board, this is what we'll give you. Are you interested? And you kind of basically have to say yay or nay. And I just wonder if there's just more of that this year than there has been in the past.
Talking to Trevor Sikkema here on The Fan. There's a lot of hype around next year's draft, and I know we haven't gotten to this year's draft, but we know this is how it works, and everybody's already looking forward to 2027 also. How much of that early hype now do you think will affect some level of maybe teams not willing to part with picks in next year's draft because of that hype that's there now?
Yeah, I think that it's real. I really do. I think that a lot of these teams are looking at picks in the 2027 draft, and now that they've done all their evaluation on 2026, not that you're not going to find good players and guys who are going to contribute to your team, but I think the high impact with a lot of the potential of the guys who are in next year's class really lends itself to a lot of these teams trying to acquire picks in 2027. And I was already surprised at how much, for example, the Jets got picks in next year's draft as well, and there are plenty of other teams that have multiple 2027 picks. And when those were happening, whether it was at the trade deadline or earlier this offseason, I'm already shocked at the amount of 2027 picks that have been moved, because I feel like the NFL is probably in unison now, and most teams are just saying, we're not really interested in moving those 2027 picks. Now, for the teams that are willing to move it, I think those become more and more valuable. So maybe a future year's fourth round pick, maybe for 2027, it's almost valued as if it's a round higher. I wonder if we get to that point as well. So I think if you're going to see 2027 picks exchanged, it's going to be more so in the top 50 of this draft. I can't really see a world where you start throwing out, I don't want to say meaningless picks, but let's say later round picks, these guys who are more flyers anyways. Like, you're not going to see teams say, hey, we'll give you a 5th rounder this year and we'll give you a 4th rounder in 2027 just to move up 20 spots to get this guy in this class. I just think we're going to have a lot less of that this year.
We're talking to Trevor Sycamore, co-host of NFL Stock Exchange. You can also follow him on X at Tampa Bay Trade. Trevor, there's been a lot of talk about the pass rushers. Receivers seem to be a sexy pick here. We've heard about some cornerbacks. Is it, and your offensive linemen always pop up because you got to protect the expensive quarterbacks. Is it any position that hasn't been discussed as much as you think once the draft starts, they can have a run on them?
I'm curious to what the tight end run is going to be this year. And I know that maybe that's not as prevalent for Washington, although they could dip into this tight end market. But I just look at the league as a whole, and there's so many teams. Like for a while now, like if you go back 6 or 7 years, something like that, everybody was running, the Shanahan and McVay wide zone stuff, right? Everybody was getting out to the sideline. We were trying to get, lighter and faster offensive linemen. They were trying to really spread the game out. The spread offense, it was much more prevalent in the NFL than it had ever been. And now you look at the last 2 to 3 years, and even those Shanahan tree coach teams are much more in the trenches and in between the tackles, I should say. They're running a lot more power concepts. They're trying to get a lot stronger at the line of scrimmage. And with that has come an increasing use in 12 and 13 personnel, getting multiple tight ends out there. So I think you have a lot of teams that would love to lean into more multiple tight end sets. And even though I think this is a good tight end class, I'm curious as if the tight end run really starts. Obviously we know that Kenyon Sadiq's most likely going to be a first round pick, but
4.3.
What'd you say?
He's 4.3 something, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're a tight end and you run a 4.3, I mean, you're getting drafted in the top 20. So we know that he's going high, but Max Clare, Sam Roush, Jack Endries, Marlon Klein. There's so many tight ends in this class going into the mid-rounds that you could name that, okay, maybe they're not Kenyon Sadiq type of level of a tight end, but their presence might unlock 12 and 13 personnel more often for you. So to me, I wonder when that tight end run starts, because it's not the greatest tight end class you're ever going to see, but the way the league is going, teams really want to get into more tight end sets. So I think that'll tell us a lot of how quickly these tight ends go off the board.
Trevor, we know Ty Simpson is a very polarizing name, mainly because he plays quarterback. There's debate as to whether he's a first-round pick, a second-round pick. When it's all done, is he a first or a second-round pick in this draft?
I still think he's going first round, and I think if you called me in 2 hours and had me on the show again, I might give you a different answer. But I do think that he's going to be a first rounder when it's all said and done. I think that these teams having that 5th round or that 5th-year contract on a quarterback is so valuable, and if you're going to draft them, you're going to want to have to maximize that contract for a quarterback. And so it feels like the Cardinals are the team that's honing in on him. The reason why I would say maybe he's not a first rounder is because it doesn't feel like there's a big threat outside of the Arizona Cardinals to take him. So it really, to me, comes down to Arizona's picking at the top of the 2nd round right there at 34. Do they just want to pop up a couple of spots into the 1st round to get that 5th round option for him? I think that could behoove them, and that could definitely make sense. But we're looking at, okay, the Steelers. The Steelers, it doesn't feel like they would take Ty Simpson at 21 anymore. You look at maybe a situation like the Jets. Okay, well, it doesn't feel like the Jets are super in on Ty Simpson. So the reason why I think there's hesitancy about Simpson going in the 1st round is because it kind of feels like the Cardinals might not have to bid against anybody else. If anybody kind of comes to the forefront and starts to show some real interest in Simpson, that's when I get more confident about somebody popping back up maybe from the 2nd round into the 1st round to get him and make him a 1st-round player.
I keep going back to this because I just think this player is outstanding. Ruben Bain. Early on, they were like, oh, his arms are short. And that's what they said. But then I talked with other people, they say it was 1/8 of an inch short, which I don't think makes that big of a difference. Do you think that's going to make that big of a difference when they come down to drafting him?
Absolutely not. No, Ruben Bain's number 3 overall player on my big board. I would take him number 2 overall, the New York Jets, and I wouldn't really think twice about it. I mean, he was one of the best players in all of college football this past season. He won with power. He won with motor. He'd win with explosiveness as well. And funny enough, you talk about him having shorter arms and him being a little bit shorter of a defensive end. That would mean a lot more to me if he won with length. And that's not really how he won in college. He won with power. He won with pass rush moves. He won with fast hands. He won with a great motor. He won with leverage and leg drive. All of that is translatable to the NFL. If he was constantly winning with a long arm move or fully extended arm bull rush or whatever it is, I would go, okay, he's probably not going to have as much success with those moves at the NFL level. But that's not really how he won. So the ways that he won in college are very translatable for his body type going to the NFL. And I would even tell you this. There's plenty of times where I watch him, maybe his first move or his power move gets stopped or stalled a little bit. He'll get low, he'll reach down, and he'll hit you with a Reggie White hump move as a counter to get you off of him. It's better to have shorter arms if that's something that you are going to execute to get offensive linemen off of you. So I think that the arm length discussion, it's worth having with all defensive linemen. But of course, the context and the film means so much more than just looking at the number of how long his arms is. Does he win with long arms or not? And I would tell you that Ruben Bain doesn't, and the ways that he won at a very, very, very high level in college are translatable to the NFL, and you cannot teach the power that he plays with.
All right.
Well, Trevor, in a couple of days, we'll actually start getting some answers and no longer speculating, which I'm sure will make everybody happy. Trevor Sycamore, co-host of
Appreciate
NFL
Trev.
Stock Exchange, also going to be on Bleacher Report's draft show coverage for all 3 days this week as well. You're going to be busy. Have fun with that, Trevor. Thanks for coming on.
I appreciate it, guys. Anytime. Enjoy yourself.
You too, brother.
So arm length, there's somebody that finally says, damn it, it's better that his arms are short, B-Mitch.
See, the thing of it is, I hear all of this stuff, but then you start going back. At 5'11", 245, Elvis Dumervil. Okay?
Pretty damn good.
I don't think his arms were super long. He whipped offensive linemen's ass consistently. So what's the reason for that? I've always had
Find
this
out how long
belief.
his arms
I've
were?
had this belief here. If you're 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", and a guy's around 6 feet, low center of gravity, but extremely strong, he's a problem for you. Because you got to bend down even more to be able to block him. And when you bend to a certain point, you lift weight, you understand. Once you get to a certain position, your power is gone, right?
Elvis Dumervil's arms were 32 and 5/8 inches long.
That damn long?
There you go.
But your body's 5'11".
Yeah.
So something messes up,
Yeah,
right? So that's what I'm trying to say. But when you're that tall and you got to come down to block those guys and be on their level, you lose some level of power. Vaughn Miller wasn't the biggest guy, but he was able to dip and get around on these guys. Everybody has something that can circumvent whatever somebody else is. And if you run up with your chest out there for a guy with much longer arms, you're supposed to get blocked.
Well,
But if you have a move to chop them, cut, cave them in, you got to worry about all that crap.
Yeah, you can overcompensate something that's there. I mean, it's like, but it's also like arm length can help you in basketball. Like, you draft an NBA, a player in the NBA, and he's like 6'3", but his wingspan's like 6'8".
Yeah.
Then he can defend bigger positions, and you're more comfortable. A lot of teams will actually look for wingspan even more than height because the wingspan will help defensively. There's a lot of different things you could do with that. So
I just don't think if I watch how he played his years, then I see he's 1/8 of an inch shorter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, I can't draft that guy.
You're watching the film.
The film makes
film.
it makes a world of difference to me.
We got more film on John Lynch and what he thinks about the Brandon Ayuk situation. Spoiler alert: dude's gonna be petty. Nick Ashew in for JP. It's Pete, Mitch, and Finley on the Fan.
We're brought to you by Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. Nationals continue a 4-game series against first place Atlanta tonight in D.C. The Nats beaten by the Braves last night 9-4, so the Nats have dropped 3 of 4. Try to bounce back tonight. 6:45 first pitch for Nats baseball here on The Fan. Getting set for the NFL Draft just 2 days away. Thursday night, 8 p.m. is when the opening round begins in Pittsburgh. Commanders have the 7th overall pick. Kevin Durant, knee injury, game time decision for tonight's Game 2 for Houston against the L.A. Lakers. Also, Billy Donovan is stepping down after 6 seasons as the Bulls head coach in Chicago. Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game and get an experience of a lifetime. Let your kid be a kid. Put down a screen and go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts are available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
The Brandon Ayuk saga is going to drag on for a long, long time.
Till June 1st?
Till at least June 1st, and I would argue maybe into training camp. Yeah. Beamish and Finley, Nick Ashew in for JP Finley. So, look, we know that Brandon Ayuk's going to always be linked to the Commanders. We know that it's going to constantly be a conversation, and we know the 49ers at this point are going to be petty. Because really, here's the thing. They don't have a reason to move off him quickly. You could sit around. Kyle Shanahan's already said right at the owners' meetings he was there, and it's like, we don't want to just make it easy on another team. We'll sit. Maybe we can get something. Yeah. They have made it very clear
They
he's not
don't
going to
want
be
to make
back.
it easy on him.
They don't want to make it easy on him.
Yeah.
They don't want to make and listen, I bet you this right now, if the 49ers had their way and they could make any type of trade for Brandon Ayuk and get anything in return,
they'll take it.
They'd also want to send him to the worst
And
team
if
possible.
they can send him to a team that has a
no quarterback,
horrible quarterback
Yep.
or something like that, they will.
They'd send him to Cleveland. They send him to Tennessee.
For those who will sit there and say, well, they're wrong for that. No, they're not. He signed a deal with them and didn't show up. I think when you get yourself in those positions, you have to deal with what you deal with. Now, once he's out of it, I think he still has the chance to be here.
Mm-hmm.
At this point now, because it seems like they're waiting for him and he wants to be here. But I would say this, that has to work. Because if you wait this long and you make that move and it don't work, that's going to be something that could be used against you later.
That is the biggest thing. Is it worth waiting, and do you actually know what this is going to turn into? So John Lynch was talking about this exact thing because he's going to get asked this constantly, and I know we've got the sound for this, right? Yeah, this is what John Lynch had to say about Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, I've had some discussions. Do I think it's a high probability? Likely no. Is there a chance? Yeah, I think there's a chance for that whole dialogue. I think I was candid with you guys in saying at the end of the season that he's likely played his last snap for us. We all are in concert on where we're going with Brandon. There's various inflection points where a lot of deals at least start to get talked about. The league meetings is a great opportunity because everyone in the league is there. The draft is another opportunity. A lot of things happen on draft week. So I think we'll see it through here. We'll focus on our draft. If something happens there, great. If not, we'll reevaluate it. He's still a member of this roster right now, and we'll treat him as such.
I mean, teams are talking to the 49ers, and of course you have the conversation, and then when the 49ers ask you for anything other than a conditional 7th-round pick, you're like, I think I'm good. By the way, Brandon Ayuk hasn't played football in over a year and a half. Let's also just keep that in mind here, too.
Yeah, I just think this situation here is at a point where they're waiting for those moments where teams get desperate.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a team out there who's saying, hell, he could help us.
Mm-hmm.
And many teams are thinking, well, they're going to release him. I'm going to wait.
Yeah.
But then there's a team who say, if I wait till he's released, then I might not have a chance. So I'm going to just trade for him. I'll give up something.
Mm-hmm.
You get a team that goes out there and get their first, second pick, boom, and they're happy with something. And they say, oh, we can get rid of this next pick. They don't try it.
Mm-hmm.
49ers smart to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
By not letting them go, they keep themselves in a position to where they may be able to get something for him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there has to be teams out there who say, okay, well, he wants to go to Washington. Is he going to get here and mess up? Well, if you keep going to teams and messing up, you're going to mess yourself up in the long run.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I just see this as, I mean, it's very clear that the relationship obviously is completely trashed between the two sides.
Yeah.
We all know that. And if you're the 49ers, nobody's pushing you to make a trade now. You don't have to. And this whole notion that like, oh, well, Adam Peters is from the 49ers and they're just going to give him, no, they're not. They're going to do whatever works best for them. And if a team calls up and offers a 7th-round pick and nobody else is offering anything, the 49ers are going to trade Brandon Ayuk for a 7th-round pick. They'll take anything.
Especially they're going to send him to the Jets.
Again, we've listed a few teams now. That would be another team he could probably go to. And that's where the petty comes in. And I wouldn't be surprised if they really approached it that way. What's the worst place that we could send Brandon Ayuk? Let's make it happen. And then,
listen, man, you can sit up here and say, well, they shouldn't. They probably shouldn't. But in this situation, those people are going to do whatever they think is going to make them feel good at the end.
And if I'm the Commanders, I'm not sitting around waiting.
Mm-hmm.
You're caught with your pants down. Then
Yeah,
that's the last thing you want.
If you're waiting and they end up sending him somewhere else, as that now you would hope that they have a good enough relationship that they wouldn't do that to Adam. But we'll see.
Now listen, there's a chance that he's just released in training camp or right before training camp. They drag this thing out, get nothing, and they do that. And his stock is so low that there's not a lot of teams offering very much because you're not going to be paying him a ton of money. But the question is, what does that market even look like? Like if you're the Commanders, especially if they draft Carnell Tate, number 7 overall, right? Are you then going to spend more than $8-9 million on a 1-year deal for Brandon Ayuk, who hasn't played football in almost 2 years? I mean, maybe they've got the money, but like, at what point does the deal even become something that's not worth it?
You roll
for
the
them?
dice, but I think you're right about that. They have to figure out what the price is to roll those dice because, like you stated, he hadn't played in 2 years, going into his 3rd now,
Yep.
and you wonder, will he get back to what he was prior to that?
It was a nasty injury.
It was a nasty injury. He had a hell of a year the year prior. So a lot of people think, I know most people outside of the sport, we used to hear this back before, people always, oh, this is a contract year. You don't just flick no damn switch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Normally contract years happen so well because the guy has been playing 3-4 years now.
Yeah.
He's now in his he knows how to play the game. He doesn't have to think about his routine anymore. And it happens. But if you've been out of it, not because you just stood out of it where you had an injury and also whatever else happened. It's hard to get back to that sometimes. You miss a couple of weeks sometimes you can't get back to it. It's been 2 years.
Which almost makes me think in a lot of ways, you might have to do a 2-year deal with like a team option for the 2nd year or something. Because if he comes back the 1st year, what's he even look like? Hasn't played football in over a season and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Has to work his way back into the, football shape. And then there's the mental side of it, right? Guys talk about how long it takes to come back on the mental side from a big injury. Guys are falling around your knee. You're going to think about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So you almost need the 1st year to just kind of figure out what he can even turn into. And then you have a 2nd year. So it's not that simple of just like Brandon Ayuk wants to play with Jaden Daniels. He's going to be a Commander. It ain't that simple.
I ask a question. You've been seeing the things going around social media where Terry and Diami and Jaden and all of them are out working out. It's not anywhere written in the rules that Ayuk couldn't be working out with him.
That's true.
Was he there?
Yeah, that's true.
Has he been there?
Yeah.
Or do they not sure if he's there? Because I've seen him doing practicing, but I haven't seen. I went specifically to look and see if he was there.
Yeah, nothing.
So I don't know. It's like people like to throw out stuff that benefits their argument, but my thing is, it's what he really wants to do. If my dude is out there in Arizona, wherever working out, I'm going to meet him. Because players from different teams work out together all the time. So, question is, has he been cleared?
Yeah.
Is he ready to go or not?
We know nothing. That's the thing. We know nothing about his health right now.
This is me being devil's advocate, where I'm asking these questions because I want to know. And I think other people should be asking these instead of just being happy with the fact that, oh, that's where he wanted to go, let's get him. No. Is he ready to go? And if he is, why isn't he meeting his guys to go? Or is he doing it and they keep keeping it on the wraps? I don't know.
Yeah. And again, you already got one former Sun Devil there anyway. You got Rashad White. So you've already made Jaden happy with that. So maybe you don't need to do anything else. But you're right. I mean, there are just so many layers to this whole situation that Yeah, it's. Look, I look at it like extra credit. Back in the day, you didn't have to do it, but you don't have to have him. You got to operate as though he's not going to be part of your roster next year. If he just so happens to become available and it's the right price, let's give it a shot.
Yeah,
Let's see. It's a low risk, high reward situation.
Totally.
You don't have to necessarily commit anything long term. You have somebody that kind of fills that gap. If you have a Carnell Tate and a Brandon Ayuk, you're in a good spot. But there's a certain point where you go, are they better off just re-signing Deebo Samuel and thinking about this? I don't think Deebo had a bad year considering the role he was asked to be put in.
He played well.
And people are all butthurt about it, like, oh, well, Deebo wasn't good. They shouldn't bring him back. I mean, I'm not saying a 4-year deal.
Who say he wasn't good?
Oh, again, it's social media.
They didn't watch football then last year.
But that's my point, is that Deebo, especially, one, for a 5th-round pick, steal. 2, what he was able to do for them, not just as a receiver, but obviously as a return man as well.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I know, look, you're not going to pay him $25 million a year. You're not going to that route. But I would rather the Commanders now bring back Deebo Samuel than drag this thing out with Brandon Ayuk and hope and wait and pray that maybe he's going to be available to them. Because Deebo, you know what he can do in this offense. If he's now actually a number 2 or a number 3 receiver, right? Because he was basically their number 1 receiver for most of the year.
Terrence Gomez,
and that's not his role.
Yeah.
And he does so many other things for them. I'd rather see Deebo back. People get so worried about that, 30, that age specifically, and I get it to a point where we're making it such an arbitrary number that it has to be at this moment.
It's not the same for everybody.
Yeah, and I
some
would
guys
rather
at 30, yes, they're done.
Yeah,
some guys at 30 hitting their second win.
Yeah. Now Deebo plays physical. I get that, and if you have enough depth at wide receiver, not to mention you'll have a Luke McCaffrey hopefully back and healthy. You're strong, and I mean you'll have enough in the return game where you don't have to have Deebo out there. Jalen Lane is another one.
Then now you got Diami back who can stretch the field for you.
So I think you can have even a reduced role for Deebo Samuel at the right price, and that gives you something because at least you know what Deebo can do. We don't know what Brandon Ayuk could do. He may be completely done, and we're watching him going, this guy's got nothing left in the tank. Because what I want to know, too, is there are stories that we don't know. What's gone on within that organization with the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk to make this so bad? So bad to where they took his bonus away and he didn't even fight it. Why? There's a lot.
Of all the stuff we've discussed, that part right there is what concerns me the most.
Yeah.
Because, either something happened so bad that you just want to get away from him, or something happened in your head so bad that you just lost it.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. And that's what's concerning to me.
Because one thing I know about bros in the league, okay, bros, no matter what your nationality is, care about their money.
Yes.
When you just say I don't care, that's a problem.
Yeah. That's one of the biggest things for me. So, all right, we'll wrap it up next. B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. Nick Ash, you in for JP Finley. Mike Vrabel has spoken as B. Mitch puts on a hot dog on his head.
Mike Vrabel, what I got on my head.
It's a good look for you, by the way. This is good. Here, I'm gonna just get a little.
Hell no, you're not doing that.
Ah, damn it!
Hey, we gotta do it on pictures, Vic.
Do one more time. All right, how about let's just try one more time. Come on.
No, he gonna try to do it. Nope.
B-Mitch is camera shy. That's
I
what
wore
he
it
is.
once. I put it on. I'm done.
So it does actually fit on your head, then?
Yeah.
No,
Barely.
come on. He won't. If I'd just been sneakier, I would have gotten a picture. That's not good enough. No, now you're just. It's just not the same with you putting it on a water bottle.
Nah, I know you.
Or a vitamin water bottle.
I know you too well.
Of course you do. What do you think I'm going to do? I'm not going to blast that all over social media? You're damn straight I am. I was so close. And they didn't have the cameras on yet on Monumental, so we missed it.
Yeah. If Joey do that, I'm going to kill him.
All right.
Yeah, I'm incriminating myself. Yep, I will kill him.
Let's go to You Heard It Here first.
Just heard it here first.
Yeah.
You saw it here first.
He's going to tease me. I'm going to keep this camera up.
I'm done. I already put
You
it
heard it
on.
here first. I'm trying to get a picture of B. Mitch. Although, actually, was the camera on you that time? You might have had it enough where we can get a still.
No.
We might have gotten on the 106.7 The Fan cameras.
Oh, tell me you guys have it.
I promise you, anybody that shows it,
oh, that goes.
you're going to hurt.
That goes on Instagram right
You
away.
gotta catch me first.
Right away. I would love this.
I'm going to make you tap out. I guarantee you.
Well, look, nobody's denying that. That would happen. That's not the point.
Nick, for old time, you could wear the hot dog hat if you wanted to.
No, my hair looks too good
look
today.
like
It
a
does
hot
look
dog.
too good.
I just got a
but
haircut.
we're at the end, though.
This
You
is
could.
true. I save it for the. You know what? Fine. Here, give it to me. I'll wear it.
B-Mitch, toss
I'll
him
wear
the
it.
hot dog hat.
I'll wear it because I'm fun. I'll wear the hot dog on my head.
Your hair going to fall back in place? You know you don't like your hair out of place.
I'll just wear this the rest of the segment. I don't care.
That actually fits
Yeah,
really
it looks
well.
better
It
on
actually
you.
fits well. You know, it's
You
pretty
look
good.
better like a head.
Listen, I have worn quite a few
sausage
hats
head.
over the years. I've worn tinfoil hats. I've worn a poop emoji on my face.
Why?
That was back when the Wizards were losing a lot of games, and I was doing Wizards Outsiders, and it's still out there. Yeah, I wore a poop emoji on my face. Listen, sometimes it's just about I'll just play up. I'll play up the bit here. So here you go. I got a hot dog on my head. We'll just do this the rest of the day. Go ahead. You can take a picture.
No, I'm not taking a picture.
See, here's the thing. I'm very confident in myself, so I will wear something stupid because I don't take myself very seriously. So it's fine.
You know I wouldn't take a picture. I don't really care.
Well, it'd actually be more fun if you
See,
did.
you want me to take a picture of you so I can put it on my head, then you get a picture of me, then you go blast it everywhere.
So you heard it here first. I don't care, and I'm gonna actually, I would. You know, we can still, if we may have a screen grab of you wearing it,
and whoever does it, we'll have to tap out.
What we got to do is wait till we leave, and then we're gonna tag everybody. And we'll all make sure that's all. Yeah, see, Jeff's got it. You guys see, we're all down. Here's the thing: if there's video evidence or a photo, that's it. There's no stopping it from getting out on the
Don't
internet.
worry. Hey, look, I know certain things that I can do to you without even touching you, so it's all good.
B. Mitch has got a guy that can break your kneecaps. I guess we could do a bet here if we want, or we could just talk about hot dog hats the whole time.
I'm taking Tyrese Maxey under 25 points tonight.
Under 25 points?
Yes.
He'll score 30 tonight.
I'll be honest with you guys. I hate the Sixers tonight. This is a huge number, and I usually don't do this. Give me the Celtics minus 14.5. It's a big number, but this Sixers team just looks so outmatched.
Tonight they're gonna score a lot of points.
Yeah, I don't usually lay the points at a number that big, but I think I will tonight with that. I'll go with it. If not, I think LeBron could also have another big game. Maybe we go that route, especially if Durant's back. But I'll go with that.
I've got James Wood to get a hit against Ronaldo Lopez minus 180. I'm running this thing back.
What are the odds that James Wood also knows that there are no stores on the National Mall? Do we have that established too?
Well, here's the thing. He's from D.C.
Yeah,
He's
so he
from
knows.
D.C. He
So I
gets
think
it.
he knows.
James Wood would know. That's why they didn't ask him.
That's exactly why. Or he gave him a great answer, and they were like, "Yeah, we're not using.
We're not using that.
No.
You don't look. Nobody's gonna laugh.
He's probably like that hot dog stand right at 14th Street, right there.
Yeah,
He knows. He gets it.
I'm going to go LeBron James double-double.
Plus 11.5 Trailblazers.
You going Blazers to cover tonight?
Yeah.
All right.
11.5. They lost by what, 12 last time? 13?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me this is what I think it is. Oh, we've got it. We've got a gift of B. Mitch and a hot dog hat.
You didn't get the complete
Yes,
thing.
we
My
do.
arm's in the way.
We got it.
My arm's in the way. My arm's in the way.
This is going all over social media. I'll put this on Instagram. There's no question. This is going on Instagram.
So, White Brian, you're going to hurt, dog.
Oh, this is amazing. Thank you, Brian.
I haven't beat you up yet. You're the only person I haven't touched yet.
Just run, Brian.
I'm about to
This is so great.
I'm going to throw this thing right in the back of his head.
This could not have worked out. You have cameras on you here. What do you expect?
Hey, I don't worry about all that. I'm just joking.
Yes, you do. You're making a huge deal out of it.
No, I'm not. You think I care? I wore it before.
I'm going to send this to Doc.
It's not my first time wearing it.
Doc's going to love this,
It's
by
not
the
my
way.
first time wearing it.
Doc will be a fan.
And
All right.
the dog mom over here trying to be funny.
Grant
Dog
and
mom.
Danny coming up next. It's B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. This is great.
We are just 2 days away now from the NFL Draft. Complete coverage. Grant and Danny, the sports junkies, all throughout Thursday evening coming up this week here on the Fan. Commanders with the 7th overall pick on Thursday night. The draft begins at 8 p.m., so 7th pick. It's now 8 minutes between choices in the first round. Should be around 9 p.m. or so as Washington picks 7th. Commanders' offseason program began Monday out in Ashburn as well. Football news today, former Steelers coach Mike Tomlin has a new gig for at least this season. He'll be a studio analyst for Football Night in America, Sunday Night Football on NBC. NBA playoffs, Kevin Durant knee injury, game time decision for tonight's game 2 of their series against the LA Lakers, trying to avoid falling behind 2-0 in that series. Baseball, Nationals with a big week hosting first place Atlanta. Nats were beaten by the Braves 9-4 last night. They have dropped 3 of 4 and try and bounce back tonight. 4-game series with the Braves continues for the Nats. 6:45 p.m. first pitch here on The Fan. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Grant and Danny, April 21, 2026. You are listening live to The Fan as we are just 2 days away from the NFL Draft. We'll have a draft show out and about in Loudoun County in Sterling at Honor Brewing from 8 to 11. The Junkies at 6:30, and then we take over at 8. Great show planned for you today, including draft experts Bucky Brooks of NFL Network, Eric Edholm of NFL Media. Danny, what's up?
Not much, my friend. I want to congratulate you. You are now 1 for 1. You've got a streak of 1 going in a row. Let's keep it up. What day is today?
Today is Tuesday.
That's 2 in a row. Now, we recorded an interview. 3 different times you said that the draft is tomorrow because you believed in your heart that today was Wednesday. And after we said, hey, by the way, you said when, you said tomorrow, it's Wednesday, you said Wednesday a couple times. You went, oh, shoot, okay, I forgot about it. Then you did it again when we recorded something else.
Right.
You're in a bit of a what day is today slump. So I want you to know today is Tuesday and you've got it.
If
You've got
you thought
this.
C.J. Abrams is 1 for 14 in his last 4 games qualified as a slump after how hot he was, you got nothing on me. I've been doing this all day.
Yeah.
I said something to my wife about being at Honor Brewing tomorrow. Now, I think she knows the draft is on Thursday, and I don't think she changed anything on the calendar. I talked to my buddy yesterday. He's like, hey, can you do this thing tomorrow? And I said, I got to get out of the studio right away. I got to get to Loudoun County. I don't know why, because if you say to me what day is today, I'm able to say Tuesday. Mm-hmm. If you ask me what day is the draft, I'm able to tell you it's Thursday.
You know the information.
I got all the info.
There's a wire crossing somewhere in there.
There's just a math problem here where I keep saying we're 1 day away, and Wednesday matters too. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're disrespecting Wednesday.
Very much so. I've never wanted a day to disappear off the calendar more. I'm ready for the draft.
You are.
Stick aside. I'm excited. We've talked about this for months. I still love this. You know this about me. The NFL Draft is one of my favorite things that we have. It's the best. It used to be better when it was a Saturday and I was a young boy in a jersey and I would sit there and watch 4 rounds on Saturday. Maybe it was 1 through 3, but I think it was 1 through 4. And then like 5 through 7 were the next day. There was nothing better than that. Saturday and Sunday, 7 hours at a time. Mel Kiper talking to me and only me. I sat in my living room with chips and dip and cola like we were back on a Sunday in the NFL season. Wearing probably a Matty Bowen or a Chris Cooley or a Mike Barrow or some other hipster jersey that I had, like a Mike Sellers or something, Rock Cartwright. Rocking a jersey. I long for those days, but this is as good as it gets now. Me, you, Honor Brewing's going to be awesome. Fans are coming out. Listeners will be on site, and we will be breaking down every single pick of what will be just 1 round of the NFL Draft because the league took away from us the all-day extravaganza for primetime because that's what they do, but it's still very, very good.
It's still good. What's the number 1 sport in America?
It's the National Football League.
What's the number 2 sport in America?
It's college football.
When and how do they come together?
Like the marriage of college and the NFL?
Yeah, like is there some sort of event where there's a gateway, like a crossing from one to the other?
Holy matrimony of the two. I guess this would be the wedding.
It is.
We're all invited to go to this black tie event where the collegiate stars become NFL rookies.
Every dude kind of secretly wants to be a GM. The first thing you want to do is play pro sports, and when you realize that that's not happening, the next thing you want to do is be the one that makes the pick. That's why fantasy is so popular.
I was going to say, fantasy football was birthed for this reason.
And we love being able to critique and criticize and pretend to be experts overnight and stuff that we really have no idea about, but it's the best. It is one of the perfect marriages of sports, prognostication, GMing, whatever that is. It is, forget the parlance here, it is my Super Bowl. Even though like the Super Bowl is the Super Bowl, it's the second layer of it. I love the draft so much. I always have. I've been mocked for it. I don't care. Mock away.
Also made perfectly for television, and it's only going to be getting better as they have now shrunken the times between picks from 10 to 8 minutes. Do you remember that when we were kids, it used to be 15 minutes?
15 minutes, dude.
Between picks. What an unnecessary, bad decision that was. Then they went to 10. Now we're at 8. There's going to be a time in the future when we get to 5 in the first round, and that'll be joyous. Because the teams can make the decisions. They're also operating 3 or 4 minutes in front of the rest of us. When you see these documentaries, behind the scenes, Commander log episodes, every team has one, Colts log and Jaguars log and Texans log and whatever they call it in their building. They come out and the other team is still making the pick. Like the commissioner, Roger Goodell, is at the podium and they're calling in their pick at that moment. That's how far ahead like the league is working essentially. So we really don't need 10 or now 8 minutes. Let's tighten it up a little bit.
Tighter.
I'm not asking you to lose weight.
No.
Just
tighter.
Step on the scale and then get off the scale.
Write down that number.
Write down that number. The next time you get on the scale, it should be like 5 to 7 less.
Way less.
Tighten. What movie was that?
That was
that Knocked Up?
Knocked Up.
Slept On. Great comedy. Back when comedies were a thing. Remember that?
I remember comedies.
Used to be some good comedy movies.
You could laugh.
What is the last comedy movie R-rated in theater that crushed?
Was Step Brothers R-rated?
Yeah, definitely. Has to be.
Could be PG-13. I don't know. But that to me is the last great comedy.
Or Step Brothers is R.
There you go.
2008. Is that after Wedding Crashers?
I think so. Wedding Crashers, I want to say 05.
Wedding Crashers survey says 05.
Here we go.
Attaboy. So Step Brothers could be the last of the
It's only almost
breed.
2 decades.
That's a shame. Let's give you the Grant and Danny Mock Draft 3.0 to kick off the show today. We've done this twice, resulting in 2 different final picks for Washington at 7. We're going to give you G&D Mock Draft 3.0. I think there will be one more. We'll do a Mock Draft 4.0 as part of our draft extravaganza in 2 days on Thursday. Not tomorrow, Danny. Thursday is 2 days away.
3 for 3. Here we go.
Pick number 1.
He's on fire.
Chalk. Hand it over. Write it on the board. Do it in your best teacher writing. Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana, to the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's just sprint that one up to the podium and keep the draft moving. What do we say?
Here is the first wrinkle in time. It's been Arvell Reese. It's always been Arvell Reese until it's not. A guy that will help them immediately for the New York Football Jets, David Bailey, number 2.
So Bailey out of Texas Tech is the guy I would take at second if I was the football Jets. The problem with that is I'm hearing some rumblings. I'm zigging when everybody's zagging. I was on Bailey when everyone was on Reese. Now everyone's on Bailey, and I'm on Reese.
You're back to Reese?
I would take Bailey. I think they're going to take Arvell Reese. I think that's going to be their guy at number 2. The hand size is 90th percentile. The arm length for David Bailey is 77th percentile. 96th percentile 40. 97th percentile broad jump. And yet it's Reese who's the better athlete. Figure that one out. I heard something pretty interesting. Might have been Todd McShay who said this the other day. There is a feeling out there. Like I've always said, Bailey's the safer of the 2 edges. I think he's the higher floor guy. Reese is the higher ceiling guy. But David Bailey, with all the counting stats and all the productivity and the production in college, the idea is there's a path to him only being kind of like a middling edge, or maybe he's not great against the run. He's very much a speed rusher, doesn't have a ton of power, has to get bigger, stronger, doesn't have a lot of moves. And so maybe he's like a 7 to 9 sack guy or something like that. Whereas Arvell Reese, here's why the floor is higher according to some teams. If he doesn't pan out as an edge, you just turn him into an off-ball linebacker, and he's outstanding there. Bailey can't do that. It's almost the idea of, like, if he's not a shortstop, he'll be a really good second baseman.
Huh.
And that's the idea with Arvell Reese, maybe as both being the better floor and definitely the better ceiling. I found that interesting.
Worst case, that's actually a pretty sharp point. I had not thought of that because you don't draft a guy that's just sort of regular old run-of-the-mill off-ball linebacker at number 2 unless there's something unique and special. And the unique and special thing is he's got a Micah Parsons-like skill set. That's fascinating.
Number 3. The Arizona Cardinals have the pick. I have been floating this for a few weeks. It is gaining steam. I got to say, though, it's gaining too much steam. When something becomes the thing everybody's talking about, you have to wonder, is a team trying to get this out there? It now feels like every single person is talking about the Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love. Now, I'm not going to say publicly why I have felt good about this for a couple of weeks, but you know my information.
I do know it.
I think it's good information. I'm sticking with Jeremiah Love to the Arizona Cardinals. I know that they would like to trade back. I don't think they're going to be able to. They could also go offensive line here. In the back of my head, Danny, my trepidation going Love to the Cardinals at 3, which I'm going to do for this mock draft. The dream dies, by the way. The Commanders will not end up with Jeremiah Love. My trepidation is based on everybody now saying this. Everyone's hearing that the Cardinals are in on Jeremiah Love. Are they floating this on purpose? If you're a GM, if you're a scout, if you're a coach, you know every person you're talking to is talking to other people. And if you're talking to someone with a show or a podcast or something, they're going to drop that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the subterfuge. That's the lying season thing.
Is that hoping for someone to come trade with them? Is it hoping, this is what you're doing. You're trying to sell things. You're trying to increase the value of that selection.
But the dream dies here, ladies and gentlemen. Jeremiah Love, number 3 to the Arizona Cardinals, will not be a Washington Commander in mock draft 3.0.
So if Love goes 3, I got a big old thing staring me right in the face if I'm the Tennessee Titans.
Can I say really quickly before we move on?
I'll allow it.
Because I love Love, that's still a very dumb pick for Arizona. If you're ranking their needs, what is running back? 5th? After you go get Algier to go with James Conner to go with Trey Benson, they don't need a running back. But I think they're going to do it. And that offense for Mike LaFleur, their new head coach, is going to cook with some oil right off the bat. Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson at wide receiver, the best tight end in the league in Trey McBride, 4 deep at running back, including the guy in this class that a lot of people think is the best player overall. But I digress. You've got the Tennessee Titans, Danny Hutier.
So the way this draft is playing out, to me, is the worst-case scenario for the local Washington 53. This is the bad one, where we haven't had any linemen go yet, and we're not going to have one at this spot either. Too good to pass up. Arvell Reese goes 4 to the Tennessee Titans. Robert Sala's got himself a pass rusher linebacker weapon for his new defense.
Commanders fans know with every offensive lineman drafted, we throw a party. In fact, we should do something like that at our draft party out in Loudoun County. Every time an offensive lineman goes, Danny, would you be willing to buy everyone a drink? I think a round on Danny would be
a round of water on me with ice.
Okay.
With ice. Normally I wouldn't do that.
So every time a lineman goes before Washington at 7, because it's such a momentous, joyous thing, because it helps the Commanders so much, Danny will get you an ice water.
I've never offered that before.
But people have to come up and they have to ask you, and then you'll send someone over to them with
So
a water.
what we'll do is we'll prearrange with the establishment, right, on a brewing.
You'll leave your card on file.
Yeah, so they don't even have to ask me. They'll just go right to the bar. Okay. And they'll know that's, you know what I mean? It's on Danny. It's understood, but you just ask the bartender. Or remember the service
If you just
staff.
ask for a water, they're going to put it on your tab. Make sure you say this one's on Danny.
Yeah, this is the Danny water, and I need ice.
Pick number 5, the New York Giants. This has now gotten complicated. This is where, for me, if you're a Commanders fan, if things play out the way they have so far, Mendoza, Bailey, Love, and Reese, you've got to cross your little fingers and all your toes that the New York Giants don't take Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State. Because if he gets by 5, there is a very good chance he gets to Washington at 7. And that is hit the music. Hail to the Redskin Commander football team, whichever song you're singing. Time at the bar. The latest rumor is that the Giants aren't on Sonny Styles. Again, the closer we get, I think the less you should believe what you're hearing.
Yeah, I don't believe that at all.
And for that reason, sadly, I'm going to give the Giants linebacker Sonny Styles. That would allow them to get a weapon at 10, and that would become probably Jordan Tyson, who seems to be the top receiver on their board. But Styles at 5 over some of the other top defensive players, Reuben Bain, Caleb Downs, Mansour Delane, the cornerback. I just think they're going to go defensive stalwart at 5, weapon at 10. Have you seen the same thing I have the last day or two, that the Giants and Styles are no longer being linked together? I'm guessing it's because they went out and signed Edmonds from the Bears. I'm not really sure, but maybe you feel like Tremaine Edmonds is a little redundant with him. I don't know how we got here.
Same here. It feels Harbaugh-y for that to be a Sonny Styles pick right there, where you said help with the star on one side and maybe a star on the other. Now at 10. So I got pick 6. I have the Cleveland Browns. Fair disclosure, I have no idea. I have no earthly idea what this team is going to do, how they're going to do it, who they're going to do it to. I think they want out of this pick. I think they want to leave. But I'm going to assume that they stay put. Again, I have no feel for this, but I've just seen this mocked. Yeah, I've seen it mocked enough to them to go with it now in our little exercise here of a mock draft. I look at their skill positions. Running back, good. I like the offensive line moves that they've made here in Cleveland. Their quarterback situation is still a disaster, but you can't fix that right now. I think it's Ohio kid, Carnell Tate at number 6. Again, I don't feel confident in that at all, but that's what I'm going here for this mock.
I'm predicting a trade situation there. I'm with you. I think they're the team that's going to work the phones the most. Darius, do we have any phone calls coming in?
Whoa.
You know how the Browns never answer the phone for a
Wait,
while?
is this for me?
No.
Or for you?
Yeah, this one's... Hold on. This is the Browns. They don't know how to do anything.
Oh, sorry. Can you push 9, honey? Dolores, push 9.
Hey, how do I answer this phone?
Put it on speaker.
Does anyone know how to answer the phone?
No, answer it right to speaker. Hello?
Wrong phone.
Hello?
Hey, it's Andrew Berry, Cleveland Browns. I think this is the trade back spot. Cowboys, Jets, 2 teams I would say looking to come up to number 6. Jets would get Carnell Tate maybe. Cowboys, I think, would want to go defense if Sonny Styles is there, maybe jump ahead of Washington. By the way, this mock just went terribly.
This is the worst case.
Like we didn't plan this. We just kind of did it on a whim, and now this is so far the most annoying, most terrible draft we've done as far as the Commanders
This
go.
is the worst one, but there's still one really good player on the board.
There is, and this is why I think I just keep coming back to, even though it's not the most exciting thing, it's the best thing they're probably going to get to do because this guy's always available when they pick, no matter what simulation you're going to run. So you've got Mendoza to the Raiders, Bailey to the Jets, Jeremiah was a Bullfrog Love to the Cardinals, Arvell Reese to the Titans, Sonny Styles to the Giants, and then Carnell Tate to Cleveland Brown. It's either Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State.
Yep.
Reuben Bain Jr., who seems to be sliding down the board. Edge, Miami. Mansour Delane. Cornerback, LSU, is the best of the rest. He's the best player at the biggest position of need. I'm going to take Mansour Delane here if I'm Washington. That's who I would choose. Because if it's a tiebreaker between Downs and Mansour Delane, I think you take the corner who's worth $30 million at his peak over the safety who's worth about half that. But to shake things up a little bit and to excite the masses out there, to sell some jerseys, to make Toby happy, pick number 7 for the Washington Commanders is in, ladies and gentlemen. They are rushing it to the podium. A little bit stunning, but he's a team captain. He's a leader of men. And despite the RAS score not being Adam Peters-like, they're taking Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State, in Mock Draft 3.0.
Congrats, Tobes.
For the Grant and Danny radio program. Toby Altizer's fired up right now.
He is steamed.
Are you going to be out at Honor Brewing? I mean, I want to follow Toby around for a couple minutes after that.
Yeah, I'll be out with you guys, and if they draft Caleb Downs, tarps might come off or something. We'll see.
Tarps off for Tobes. Let's go.
Tarps off for Tobes. T-shirt, please.
Shirtless Tobes just running around the bar. Water on Danny if it happens.
Ice water on me, buddy.
Actually, I'll up it. I'll do a Diet Coke on me for you, Toby Altizer.
Oh, my God.
If that happens.
I appreciate it.
That's unbelievable.
Now, let me be clear.
Yep.
Obama style. That's a Mansour Delane pick for me. I think that's the better pick. But
what do you think they think?
That's the question. I think they would go Delane. I think. This is our third mock. We hadn't gone Downs. And I just think the idea of Caleb Downs falling out of the top 8 or 9 seems silly. Everyone that comes on tells us he's the second best, third best player in the draft.
Right.
And oh, by the way, half the people that I've asked who's going to end up being a Hall of Famer from this class, I think I've asked 4 people. 2 of them have said Caleb Downs. If that's true, I get the whole he's a safety thing. I need a great football player. Can I get a great football player on defense, please? And if you're more sure that that's Caleb Downs than Mansour Delane, I got no problem with it. But I would just break the tie with the corner. How does 4-3-6 and good tape sound to you?
Seems good. Seems good. Again, I've now since that 40 time with Delane, I keep raising my hand going, are we sure he's out of the top 10? I mean, Bucky Brooks, who's coming on today, has him at 11, for example, going to the Miami Dolphins. How does the 4-3-6 guy with great tape technique and everything else fall out of the top 10? I'm wondering what I'm missing right there. I think he's a, I don't want to say top 10 lock. I don't think he's a Ryan Lochte, but I think there's a great chance he goes in the top 10.
Grant and Danny mock draft 3.0. Let's clap it up for
Good
the
job,
draft
everybody.
there. War room. I
Good
thought
energy.
everybody did. I thought they did what they had to do.
I mean, again, worst case scenario for Washington is how we just did it. We didn't mean to, but we didn't mean not to either. You know what I mean?
It's looking more likely. Logan and I have a new app dropping tomorrow for Take Command where we workshop some things, and we both have kind of come to this realization. If the rumors that are now swirling and everything people are saying is happening, it's looking a little bit less positive for the Commanders to get one of the guys they really want. If only they wouldn't have won in Week 18, they'd pick 5th.
But congrats to all everybody.
At least you guys got your win, though. But sitting at 7, maybe it's Sonny Styles falling into their lap. Styles, Love, either of those two, one of the edges. Let's rock and roll.
When Arizona's on the board, I'm going to start so many Maui Noah chants and Spencer Fano chants and Monroe Freeling.
So let's open up the phones on this next. Here's how we're going to play the game. Player you would love at number 7. Player you would like at number 7. Pick you would hate at number 7. Phones are yours 2 days out from the NFL draft. Almost said 1 day. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The NFL draft is tomorrow. You're listening to The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Braves for Game 2 of the 4-game series in Nats Park tonight, 6:45. Right here on the Fan, Foster Griffin set to take on former National Reynaldo Lopez. 2 days away from the NFL Draft. Playoffs continuing on also in the NBA and the NHL. In basketball tonight, the Sixers taking on the Celtics. Game 2 of that series at 7 o'clock. Boston leads the series 1-0. Trailblazers taking on the Spurs at 8 o'clock tonight. Game 2 of that series, San Antonio up 1-0. And Rockets and Lakers, a nightcap tonight at 10:30. The Lakers lead that series 1-0. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, 2 days from the NFL Draft. Got a draft show on Thursday. You can come hang out with us at Honor Brewing. We're going to be live from 8 to 11 on draft night. That's after our 4.5 hours from 2 to 6:30 in studio. So check us out. Kick it with us. Should be ultra entertaining. It's going to be a very, very important night for the Commanders.
This is a big one. We're going to find out a lot more about this regime, not just for that first round pick, but can they do something different than they've done the last couple of years? Jaden Daniels is no brainer, but then they filled out the roster with a bunch of veterans and $6 million guys, sort of the cast-offs of the world, ran it out, caught lightning in a bottle, etc. This is now kind of a rebuild on the fly. The Capitals kind of gave you the blueprint for it, right? You need to get younger and faster. They started with free agency, but this is a kind of crossroads here. After a disaster of last year, they're kind of back down in neutral. This regime's got a lot of work to do.
Got a couple of tweets coming in. I'm at Grant Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. Ike says, here's a hot take. What if Love doesn't work out in the NFL? You could say that about any pick, I guess, Ike. But he goes on to say, Notre Dame didn't have a great strength of schedule. It's why they didn't make the college playoffs. 3 touchdowns against who gives a darn state means nothing to me. I would ask you, does 228 against USC mean anything to you? Or 108 yards and 13.5 a pop against Indiana in the college football playoffs last year mean anything to you? Because he did that too. The question at hand right now, 800-636-1067. Who do you love? Who do you like? And what pick would you hate? We're going to play the game love, like, hate. So I'll go first, Danny. Love, Jeremiah Love. I would also say Sonny Styles. Either of those two. Those separate themselves, but I'm a lover of Jeremiah Love. You've known that.
I do know that.
That doesn't change. Somebody tweeted me, it was funny, at Grant Paulson, they said, how did this happen in the span of 30 days? Washington can't take Love at 7 to now the Cardinals might take him at 3.
I'm telling you, this is what's going on. The helium. People recognize that this draft is different, and the rules get thrown out the window. The more you find this fallacy of GMs, front office people falling in love with players. I hate to overuse the word love because we're talking about Jeremiah Love. But that's what happens. You kind of forget about your guidelines, you forget about your guardrails, and say, "Damn it, I'm following my heart."
She gave me love, crazy.
So I love Love and I love Styles. You love?
David Bailey. If somehow linemen go, if somehow these teams in front of us make the choice of an offensive player or two besides linemen, we could be staring at the best pass rusher in this draft, in my view, at 7. That shouldn't happen, but if it would, I would be thrilled.
I'll go David Bailey there. This will be my tier of players at positions that are actually valuable. So this is Bailey and Reese. This is Mansour Delane, the really good defenders at edge and corner. Bailey, Reese, Delane, I would like all those picks. They would be excellent selections.
This is a like plus because I would really like it, and you could convince me that I love it. Sonny Styles. It's pretty simple, self-explanatory. You've already kind of touched on it. They don't make people like that. That is a T-1000 from a lab sent to find John Connor. You could just convince him that he's on the other team. He is nasty.
There's nothing I would hate. Hate is a strong word.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be that excited about Reuben Bain Jr. I think you'd be getting a good football player at 7. But between some of the measurable questions and now some of the red flag stuff off the field, for good reason, I think he's kind of going bottom end, top 10. So if they take Bain at 7 and we just found out all along this was their guy, I'd be a little bit disappointed, especially if there are other guys that I like more, like I've already named in the love-like category on the board, and they took Ruben Bain. That's one. Also, if they go a little bit off the grid, like I don't think they would, but Spencer Fano, the tackle from Utah, or if they went like Caleb Lomu from Utah, one of these linemen or position we haven't thought about, like Kenyon Sadiq from Oregon or something. If they got cute, I would say that would underwhelm me. I would dislike that pick.
So I don't have a hate either, but we're doing the exercise. The closest to thing that wouldn't make me very happy is Jeremiah Love. That's the only thing I'd go, okay. I think it's like putting blinds on a house that is missing a roof. I think it's you have no foundation and you have a nice carpet. But again, good player, so I wouldn't be furious about it. I'm not like throwing things or breaking stuff. Just wouldn't be the way I build a team.
You'd like it more come Sunday of week 1, I bet you.
Running into 8-man boxes.
17 carries for 111 yards and a tutty. You might like that major from 51 yards out.
If I get that, that'd be great. I just don't see it.
Tim in Manassas on G&D. What's going on?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good, dude.
Doing well.
I would love Sonny Styles. I would like Caleb Downs. I would absolutely hate Jeremiah Love. We do not need that.
You don't need a great weapon. I agree.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Grant's fascinated with Jeremiah Love. We've heard it for 2 weeks. We don't need it.
2 weeks.
I was going to say, with all due respect, sir, it's been months of it.
I mean,
months of it.
Where have you been the last 2 months?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're allowed.
Good.
We're allowed.
Have a great day.
You too,
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks.
I agree. They definitely don't need a weapon who can stripe up the band. And they certainly don't need anybody who's got great speed or can catch balls out of the backfield. He's right. Shane in Fairfax, how are you?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today?
Hey, dude.
Hey, look, I would love Sonny Styles. I would love him. I would like Chris Brazel out of the University of Tennessee, and I would hate, just like Bain. I'm with you. I think Bain is dropping for a reason, not because of what's going on with his personal life, but there's a reason for that. But that's where I'm at, and I'll see you guys out there Thursday.
Oh, good.
Oh, nice,
we'll
buddy.
See you out there. I'm surprised he didn't go love Jermod McCoy from Tennessee and then like Brazel
Colton
from
the
Tennessee.
Hood is going to go in the second round, maybe.
Just go all Vols. Let's go to Nick, who's in Maryland, on Grant and Danny. Who would you love? Who would you like? And what pick would you hate for the Commanders at 7?
I think you came out of the womb loving love. Yeah, love is, I would like to have love, right? But I think we should trade back and get Kenyon Sadiq and go with a 2 tight end offense. Try it. Nobody else is doing it, not to the level that where we can go with it. Or trade back and get the 2 best cornerbacks. The 3 best cornerbacks in the draft by trading back.
So that's an interesting wrinkle to this, by the way. If you're going to include the trade back option as if that's a pick in the love, like, hate category.
All right.
So where I had for my loves, Jeremiah Love and Sonny Styles, and then my likes, Bailey, Reese, and Delane. It depends on who's there, obviously. But a trade back, the right trade back could be a love. I'm going to throw it into the like category because, if you were to trade back with Styles looking you in the face, now all of a sudden I'm putting that in the hate category. But in the right situation, Love is gone, Styles is gone, the edges are
the
gone.
mock you and I just did moments ago, yeah.
If it's Mansour Delane or Ruben Bain or trade back, now I love a trade back.
Love trade back for me. Then I slide everybody down one. So I would love a trade back, would really like David Bailey. And you're not going to get me to say I hate Sonny Styles, so I don't know how to handle that part of it. But
you could probably keep your hate.
I'll holster the hate there.
Let's go to Colorado because it's radio and we can do that on the Odyssey app. Brian is listening for free. What's up, Brian? How are you?
Brian.
Hey, good. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, I'm going to say I think I pretty much align with you, Grant. I mean, I think Love. I love. Because I think, everyone's talking about, our need for receiver, but he can seem to do that a lot too. And then I think I would like Styles. I think he's the best defensive player that could likely come to us. And then I would not like Ruben Bain because I can't handle the off-field drama stuff anymore with our team.
Thanks, buddy. I understand that wholeheartedly. Good phone calls. Even I think it was Tim who said he was out on Jeremiah Love. No, we don't see that eye to eye. It's a good phone call. The only thing I would say is the notion that they don't need what he provides, that I can't endorse. But if your point is I don't want to take a running back at 7, you and I have talked about this for years and years and years. That is not a bad take. That is, in fact, a perfectly reasonable take. It's not a philosophy that I subscribe to at this point. I did a few years ago. I don't anymore. I have a much more vitriolic, visceral reaction to paying running backs on the second contract. Drafting them early, see Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs or Adrian Peterson or Saquon Barkley, I don't have as much an issue with that. But if your take is, hey, he would immediately become the 7th highest paid running back in the league, that's bad practice, essentially. Totally with you. But he's massively an upgrade over what they have and would absolutely be a need because they don't have speed or weapons or anybody other than Terry McLaurin, who last year struggled, by the way, getting on the field, staying on the field, playing at a Terry McLaurin level. They just don't have enough of those guys. 800-636-1067. Who would you love? Who would you like? And what pick would you hate is the question, as we are 2 days away from the Commanders making a selection at number 7. Also, as soon as we return, I want to tell people what Cole Hudson, the new defenseman for the Capitals, said about Alex Ovechkin's future that has people even more confident that Ovi will be returning. We'll do that next. Bucky Brooks of NFL Network joins the show today at 3:25. Draft and NFL Insider. We'll talk to him about Thursday night's first round on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. All of our draft content and coverage, by the way, leading up to Thursday evening when we're going to be at Honor Brewing in Loudoun County out in Sterling with listeners. Something we've done the last handful of years. I got to say, it makes a good event even better to be around people and folks that want to see the Commanders do well. Just adds to the juice of the night, and it's going to be good energy. We hope to see a lot of you guys out there. But our draft coverage is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Before we hit the phones and get back to our listeners, Cole Hudson was on a podcast, I guess within the last day or two. I just saw the clip today. And he was talking about getting to the NHL at 19 years old and what the last few weeks have been like. And he said basically it was a huge thrill for him to have got to the league this season while they still thought maybe it was Ovi's last year. And then he said, which I don't think it is anymore. And everyone is taking that. This is his first teammate who's come out and give the opinion Ovi's going to come back.
Can you imagine if Ovi just went over to 19-year-old Cole Hudson's like, hey, here's my plan. Met him 2 weeks ago.
But the conversation I'm sure is had in the locker room, and there was a breakdown day where they all said their goodbyes. But now you've got Ovi effectively saying he wants to keep playing and his family wants him to keep playing. You've got his longtime great buddy and teammate, TJ Oshie, saying after having some beers with him deep into the evening, just those two guys, he thinks he's going to keep playing. We talked about that yesterday. And Cole Hudson has come out as his first current teammate to suggest that he thinks Alex Ovechkin will play again next season. So all signs pointing toward the Great Eight running it back one more time.
Your move, Capitals. How are you going to handle it? This is me just sort of standing there with my recorder, kind of looking. What are you guys going to do? How are you going to do it?
Supposedly, he hasn't said anything to them. So, they came out, I think it was Chris Patrick's Q&A with the media a couple of days back to break down at the end of the season. And he said, ball's in Ovi's court. We're going to give him time and space that he needs, and we'll wait on him, basically. Even though Ovi had already said the thing he said, which seemed like the decision, but I guess they want him to formalize it and call them and let them know. So my guess is at some point in the next couple of weeks, they're going to have that phone ring, and Ovi's going to say, all right, what are you going to pay me? Let's do this thing.
Hello, it's Ovi. Hi.
All right, we went through what we would love, what we would like, what we would hate. We'll wrap up the exercise here. The 7th pick belongs to the Commanders. If we're including trading back, I think trade back is in the love or like category, depending on who's on the board and what they could get. But that would absolutely be a binary thumbs up for me. I'm loving Jeremiah Love and Sonny Styles. I'm liking either of the edges, Bailey or Reese, falling into their lap, unlikely. And then what is the most likely thing right now, Mansour Delane. And I say that's the most likely, not because I think he's the best player on their board or anything, but of all these guys, he is the one guy that you can almost guarantee will be there, barring something stunning happening. Love probably won't. Styles may not and probably won't. Bailey almost certainly won't. And Reese is almost a lock to not be there. So the next guy on that list would be Mansour Delane. And it's really hard to see any path where he goes in the top 6.
Yeah, just doing the math on it. So love for me is trade back. That's the best scenario. Their biggest need is more picks. Shout out to Ben Stanley for coining that phrase. But also in terms of actually making picks, David Bailey's my dream scenario. Sonny Styles is a like plus. And the only thing that I wouldn't be thrilled with is Jeremiah Love.
Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Chris? How are you?
That's good. I think I should become a draft expert because it appears to be the fastest growing job in America. Good Lord.
There's a lot of
draft experts are there. So, like Donna Summer said at number 7, love to love you, baby. I want Jeremiah Love. I love him. I really like Kenyon Sadiq. I think he is the next best offensive player in the entire draft. You could go double barrels with him and Okonkwo and be a la Hernandez and Gronk without the murder and the CTE. And then I'd say I hate anybody who plays defense because this is an offensive league. Is your offense completely built? No. Do not pass go. Draft an offensive player. Find defensive players in the later rounds.
Let's go to Ralph in the city. Ralph, love, like, and what wouldn't you like?
Okay, so I'm actually the opposite of the previous caller. Can you hear me?
Yes, got you, buddy.
Oh, yeah, I'm the opposite of the previous caller. I say go lean in heavy on defense. We've already started the whole defensive restructure with, Chanel and Chason and Owe. So why not continue to build that, defensive formidability and just made that word up, but have all the defensive, roles filled with either adding Caleb Love or David Bailey. And then I would hate if we drafted the receiver out of Ohio State.
Carnell Tate.
You hate Tate?
Carnell Tate. I just think it's still a good chance of us getting the receiver from San Francisco, Ayuk, when everything's said and done. So I don't think there's any point in wasting a resource on.
It's a good call. I don't think those two things should have a whole lot to do with one another, though. In fairness, because we don't know if McLaurin's coming back after this season or not. I would say the chances at best that he is are like 50-55%. But Ayuk would be signing a 1-year deal as it is. So if you're drafting Carnell Tate, it wouldn't necessarily just be for this season, or any receiver early for that matter. It would be for the next 4 years, let's say. And I don't know that changes with Brandon Ayuk, who's far from a certainty. You're treating him, I think, if you trade for him, like a guy that whatever he gives you is a bonus.
Yeah, how could you count on him after all the time off, the injury, the attitudinal displays, such as it is? Yeah, I also like that formidability kind of thing that you made up. It's like lengthiness or something like that. That a draft phrase that becomes ubiquitous.
Is formidability a word?
I don't know that it is.
Because he's saying, I want our defense to be more formidable. So formidability is the quality of inspiring fear, dread, awe, or admiration due to impressive size, power, or difficulty. So that's a word.
Formidability.
I think he just stressed the wrong syllable. But he's looking for formidability.
Formidabilitiness.
Intimidation factor. Impressive nature. We're talking formidability.
Formidability.
G&D on the Fan. Bucky Brooks at 3:25. Next, 10 players in 10 days leading up to the draft. We'll spin the wheel.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. 2 days away from the NFL draft. Playoffs continuing on in the NBA and the NHL. On the ice tonight, 4 more Game 2s. Canadiens taking on the Lightning at 7 o'clock. Montreal up 1-0 in that series. Bruins and Sabres Game 2 at 7:30. Buffalo leads that series 1-0. Mammoth and Golden Knights at 9:30 tonight. Golden Knights are up 1-0 in that series, and the Kings take on the Avalanche at 10 o'clock. Colorado leads that series 1-0. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Braves for Game 2, the 4-game set. 6:45 right here on the Fan, 6:15 pregame. Foster Griffin takes the hill for the Nationals. The lefty is 2-0 with a 3.05 ERA for the Nats. Reynaldo Lopez, the former National, goes for the Braves. He is 1-0 with a 2.18 ERA. Nats and Braves, Game 2 of the 4-game set, 6:45 right here on the Fan. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Show's brought to you exclusively by the law firm Condorian Murad, estate planning, elder law, and real estate transactions. They'll do probate and admin, whatever you need. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. So schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know we sent you so you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Did you see Mike Tomlin has been hired by NBC Sports to be one of their new lead desk analysts covering the NFL?
Saw that. Yeah, that just makes too much sense. He's too good to not be involved directly somehow, either supervising people, working hard, or commenting about football.
I don't know what leads to some guys enjoying that so much and getting comfortable enough that it just becomes the go-to or the priority, as opposed to the others who can't wait to get back into coaching. But a guy like Bill Cowher, remember, the former Steelers head coach that predated Mike Tomlin, he went to CBS and he sat at the desk on their pregame show, and he still sits at that desk every single Sunday as now a Hall of Famer. But the number of times that teams in the first 5, 7, probably as much as 10 years called him. I mean, remember how many times the rumor was that James Snyder wanted, Bill Cowher? But
every year.
I'm sure there were a dozen teams that tried to lure him away. John Gruden was that way until the 10-year, $100 million deal after like a decade to go back to the Raiders, which ended in flames, obviously. But he got so cozy and enjoyed so much broadcasting Monday Night Football that nobody could get him out of the booth to come back to work. It is a job that those guys seem to really, really like. You get to talk ball. You get to be around it. I don't think you have the same feeling that you would have on a team, but on the broadcast operation with your analysts around you and your host, whether it's James Brown or whoever it is, there is that like familial team element. So that part, I think you can satisfy. You can scratch that itch, but you don't have the same competition.
No, you don't get the competition. You don't get the juice that way, but you do get a much better lifestyle. You still have to work hard, but it ain't like clocking in at 4 a.m. and leaving at midnight every day.
It's not even close.
It's a different animal.
Yeah, the 4 a.m. arrivals of some of these maniacal worker coaches, the guys like Joe Gibbs, who would just quite literally have a beautiful king-sized bed in the facility so that they didn't have to go home, or they would tell their wife when they showed up on day 1 of training camp, "I'll see you in December, sweetie." That kind of deal. And those days have died off a little bit, but coaches still work insane hours. That's why the TV job is better. The other thing is the money's getting better and better in those jobs.
Yes, it is.
There was a time where I would bet if you're a head coach, it's like 10x over the analyst role. Now, Mike Tomlin was, after nearly 20 years, one of the highest paid coaches in the league. I'm sure he made upwards of, closer to $20 million than $10 million or something. But depending on the role you have, remember the reports on Troy Aikman, Joe Buck, they were making like $15 million per to call games.
Yeah.
Now, it's not the same in studio probably, but a guy like Sean McVay, in a world where Tom Brady just got $375 million to be the lead color commentator for Fox, $37.5 per over 10 years. That's the money he's making. If Sean McVay, when his next contract comes up, wants to go talk to a couple TV executives. He could easily be making $25 million that would equal or surpass what he's making with the Rams.
Yeah, give me top flight defensive tackle money to talk about football on TV, right? Yeah, I mean it's the way of the world. That is one of those incredible developments. And I don't know what I don't know here. I wonder why it's so worth it for TV executives to get the next big fish. You know what I mean? Like, my view of it is, I'm watching the NFL game if Tom Brady's calling it, if Greg Olson's calling it, if, I don't know, you could pick your C analyst. Like, the game's on, I'm watching that game. I don't know that I need Tom Brady for the game. So, but it's just amazing that where those dollar figures have gone.
Speaking of coaches and how tough their job could be, not a very fun day today to be Mike Vrabel as he hit the podium in Foxborough to speak to reporters for the first time since images came out of he and reporter Diana Rossini together in Arizona. Now, I'll be candid here in saying first, we have not really talked about this on the air much at all. I didn't want to get into the speculation game out of just respect to Diana, who I've been friendly with and have had a good relationship with since she was on the beat here with me covering the Redskins over a decade ago. And still, to this day, keep in touch with. And I just thought that personal conflict, so to speak, made it weird to talk about on air. But what I will say, which is obvious, is that those pictures were not a good look and looked terrible, to say the least. She has made it clear that nothing happened beyond what you're seeing there. That her claim was she was there with a bunch of friends and bumped into Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel's claim was he happened to be there and they spent some time with other people around a pool. And the only comment he had really made is that anyone suggesting anything else, was baseless and he wasn't even going to waste any time talking about it. And I got to say that's hard to believe. That his comment, all the comments that have come out on this, having said that, I hope for the best because I'm friendly with, as I said, a good relationship with, friends with Diana Rossini. But today was the first time either of them have really issued, other than the initial statements, any kind of answers to the media on this. And this is what Vrabel had to say as he addressed reporters today.
First begin by saying thank you. Thank you for your patience that you've shown in a personal and private matter for me and obviously everybody involved. I know that that's not easy for you, and I respect that, and I appreciate your efforts in doing so. I understand I could have, addressed you guys sooner, but it was important to me to have a conversation with the players, which I did yesterday, very candidly, as we began our off-season program, which everyone is excited to be a part of. Stacy had mentioned the players' availability, and it's never my intention to have them speak to you or address you before I did. And so I asked him to come today and to talk with you. I also don't want to take away from our, the draft, the weekend of the draft. This is an important time for us, our organization, and the excitement and the joy that those players are going to have that we bring onto our football team. They're starting an amazing journey, one that should be celebrated as we welcome them onto our team. With that being said, I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. We believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me, that starts with me. We never want our actions to negatively affect the team. We never want to be the cause of a distraction. Those are comments and questions that I've answered for the team and with the team. We'll keep those private and to ourselves. Care deeply about this football team, and I'm excited to coach them. I also know that I'm going to attack each day with humility and focus. And what I can promise you is that my family, this organization, the team, the staff, the coaches, everybody, our fans, most importantly, will get the best version of me going forward. And that's what I know, and I'm excited to do that. But I wanted to just address this and thank you for your patience in dealing with the private and personal matter.
Mike Vrabel today with reporters. Was anybody typing at all?
I couldn't hear if there was anyone typing furiously. I know it's not the point, and we have serious things to discuss, but God, it drives me crazy.
Yeah, that's one of those where the mic is clearly right on top of someone's laptop.
Inside their Mac.
Where could that mic have been to have been getting that many buttons being hit? I mean, honestly.
Like, so my computer right now is, I don't know, a foot away from the microphone. I'm going to type as hard as they did. You guys can't really hear that, right?
Right.
And it has to be.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Right there. Like, it's got to be touching.
I don't understand how something could even...
It's insane to me.
If you're in the front row, it can't pick it up like that. So I'm not sure how their room is set up.
Like, if somebody has, like, that parabolic mic and they walked over with their, touching their headset and, like, touched the side of the keyboard where the guy was typing, that's what it would sound like.
Right.
Insane.
Obviously not the point of
I know.
The press conference, which was very serious. So a couple of things here. He did not confirm the wrongdoing that has been speculated by any means. And he would take other questions and kind of vaguely answer them. I say that because he really didn't give any specifics. He just kept saying he's keeping things between him and the team or him and his family, or I appreciate the question. I know why you're asking it, but I'm not really going to comment on that. Obviously, Diana Rossini has stepped down at The Athletic, where she was the lead NFL reporter, and at this point, has only made the one comment to suggest when she stepped down, it was not because of wrongdoing as much as because of the speculation and not wanting to give it any more life at this point. But I will say Vrabel's tone was not that of a coach who feels like he didn't make a bad decision. I mean, he was clearly, without straight up apologizing, suggesting he needed to be accountable, needed to address his team, needed to talk to his family. You don't know what he's referencing. Is it just being in those pictures being taken don't make me look good? I mean, it could be that simple where you go, I probably shouldn't have been at that pool or in that hot tub or, hanging out at that resort at that time. And this is now a distraction that you guys are going to have to answer to. And even though it's not what it looks like, and the thing that everybody is wondering about didn't happen, I still have to be accountable. But it is interesting to me. He talks about accountability and standing there. But you had a good opening statement, and there's still not really any answers to the question. So I guess in his mind, as long as I'm accountable to the people that are in my life and I'm accountable to the players, I don't need to do much more publicly.
It's a strange thing because we are in these coming from a sports media side. The people that are there are not. Now, there may have been a couple TMZ reporters, but bear with me. By and large, it's the New England Patriots, and they're covering the Patriots. Who's at middle linebacker? Who's the receiver? What are you doing at left tackle? Who's going to start? You have coaching changes. They come at it this way.
Whoever was typing on that computer has done 3 mocks about what the Patriots are going to do in the first round this week.
Right, So because that's the angle, something that goes outside of that, while salacious and maybe interesting to a lot of members of the public, isn't really Patriots. In other words, the head coach did this thing on personal time. That doesn't adversely affect preparation for the season or a game plan or otherwise. It's kind of his personal thing. So it's weird. I'm not sure. This is one of those murky areas to me where I'm not sure what we're owed as members of the sports media. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if there's hey, I was giving her illegal information and she was using it to place wagers, that's our business. I falsified injury reports and snuck her the real information. That's our business. But I don't know how much of this we're entitled to. It's a strange place for me to be where I go, again, you mentioned, I echo your statements about Diana. She's been nothing but very kind to me. I like her a great deal. And, I think it's unfortunate. I wish her the best. The part from this, my general view is your personal thing, you got to deal with your family. You got to talk to your wife. Not my business what you said or how you said it. I don't really care about it that bad. But if you're doing something that now affects my thing, which is football, like if I'm a Patriots fan and you get suspended for 5 games for something, I care about that way more than you did something you probably shouldn't have done. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of where I come at it. So it's a strange place for me to go. I'm not sure what the protocol is here. Like, is it done now? He gave that vague statement, as you said, where he answered no questions about it. Said, yeah, I get why you're asking. Next question. Are we entitled to more? I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I think it's the right question. I mean, for me, how he addressed it with his team is probably the thing that matters the most. Because it was only a few days before that where he was, lecturing's not the right word, but kind of taking one of his players to task for something that they had done, where they had liked some post and had gotten a lot of feedback for it. And he talked about, not being a distraction and we got to handle everything as a family. And then this happens, right? You'd love him to come out and just give you the details and the information. And if he did something, then tell you and apologize for it. I don't know how realistic that is. It's one of those things where it's personal, except that when you're in that kind of role, nothing's that personal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you get paid the millions and the millions of dollars. But was not a good look, very clearly. I hate, that it happened and whatever happened. And it stinks that a friend of ours is in the middle of this thing. But he had to talk. He was supposed to do a press conference last week that got canceled. And he acknowledged today in that statement we played, the reason for that was pushing it back so that he could talk to the team first when they were together for OTAs, which I guess does make a lot of sense because, you could probably just do the presser first, but he's like, I wanted to address my team. And if that's the way you wanted to handle it, fine. We're closing in on the draft. We've been talking about it quite a bit already today. We are just 2 days away from round one. We've been counting down with 10 different draftees in 10 days that could be the pick for the Washington Commanders. So let's keep the countdown going. Let's spin the wheel and see who we're talking about today.
Arvell Reese, edge linebacker, Ohio State.
Stepping up, and he's taken down behind the line of scrimmage. Arvell Reese.
And there goes the first sack. Arvell Reese cleans it up in the backfield.
1st and 10 at the 29. Altmaier, guess who? Arvell Reese.
It's the most Gus Johnson call ever right there.
Reese! From the palestra for some reason.
It's like me doing the national, which is a little bit gussy. 4.46 40 for a guy who's 6'4" and 241 pounds. Just a complete and utter specimen, an absolute baller athlete. He's been an off-ball linebacker. He's making the transition to the edge. The comps, he reeks of Micah Parsons. It's the same kind of transition, the same type of football player. Does he need to get bigger in the upper body? Is he strong enough? Not yet. I think he will get there. He just doesn't have a lot of experience at the edge position, so it's going to take some time to diagnose some things, run, pass, play action, use his hands correctly. It doesn't do a great job with that right now, but there's way more strengths. The how dynamic he is, the fact that he has shown in the limited reps he's had as a pass rusher, the ability to kind of seek and destroy and be a heat-seeking missile. He's only 20 years old. This might be the guy that's the most projectable with the most growth in front of him in the whole class.
So there's still a little bit of mystery. And here's the mystery. He didn't do the thing that we're hoping he does full-time in college, right? The projectable skill set is obvious. I think of the player that I got to know not much, a little bit. He was there actually after I mostly left St. Albans as a coach. But Matt Bowman, who's pitched in the major leagues for some time, was a shortstop in high school. And a scout comes to a game and goes, that's a pitcher. What are you talking about? He's a shortstop, good athlete. No. You can tell because of this, and this, right? They see things the rest of us don't. This is obvious. When he blitzed, when he rushed, 4.5 sacks, 16 tackles behind the line of scrimmage, a havoc-wreaking type player. The links and parallels to Micah Parsons are obvious. It's like 2.0. It looks like the second coming of a dominant defensive player. But the only mystery is that's not what he majored in, so to speak. He also did this, the thing that we want him to do the most at the next level. That's the only thing we don't know. And he didn't do all the athletic testing. Why would he? He's going second overall.
And the length, the size, special, and then he can move, 96th percentile. Speed, which at the position, the 40 is not the best metric, but when you look at the 10-yard split, some of those things, he's going to scoot. He can do all the things, checks all the boxes. Now it's about learning how to become a legitimate pass rusher. All right, next, we can ask Bucky Brooks about Arvell Reese. He's not going to be there for Washington almost certainly at this point. When we started our series, there was a thought maybe he could slide into their lap. It does not look like that's going to happen, but we'll talk to Bucky Brooks of NFL Network fame next on Grant and Danny.
NFL Draft just a couple of days away. Thursday, the first round gets underway. Rounds 2 and 3 on Friday, and then rounds 4 through 7 on Saturday. The Commanders picking 7th overall on Thursday night. NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. 3 game 2s on the docket. Sixers and Celtics at 7 o'clock. Boston leads the series 1-0. Trailblazers and Spurs. That'll be at 8 o'clock. San Antonio up 1-0 in that series. And Rockets at the Lakers. That'll be at 10:30 tonight. The Lakers lead that series 1-0. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight as well. Canadians and Lightning at 7 o'clock. Bruins and Sabres at 7:30. Mammoth and Golden Knights at 9:30. And the Kings and the Avalanche at 10 o'clock. All those 4 are game 2s. In baseball, the Nationals take on the Braves for game 2 of a 4-game set at Nationals Park. 6:45 right here on 106.7 The Fan. Nats on deck getting underway at 6:15 with Charlie and Dave. Foster Griffin going to take on former National Reynaldo Lopez. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
From the Navy Yard on Half Street in D.C. In studio with you for the next 2 days before we're out and about for the NFL Draft. Grant and Danny on The Fan, and we are joined now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, by Bucky Brooks, an NFL Network analyst. You can see him on NFL Channel's live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft Thursday through Saturday. Available on all platforms. Cannot wait to tune in for the draft. Bucky, thank you for the time. How are you?
I'm great. How you guys doing?
We're great, man. Great time of year.
When you get ready for your Thursday through Saturday shows, how much of what you think of players is your own tape study versus like what you're hearing from people in buildings?
Oh, it's all my tape study because I got to own my opinion. So that's the difficult thing about living in the mock draft world. Is sometimes the mock draft gets convoluted into people thinking that's what you think about a player, as opposed to understanding that the mock draft is what you think teams think about a player or what you've heard that teams think about a player versus what you actually think about a player when you rank people from 1 to 100 or whatever it is your list is.
Bucky, I want to start at number 2. Looking at your latest mock here. The Jets have their choice between Bailey and Reese. What are they choosing between here ultimately? Kind of break down both players for me and why you ultimately have them going David Bailey.
Ultimately, what you're choosing is, do you want the polished, experienced player in David Bailey, or do you want the guy with tremendous upside in Arvell Reese? In David Bailey, you have a guy who has done it for multiple years, first at Stanford, then at Texas Tech, but last year really popped for him with 14 and a half sacks. Arvell Reese, you're talking about a guy who's a one-year starter, a guy who's a tremendous athlete, a guy who shows flashes of being able to handle the responsibilities of being an off-ball linebacker and an edge defender, but it's going to take him time to settle into either role, whether it's linebacker or edge rusher. For me, if I'm thinking about the Jets, I'm thinking about what Aaron Glenn was a part of in Detroit. They got an established pass rusher in Aiden Hutchinson, and that set the tone for their rebuild. I am saying that he probably leans into that because that was his experience. That's why I put Bailey over Arvell Reese in that scenario.
Bucky, what about the other New York team that really shook up the top 10, the trade the Giants made with the Bengals? Give me a thought from both parties' perspective on Dexter Lawrence for the 10th pick. You don't see that kind of blockbuster in this league very often.
No, you don't see that, but I think this comes down to John Harbaugh wanting to establish his culture. And if you have a disgruntled player who's not going to kind of play nicely in the sandbox, then you move on from him. Now, people will talk about the cost of doing business and giving up the 10th pick, but if you are the Giants, one, you want that currency and capital because it gives you a chance to get 2 blue-chip players within the top 10. If you're the Bengals, you're saying there's not a defender that would be on the board that would give us what Dexter Lawrence has proven to be able to give as a player when he's in shape and ready to go. So to me, it's a potential win-win for both parties. But I'm going to say this because everyone is saying, oh, the Giants fleeced the Bengals. The hardest thing to do in the National Football League is to turn picks into big-time players. Can they pick the right players to make it happen? The last time they had 2 top 10 picks, it was Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal. And you can decide whether you like that or not. But it's really hard to turn 2 picks into 2 prominent players.
Bucky, as you kind of go through your study here, I'm not saying who do you think the best player is, but who is your favorite player that makes you smile when you think about this draft class?
Well, I tell you, the best player to me is Jeremiah Love. And so when I look at him and watch him play, I get excited because I know we're at a point where we don't value running backs the way that we used to, but he is it. He's a total package. And when I think about the grades that I've given, man, he may have the highest grade that I've given since Reggie Bush when Reggie Bush came out. Now, Reggie Bush didn't play like I thought he would play, but that's the kind of love that you're giving Jeremiah Love. He can run it. He can catch it. He can make it happen from anywhere on the field. He's tough enough to handle a heavy workload and grind it out. He checks off all the boxes. This dude has star quality, star potential. We'll see if he lives up to that, though.
So how would you compare him when you look at the guys drafted first half the first round? I'm thinking Bijan in 23, Saquon in 2018 in the top 10, Fournette in 17, McCaffrey in 17, Zeke in 16, Gurley in 15. How does he stack up to those types of guys, or even Gibbs, who went 12 more recently?
Look, I would say that all those guys that were taken in the top 10, with the exception of Leonard Fournette, he's right there because all of the guys, and here's the thing that's funny about running backs. We always talk about, like, man, you can't do it, but all those guys you named, all were dominant players with the exception of Leonard Fournette, and he was playoff Lenny. Those other guys lived up to the hype that is supposed to accompany someone being a top 10. Look, I think he's right in there. Whether you want to stack him with Saquon and Zeke and Christian McCaffrey, all of them have been great in their own way. I think he's the next great running back to enter the league.
Bucky Brooks with us here on Grant and Danny. So a couple teams I don't have a great feel for here, Bucky. It really right in the middle of this, top 10. 3, Arizona, 4, Tennessee, and 5, the Giants. Especially now that the Giants have an extra pick, which we just sort of referenced here. I don't have a great sense of where they go. How comfortable are you? How confident are you in trying to mock those 3 teams?
I mean, it's really challenging because you just don't know. And just starting with the Cardinals, do the Cardinals go with what their need is, which is an offensive tackle, or do they go with best player available? If you go with best player available, that player is probably going to have a grade that is better or higher than the offensive tackle. If you go with the need, well, now that puts the onus on the Tennessee Titans to figure out what do they want to do. Do they want to take a running back? Do they want to take an edge rusher or a linebacker? How does that go? At 5, you're the New York Giants. You have to make a determination. Are you thinking about offense or defense? Are you thinking about offensive lineman with Francis Mauigoa? Are you thinking about Spencer Benoit? Like, what are you thinking? So because it's like a set of dominoes, the Arizona Cardinals have the most pivotal pick because who they take determines what the rest of the pecking order looks like throughout the rest of the draft in the top 10.
Bucky Brooks, NFL Network, ESPN, ABC all provide live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft in Pittsburgh beginning Thursday night, 8 Eastern, of course. We've got our draft show at Honor Brewing from 8 to 11. You can listen to me and Danny on that broadcast. Bucky, one of my issues with the draft industry sometimes can be the herd mentality of, like, everyone just kind of sees it the same way when they hear it because they're having the same conversations. And I wonder about the quarterback position to get your eval on this. How sure are we that Mendoza is can't miss and that Ty Simpson is not a first rounder? It just feels like everyone decided that before the process began and nothing's changed.
Yeah, there's a lot of herd mentality when it comes to all of it. And I would say, like, individually, here's what I would say about Fernando Mendoza. Fernando Mendoza is a really, really good player. Fernando Mendoza is worthy of being number 1 based on the Raiders being number 1 and having an obvious need at quarterback. Fernando Mendoza is not a transcendent player. He's not a transcendent star. What he is a tough-minded, high IQ quarterback who is going to be a great fit within this system. It's interesting that the Raiders went and got Kirk Cousins because there are a lot of similarities between Mendoza and Kirk Cousins and Jared Goff and others. In that system, he could play at a high level. Ty Simpson's biggest issue is Ty Simpson is great when it comes to teaching tape. If I had a young athlete that was playing quarterback, I would have him look at Ty Simpson because the footwork and the mechanics are flawless. That said, he only has 15 starts in the league. And of those, the first 9 were great. The last 6 were so-so. And you're talking about an inexperienced player who doesn't have prototypical size, and he was hurt as he flamed out down the stretch. There are not a lot of positives that would suggest that he is going to play at a high level right away because with 15 or fewer starts, you're talking about Dwayne Haskins, Mitch Trubisky, you're talking about Anthony Richardson and some other guys. the track record is not great for an inexperienced player to come in and play at a high level.
Bucky, what's your view on field of Ruben Bain? And then maybe a second point on where your off-field concerns lie with him. If it's just, hey, one incident that seems bad, or if there's still some questions about something else there, maybe that's worse. One mistake doesn't make a person's life, et cetera. But where are you at on him on field, and then kind of weigh that extra bit off field as well?
Well, we talk about the extra bit first. The one thing that we're not privy to is we don't have all the information in terms of what took place. Like the NFL and the teams, they'll have far more information that we can never gather. And then what happens is typically it is set by ownership in terms of what you will tolerate, what you won't tolerate within the building. So every team will view him differently if the incident is part of a pattern that you have a character concern. On the field, the biggest thing is, look, man, I don't know if I've ever seen a defensive lineman play with as much effort and energy as Ruben Bain. Man, he plays from snap to whistle as hard as anybody that we've seen. But short arms can be a concern depending on how he matches up with certain people. You got to kind of weigh that. You got to look at the tape and see if it's an issue. It doesn't appear to be a main issue on tape, but I will say this. I never had him projected to be what I would call the lead pass rusher of a defense. I think he's more the complement. So if this was superheroes, he's more Robin than Batman. But depending on how good Batman is on the opposite side of him, he could be a very effective and disruptive player for a team that is already kind of locked and loaded on their front line.
Bucky Brooks on Grant and Danny. How do you rank your top 3 wide receivers in this class?
And I'm going to say this before the buzz got going crazy over Jordan Tyson. Jordan Tyson is number 1. Cornell Tate is number 2. Mekhi Lemon was 3. And I've said that from day one. You can check my top 5. Jordan Tyson, to me, has special qualities. He is the type of player that reminds me a lot of Jackson Smith and Jigba. When Jackson Smith and Jigba, it's a very similar scenario. Didn't really play his last year because of injury, but when he came into the league, you see the route running ability and what he did. Jordan Tyson had a similar plight. He can play inside and outside. He dominates when he's on the field. Catching the ball is very easy for him. He has star quality. Cornell Tate also has star ability, but this is a guy that reminds me a lot of Devontae Adams. Great route runner, terrific hands and ball skills. All of those things as a 3-level playmaker. He can do it short, intermediate, and deep and make it happen. The biggest issue that you have with Cornell Tate, he has never been a number 1 receiver. At Ohio State, he played opposite of the guy, Jeremiah Smith, who was the one that commanded all of the attention. So when you're projecting someone to be a number 1 receiver in the league, you want to have proof and evidence that he can do it. Doesn't mean that he can't be a great player, but if you're projecting him as a number 1 receiver, you're projecting the unknown. Regardless, he can be a stand-up player, outstanding player in the right system. Mekhi Lemon is the best slot receiver that we have in the draft. He is fantastic going over the middle, tough, courageous, competitive, great hand-eye coordination, ball skills. He has all of that. The reason why you wouldn't rank him number 1, typically you just don't see guys at that stature who aren't explosive in terms of speed-wise, kind of command attention as a number 1, but in the right role, he can be a dominant player. All of these guys are role players, meaning you got to put them in the right role for them to have success. If you do that, you can have a Pro Bowl caliber player.
So 2 follow-ups quickly on that. One on Tyson. What's your level of concern with the injuries? Do you flag him at all if you're running a draft room? And then the other one would be just generally, is there a guy like we've been talking at 7 with Washington taking a wide receiver? Are these guys of the caliber where that makes sense, or in a normal year would you say this is deeper into the first round caliber wideouts?
I would say the injuries are a concern, and that's the one thing that as a decision maker, you got to work with the medical team to kind of see what that long-term prognosis is. Now, just because he had injuries in college doesn't necessarily guarantee that he's going to have them in the pros, but you don't know. So you want to dig into that and feel comfortable about taking them on and assuming the risk that you assume with someone who's been injured multiple times throughout college. As it relates to whether these guys would be the normal top 5 picks, I don't know. I can't necessarily say that they are in that Jamar Chase category that when you take them 5, you expect them to be top 1, 2, or 3 immediately. I would say in this draft class, because we only can draft them this year, I would say they certainly are worthy of being top 10 picks based on who they're competing against for their spots. But I don't know if we're having a generational draft if either one of those guys would rank as a top 10 wide receiver.
Bucky, educate me on this real quick. In a draft with, and you just touched on this, without a ton of guys at our traditional positions of higher value, thinking quarterback, left tackle, pass rush, et cetera. It's a lot of, Caleb Downs is really good, Love, running back, et cetera. Why aren't folks thinking about Mansour Delane higher? I mean, top 10, 11, 12, obviously that's a pretty high draft pick, high first rounder, but premium spot ran real fast and seems like the tape is pretty good. What am I missing there on Delane?
He's a really good player. He is talented. He can do all those things that you talk about, like playing man, playing off, zone. He can do all those things. Like, he's a tackler, he's feisty and those things. I would say that, like, sometimes when you look at other players, they had maybe more special in terms of whether it's like just the feel, the aura, the dominance that you saw them play with. I can't say that he's in that category like we saw with like Derek Stingley or even a Sauce Gardner, but he's a really good player. And over time, he might just be as good as those guys. I think he's probably hampered a little bit by LSU not having a great season, so we maybe didn't see those marquee matchups and games that we would see with some. But he is a really, really good player. He's someone that ranks certainly in the top 10 in this class. It's just interesting there isn't the buzz about him that we've seen for other corners.
Bucky Brooks, NFL Network. Have an excellent draft day, and thanks for a few minutes.
Hey, man, thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, buddy.
Our pleasure. Thank you. There's Bucky Brooks on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. NFL Network, ESPN, ABC. Your draft coverage on television Thursday at 8 East time. It'll be rolling in the bar. We will be out and about Honor Brewing from 8 to 11 on Thursday night. We're just 2 days away, finally, from the Commanders picking at number 7. Our double play is next. Our Beltway Blitz in 20 minutes on The Fan. Draft coverage on the Fan is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Speaking of the draft, we've got a draft watch party in 2 days on Thursday night at Honor Brewing in Loudoun County. We're going to be at Honor Brewing. That is technically in Sterling if you're punching it into the GPS.
Mm-hmm.
8 to 11, we're hosting Junkies, 6:30 to 8, batting leadoff that night.
So I've been going over to Nationals Park. This is my, 18th year, I guess, going to games at Nats Park. It was opened in 2008. Going there off and on. Two things about yesterday. I'm going over there a lot. And no one's going to care about this, but it is the double play. It's kind of when we sort of explain this. Behind the scenes, Grant, you, me, Tobes, we're all doing some Nats post games this year, which is awesome. We're grateful for it. We're excited about it. It's cool. We all love baseball, and it's just a great fit, and it's a lot of fun. So I like to drive over there, even though it's really close, so I can get out and go instead of hoofing it back up Half Street, back in our garage, etc. So anyway, drive over. Tobes and I drive to the parking garage, get out, and we kind of go through this one entrance where we got our badges, and we have to go through some security, and we kind of walk all the way around. That's the typical thing. Toby goes, why don't you take the ramp? I go, the what? He goes, the ramp. I go, what ramp? I don't even know what are you talking about, the ramp? There's no ramp. It's a long walk around. You have to show your badge to 9 people, and then you go in the elevator, then you walk up, you got to go past all the... He goes, no, there's a ramp. I had no idea about the ramp. I've been going to Nats Park for 18 years. Not as if I've been out there in the kind of the deep bowels all the time.
Point of order, 19 seasons.
There we go. This is our 19th year.
2008 it opened.
Toby showed me kind of a secret path that saves me, no joke, 12 minutes of walking. It's you already know it. I think you showed Tobes, who bestowed it upon me last night. When we go in that security entrance on the side by the garage, you know what I'm talking about,
Yes.
right? It looks like there's no place for human beings to go, and you're not meant to go that way.
Just keep going.
There's like kegs of beer and
You'll be surprised
storage
to know
and stuff.
that the first time I kind of stumbled into this, I just kind of was like, well, I'm just going to keep walking until someone stops me.
You went full pulsing on it, which is what you do, but it dumps us out right by where I needed to go in a little toaster oven to drop my stuff off to make my way to the press box. It was a game-changing experience, because what was going to happen is I got to get out there, and you do this too, and we got to check in with our guy Vic. We got to connect to Vic, okay? And Vic likes it done a certain way. Vic doesn't like it your way. He likes it done the way Vic likes it done, okay? So I've made a promise to Vic that when I'm doing post-game, I will check in as soon as I possibly can, which means I'm probably getting up to the press box after first pitch. I'm scrambling, trying to grab my food, etc.
So I am a little bit confused. So do you go to the red box before the game?
I did yesterday.
You did?
Yes.
To check in?
Yes, to connect, to turn the power on and connect to the studio. You do this thing where it's like your airport philosophy. It's going to work, and you just kind of go with it.
So a couple of things. It's not that crazy to assume that the thing that we've done 800 times will work the same the 801st time, just to be clear. You hit power, and then you hear Vic talk. That's kind of how it works every single time. It's always worked that way as long as no one has been in there messing with things the night before. But no, what I do is in the 7th inning or so, 6th inning, 7th inning, whatever, I go down to the red box. I just, to your point, because Vic wants me to. I would never do this if it was up to me.
Right.
But it's Vic's operation.
It's Vic's operation.
He runs a clean, good show. It's a network level broadcast. People sleep on this. Like Charlie and Dave are amazing. The reason Nats baseball sounds as pristine as it does most nights is because of Slichter Victor Ferreira, right? So the first night when I didn't do it, no one had told me to do it. I just thought, hey, it'll be perfectly reasonable. I'll just show up and go in. Vic was very put out. Clearly,
you didn't like it.
Very annoyed by that.
And I don't like annoyed Vic.
There was huffing and puffing, and he's like, "Well, Craig used to always do it this way." And I'm like, "Okay, nobody told me that. I had no idea. This is the part where you tell me that, and I'll do it." So now my move is in the 7th inning tonight, or whatever it is. I will go down all the way to the red box in left field. Then I will go wait behind home plate to go out onto the field for the post game interview. Then I will go back to the red box. It adds a giant pain in the ass.
Yes.
It's a lot of walking. It's a lot to do. But as you said, we're lucky to be doing it. We're happy to be doing it. We're paid to be there. And I get really excited about the post-game interview part as well. I think that's really cool. So it's all going to work out. But I have added that. What I'm not going to do, though, is a pregame check-in. That doesn't make any sense
So
to me.
I'm eliminating steps. So you're making an extra trip that I'm not going to be making.
Understood, but you're turning it on and leaving it on for 3 hours.
That's right.
It times out anyway. It gets all hot. Like, to me, that's the worst of all the options.
So I just don't want those extra steps. So here's where the beauty of it is. This shortcut, instead of going all the way around, up, back to it, then up to the press box, then back down to retrieve the different things, and up to Jack to get the microphone for on field, to wait on the side, even though the Nats never win when I'm there. They're like 1 in 7,000 at home. I haven't done an on-field interview yet, and we're almost to May. Whatever the point is, I may do one at some point. But we got it dropped off. And Toby showed me a shortcut. I was blown away.
I can't believe you didn't know about it.
The second part here, and this is probably the most important part, I had 2 ice creams before the 4th inning.
2 ice creams.
In the press box.
Did you have a third, or did you keep it to 2?
I stopped at 2, only because Toby videoed me. Had he not videoed me, I'm here to tell you right now, I would have done a third.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing that he videoed you?
It's both.
Okay.
It's bad because I felt the shame. Let me just real quick. That's the shame bell.
Well, no, use the real shame bell.
I couldn't find it. I didn't see it.
Shame
not here, right?
bell, where are you?
Look, shame bell. Raja.
Who moved the shame bell?
Raja, shame bell. Where are you?
Who moved the shame Tatum?
Where's the George Bell?
Darius, you have the shame bell. What's it doing?
Can you do it, Darius, real quick? Yeah. That's the 2 ice cream shame. Okay. So I had the 2 ice creams. He videoed it. Had he not videoed
every
it.
time Danny ate an ice cream, all the people over 70 in the ballpark went, ICECREAM. Woo! What if they did that every time?
Maybe they should feel as embarrassed as they normally should feel. But the point is, I had 2 ice creams. Toby documented it. It would have been a third before the 5th inning, but it was already on video, and I just couldn't do it.
All that's great. I have a quick question. Toby, you rode over with him yesterday to the ballpark during the thing he always does that makes no sense to me, where he drives over in the middle of rush hour at ball game time?
I did. I plan to do that move today.
What was it? As terrible as I assume? It's got to take 15 minutes.
No, it wasn't that bad.
Really?
No, it wasn't that bad.
Because instead of walking at a time right before first pitch where everyone's in the Navy Yard and everyone's getting to the ballpark, Danny drives over. It would seem to me it would just be so much more efficient to walk over.
It might be more efficient on the front end. It's annoying. It's annoying on the back end.
Well, but why don't you park over there when you get here?
I'm saving trips. That at some point you have to undo what you've done. So when you're like, then I have to go here and go double back. I don't do that. So in other words, I'm taking away.
But you don't get there by first pitch half the time.
Sure I do.
You're now that running in at the last.
Well, now that I've got the efficient way to go, I'll be there.
We'll see about that.
Yeah.
I
look forward to seeing.
So I take that way to go home when I leave out of here. I go around that backside of the ballpark and pass by that garage. It's a pretty easy ride to get back there. So it's I can see.
I mean, there are 2 traffic disruptions. There are 2 spots where there's traffic.
Half the time, like we're both going to the ballpark. I walk, you drive, and I'm finishing my dinner by the time Danny walks in sweating and like Jake Irvin has thrown 3 pitches and there's a runner at first. That's normally how the day goes. So it can't be that fast.
Jake Irvin had trouble in the first inning?
Well,
last night, 3 up, 3 down for Jakey.
That's right. But like you could tell me it's not that, like I've seen it 50 times. He's never sitting in the press box.
I don't claim it's faster, but the back end is faster.
You're
and I'm not
saving your
walking
bacon.
on Half Street with everybody else. And that to me is the difference.
But I'm saying you could park there when you get here.
Sure. Then I've got to do 2 extra laps. I've got to walk up there, and then I have to walk back. That way, I'm not doing either of those. See what I'm saying? Anything you do, the way you do it, you have to undo. Every trip that you make, you have to make an extra trip. I'm cutting out trips. See what I'm saying?
I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just I just want to get to the game. I want to be at the game with my scorecard in front of me and sitting there when the game starts.
I'll race you tonight, Grant. I'm going to drive over. You walk over. We'll see who gets there first. I'm not going to do
Danny. Because you can't race walk Toby because you'll beat him.
Yeah, I'm not going to do no worries. I'm not speed walking.
You're driving over tonight?
Yeah.
So you're going to do the Danny bit.
I'm going to do the Danny bit.
That's a terrible idea.
I've turned him onto it.
Why are you going to do that?
I'm going to do the Danny bit because last night.
I mean, I expect insanity from Danny.
So can you be Toby and document his ice creams?
Gladly.
Thank you.
The fact that he is following in your footsteps is heartbreaking.
He gets it.
Like, he doesn't. He's doing it the wrong way.
I was walking back from the ballpark last night. I'm like, you know what I could be doing right now? Not walking. I could be driving home.
Enjoy your traffic at 6:27. Beltway Blitz is next. Speaking of the Beltway, there's a lot of traffic on the Beltway. We should call it the half street right before first pitch blitz. Look for Toby, by the way. He'll be the guy sitting at one of the stoplights. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Just 2 more days until the Commanders will make the 7th overall pick in the NFL Draft. First round coming up on Thursday, second and third round on Friday, and then the rest of the draft to follow on Saturday. NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. 3 Game 2s in action. The Sixers taking on the Celtics at 7 o'clock. Boston up 1-0 in that series. Trailblazers and Spurs to follow at 8 o'clock. San Antonio up 1-0 in that series. Rockets and Lakers at 10:30. Lakers lead that series 1-0. 4 games in the NHL playoffs. Canadiens and Lightning. Montreal up 1-0 in that series. That'll begin at 7 o'clock. Bruins and Sabres at 7:30. Buffalo up 1-0 in that series. The Mammoth will take on the Golden Knights at 9:30. Vegas up 1-0 in that series. And the Kings will take on the Avalanche at 10 o'clock tonight. Colorado leads that series 1-0. Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Braves for Game 2 of the 4-game series at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 right here on the Fan. Foster Griffin, the lefty, takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-0 with a 3.05 ERA. He'll take on former National Reynaldo Lopez for the Braves, who is 1-0 with a 2.18 ERA. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Beltway Blitz, 1 minute away. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Sponsored exclusively by the law firm, Condori and Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for the Blitz. We'll cover the NFL, and the Commanders will start you off, though, on the hardwood. 3 playoff games in the NBA tonight. Sixers, Celtics, Blazers, Spurs, Rockets, Lakers, all tipping off in a tripleheader that starts at about 7 East time. Let's welcome onto the show, friend of the program, our guy, Chris Miles, NBA TV. Chris, of the 3 games tonight, you get to watch one of them. Which one are you choosing?
Well, I've been on Wimby watch all year, so I have to be biased and say Spurs and Blazers, and love seeing former Wizard Denny Avdia do his thing. But that Rockets-Lakers one is the most intriguing of them, right? I mean, I was kind of expecting the Rockets to steamroll the Lakers, and the Lakers won Game 1 without Luka, Austin Reeves. I'm watching that one closely to see what happens in that series.
Do you have any issue with the Denny trade for the Wizards?
So first of all, the value contract that Denny had, I think where the Wizards were heading, the trade made sense. But once they signed him to a de-escalating contract and seeing that rookies are going to make more money than him during these 4 years, I was like, no, I don't make that deal at that time. I understand what the Wizards did, but seeing Denny's ascension, I'm not sure that happens in D.C., but I didn't like the trade at the time just because of what I'd heard about Denny and where his career could go. And I did not know he would go this far as being a guy who's a certified all-star and a leader of a team. But I didn't like the trade at the time because I did see a lot of upside with him, especially with his contract.
Chris, do you think the number 1 seed in the East, Pistons, are in a bit of trouble?
I do. And I mean that in the sense of with the Orlando Magic, man, they're a team that underachieved like the last 2 or 3 years. You kept waiting for them to arrive, and the Pistons kind of took that spot. But if you just look at the roster, the Magic have suffered so many injuries, and that's a big reason why they've underachieved. And I'm like, they're healthy. And Franz Wagner took over in that fourth quarter in Game 1. This is not an 8 seed. I know they're sitting there at 8, but this is more like a 4 or 5 seed in the Eastern Conference. And you look at this more like a second-round matchup, and I think the Pistons, they're in for a dogfight.
Who's coming out of the West?
Again, man, I'm biased. I really do have either the Spurs or the Nuggets. I think the Spurs showed us this season they can beat anybody. But if they got to face Nikola Jokic, he's got that grown man game that Wemby's got to get to, and I think he's the only one that I see like, yeah, Wemby's not ready for that guy just yet. But outside of that, man, I got to say the San Antonio Spurs top to bottom.
So pretty much winner of that second-round series, assuming the Nuggets get by the Timberwolves, that's who you got going to the finals more so than the Thunder?
Yeah, and I say that because, look, the gauntlet of trying to repeat, there's a reason why it's been, 7 different champions in 7 different years. The Thunder have been banged up this season. The Spurs have the Thunder's number, right? Like, they have the matchup against them. They've won the season series, and everybody knows that's been part of the Spurs' ascension. But Denver kind of has that over the Spurs. So Denver's got to beat Minnesota, and Minnesota's been to back-to-back Western Conference Finals. So, but I do think if the Spurs face the Timberwolves, the Spurs beat the Timberwolves a lot easier than the Nuggets.
Chris Miles, NBA TV. A couple of the series in the East that we haven't mentioned from last night's action. The Cavs jumped out to a 2-0 series lead over the Raptors, 115-105 winners, and then you had Atlanta surviving the Knicks to even that series at a game apiece. What were your takeaways?
You know, I think the Hawks, if you look at the way they ended the regular season, 20-5 in their last 25 games, you kind of look at the data of the Jonathan Kuminga trade, the Trae Young deal, and they're a different team than they were at the start of the season. I think the Knicks got that firsthand look at some of that toughness. C.J. McCollum obviously cooking Jalen Brunson at the end of the game. I don't know if the Hawks are a team that has, quote, arrived yet, but I think if they can take this to 6 or 7 games or even beat the Knicks, then we'll look at them like, oh, man, they're way ahead of schedule and they have arrived. So I think this is a big series for the Hawks, and I do think they stand a chance just because I think they're a lot tougher a team today than they were in, say, January.
Chris, thank you as always, buddy. Enjoy the postseason.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my friend. Talk soon. Hit that NFL sounder, please, Darius.
NFL.
At the NFL.
The National Football League.
NFL. Our buddy Nate Davis, USA Today, joins us to talk about the NFL. Nate, what do you believe right now? It feels like there's a new report. There's a bunch of trades that are going to happen. Now there's no trades, or this guy's in the top 10. This guy's out of the top 10. What right now do you feel like is true about the draft in a couple of days?
I think the Colton Hoods, the Jermod McCoy slide, the Tennessee cornerback with the knee issue, I think that's probably a real one to keep an eye on, unless somebody's really willing to overlook that. But, I mean, that's kind of tough with the corner position. Jeremiah Love to Arizona at number 3, I tend to think is your classic smokescreen. But we'll find out. But that feels like maybe one that's getting floated out there to see if maybe they can get Tennessee to trade up and get him. I don't know. We'll find out. But that one feels like a little less credible to me. But we shall see soon.
Nate, despite your national work, I don't know if people know this, you are a local guy in the DMV. What did you make of the Commanders' new uniform rollout? I'm just curious from a little national perspective and also some of the response around town.
I mean, I thought the Commanders were kind of trying to have it both ways. I mean, I was looking, I tried to get them as early as I could, and I mean, the moment I saw the spear in the alternate logo, I was like, I thought they were asking for trouble. I get that they're trying to tie the past to the future and move away from the old nickname. They've done all that obviously, but my colleague Josh Peter wrote about it and reached out to some Native American groups, and I mean that story got huge interest on USA Today's website. And I mean, it's worth noting, I mean, of the Native American groups he interviewed, most strongly disapproved of the alternate logo. One did not and thought that it was a fair representation of Native Americans. But others did not. I thought in the team statement, they very much, or the release, they very much tried to kind of define what spear meant in terms of this logo, in terms of leading from the front, and as it pertains to a military commander. But I don't know how much they would have been sacrificing by just going with the black uniform without inserting the spear, but I get what the Commanders were trying to do. But I mean, I also get that people have strong feelings about the issue.
Nate, what'd you make of the Giants moving and shaking with Dexter Lawrence and now having 2 picks in the top 10?
I thought it was an indictment of the draft in some ways, that the Bengals saw they were better off getting a veteran 28-year-old player and giving him an additional $28 million as opposed to thinking they could get a player that could cause that type of impact on their defense this year at 28 and moving forward. And it also speaks to the fact that they're clearly in a win-now mode. But I thought it was generally good enough deal for both sides. Bengals gave up a lot, but I think it kind of tells you how deep this draft is or actually isn't.
I'm going to set the over-under at 1.5 QBs for round 1. What are you taking?
I mean, I think you're putting the line in the right spot. I think probably all things being equal, it's just going to be Mendoza. But I also think it would make sense if the Cardinals, for instance, at 34, traded back in, if nothing else, to get the fifth-year option. If it's just a matter of moving up, 3 or 4 picks or whatever. So I'm going to guess it winds up being 2, but I don't think it's going to happen organically. If that makes sense.
In terms of Cincinnati, you referenced their move kind of trading out here. Do you think they see maybe an opportunity in the AFC North that might be kind of standing 8 count, a little soft, where Pittsburgh's waiting on Aaron Rodgers to come back, and there's no Tomlin, there's no Harbaugh in that division for the Ravens, the Browns are browsing. Do you sense maybe Cincinnati's going, if our defense is just okay, we could win this division?
I think it's absolutely true, Danny. I mean, I think the numbers bear that out. I mean, I have to go back and look, but I mean, they've lost an outrageous amount of games the last 2 years when they scored 30 and 35 points. I don't think the defense has been. I think it's ranked 31st. I think 2 of the last 3 years, and maybe it was 25th in the other one. But I mean, if they can hold teams to 27 points, basically, they're probably going to win 10 or 11 games. And I mean, as stable as this division has been forever, Cincinnati is the only team that doesn't have a first-year coach there. So, and we've seen rookie head coaches or first-year head coaches in the Mike McCarthy's case have instant success, but usually there's a learning curve and all that. The Ravens have some personal issues certainly to work out. So, yeah, I would almost put Cincinnati as a prohibitive favorite to win the division. I mean, I think it'll probably be closely packed as it usually is, but I think they can definitely win this division, and I think that they need to make moves like this for Joe Burrow to try to maximize his window, while it's open now.
At by Nate Davis on X. Nate, thank you, as always.
All right, fellas. Thank you.
Yeah, much appreciated. Let's localize. The football banner goes to Ashburn and the Commanders. Our buddy Michael Phillips, the Richmonder and Odyssey Richmond, joins us now. Michael, a lot of rumors, a lot of speculation since you were last on the show. As of this moment, if you had to bet all the money you've got in savings on who the Commanders are going to take at 7, who would you go with?
Right. It's so hard at 7 because it depends how the board falls before it. If you're asking me to pick a guy, probably Sonny Styles. He's athletic. I think Adam Peters likes him. If you're asking me to pick a guy and put my money on him, I want Caleb Downs. Bring him to Washington. I think he's a star. I love guys who pop on tape. But you're right, is Styles going to be available? I can pick Jeremiah Love. Will he be available? The buzz is now, Cardinals are trying to drum up interest at 3 for him. So that's part of what makes this game so hard at 7. I think Peters likes Styles. I love Downs. Everybody loves Love as soon as you watch the tape. It's just all dependent on these dominoes that fall in front of them.
What about Mansour Delane? I think I didn't spend enough time early on, and the more kind of I've read, and now he ran his 40, like the fastest due to live type stuff. I now am way more intrigued than I was maybe a couple of weeks ago. What about him at 7 if the board falls a certain way? Could you see that?
There's a lot to love there, right? The athleticism jumps off the page. Local guy, you got the ties to Virginia Tech, got a cool French-sounding name. There is a lot going for him there. I would argue that I don't think this team, the needs align with bringing in another corner. You drafted a corner high last year at Amos. You have Sanders still, who you believe in. I understand it's a position where you can load up, but I don't know that there's a justified value in ignoring some other very big needs just to go get him unless you're really in love with him.
So we've kind of talked best case scenario out of the chute here. What's the worst case scenario for the Commanders as we're following along at our draft party at Honor Brewing in Loudoun County on Thursday?
Yeah, I mean, the 2 edge rushers go, and then Love goes, and then, from there, right, probably, you get the linebacker off the board. Because at one point there were 3 edge rushers. Now we're talking about a world with 2 edge rushers. I want an edge rusher on the board when they pick, and if it's Bain, that's a tough call, right? Like the athleticism's there, but everything else around him, it's not a given that he's a good fit for this team in this moment with everything this franchise has been through. But I want an edge rusher on the board so that regardless of anything else, you can take that guy, you can feel good about the need, you can feel good about the value at 7. If those guys are gone, you get a run. The Giants are certainly in a spot where they can make your life miserable the way they go. No trade partners calling, right? No option to move down. And you got to settle for a wide receiver for Mansour Delane, a guy who's maybe not an exact fit for what you were looking for in terms of building this football team.
Miguel, is there a spot that's too far to trade back? In other words, like let's say I'm making this up. Let's say the Chargers in the early 20s are like, here's our first, we'll swap with you. Then here's a second round pick or something else. That's a good offer, but it's still 15 picks later. Is that too far back, or is there a spot that's even too far as long as it's a first rounder?
I will one-up you, Danny, and I don't mean to embarrass you by doing that on your own show, but I'm prepared to raise the bar here. I would trade into 2027 without hesitation. If somebody wants to offer me an attractive package for next year, I think you've got what you need on the roster to evaluate Dan Quinn as a defensive coach this year, Jaden Daniels as a quarterback, his future, his ability to stay healthy. I think if Jaden delivers, this is a 10-year window of potentially winning championships. Next year's draft class is better than this year's draft class. If somebody wants to load me up in next year's draft, look at how the Eagles do it. They turn guys into picks every single day, every single way. I would be totally fine with trading out this year's number 7 for a monster package next year that's going to set them up for long-term sustained success.
Michael, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Take care, boys.
Be good as always. Check him out, Odyssey Richmond and the Richmonder. Trent Williams got paid again. The future Hall of Famer is one of the highest grossing athletes in league history and among non-quarterbacks. Nobody's ever been guaranteed more money. He's my DC athlete that got away. We'll talk about others in that category next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. What if selling your home felt more predictable, more controlled, and a lot less stressful? The right strategy is already in place, and serious buyers are walking through their door. Not neighborhood looky-loos, and confidence in how it's all going to play out. Well, that's exactly what Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team, that's what they bring to the table. They don't just put a sign in the yard and hope. They build a strategy designed to get your home sold, from pricing it right to creating demand to negotiating the strongest possible offer. Every step is intentional. Strategy is why homes sold with the Reynolds and Power Home team sell 2 times faster than the average agent. Fewer days on the market, fewer disruptions to your life, and a smoother experience from start to finish. That's why their sellers net 4.27% more on average. For many homeowners, that means over $30,000 more at closing. More money, more control, and more assurance on your next move. Sell with certainty. Your home sold, guaranteed. The winning strategy to sell your home. So call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team now to find out more about this guarantee and their excellent service. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
NFL draft just a couple of days away. Coming up on Thursday, the Commanders holding the 7th overall pick. NBA playoffs and NHL playoffs continuing on the ice. Canadians taking on the Lightning. Game 2 of that series at 7 o'clock. Montreal up 1-0 in that series. Bruins and Sabres at 7:30. Buffalo leads that series 1-0. Mammoth taking on the Golden Knights at 9:30. Vegas up 1-0 in that series, and the Kings taking on the Avalanche at 10 o'clock. Colorado leads that series 1-0. On the hardwood, Sixers and Celtics tonight at 7 o'clock. Game 2 of that series, Boston up 1-0. Trailblazers and Spurs at 8 o'clock. San Antonio up 1-0. And the Rockets will take on the Lakers in Game 2 of that series at 10:30. Lakers lead that series 1-0. Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Braves in Game 2 of the 4 games set at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch, 6:15 pregame right here on the Fan. Foster Griffin starts for the Nationals. Former National Reynaldo Lopez starts for the Braves. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
If you just would have let me see your toe, I could have diagnosed it for you.
I don't know that he could have diagnosed it, but he really wanted to see the toe.
I wanted to see the toe. I could have diagnosed it. He didn't let me see the toe. It remained a mystery. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. See, last week, Darius came in, and he was hobbling around, and he said something was afoot, if I could say that. There was some tomfoolery afoot, if you will. Oh, thank you. He said that he had dropped something on his toe a long time ago. What'd you drop on your toe, by the way?
So I was helping my cousin move a couch out of his mom's house, and the couch dropped right on my big right toe.
When was this?
Roughly 2 years ago.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that is hilarious.
Yeah.
So this was 2 years ago that this happened, and
Correct.
you've done nothing about it ever since, other than just occasionally feel pain.
Yeah. So when it initially happened, and I got home, I mean, it was painful, obviously. A whole couch dropped on my toe. Got home, took off my sock, and the nail was just like completely broken. And it was bleeding.
Okay.
It was awful. The only thing I did about it was put some alcohol on it and kind of just went about my life.
Yeah.
And it hurt. It hurt for the preceding week.
Was
but
that
since then, I have not done anything about it. No.
That was the entirety of all the care you've ever done for it.
Correct. Yes.
And something came to a head last week where you decided to go to a doctor thinking maybe it was broken or something.
So I started to feel pain in that toe for the first time since the incident 2 years ago.
The incident.
Yeah. I started to feel
The
pain
couch
in that
incident.
toe, and it was very sharp pain
The
that I
couch
hadn't
incident
felt.
of 2024, mind you.
right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, started to feel pain in it about roughly 2 weeks ago.
So he was complaining in the I was going to say the producer's room, but the room where we all sit and get ready for the show.
It's a tiny little alcove.
Yeah,
our
yeah,
office.
that's right. It's our office. That's what it is.
We have an office here. It's a professional
gigantic
building.
office, windows. We could see the Capitol, the whole deal. Right? It's beautiful. Probably, I would say, this is just my opinion, one of the nicest offices in D.C.
We actually said it's too much when they offered it to us,
Right.
and it was filled. You had to have your vision going because it was filled with supplies that no one was using, like chairs
Actually,
that were broken.
The part that's too much is that every day CK caters the sandwiches from the local deli and the fruit trays and all that, and he leaves them in there for us.
It's like, we get it. We're special. You know?
And if I was the Junkies or B. Mitch and Finley and I didn't get that treatment, I'd be wondering, why do Grant and Danny get this?
Right. It's like the trade-off. It's like they're on TV, we get a sandwich. It's
Right.
like that's kind of the...
It's a good trade-off,
Yeah.
if I could say that.
Mhm.
So anyway, Darius is telling me about that, and I just really wanted to see the toe, and he's like, I would never show it to you. Apparently, it was super gross looking. It was not the right color. There was like, was there blood and pus? What are we talking about here?
No blood and pus. There's some.
Let's say it as much as we can.
There's some bruising.
Yeah.
The discoloration.
Yeah, there's some
Yeah.
bruising and discoloration of the skin to the right of the nail. So that's where I was kind of like, nah, you don't need to see this.
I just wanted to see it so bad.
Right.
And I asked him several times, let me see it, let me see it, let me see it. And he kept saying, no.
And he was like, no.
So I never got to see it. My point is, I never got to diagnose what I could have. I could have ended any kind of anxieties or nerves or fears. I would have just told you, have no trepidation. This is a basic ingrown toenail. I would have been able to do that for you.
You'd have figured that out. You'd deduce that from all the discoloration and stuff.
My initial thought when he told me what had happened was ingrown toenail. I didn't want to say that until I had seen it. He didn't let me see it, so I never said it.
So you know I have giant big toes. You know that about me?
Are you like the smash toes that are wide?
No, I can show you.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
I'm fine with that.
This is my good toe.
I'm not going to.
Okay, I'll show you the bad toe in a second.
This is a foot show we're doing.
Yeah,
here.
this is a foot
happening.
show. All right, so you see how big my big toe actually is.
Good Lord.
It's not that giant.
Well, I mean, I have size 13 feet.
As I think about it, that toe is pretty big.
Right. So if I had regular
that
toes.
Toe looks like the head of a python.
Right. If I had regular toes, I'd have probably an 11 and a half. But that toe takes me to a 13.
Yeah.
You with me? So I played in a charity baseball game forever ago. And I didn't even realize this.
I feel like we should be doing a junkies bit. The last time someone took their feet out in here, someone licked their feet. Any volunteers over there to lick?
Yeah,
Danny's
I
foot?
did better than Strobes in the college tournament in the bracket. You have to lick a toe. No, so I played and I left my cleats, my baseball cleats, out in the rain.
Yeah,
outside because they were gross, and I left them outside. I totally forgot about it. I didn't think about it until weeks later when I had to pick up and I actually played in another like sort of fill-in game or something like that. And my shoes, I didn't realize they'd shrunk. They had now gotten smaller, so I was walking around or playing a game, and my big toe, which is bigger than all the other toes by a lot, is smashing into the front of that shoe. Right? Long and short, developed these nasty ingrown toenails. So the procedure that Darius had, where they numb it, they take all the Novocaine in the Western Hemisphere, and they're cutting under, just shaving the nail off and draining stuff out of it. Gross. It still hasn't all the way recovered. And this is years ago this happened. Years. Wow. So look at the nail. Can you see it?
You've had... Oh, that's disgusting.
That's the end. So imagine all of it was like that.
So you have nubs toes.
Nubs toes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of unattractive things about me.
Yeah.
That's the top of the list.
That one's tough.
Yeah.
That toenail is the same color as the jerseys at home for the Minnesota Vikings. That's not what you're looking for.
The blank people eaters.
Exactly. Yeah, my daughter Reagan has a favorite color that her room, everything is purple. I'm looking for purple.
Looking for purple.
Yeah, indeed. Well, anyway, the moral of the story is, Danny, two things. One, remember, Danny also has a terrible big toe.
Yep.
And we didn't know that until today. We just shared that with us and everybody else. And secondly, if you would have just showed me, I could have diagnosed it. In the future, let's show each other our body parts that we have issues with. That's all I'm saying.
Dr. Paulson.
Exactly. If everyone's okay with that, we'll just do that.
Yeah, that's a good show policy. We have a tiny little alcove office to do that in.
Exactly.
That's secure.
Indeed.
I do think it's funny that I almost passed out during that procedure yesterday.
Oh, my God.
Witnessing. Well, first of all, I had no idea that I was going to get a procedure done. I thought I was just going for a diagnosis. And then the doctor's just like, all right, let's get this done. I'm like,
what is this? What is that?
What do you mean, get this done?
Get this done.
So here's a needle. It's 4 feet long.
Yep,
Here are the scissors that are going under your toenail.
Yep.
By the way, Toby is struggling hard during this segment. Tobes, I need you to throw on some cans real quick before I keep it moving. I would have moved on already, but a little bit of me is just seeing Toby squirm and just loving it.
Well, is this payback for yesterday because Toby was trolling you?
Oh, I forgot.
Is that
about
what this is?
Let's call it that. Yeah, what Toby did to me yesterday was wrong, and everybody knows it. Toby, what are you so bothered by? We're just dudes talking about our toes.
I don't care about that, even though that is uncomfortable. It's the thought process of having to have an ingrown toenail extracted that is excruciating.
Oh, it's awful, dude.
So you're not one of these guys that's bothered by toes visually?
No, I mean, generally I don't prefer to see people's feet.
Right, I didn't want to look at my toe.
So
that's fair.
Yeah, I think I'm, like, on a scale of Rex Ryan to, like, the idea of feet grosses me out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I sure do.
Because there's people out there where feet is the whole game. That's the whole point.
Can you imagine, by the way?
I can't.
And God bless you. Whatever you're into, you're into.
There's someone listening right now who's paid someone to see their feet.
Right. Find your niche, explore, and go to town. But can you imagine?
I'm not kink shaming you. I'm just saying.
I never would.
I ain't one of you. Okay? It's not for me. But on a scale of, like, one end of the spectrum's Rex Ryan, the other end of the spectrum is Toby's, like, I said the word toe, and Toby's like, oh, ooh. I'm probably, I don't know, a 4 out of 10, like closer to Toby maybe than Rex Ryan. I'm hoping. That's probably about where I belong.
I'm pretty neutral. It's never one way or the other.
That's true.
It's a neutral body part to me.
But is a foot the same as a hand to you?
No.
See, that's where I'm at.
But you know what I mean? Like, I know what you're getting at.
I'm not bothered, but a foot is a little bit less.
I think it's inherently grosser, the foot.
I agree. Okay, here's a good one. Your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Your wife. Old foghorn leghorn, just like
hold there, I say hold there.
Now, there. It's your whoa. Give me a good foghorn leg.
Oh, there, I say, whoa there. There's has purple toes. Whoa there.
But give me a wha for a second.
Oh, my wha.
Yeah. Now there's your
I was conversing with my wife.
If your wha puts her foot up on like the bed
and says, my feet is up.
And she just like, can you give me a foot rub? Like long day.
Easy, happy to do that.
Oh no, I'm not doing. I mean, if my wife asked, I guess I would do it.
Yeah.
My wife is whatever Toby is. Like, she doesn't want feet touched or hers or mine or anyone. So that's great. But like, is that a normal thing where she'd be like, give me a foot rub?
It is. Doesn't happen very often.
It's not like,
but
hey, it's Wednesday at 9. See you upstairs, hon.
Well, that's one of those things where it's like, I can help with that. I'm not going to mess that up. I didn't put the dish away in the wrong place.
Circular toes under the balls of the feet kind of thing?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
To go from Pulp Fiction, I'm the foot master. I don't be tickling or nothing.
Right. I don't know what that means.
That's a great line from Pulp Fiction.
You are definitely more okay with feet than me then. That's how we'll clarify.
Right. But it's not, it's neutral. It's like massage my shoulder, massage my trap muscle, massage my foot. It's all the same.
So here's another one.
Yeah.
So occasionally, I'm just going to let people in on the bit here a little bit. There have been times where someone will give each other a back rub in the studio.
Sure.
Like, it's like, I just don't feel great here. I'll get down, you'll help me out, or I'll really get in there for you, like inner thigh with my elbow, whatever we need at the time.
Right.
That's not an issue. If I was to say to you right now, me, not your, but me, then I'm like, Danny, you're bottom of the feet, killing me right now. Help me out. And I just plop it up on this table. This is after the show.
Yeah, post-show.
By the way.
You did you park at Nats Park and walked up Half Street?
I did.
That adds a little bit.
Okay, let's say, how about this? Fresh out of the shower first thing in the morning. For some reason.
Why am I there?
It's a great question. You came over.
Did I?
We were, you know what it is? We're playing pickleball at your house this particular morning.
Okay.
And I drove over. So all I've done is got in my car, drove over, and I'm like, before we play real quick. And then I just put my foot up. Would you be interested in doing that or no?
No.
Okay.
Because interested's the...
Acknowledging the foot is grosser.
Oh, definitely.
More intimate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an intimacy factor. It's unspoken.
Joshua in Upper Marlboro, how are you?
Yeah, a couple of things to note. One, I just want to put on record that you guys are talking about rubbing each other's feet. So I just want to note that. And
that's where we are.
Point of order. Danny said he would not rub my feet.
Yeah, I think we're not rubbing each other's feet.
We're talking about not rubbing each other's feet.
The Grant and Danny show is talking about interacting with each other's toes. So I just want to note that. But the guy's bigger point is that we have not factored in pedicures here. Pedicures are one of life's great pleasures right behind bidets. When someone is putting warm water and massaging your feet and getting your feet together, it is literally one of the best experiences you can have. And so my question is, has Toby had a pedicure? Would a foot that is pedicured be better? Have you guys had pedicures? Would your wife be more open to interacting with your feet, Grant, if it was a pedicured foot?
No.
Get into some of this.
No, I think my feet are in a good place. I don't think it has to do with my feet. She hates the idea of feet in general. I think if Chris Hemsworth walked into our house and asked her to touch his feet.
Yeah, massage my feet.
She would say, oh, that's so gross. Get out of here, handsome hunk guy.
But look at me. Make eye contact with me.
I'm going to guess each person in the studio if you've had a pedicure or not. Here's what I'm going to do. Round the horn. I'm going to go 4 for 4. Danny, you've definitely had a pedicure.
Never once.
Damn it, I'm 0 for 1. All right, that's insane, by the way. That shocks me.
It's not for me. So you know how you feel about at Starbucks where you don't know what everything means?
Yeah.
I don't know what they're saying. I don't know what it is. I don't know if I want any kind of acrylic. It's all weird.
I'm going to come back to that. Yeah. Toby, you've definitely never had a pedicure.
Definitely not.
And you would not have one, it sounds like.
Definitely not.
You're missing out. Strober, youngest of all of us.
He and his girlfriend did it.
He's only, are you 22? He and his girlfriend are
They've gone to get pedicures
in
together.
love for sure. I'm going to say he's never had a pedicure. He's 22.
Correct.
I mean, at 22, who's had a pedicure? It's very young to have a pedicure. It's an older man's
it's appropriate age.
Darius.
No shot.
Darius isn't much for like the life of luxury of just like, I'm going to go sit in this chair and you can like clean my shoes. I'm going to say you've never had a pedicure.
You'd be wrong, Grant. You don't know your guy, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah. Only done it once. Did it a few years ago when I went to San Diego. Yeah.
And enjoyed it?
Oh, it was awesome.
You had a pedicure in San Diego?
I did. That was just one of those, like...
That's what you did at San Diego. You went on vacation to San Diego. You had a pedicure.
It was just one of those things. I was like, well, you know what? Why not?
Not the only thing he did in San Diego, by the way.
Whoa!
Hey, now.
Went to a baseball game.
He went to Padres Nats game.
Went to Padres game.
I had a pedicure once. I have never had a pedicure again. And the reason why, do you remember our Uber driver who told us that she had just had part of her foot amputated because of she had been infected in that water? Do you remember that? You and I were in the car in Texas at
it was in Houston. and we got so personal so quickly because you just asked your questions.
Since that day, I've sworn off pedicures. I was like, if that can happen, the chances are probably 0.0001%.
That's right.
And for this reason, I am out.
It was her gas pedal stepping foot that didn't work as well.
Exactly. She's like, y'all know I lost part of my foot last month. I'm like,
that wasn't in the app just now when we booked the ride.
Idea.
No, we didn't
Why,
know.
Betty? What happened? She's like, told me about the pedicure gone wrong. And since then, it's changed my perception altogether. Haven't been back to do it again.
Wow.
But I did like it a lot. I would have done it again if not for knowing about that. You got to turn on your mic.
While I've never had a pedicure, I will tell you this. Little tiny fishes bite dead skin off my feet.
That seems insane. That's weirder than a pedicure, right?
This is just an approved practice? Or you got to go behind closed doors?
I think that's why it's in the back part of this market thing.
What led to you doing that?
There was a time before you did that.
What country was that?
I can't remember which country.
By the way, can we acknowledge that a pedicure is too far, but the little fish getting lunch off of my dead skin is perfectly fine? What world is Tobes living in over there?
You follow me, I'll get a couple of your boils and blisters off of there. I have a few piranhas that are a little hungry.
Were they goldfish? Was this like...
they're tiny, tiny fish.
Beta fish?
Smaller than that.
Okay.
I mean, there's probably hundreds of tiny little fish, and they all swarm your foot when you put it in the water.
It's definitely something I've heard of before, but I don't know what the country of origin is for that.
Toby might.
So this is going to be a wild search during the break.
Yeah. Top 3 grossest segment we've ever done on the show, by the way, right? It's got to be up
easily.
But this week has been a little unhinged. We did Dudity all day yesterday.
Was that all day?
It ended up being all day. It got multiple mentions. This is fish eating feet.
I want to talk about DC sports players that got away. Next on Grant and Danny. Yesterday, Trent Williams got an extension with the San Francisco 49ers, notably becoming the highest paid non-quarterback in league history in terms of total money signed for and guaranteed money given to a non-QB. What a career on his way to the Hall of Fame. He's not done yet, by the way. I mean, there's been no signs really of slowing down. He's still playing at a pretty elite level. There have been tackles that have played at 39, 40 years old. Remember when Ray Brown, what was he, 42?
Oh, yeah, out of the Comcast booth.
Literally. He was like doing the post-game show. It'd be like B-Mitch getting a call to go return a kick or something. But Trent Williams is 37. I think he's got a chance to play another at least 2, if not 3 seasons, if he wants to. That would get him up to 17, 18 years. And as a 3-time All-Pro, has been in more Pro Bowls than anybody else at the position now actively. 13 Pro Bowls. He's going to the Hall of Fame. But I said this to you on the show yesterday, and I meant this. He is probably my all-time one that got away DC Sports Edition. I thought about this long and hard today, and I have one more that I would add with Trent Williams as kind of my de facto list. Juan Soto, because of my obsession and love for him as a player. His aura, the way he operated, the way he went through at bats. I know it wasn't always your favorite thing because you kind of like the more old school, just act like you've been there before. But I thought he made every at-bat must-see television, leading the league in walks multiple times here and 4 times now in his career, being an on-base champion 2 times, winning the Nats the World Series as a 20-year-old before he could drink. At 21, he turned 21 during the World Series, if you remember.
I do.
In left field, people were singing happy birthday to him in the middle of the Fall Classic. Soto not being a Nat for his entire career will always be painful. And by the way, the trade is exactly what they should have done when they couldn't get a deal done with Ian Boris. It gave them Goru. They've now flipped for 5 players. By the way, that trade looks like it's off to a great start in the minor leagues with the guys they got back. They also got Abrams back, who's been their best hitter this year and is a perennial all-star candidate in the middle infield. They got James Wood back, who's a superstar in the making, face of the franchise at 23, on pace for 50 home runs this season. Completely reboot their entire organization in one trade. No-brainer. But my list begins with Juan Soto and Trent Williams as my DC Sports one that got away. So in honor of Trent getting paid again yesterday, prolonging his Hall of Fame career even more, I ask you, Danny Rouillet, and we'll open up the phones on this for you guys to get creative with us at 800-636-1067 next. Who is Danny Rouillet's DC Sports one that got away?
I got 2. I'm going to cheat a little bit. You got 2. I'm going to do 2. I'm going to start here on the ice. Philip Forsberg. Marty Erat still has yet to score here. Philip Forsberg, a great career, an electric forward who went to Nashville as part of one of the worst trades in DC history, Capitals history, and otherwise. That was a letdown. That was a bummer. Forsberg was knocking on the door of the NHL, and it never happened here. It happened somewhere else. Number 1 for me, though, all time, one of my favorite players ever to play. The reason I still love power forwards to this day, one of the greatest passing big men I have ever seen, Chris Webber. Chris Webber came here after 1 year in Golden State, was awesome as part of a Bullets team that was on the rise. They were still the Bullets before their name changed to something stupid. And this team was ascending. They didn't quite have the best parts with it, where they were probably a little bit too big up front with Howard and Murasan and Weber, et cetera, but they were building something. Weber was a star, goes out to Sacramento after a couple incidents here, leads the league in rebounding. Again, was a 5 assists per guy game for a team that probably a couple times should have gotten by the Lakers. One time they got jobbed, I think quite literally, but he was an outstanding player for one of the most fun teams in basketball.
When did C-Web get inducted into the Hall of Fame, by the way? He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I mean, he should be. He's one of the GOATs of my power forwards of my lifetime, but I don't remember that.
You don't remember the time?
Would have been like, I don't know, 15, 16, something like that. But yeah, he was with Washington. My earliest memories are Bullets, red uniforms, Weber rocking what would have been the 2, I think. He transitioned to the 4, but he wore 2 and 4 here in D.C. And he was with the Bullets from right around 94 through 97, 98, which I was like 8, 9 years old. He was not Chris Webber really until the year he got to Sacramento, when he led the league in rebounds and scored 20 a night, was 7th in the MVP vote, and finished second-team All-NBA. And that was the beginning at 25 years old of like a 6-7 year run where he was one of the best players in basketball.
In 96, 97, that first year that it kind of became, hey, maybe they got something going here, the Bullets team, he averaged 20 and 10 because he'd been hurt a million times before then, missed almost all of the 95, 96 season, missed a bunch of the season before that. Everyone was kind of getting frustrated with him because it was always something. Then he finally put it together. Then, of course, as you said, he took off when he got to Sacktown.
He averaged 20 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists. He had basically a year like what he ultimately would have in Sacramento.
Yep.
He was that guy with less around him. When he got to Sacramento, and now it's like Doug Christie and Peja and Bobby Jackson and that whole group.
Yeah, White Chocolate first. They gave way to Bibby. God, it was just so much fun. That was the most fun basketball team I can remember.
Because of Weber. I mean, he was the ringleader of the whole thing. He's a great one, by the way. DC sports guy that got away. That is perfect. So I'm starting the list off with Trent Williams. The whole reason we're doing it is the money he got paid yesterday. I'm going to throw Juan Soto for recency and to represent the Nats. There are plenty of answers from the Nats on this list, obviously. Chris Webber, man, that is perfect. What do you guys got? 800-636-1067. We'll hit the phones on this next in honor of Trent getting more money and staying with San Francisco on an extension. Your DC athlete that got away.
This update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Just 2 days away from the NFL draft. The first round getting underway on Thursday. Commanders holding the 7th overall pick. NBA and NHL playoffs continuing on tonight. On the hardwood, the Sixers will take on the Celtics. Game 2 of that series. 7 o'clock, Boston leads the series 1-0. The Trailblazers will take on the Spurs. 8 o'clock tip-off for that one. San Antonio up 1-0 in the series, and the Rockets and Lakers tonight at 10:30. Lakers lead that series 1-0. Baseball, Nationals taking on the Braves at Nationals Park. Game 2 of the 4-game set, 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Foster Griffin starts for the Nationals. Reynaldo Lopez goes to the hill for the Braves. This month, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
A little over 10 minutes from now, we've got another player that we'll land on as we spin the wheel. 10 players, 10 days, as we close in on the draft on Thursday. Got another top 10 projected player to get to the bottom of and see if they might be a fit for Washington. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Trent Williams set a new record yesterday for guaranteed money for a non-quarterback in a career on his $50 million extension. This cash keeps piling up for Trent, over a quarter way toward $1 billion now. He's one of the DC sports athletes that got away. He's at the top of my list with Juan Soto of Nationals fame, World Series champion at just 20 years old. What could have been? Danny, I asked you, who are your ones that got away, DC sports?
Philip Forsberg of the Washington Capitals, a hot prospect who scored about 360 goals and nearly 400 assists for the Nashville Predators. Those should have been Capitals numbers. He should have been here for life and been a top 6 player pretty much for the duration. He was traded for Marty Erad, who was still looking for that first Capitals goal.
The 11th pick in the 2012 draft, Philip Forsberg, who's still only 31 years old, by the way. And again this year was a 40-goal scorer.
Ho-hum casual. And the number one guy on my board on this particular topic is Chris Webber. I just loved his game so much. Such a great passing big man. You could run high-low with him. You could put him on the wing. He could post you up. He had great footwork, great touch around the rim, could shoot free throws. He was a dominant big man.
He might actually be the best answer when you really get down to it. I mean, became an MVP and a Hall of Famer. You know, and at that level of player. I'm not a ball knower, I guess. I did not realize this. I got a tweet here from Boone on X who says, this is a deep pull, but for the love of the bit, Nate Newton. 6 Pro Bowl selections, 2 first-team All-Pros, 3 Super Bowls, cut by the Redskins in '83 during rookie training camp. Your boy did not know he was an undrafted free agent for the Washington Redskins in 1983. Of course, he would go on to immense fame with the Dallas Cowboys, who signed him as a free agent in 1986. But I didn't know Nate Newton was a Redskin. Did you?
I know. I probably should have.
Is that common knowledge? I mean, it's right there, top of his Wikipedia page. It's
How about
real.
that? That guy was pretty good. I got to clean that up, by the way. Martin Erad did have a goal with Washington.
Yeah, he
I
scored
apologize.
one.
Yeah, I apologize.
There was one.
I didn't mean to shortchange him.
Let's go to D.C. and Manassas Park on Grant and Danny. D.C., the one that got away in D.C. sports for you. Who do we got?
Well, this is D.C. from Manassas Park. And before I was a 20-year Redskins fan, I was a Denver Bronco fan. And I want to think that Mike Shanahan was probably the first guy that says, I don't need to pay Clinton Portis. I can take anybody and make him a 1,000-yard rusher. And they got rid of him, and the Redskins traded Champ Bailey, and Champ Bailey's in the Hall of Fame, and Clinton's not. But that's the one that it's a good one that got away.
Yeah, it ended up being a trade. Well, don't get me wrong, the Broncos win the trade. Corner is way more important than running back. Bailey, as you said, 12 Pro Bowls, 3 All-Pros, Hall of Famer. Arguably the best player in the NFL who played for Washington in the 2000s. That's how good he was. Clinton Portis was a hell of a running back here. You know, carried Washington to the playoffs in 05 and 07 and was one of the best running backs in franchise history. So it's not like, you know, Bailey just walked for nothing. At least you made that trade. But it was, correct me if I'm wrong, they traded the second rounder to Denver. It didn't come back with Portis.
That's right. It was Bailey and a second rounder for Portis.
That is bad.
Doesn't that sting the nostrils?
Yeah. Now, Portis, again, great career, great player, but Hall of Famer at a more premium position and a second-round pick. Champ Bailey one season intercepted 10 passes.
That's insane.
10 passes in 1 year. Crazy.
He had a 100-yard interception return of Tom Brady in the postseason and didn't score on the play.
I remember
it. It was middle of the end zone. He got all the way to like the 2 or 3 yard line. It was unbelievable.
He also is the all-time record holder for pass breakups with over 200 in his career, which tells me maybe that's a more recent stat, but still over 200 pass breakups. Champ Bailey's a great answer. Let's go to Brian in Lovettsville on G&D. Who's the DC athlete that got away?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'd have to agree Trent Williams takes the cake. That deserves prison, some form of capital punishment, how they handled that situation. But the one that really stung me as a kid was when Brad Johnson left and he went to Tampa Bay. And from there, we were in QB purgatory till, I guess, till Kirk Cousins, I would say. And I also remember seeing for like 5 years afterwards, after they won the Super Bowl, some wing commercial he was in. And, as a young Redskins fan, full of hope at that time, I should have known that was the sign of what was to come.
I bet you're about my age, because that really impacted me negatively as well. How old are you?
I'm 36.
Exactly.
On the nose.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's not like Johnson won the Super Bowl 2 seasons after leaving Washington.
2.
Exactly 2.
By the way, it's also not like he wasn't really good here before they got rid of him. The 1999 Redskins, my favorite team ever, he threw for 4,005 yards. He was a Pro Bowler. He was a All-Pro nominated player. He was the comeback player of the year. That was the number 2 offense in the NFL. They had 2 wide receivers that went for 1,000 yards. That was as good a passing game as there was in the league. Dan Snyder bought the team just before the start of that season, had no control over the roster, okay? So he's just a bystander, a passenger for that 99 year with no influence on much. That offseason was the first time. The season ends, boom. They missed the field goal after a bad snap, to Matt Turk in Tampa Bay after they'd beaten the Lions at home at FedEx Field in the playoffs, right? Season ends. Now it's Dan Snyder running the team for the first time in the January 2000 offseason. He slaps Brian Mitchell in the face, which I'll never forgive him for. Then he goes on to spend the $100 million. We were all very excited about it, but it was mostly old guys that were washed. One of the players among the $100 million that he spent was Jeff George. And then at the beginning of the 2000 season, still Norville Eugene coaching until week 13 when he fired him when he was 7-6 and on the verge of the playoffs for Terry Rubisky. In 2000, early on, the way that the story goes is he pressured Norv to move on from Brad Johnson to go to Jeff George, and the rest is history. The next year, Brad Johnson was in Tampa Bay, playing at a Pro Bowl level, and the year after that, he won the Super Bowl with the Bucs. That is a sneaky, really good one.
500 points control the board. Who backed up Brad Johnson at quarterback in 99?
Casey Weldon.
Looking for Rodney Peete. Rodney
Peete was the QB2. Casey Weldon was the QB3.
I think that's right.
Rodney Pete's played in Week 17, Game 16 that year. He came in and would have played that one game and threw a touchdown.
Because they didn't need it, I don't think, right?
The final game?
Yeah, no. I think they were all set.
They wrapped up the division in San Francisco in the penultimate week. Week 16, I guess it would have been on the road. And then the final game at home, Rodney Peete, I don't know if he started or played, but I think he started because I remember him throwing a touchdown. He wore, I want to say, number 9. Casey Weldon, who was a Florida State quarterback who started over Brad Johnson with the Seminoles, was the third stringer, wore number 11. That is my squad. God, I love that 99 team. Kevin and Lanham, what's up? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? Mine is Bryce Harper, but on a caveat for you also, Grant. The baseball gods smiled upon us, especially when Bryce Harper made the announcement. I'm here to bring a World Series to Washington in the Phillies press conference. And then Juan Soto, Grant, don't feel bad. Everywhere he's gone so far, both of them have not won a World Series.
That's
true. The baseball gods kind of smiled on us for that one.
You're right about that. Yeah, never forget Bryce's first presser in Philly when he said he wanted to bring a World Series to D.C.
Want to bring a World Series to D.C.
And then he corrected himself. What do you call him, the human hashtag?
Yeah, the human hashtag, man. Whatever's trending, that's what he is.
Is Bryce Harper, by the way, is it over a little bit for him in terms of elite status? I know his GM said
I was going to say, ask his GM. He'll tell you.
Yeah, his GM said we're not sure if he's still elite. Look, last 4 years for Bryce Harper, and I know there have been plenty of injuries in here. Home run counts of 18, 21, 30, and 27. That's his home run counts the last 4 years. He's got 4 this year through 22 games. But if you talk about like early career Bryce Harper or even early Philadelphia Bryce Harper and then juxtapose that with what you're getting right now, have we seen the best of Bryce Harper at this point? It certainly feels that way. He's not a boy. He's
in his mid-30s.
33, about to be 34 years old.
Lost a little spring in his step against some of those injuries you mentioned. Is now a full-time first baseman.
And he's been good this year. I'm not saying he hasn't. I think he's 41% above league average, ops plus. He's got an 882 OPS. And even the last couple of years, it's been 850, 890, 900. I mean, he's really, really good.
Because he still walks a lot.
But this was a guy that you thought every year would be an MVP consideration in his prime. He's been nowhere near that as a 2-time MVP. And that contract, by the way, that was a 13-year contract, goes through 2032. So after this year, you got 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. That's 6 more years of Bryce Harper. Have fun with that.
Here we go.
Let's go to Matt in Stafford, DC athlete that got away.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm at the local polling station. Virginia's doing great.
Virginia's doing great.
Virginia is doing
I'd like to mention one coach. How about Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay?
You know
that's
what?
Mean.
Maddie's onto something.
That's mean.
I've been saying athlete. We could extrapolate out the conversation.
Half of the NFL's coaching staff.
Right.
Pretty much.
All the guys I covered.
Right.
McVay, LaFleur, Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel. Yeah. Is there another coach that got away that I'm missing?
LaFleur was on that staff, you said.
Oh, Toby's got a good one. Yeah, there is one more DC football coach.
Kevin O'Connell.
KOC.
O'Connell was OC, KOC.
John Schneider, multiple time Super Bowl winner in the front office.
That's a really good one.
That's fun.
The only general manager ever to build 2 Super Bowl champions where the 2 teams didn't have a single player that played on both teams. John Schneider, who was an executive here. And they just said, that's all for you, thanks.
You don't need to stay.
Now, by the way, we're not going to have a general manager for the next 20 years, but you can go be one. O'Connell is sneaky awesome, too. I mean, he is a great head coach. And the way that worked was, frustratingly, when Ron Rivera did his thing, he came in here, O'Connell was interested in saying, Rivera kind of already had his mind made up. He's like, nah, I'm doing something else. And it was our guy, Scott Turner, who ended up coming in here. But O'Connell was interested until they basically said, yeah, you can move on. We're fine. Thank you. And he found refuge with Sean McVay. Old friend.
Oh, buddy, that fun?
Yeah.
On the diamond, you go Kevin Long.
K-Long to Philadelphia. All they did was just get to some World Series and NLCSs after that.
Like, Kyle Schwarber is like, I want to reclaim my career. I want to come here to work with Kevin Long. That's what happened.
Yeah. So he told me at the All-Star game last year, I saw him in the dugout, I talked to him for a few minutes, still one of the nicest dudes. By the way, that's a good DC athlete that got away.
Yeah.
Kyle Schwarber, just casually a 40 home run bat every single year after leaving the Nats. But he said the reason he came to the Nationals, because his career had kind of derailed, remember? They gave him a starting job, which a lot of teams weren't willing to do, and a little more money than he was willing to get. But he said, I took that opportunity. He had another bigger offer, strictly so that I could play with Kevin Long because I knew he would fix me. And not coincidentally, he followed him to Philadelphia. They linked back up there, and they're still together for several years. But did they go Kevin Long to Darnell Coles? Like one to the other? That's a tough step in that direction.
A little bit
if that's the way that went. Respectfully to Darnell Coles. Respectfully. Let's go to Reggie in D.C. Hello, Reggie.
Yeah, man, the previous caller took my answer, man. I was going to say Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan and McVay. Shanahan is the one that hurts the most because I think Pops would have gave it to the son, and we literally could be looking like San Francisco right now if Snyder wouldn't have did what he did. So, yeah, that was my answer, man. I think that's the one that hurts the most because we've been looking for a coach. I think Quinn is okay, but, man, we would have been looking a lot different with Kyle Shanahan behind the helm. So that was my answer.
One thing you sleep on, Reggie, is how much everybody in town hated Kyle Shanahan. You forget
he was so unpopular.
He was despised because people didn't like Mike Shanahan very much. And Kyle Shanahan was just his son, who everyone thought was just a Nepo baby that didn't know anything and didn't deserve a job. I've also realized as I've done this more that offensive coordinators generally aren't well liked. The only person less liked than the offensive coordinator is the young coordinator that you tell people is really, really good. And then they watch the games and they're like, They're still losing, though. So I hate him more.
So
because
now
you're
I don't like him.
telling me he's good. Even though everyone around the league is like, this guy's pretty awesome.
sharp.
But, yeah, Donovan McNabb was about to break the all-time passing record for the organization before he got benched with 2 weeks to go.
With the whole cardio
for
thing.
ineffectiveness. But I think that needs to be remembered a little bit, is people could not stand Kyle Shanahan here. He just was lucky to have a job. Even Sean McVay.
He wasn't liked?
Was not, I don't want to say he was disliked, but he was certainly not like popular. Nobody, when he walked out the door, was going, you got to keep him around. You got to save
Totally.
him.
So the number of times I got sarcastic texts from friends, this is the genius. This is the genius.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
those kind of things
This
where it's
is
like,
your boy wonder?
you've heard about it so much. Like I caught shrapnel for a bunch of my buddies that like baseball, where I kept telling everyone about Blake Trinan stuff. Blake Trinan has electric stuff, and he'd like walk the yard, give up a couple hits, and it's like, you put yourself on the line, you get made fun of a lot, right? I mean, that's kind of the thing. That's what dudes do to each other.
Blake Trinan down the list a little ways, but that's a good one.
Yeah, right?
A lot of years arguing with people about Blake Trinan, still in the big leagues, and just getting outs in World Series.
Just bowling ball sinkers if you like that.
When you throw 100 and the ball moves a ton, you're going to be good. Everyone relax. Just give it time. If it takes 2, 4, 6 years, I don't give a damn. You're going to be
Let's
good.
be patient with that one.
Kyle's in Vienna. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? So mine is a former Wizard. There are too many to list, but I have Richard Hamilton up there.
Oh.
Rip. Peanut.
Oh.
Danny, who'd they trade for him? Who'd they get in the trade?
Which one? Okay, I'm not going to remember them all, right?
You will. Richard Hamilton to the Detroit Pistons.
Was that the Stackhouse deal?
Jerry Stackhouse. And you won't remember these guys. A balding white guy.
Balding white. Red hair, but now it went.
No, that's another
Chris,
balding white.
Okay, damn it.
His last name is a Bird.
Larry Bird. Got it.
No.
No, it's not it.
I wish.
What is it?
His last name is a Bird that resides in the NL Central.
Brian Cardinal.
Brian Cardinal.
I know. That's what I was thinking. Red hair. Yeah.
And Radko Varda.
Well, Radko Varda, I didn't know.
Brian Cardinal had blonde hair, I thought.
I thought it was like strawberry.
I think you're thinking
reddish.
We're doing a deep dive. I thought you were thinking of Darius Sungaila.
I would never think of Darius Sungaila.
Do you remember that guy?
Of course I do. Went to Wake Forest.
Yeah.
I saw him leave the floor one time. I saw him jump actually, and you could see separation between his feet and the floor.
I'm not trying to Brian Cardinal's just somewhere today, just catching shrapnel. This is not an NBA player. Like this guy's guarding LeBron.
No.
I'm sorry.
No. Who's the dude?
That guy's about to guard Trae Young.
Who's the red-haired guy that I'm thinking of? The nubber that was on like 18 different teams.
I'm drawing a blank right now.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about? Like the guy who like
Veal Scalabrini?
No, Brian Scalabrini.
He was never on the Wizards.
No, but that's who else I was thinking of in terms of red-haired dudes that were gameless. But again, he's in the NBA. His whole shtick is, I'm not good for the NBA, but I'm better than you. And so I've seen him play a bunch of like regular Joes like out on the street and just destroy them.
That was fun. Good little trip down memory lane.
Memory lane.
I like doing those segments every now and then. You just get to remember things and times that are different than now. So good feedback, everybody. You can hit us up on social at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram, at Grant Paulson on Twitter for me.
At Funny Danny for me.
And Humorous Danny.
On Instagram. Yeah,
Comical Danny.
I just do the one.
And then, what's the other one you have? You have Hilarious Danny.
No, I don't have those.
Whimsical Danny.
Mildly amusing Danny in certain times.
Comedy Danny. All those Dannys.
Mm-hmm.
G&D on the Fan next. Our 10 in 10. Who's the wheel going to land on? We're going to break down another potential prospect that Washington could draft at number 7.
What's up, guys? G&D for Window Nation Spring. It's here. It's an awesome time to get those windows open up. If they don't open easily, if they leak or broken or they need repairing, you are wasting money. The pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a fantastic price. They've done it for me. They've done it for Grant multiple times in different homes that we've owned over the years. And right now, they got the more you buy, the more you save sale. It's going on this minute.
Yeah, you can save up to 50% off all windows for your home. You could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. So I'm going to say that again. This is the more you buy, the more you save sale. It's going on right now, but only for a short time, so you got to take advantage of it. You can save up to 50% off all the windows for your home that you're buying, and you can get up to you can get the 0% interest financing for up to 5 years as well. Experts report that windows retain 80% of their value. This is an A-plus rated company, Better Business Bureau. I love them. Danny loves them.
Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to those window problems. Schedule a fast, free consultation right now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight. 4 Game 2s in action. The Canadiens taking on the Lightning. That'll begin at 7 o'clock. Montreal up 1-0 in that series. Buffalo leads the Sabres 1-0, or the Bruins 1-0 in their series. That'll be Game 2 tonight at 7:30. The Mammoth taking on the Golden Knights. Game 2 of that series at 9:30. Vegas up 1-0 in the series, and then the Kings will take on the Avalanche at 10 o'clock. Colorado up 1-0. Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Braves for Game 2 of the 4-game series at Nationals Park, looking to bounce back from their loss last night. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Lefty Foster Griffin goes to the hill for the Nationals. Former National Reynaldo Lopez gets the start for the Braves. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Coming up in a half hour at 6 o'clock, Eric Edholm of NFL Media is going to join the show. We'll look ahead to Thursday night's round 1 of the NFL draft with him. Want to get his predictions for what Washington's going to do at number 7. I was just realizing this. So tonight's going to be a good night of action in the postseason in the NBA, but Thursday is always awesome between the NHL playoffs, the NBA playoffs, and the NFL draft. It's the perfect bounce around night for a sports fan. I realized, though, on Thursday, the NBA schedule, all 3 games are on Prime. So you can't do the thing that I've done my whole life. This is still the issue with these apps. I don't even know how to fix it. There's probably somebody smart out there who can get to the bottom of this, but I'm not that person. How do I watch the draft linearly on television and bounce with apps back and forth? I have this issue with like Monumental now with caps while I'm watching the Nats on the MLB or Nats app. It used to be it was just like previous channel. Boom, next pitch. We can go back and
There's
forth.
a login procedure now.
This is the one thing nobody ever talks about with like, it's not that bad. Pay for your season for the Nats. There's some perks that come with it. Pay for this with the Capitals. The going back and forth, like, unless, and I do have 2 screens in the basement or whatever, but unless you have 3 or 4 TVs, days of just watching NBA, NHL, MLB, NFL draft, they're done. How do we fix that? I know this is a white-collar problem. I'm not sitting here pretending like nobody's got bigger issues in the world. But as a sports fan, that's actually a thing. Thursday night.
It is an issue.
You want to watch an NBA playoff game? No problem. You want to watch the NFL draft? That's great, too. You just can't do both.
That's why the apps are willing to pay so much, because once you're on, you're on. They control it.
I'm not doing a bit. Like, think about it. To get off of ESPN, YouTube TV, whatever, to log into Prime, to then get to the NBA game, we're talking about like 90 seconds.
Like, I love Prime. I am a huge fan. The saving on shipping alone is worth it. The programming, there's a million things I've watched. I'm all in. But they know they've got you. So every time I forget, I'll hit last, then it goes to a different game. It's like, crap. Then it's like, I come back, it's like, who's watching? Who is it? Me. I hit myself. Then it goes to the menu again. Do you want to catch up live? Yes. Go back to the thing I was watching. It's an extra deal. And it is frustrating. But that's why they're willing to pay the money, because they know they've got you sequestered in a room. So there's no getting away from the ads. Whereas network television, they're hoping you're still there while the ads are playing. Here, they know you are. And they win.
2 days away, round 1, 10 prospects in 10 days. Looking ahead to the Commanders' pick at 7. Spin that wheel, Darius.
Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
Love. Jeremiah Love with a spin. Here he goes. Jeremiah Love. The car hands off to his main man, Jeremiah Love. Are you kidding me? Love goes through the hole. Stays on his feet. Love
Jeremiah Love. Wouldn't that just be scintillating if the Commanders on Thursday night are on the clock at 7, Love is still sitting there, the 8 minutes tick away, we're on the air, and Jeremiah Love is the pick.
You give me love, 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 crazy.
1,125 yards and 17 touchdowns as a ball carrier, 2 as a receiver in 2024, and you thought, all right, cat's out of the bag, secret's out. You're not going to average 6.9 yards per attempt next year. Well, then he followed that up with 6.9 yards per attempt, 1,372 yards, 18 rushing touchdowns, and as a junior, 21 overall touchdowns. It's the speed, it's the explosiveness, it's the vision, it's the playmaking for a team that has so little of all of it.
Those things, we don't have those things.
So if you did like team relay races, where does Washington come in? Give me this speed. It's not going to happen. The dream is dead.
It's not dead.
I have been beaten down.
It's not dead.
The dream is dead. You got what you wanted, people. You can't draft a running back at 7. Don't worry about it. Someone's going to do it at 3. You're not going to get the chance to. The dream is dead.
I already know the answer, and I'm asking almost rhetorically because I know the answer is no to this question. Okay?
No.
Do you have, I mean, even the slightest twinge of question or concern that they played one good team, and it's kind of why Notre Dame didn't make the playoffs, but they played one good team, and he went 10 for 33 in that game?
Nope.
Okay. Do you have any concern that against some of the slightly better teams on the schedule, they were able to hold on to pretty pedestrian running back totals? Not the kind of guy that's going to go in the top 10. Do you have even the slightest twinge of concern?
I do not, Danny. I'm glad you asked, though.
Mm-hmm. I brought it up just to make sure that somebody did. So
so as an example, the Texas A&M game, which was a really good team, ends up being in the playoff. They scored 41 points or 40 points, lose a shootout in that game.
Great game, by the way.
23 for 94, 4.1 a pop. You would look at that game, Danny Rouillet, doing your box score hunting over there, and you'd be like, you see, 4.1 per attempt against Texas A&M. And then you watch that game and you go, oh my God, biting your knuckles going, who in the hell is this man? It's the amount of muddy runs where he made 3 guys miss in the backfield and got 2. It's the first 2 or 3 carries of that game where it looks like he's quite literally, not figuratively, Danny, but literally shot out of a cannon, like he's at the circus in like 2000 at King's Dominion when they used to shoot people out of the cannon across. I don't know how they did it. They did some fake thing. I remember this from when I was a kid. They'd put someone in the cannon, and then they would show up on the other side of the stage as if they were shot across.
They were just twins.
I think they shot probably like what was like some kind of foam person, but then the person would like stand up and it would be like they shot him out of a cannon.
It was like Disappearing Man in the Prestige.
Jeremiah Love, Texas A&M game.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I'm not overly concerned. Am I sitting here telling you every single game was textbook or perfect? No, absolutely not. You saw this with Genty last year, who's not nearly as good as Love in my opinion. But if you go to a team with a bad offensive line where you're getting beaten at the line of scrimmage and getting stacked up in the backfield, you'll have a pedestrian rookie season. I'm not telling you it's plug and play 1,400 yards, but it's scary. It's speed. It's explosiveness. It's explosives. It's
explosives you can run.
It's explosives you can run.
Shoo, shoo.
Pew, pew, pew.
Shoo, shoo. To me, the only reason I'm not thrilled about it with Love, because there's no doubt that this is a great prospect. To me, this is all moot if there's no deep threat. I saw a team without a deep threat last year. Didn't matter who the running back was. I don't care if you had Bijan Robinson. I don't care if you had Red Grange or anybody that you wanted in history. They're running in 8-man boxes, no pressure. I mean, no movement by the line. Everybody's coming downhill and thumping you, and that's wasted. That's having a Ferrari in a cul-de-sac with a dead end 10 yards away. There's nothing that guy could or wouldn't do there. To me, if you have something outside that can take some of the pressure off, now you're Jahmyr Gibbs. Now you're Bijan Robinson. Now you're Jeremiah Love potentially could be a great fit. Without that receiver, I just don't know that this is the high-value pick there. Again, there's no doubt about the prospect. I'm with you. The look of it, you just go, my God, is he special.
He is a better player if you have a deep threat or multiple deep threats. He'd be better with 2 of them than 1 of them, by the way. He'd be better with 3 of them than 2 of them.
Well, sure.
The best version of him, yeah, if he has great players around him and it's a 6 or 7 man box, of course, no doubt. But do you realize that him versus a replacement level player, him versus Jerome Ford, or I like Bill a lot. I think Bill could be a really good player. When they don't draft Jeremiah Love, that's your starter, and I'm fine with that. He can make some sweet music hopefully next year. But the difference is still massive. Bijan Robinson doesn't have a deep threat in Atlanta. He makes people miss. He makes plays. Now, they have a good offensive line. I think Washington will as well, by the way. Jahmyr Gibbs, when they've got Jamison Williams taking the lid off on a post or a 9 route or something, that's great. There are plenty of games where he's suspended for betting or not available or not healthy or whatever, where Jahmyr Gibbs is still catching a ball on a screen and turning it into a 49-yard reception because it's petrifying every time the ball's in his hand. That's Jeremiah Love to me. So I get it. And by the way, there's an argument against taking him that I am totally cool with. The only thing I can't hear is someone saying, he's not that good, or I don't really see it, or I'm not saying you're doing that. You're playing a devil's advocate, but he didn't do this against NC State. Like, anybody who has studied this player enough would tell you this is an unbelievable prospect at the running back position.
Yeah, he looks great to me.
So it's binary. Either you are willing to draft a running back early or you are not. And if you're not, I can't convince you. It's like trying to get somebody who doesn't eat meat to tell you that the steak is good. You're not a running back in the top 10 person? Don't be. It's not for you.
Well, I'll tell you this.
But if you're okay, if you just view weapons as weapons, if running back, receiver, tight end doesn't matter, you just like weapons like I do, then running back be damned, add this speed.
Had they landed Alec Pierce in free agency for the sake of argument, I'd be a lot more bullish. I'd go, hell yeah, sign me up. Now, because now you got Terry on one side, Pierce on the other, Chigakonkwo kind of work in the middle, and I can put Jeremiah Love in motion. I can have him on little jet sweeps. I can have him lined up behind Jaden Daniels. I can throw to him on early downs. I can actually take advantage of this thing. But to me, it's not a chicken or the egg thing, and to some people maybe it is. But listen, if he is the pick at 7, I'm more optimistic than you are that he's going to be there. I'm not going to be angry about it. I'll just kind of go, all right, I guess, it's at the worst case scenario, it's someone they're going to give the ball a couple hundred times to. And my worry is that they'll go, all right, it's solved, hand it off to him and he'll fix it. And I don't think that's how running games work.
It's not how running games work. And it's very possible that he'd go for, 950 or 1,000 in his first year, whatever. The point of the draft, though, is for me to get the best football players. Mm-hmm. And I can't in good faith take Carnell Tate over Jeremiah Love. It's hard for me even to take, like Caleb Downs, I can't take as good a player as I think he's going to be at safety. You're just not impacting the game as much as this guy. That's the part that you just talked about, the number of times he's going to touch the ball, will be involved, what he does for Jaden Daniels. That's where I get excited. But again, I don't think you're going to have to worry about it. Sadly.
Who are the guys that you would take over him? Just on a binary in terms of who's the best football player?
The edges and Sonny Styles.
So that's Bailey, Reese, Styles.
Yep.
Nobody else?
No. Sonny Styles, even though he's not at a position that's all that important, inside linebackers a lot like running back, I just think for what they need and what they could do with Chenal and Frankie at that point, I think you're bringing in like your Jonathan Warner in a way. You see what he does every year in San Francisco. That one's almost a tie for the record.
That's real close.
The edges, that's a $40 million position.
It's such a heavy anchor thing. Yeah, it matters so much.
And you could say corners, Delane or whatever, but
that's what I wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah, I would take Love over Delane. Part of it is just a sugar high though of eating a donut. Like, it's so much more exciting to take Jeremiah Love than Mansour Delane. That doesn't mean Mansour Delane's not a smarter draft pick. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. And I've had so many donuts.
Oh, they're good.
They're good every time.
Really good.
Every time they don't disappoint you. Oh, this isn't the greatest donut ever. So
there's one very famous donut place. I don't like their donuts at all. I'm going to write it down and show it to you.
Okay.
I was telling my mother-in-law this today, and she thought it was kind of crazy. I think these donuts. We have video now. That's kind of weird. Here, take this. It's on the bottom right of the page.
Keep it anonymous here.
I think their donuts stink. That place.
I like feet. No. What are you looking at?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I'm out. You like
all the way out? They're donuts.
Not particularly good ones.
Well, but yeah, okay. Are there better donuts? Yeah.
Every place that has donuts.
I mean, you're going to turn one down? Imagine a box came in right now. You'd go, no, thank you. Turn your nose up at it?
I would, actually.
No.
I would.
You would?
This second? If I'm starving, I wouldn't, but I'd only eat one.
Medium hunger. Haven't had a donut in 2 months. You'd say no.
It's so dry and nubs that I would cut the very top off where the icing is. Like I would have half or a third of the donut, the very top third of the donut, and I'd throw the rest out.
You'd throw away 3. I'll show the guys that's outrageous.
Just telling you.
That's outrageous.
Let's play a little word association with the top draft picks that the Washington Commanders could land. We'll do that next on G&D.